Chapter 1 Starting in Hell. Is this freshman here to visit the dojo? I know him. He's that notorious confession maniac who made headlines right after enrolling just days ago. What? He's that freshman who confessed his love to the daughter of a high court judge right after school started? That's not all, just yesterday he professed his feelings to the daughter of a British diplomat too. In the dojo, a group of boys stared at me standing outside, their faces filled with astonishment as they murmured amongst themselves. Did the confession work out? Of course it failed. Yesterday, he was even publicly humiliated by the ambassador's daughter in front of everyone. That's so embarrassing. So why did he come to our club today? Wait, don't tell me. As the young man spoke, he suddenly noticed something from the corner of his eye. His expression changed dramatically, and he immediately fell silent. The other three, noticing his expression, also sensed something amiss. Their faces filled with terror, as if they had witnessed something horrifying. With a creak, the sound of the door opening echoed, and a girl in archery attire emerged from the dressing room. Her raven black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding an air of aloofness and icy detachment. Her eyes, like still water devoid of life, inspired an eerie dread in those who met her gaze. She walked slowly toward the doorway, each step seeming to land directly on everyone's hearts. Their pulses quickened, breaths grew shallow, and for a moment, they all stood frozen, unsure how to react. Even a so-called confession maniac like me was no exception. My entire body stiffened uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, with beads the size of peas rolling down my forehead. The way I looked at her was as if I'd seen a ghost. She slowly walked up to me, came to a halt, her face devoid of any expression, yet an unmistakable chill permeated the air around her. The boys from the archery club, witnessing this, instinctively turned away, not daring to get involved. They knew all too well just how formidable this girl was. You're unsettled right now. Relax. Shirchingi swept me with a disdainful glance, her tone flat but brooking no argument. What's going on? I stared at the beautiful girl before me, the lifeless look in her eyes sending an involuntary shiver of fear down my spine. I forced myself to calm down, screaming internally, this is definitely an S-rank difficulty challenge, no doubt about it. State your business. Ji Qingyi remained expressionless, but the chilling indifference in her voice bore down on me with immense pressure. At this point, there was no turning back. I took a deep breath, suppressing my fear as I steadied my nerves and slowly raised my eyes to meet Ji Qingyi's gaze. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? The moment my words fell, the entire club fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What an ignorant yet fearless child. You hold no value to me whatsoever. Ji Qingyi's icy gaze fell upon me, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Her voice was like a bone-piercing winter wind, sending a shiver down my spine. Phew, I immediately let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then quickly suppressed my emotions and bowed deeply in apology. I'm sorry, that was abrupt of me. With that, I deliberately feigned dejection as I turned to leave. Unease, anticipation, surprise, excitement, hope. Ji Qingyi discerned the emotional trajectory from my actions, then furrowed her brow slightly while watching my retreating figure. Young mistress, your current heart rate is slightly elevated. A short-haired girl with black hair had appeared by the door at some point, glancing at the heart rate readings on her phone as she delivered the report impassively. Hearing this, Ji Qingyi looked down at her chest and noticed it was indeed pulsating slightly, her heartbeat distinctly faster than normal. To think that someone like me, just an ordinary boy, could stir emotions in her. Who sent him? Currently, there's no evidence of him being close to any students at the school, the short-haired girl in black replied, then pulled out a stack of files. These are the records of this year's freshmen. Gathering this information not only required the corporation's resources but even external investigators. They're not easy to deal with. The reason? Su Chang. Read. Ji Qingyi spoke concisely, her voice clipped. Yes, the short-haired girl in black nodded and flipped through the files. Su Chang lost both parents in a car accident during early childhood, later adopted by an orphanage and sent to, redacted, school. Academically average, had one girlfriend, but she left without a word before the week was over. At this point, she turned to the next page and continued. Because of this, he attempted suicide by jumping into a river but was rescued. From then on, his personality underwent a dramatic change. His academic talents improved significantly, and he became extremely diligent, eventually gaining admission to our school. Especially in recent days, his performance has been nothing short of astonishing. There are even rumors circulating in the school that he's a confession maniac. Ji Qingyi lightly closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, then opened them again and spoke slowly. It seems the issue lies with this ex-girlfriend of his. Correct. The black-haired girl handed over the documents in her grasp. Ji Qingyi took them and began reviewing the contents, but the next second, her pupils abruptly constricted, and a trace of shock surfaced on her previously calm expression. That's interesting. His experiences sound like those of a web novel male lead. Web novel male lead? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Ji Qingyi frowned slightly. What's even more interesting is that the status of the girls he confessed to kept increasing step by step, just like leveling up in a game by clearing dungeons. The short-haired black-haired girl closed the file and said, barring any surprises, his target this time shouldn't be the young lady. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon a female archery club member who was practicing her shots inside the dojo. This young woman happened to be the heiress of Yida Group, the 7th-ranked conglomerate in China's top 10 real estate companies. Following the dark-haired girl's line of sight, Qingyi Ji noticed the practicing archer whose movements appeared remarkably skilled and professional. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Wang Shichong?" "Correct. I've been studying his facial expressions and noticed he seems to achieve some peculiar satisfaction from being rejected. Just now, he was simply treating you, young mistress, as an NPC to farm for reactions." "What is an NPC?" Ji Qingyi's face showed a hint of curiosity upon hearing the term, as it was entirely new to her and naturally piqued her interest. The black-haired girl glanced at Ji Qingyi and suggested, "Should we arrange for these two to meet?" Record her expression at that moment. "Yes. By the way, stop reading those nonsensical things in your free time." "Understood. Go ahead." "Damn it, why?" Outside the school gates, I was crouching in a corner wearing an expression more disgusted than if I'd eaten shit, cursing under my breath with extreme frustration. A system prompt window, visible only to me, floated ahead displaying character information. Rejection reward system, 1 confession per day. Target, Ji Qingyi, intelligence, 9, charm, 9, stamina, 8. Status, eldest daughter of the Lu Xing Group, top of Yen country's 3 major conglomerates. System description, a versatile genius from an elite family with outstanding academic achievements, attaining perfection in arts, music, martial arts, and tea ceremony. Emotions never surface, an absolute egoist. Danger level, S, no dating history, confession available. If rejected, receive 1 reward. For S rank and above, being rejected daily grants 1 lottery chance. An S rank, I stared at the system prompt, my heart shuddering as I nearly cursed aloud. Actually, I'm a time traveler. I've been in this parallel world for 3 years now. In this world, my counterpart is just entering adolescence and, just like in my past life, is an orphan. The catch is, I have no memories whatsoever of this world. When I first realized I didn't have any special cheat-like abilities, I studied like crazy and managed to enter this prestigious international private school by securing one of the 10 highly coveted special admissions slots available each year. This school was a utopia beyond the reach of ordinary people where 99% of the students were scions of prestigious families or wealthy households, future talents destined to shoulder the nation's great responsibilities. For students from ordinary backgrounds, gaining admission to this prestigious institution was not merely a badge of status, it was a golden ticket to transform their destinies. But unexpectedly, when I first encountered a girl at this new school, the system notification suddenly exploded in my mind. Only then did I realize it wasn't that I lacked a golden finger, but that I'd never encountered a character capable of awakening the system before. And this school alone had hundreds of potential confession targets. In short, this place was practically paradise for me. The confession danger levels were divided into 5 tiers. I'm Su Cheng, and the system ranked the mission difficulties as D, C, B, A, S. Both D and C are quite dangerous. I tried following the system's prompts. D is a gentle rejection, while C is a humiliating one. Completing D rewards 10,000 yen coins, but completing C rewards 100,000 yen coins. Today was supposed to be difficulty B, but the system tricked me and assigned S level instead. My mood is absolutely terrible. This school operates on a strict social hierarchy, filled with the children of the wealthy and powerful. If someone wanted me dead, it would be as easy as snapping their fingers, just one word from them, and I'd be exiled by both the underworld and legitimate business circles. Damn it, damn it. The thought sends a chill down my spine, and I shiver. No matter the reason, self-preservation comes first. Right, the S-rank reward. My eyes lit up, this might be the key to turning the tables. Soon, a system notification appeared, informing me that the random item reward had been delivered to my system inventory and advising me to check it. I took a deep breath and focused my consciousness to inspect the item in the system space. This space came with the system after its awakening, vast and capable of storing anything except living beings. All I had to do was touch an item, will it away, and it would be stored. Retrieving it was just as simple, just think of the item, and it would materialize in my hand. But when I saw the red pack of Huazi cigarettes in my hand, my face was filled with astonishment. I never expected the system to reward me with a pack of hard Huazi. I don't smoke. Why are you giving me cigarettes? Even if I did smoke, you shouldn't be so half-hearted, giving me a pack that costs only 45 yuan. What era is this? Smoke up with Eureka 5 if you're gonna smoke. I angrily hurled the cigarette onto the ground. At this moment, the system prompt arrived. This was the face cigarette, its effect being mind and logic control. Every time I handed someone a cigarette and said, "Give me some face," they would unconditionally oblige. Traditional cigarettes are the best. I'll always love traditional cigarettes. I carefully picked up the Mianzi cigarette from the ground, dusting off the packaging with meticulous care. Chapter 2, starting off with a gentle senpai. On the rooftop, a short-haired girl with black hair was holding a communicator and whispering, "How's Team 1 status?" Her name was Yu Wu-ji, a close attendant to Qingyi-ji, assigned to solve problems, execute plans, and provide advice for her. Right now, she was tackling her master's latest challenge. This operation was a test of my character and abilities. The goal was to assess my worth and decide whether I could be of use, all while luring me to a predetermined location. Her short hair gave her a sharp, efficient look. Tall and slender, she had delicate features, but her dark piercing eyes exuded a chilling intensity. An icy aura radiated from her entire being, like a sword unsheathed and ready to strike at any moment. Report to Lady G, the target has appeared. Excellent, initiate the operation. Ji Yuewu issued the command. However, Team 1 stated they couldn't interpret my thoughts and actions, unable to determine my psychological activities and behavioral patterns. Turns out I was holding a cigarette while talking to a dog, saying, "Do me a favor." Team 2 suspected I had intellectual deficiencies, Team 3 thought I was an idiot, and Team 4 proposed stopping me from feeding nicotine to the dog. Himwaki instructed to continue observing. Shortly after, Team 1 reported my movement toward Team 4's direction. Team 4 stood by awaiting orders, and Himwaki commanded them to proceed as planned. The plan was a trope straight out of web novels, the classic rescuing the beauty scenario. Though cliched, it could quickly assess my character and abilities. But then Team 4 suddenly called for backup after being ambushed by a dog with a cigarette dangling from its mouth. They noticed this dog seemed capable of communicating with me, even obeying commands, almost as if it was deliberately giving me face. Himazuki might frown slightly, suspecting I might possess special abilities like the protagonists in urban fantasy novels. She ordered all personnel to retreat and headed toward the staircase alone, her school uniform radiating youthful vitality. Only 3 minutes of control? Hiding in the corner, I watched the timer on my phone and the now normal dog, my expression grave. Though the effect and duration had been tested, a dog was still just a dog, the potential side effects remained unpredictable. It was also unclear whether controlled humans would retain memories of those 3 minutes. If they didn't, this tool would be virtually flawless. But if they did remember, it'd be unusable on people. As soon as I got the prop, I found a dog to test it on, only to stumble upon several burly men surrounding a young girl. I tried calling the police but found no signal, probably caught in a large-scale signal jammer. For all I knew, an S-rank might be monitoring me. Without proof but still needing to help, I sent the dog in to test the prop's effect while hiding nearby. Whether the girl escaped wasn't my problem anymore, I'd done my best. Waiting at the bus stop, I checked my phone and saw the signal was back. If they were monitoring me first, they likely wouldn't make a move on me yet. But the next moment, a fragrant breeze drifted by, revealing a stunning silhouette standing beside me. I looked up and saw this girl wearing the same school shirt, with short black hair and a slender waist. She had tied her school jacket around her hips, pairing black knee-high socks with a short skirt, youthful and lovely. She smiled and asked me, "You're Su Chang, aren't you?" Her voice was soft and sugary sweet. I froze in surprise. At this prestigious school, only scholarship students like me took the bus. Everyone else had private cars. Right now, most students would be at club activities, but since I never joined any clubs, I was one of the few going-home club members left on campus. We'd never met before, yet she knew my name. She seemed to see through my confusion and took out a newspaper from beneath her skirt to hand to me. I took a look and saw the headline, "School Freshman Turns Out to Be a Confession Maniac." Inside were pictures of me during my confessions, along with my face. So, I'd already become this infamous? The line in the article, "An ordinary person trying to marry up to change his life," stood out glaringly. Reading the report, I broke out in a cold sweat. The sarcastic remarks about me in the article were too numerous to count. But I wasn't too upset. After all, I was only in it for the system rewards. So while reading the report, I stole a glance at the girl beside me and noticed she was still smiling at me. Chapter 3, Getting Targeted Right from the Start. "Hello, Su Chang." The girl beamed as she extended her hand toward me. "And you are, senior?" I hesitated slightly before reaching out to shake her hand. Her skin felt unbelievably soft and delicate, and I quickly withdrew my hand. Her school uniform alone confirmed she was definitely a senior. Freshmen wouldn't dare dress like that. "I'm Lu Qingyue from class 3, second grade, the girl introduced softly. "So Senior Lu," I said with a bright smile on my face, though my eyes remained devoid of emotion. I wasn't quite accustomed to such enthusiastic greetings. "Do you find the news club really annoying?" Lu Qingyue suddenly asked, her gaze fixed intently on me. "Ha!" I was momentarily taken aback, finding the question odd, but I nodded politely nonetheless. Lu Qingyue saw me nod and continued, "I can understand how you feel. For ordinary people like us, being maliciously slandered by such rumors is truly infuriating and maddening. We are all students with dignity, all wanting to focus on our studies, not to be harassed by groundless gossip. This kind of thing is terrifying. Just a simple turn of phrase can easily condemn someone. That's definitely not justice." Lu Qingyue slightly closed her eyes as she spoke, her face twisting in pain, as if recalling her own experiences of being wronged. She refused to open them, making it hard to tell whether her emotions were genuine or feigned. But my system only reveals character data panels after a failed confession, so I couldn't tell if this senior was sincerely kind or harboring some ulterior motive. Senior, it seems the report is factually accurate. I hesitated for a moment but ultimately told the truth. Lu Qingyue's eyes suddenly flew open upon hearing this, glaring at me with an exasperated expression before snatching the newspaper. Pointing at the words social climbing opportunist, she asked agitatedly, "And this? Is this also factual?" "That part isn't true." I shook my head. From beginning to end, I'd always hoped they would reject my confessions. "I can understand how you feel right now, because I've been through the exact same experience before." Lu Qingyue clutched the newspaper excitedly, pointing at my photo inside and said, "It's barely been a week since school started, yet you're about to face 3 years of gossip, isolation, and ridicule. This will only have a severe negative impact on your studies." After speaking, Lu Qingyue looked at me with visible worry. "The senior makes a valid point, but as you said yourself, as an ordinary person, there's no way to stop these things. Since it's unavoidable, why resist?" "That's exactly why I came to find you," Lu Qingyue said as she folded the newspaper, adding, "Because I understand what you're going through, and as another ordinary person, I want to offer you help." Lu Qingyue's words were sincerely spoken, and I felt somewhat moved. Yet I still shook my head and replied, "No need to trouble yourself, senior. Just let them be. I still plan to confess my feelings later anyway, so there's no need to owe someone a favor for no reason." "How can you say that?" Lu Qingyue's face flashed with disappointment upon hearing this, her pretty features falling as she looked utterly dejected, even frustrated by his lack of appreciation. Then she raised her head with resolute determination and declared, "You must never compromise on something like this." At this point, she lowered her head again, her body trembling slightly as she murmured, "School should be a place that fills people with happiness, but this kind of thing." Suddenly lifting her gaze, she continued, "I can't bear it. That's why I want to help you, to make sure you're not alone, so when you look back on these campus days someday, it won't be so painful." Her voice was gentle yet unwavering, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, she radiated quiet conviction. "Senpai." I was deeply moved, never expecting there to be such significance behind it. How extraordinarily kind-hearted she is to willingly reach out to someone like me who's been ostracized and excluded, and to want me to feel less alone. At this moment, I couldn't help but think, if someone like her had appeared in my past life, perhaps I wouldn't even exist in this world now. But the world doesn't deal in ifs. Now that I have this system, someone as gentle as her would only slow down my progress in earning rewards, so I have no choice but to reject her kindness. "Senior, But before I could finish speaking, the bus suddenly arrived. "Junior, the bus is here." Lu Qingyue rubbed her cheeks and flashed a bright smile to remind me. "I happen to be taking this bus too. Let's talk on the bus then," Lu Qingyue said as she boarded, leaving me no choice but to follow. As soon as we entered, Lu Qingyue patted her skirt and suddenly turned back with an awkward expression. "Junior, I forgot my transit card, could you swipe for me?" "All right, senior." I instinctively cast a gentlemanly glance at her stocking-clad legs, then smiled and took out my bus pass to swipe it twice. "Junior, sit here." Lu Qingyue pointed to the seat beside her. I had no choice but to comply and sit down. Only when she saw me seated next to her did Lu Qingyue show a relieved smile. "I'll transfer the money to you, and let's add each other on WeChat while we're at it. You can ask me anything in the future, I'm on your side." Lu Qingyue flashed a pure, first love-like smile. "Oh, okay." In that moment, I felt like I had fallen in love, startling myself as I quickly responded. "This woman is way too lethal. I need to keep my distance or I'll definitely get conquered by her." I silently made up my mind. Soon after, we exchanged contact information. "If you don't want your senior's help, then there's another way." Lu Qingyue seemed to sense my reluctance to trouble others and changed her approach. "What way?" "Clubs. Seek protection within a school club, they'll have some reservations one way or another and won't dare publish those reports recklessly." This. Hearing Lu Qingyue's suggestion, I was startled and suddenly realized the solution to break the impasse. It's using magic to defeat magic. Since that S rank from the archery club is troubling me, I'll just seek protection from another S rank. That way, at the very least, my personal safety would be guaranteed. After all, when you hit a dog, you still have to consider its owner. Ugh, what a terrible analogy. "Then, do you have any suggestions, senior?" I looked at Lu Qingyue expectantly. This was related to whether I'd get beaten up during future confessions. Clubs like archery, kendo, or martial arts aren't suitable for ordinary students like us, so I suggest you choose a club with lower financial costs. For example, the Board Game Club, or the Far East Magic Nap Society, or even the Service Club, Food Research Club, Neighborhood Club, Light Music Club, and so on. Did you just name a few weird club names? I paused, confused. Huh? Are they weird? Well, just a few of them sound oddly familiar. Really? Lu Qingyue was briefly startled by my response but then smiled. Club names are pretty much like that everywhere, sounding familiar is normal. Have you decided yet? I want to join a club with few people, one that will approve my application and can shelter me. After pondering for a moment, I voiced my thoughts. Then there's only one that fits your criteria. Lu Qingyue stared at me unblinkingly, as if scrutinizing me. Yes? Social Practice Department. Lu Qingyue slowly uttered the name of the club, a peculiar glimmer flickering in her eyes. Social Practice Club? I murmured to myself before looking up and asking, how many members are there? Will they approve my application? Because of her unique circumstances, she's the only one in the club. I think if you're courageous enough to approach her, she'll definitely accept you. Special identity? The daughter of the mayor of Flametown, Gu Ruoxue. My heart skipped a beat as I instinctively gulped. In a luxurious villa, Lu Qingyue, no, rather, Ji Yuewu, dressed in a long maid outfit, entered the grand hall respectfully. She bowed toward the person reading in the study and said, young mistress, I have returned. Ji Qingyi sat at the table, holding a scroll in one hand and flipping through it with the other. Without raising her head at Ji Yuewu's words, she casually asked, well? In reply to the young mistress, he will join Gu Ruoxue's club tomorrow. Ji Yuewu stood straight as she answered. His reaction. Ji Yuewu recollected and said, at the time when Gu Ruoxue was dating him, she used her real name. Strangely, though, he showed no reaction to that name. It was as if he had never even heard of her before. Instead, he seemed utterly shocked by the background details. Sounds like selective amnesia. It appears that Gu Ruoxue's departure affected him so intensely that, in an act of self-preservation, he repressed certain memories, either things he didn't want to remember or situations he sought to escape. My name is Su Chang. Quite a lot happened to me today, and now I'll tell you all about it. Ji Qingyi set down the scroll in her hand, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. But that's not important, she said. As long as Gu Ruoxue hasn't lost her memory, all is well. Ji Yuewu explained, but personally, I think he's been possessed. Ji Qingyi arched an eyebrow. Possessed? This was a new term to her. She cast a cold glance at Ji Yuewu and said, I'll say this one last time, stop reading all that nonsense from now on. I don't want to hear any more words I can't understand, got it? After saying that, she returned to her book. Hayuki quickly lowered her head, nodding repeatedly while saying understood. The words she originally intended to speak were swallowed back. After all, breaking her young mistress's entrenched mindset would require gradual effort. Upon returning home, the first thing I did was open my character panel. Rejection reward system displayed that one attempt could be made per day, refreshing at midnight. The host was me, Su Chang, with intelligence 7, charm 6, stamina 4. The system description stated I was utterly ordinary and unnoticeable among the crowd. I was a first-year student in Class 2 of Yen Country's private academy, with assets totaling 257,300 yen coins. The system showed no skills, but had one item, face-saving cigarettes. The supplementary rules also mentioned numerous regulations. After daily resets, exclamation marks would appear above confession targets' heads. The system's navigation function could be used once daily to pinpoint the location of specified level targets. After failures, the target character's attributes would be revealed. Rewards varied depending on danger levels, with higher risks yielding better prizes, etc. Finally, it emphasized that all consequences would be borne solely by the host. Aside from an extra item called face cigarettes appearing in the system's inventory, nothing much had changed. I currently had 19 cigarettes, meaning I could make 19 creatures give me face, almost like having the powers of a face fruit ability. The average person's attribute points hover around 5. My intelligence was slightly higher, but as the system noted, I was otherwise thoroughly mediocre, my stamina being particularly pitiful. After arriving in this world, the only way I could change my fate was through academics, so I buried myself in studies with no time left for physical training. But I do have decent looks, standing at 1.75 meters tall, though not as burly and robust as those basketball club guys. I'm certainly not frail either. The place I'm currently in is officially called the XX United States, a nation led by Yen Country with its culture at the core. I live in Yanqing, the capital city. I can't use the system navigation anymore, I muttered as I closed the system panel. Using it today led me straight to S-Class Ji Qingyi, causing me no small amount of trouble. Then I headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As an orphan living alone in this ordinary rented apartment, I only pay about 5,000 yen in monthly rent thanks to orphan subsidies. Otherwise, rents in this third-ring district of the world's center would cost over 10,000. It's about a 10-minute bus ride from here to the school. I used to work part-time after school, but a few days ago, my failed confession was rewarded with 110,000 yen coins by the system, so I don't have to worry about money for now. After dinner, I went back to my bedroom, turned on my computer, and logged into the game. I don't actually like gaming, but since this world has games from my previous life, they've become an occasional way for me to unwind. Playing games helps me relieve stress when I'm in a bad mood, and the gaming environment here is great. Online harassment is illegal, and the matchmaking system pairs you with people from the same city. But after playing for a long time, I looked at my match history, nothing but glaring red defeat signs. I took a deep breath and rubbed my temples. After gaming, I forgot about the unpleasant things from today. I turned off the computer, washed up in the bathroom, and lay down in bed, but no matter how much I tossed and turned, I just couldn't fall asleep. After repeating this cycle hundreds of times, I got up again and turned on the computer, only to see SVP written on every match's performance review. Upon closer inspection, I realized the entire page was filled with the words "got trolled." I already lived miserably before transmigrating, and now I'm still miserable after transmigrating? Then didn't I transmigrate for nothing? The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, and my state of mind underwent a subtle change. I looked at the recent teammates list and found a player whose ID was Cute and Noble, who had trolled me for 3 consecutive matches. This person happened to be in the post-match stats screen, so I waited until they entered matchmaking before clicking ranked queue. After successfully matching and confirming, I saw them join the game. Very well. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of my lips. After over 10 minutes into the match, I lifted my hands from the keyboard and mouse to stretch my fingers before gracefully placing them back. My fingers glided slowly across the keyboard as if playing a piano. In the game, I called Adorable and Noble an idiot, saying he sucked at playing and that running into him was bad luck. He responded with a flood of garbled text. Meanwhile, in a villa a couple of miles from my home, a golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty named Cornelia, with porcelain doll features, was consumed by boundless fury. Her lips bled unnoticed from biting them too hard with her pearly teeth. She screamed hysterically, hammering her keyboard in a rage, spewing strings of gibberish to vent her frustration. Her father was a British diplomat, and her mother was an attorney from Yen country, giving her mixed Yen-British heritage. She was currently a second-year student at Yen City's private academy. She was privileged, accustomed to a life of comfort, doted on since childhood and always the center of attention. But today, being called an idiot by me when she had genuinely tried her best in the game, she wiped her tears only to see them stream down again. Sniffling from her stuffy nose, she finally buried herself under the blankets, sobbing uncontrollably in frustration. Ah, that felt good. Lying on my bed, I smirked in satisfaction. It had been a while since I'd felt this unburdened. I didn't even realize how my mindset had shifted. Just then, my phone pinged with a notification. I barely had any friends, and even those I did have never messaged me. Picking it up, I saw the text was from Senior Lou, whom I just met that day. She offered to take me to the club building tomorrow. I replied briefly, saying there was no need to trouble her, I could go on my own, then drifted off to sleep. The next day, ding-a-ling, I slowly climbed out of bed, rubbing my bleary eyes, and instinctively headed for the bathroom. Passing through the living room, I glanced at the digital clock on the wall. At 7 o'clock on Thursday morning, I brushed my teeth, washed my face, put on my school uniform, adjusted my hair and collar, took bread and milk from the fridge, grabbed my school bag, and headed for the bus stop. Today, I set a new record for confessions. As I walked and ate, I pondered who to confess to next, or perhaps visit the club in the afternoon to find that S-rank girl named Guru Oshue. Just as I was thinking, a black private car slowly pulled up beside me. The window rolled down, revealing a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. Hey, her voice was as clear as a nightingale's, and she seemed hesitant, as if struggling to speak. I was taken aback for a moment, raising my head to size her up. The beautiful girl before me was petite with golden twin tails swaying behind her. Dressed in our school uniform, she had snow-white skin and a sweet, adorable face with large sapphire-like eyes that seemed capable of speech, exceptionally cute and charming. The only noticeable flaw was her heavy dark circles, clearly revealing a sleepless night. Even someone so attractive doesn't pay attention to her sleep schedule. Who are you? I asked after swallowing my food. I wasn't particularly interested in those without exclamation marks hovering above their heads. You jerk. The girl's pretty face twisted with anger at my question. Are you messing with me? You confessed to me just the day before yesterday. Oh, sorry, just woke up and didn't remember. It finally dawned on me she was the daughter of that diplomat I'd humiliated 2 days ago. I grew even more puzzled. What did this proud blonde want with me? Can I help you? I asked in confusion. Get in the car, we'll talk there. The proud blonde looked embarrassed, glancing around nervously before shaking his head as if trying to cover something up. Don't get any ideas, I just want to apologize for what happened last time, he said hastily. An apology? That's not necessary, I was partly to blame too, putting you on the spot with that public confession. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Just 2 days ago, this guy had been acting all high and mighty, his sudden apology took me by surprise. But, the blonde Sundara's face was full of embarrassment, seemingly wanting to speak but unable to say anything. In the end, she bit her lips lightly. Noticing this, I said, if we got out of the same car, it might cause you unnecessary trouble. Only then did the blonde realize this could lead to misunderstandings. Still wearing a prideful expression, she angrily rolled up the car window. Honestly, I won't bother with you anymore. I responded softly, watching as her car slowly drove away. Then I opened my browsing history to look up information on the blonde I'd previously confessed to. I'd long forgotten her name, but since she was willing to humble herself and apologize today, I felt obliged to remember it now. Target, William Henry Cornelia. Intelligence, 4.5. Charm, 8 stamina, 3 status, daughter of the British Commissioner to Yen. System description, a popular beauty at school, her twin pigtails practically a registered trademark. With golden hair like an artisan's masterpiece, clear blue eyes, and porcelain white skin, any man meeting her for the first time would inevitably find his gaze instantly drawn to her. But her personality is ferocious, passionate, and obsessive. Danger level, C, failed, no confessions allowed for 1 month. As such a long name, can't be bothered to remember. Gee, this intelligence. I couldn't help but mutter while looking at the profile. With an IQ of only 4.5, I can understand why she humiliated me back then. After all, someone with that IQ speaks without thinking and only regrets it afterward. Closing the system panel, I boarded the bus and soon arrived at school. As I entered the school gates, I could feel the scrutinizing and disdainful gazes around me. Can't be helped, the term social climber would draw contempt no matter who it's pinned on. I pretended not to notice and walked straight to the classroom. On the way, I ran into an acquaintance, Ji Chingy, who in my eyes was just a local girl. She wore the school uniform with black tights underneath, her legs straight and slender, her figure tall and graceful, exuding an elegant demeanor. Lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a particularly alluring beauty mark at the corner of her left eye. Her stunning face showed no emotion, utterly indifferent to everything around her. Aside from her modest bust, she was flawless. I couldn't help but marvel at how such a cold yet breathtakingly beautiful girl existed. I wonder if she'd ever act coy if someone managed to win her over. She walked down the middle of the hallway like a block of millennia-old ice, exuding an aura so chilling it warned strangers to keep their distance. Her lifeless black eyes brimmed with indifference and disdain as she advanced step by step. Everyone around her instinctively gave way, offering sidelong glances of respect. Her presence was overwhelming. I pretended not to see her and walked straight toward her. As we brushed past each other, Ji Chingy cast a sidelong glance my way, though I didn't notice. I entered the classroom, made my way to my seat by the window at the back, dropped my bag, and pulled out my textbook according to the schedule. Then, leaning my head on my hand, I stared out at the scenery beyond the window, lost in thought. There were potential confession targets in my class, but I hadn't chosen any of them. Even rabbits don't nibble the grass by their burrows. To avoid awkwardness, I never confessed to classmates. I studied very well and used to consistently rank first in my grade, which was how I got into the school. If I didn't have the system before, I would have continued competing for first place. But now with the system, I have to pretend to be average. What if I became too outstanding and someone actually accepted my confession? Sue. Just as I was thinking, I heard a male classmate's voice call out. I snapped out of my thoughts and realized he was calling me, quite startled, since I'd never actively befriended anyone in class. I turned my head and saw a bespectacled boy standing nearby with a beaming smile, his face radiating warmth. "You are?" I asked in confusion. "I'm Eddie," the boy introduced himself. "Can I help you?" I nodded. "Well, Miss Sue, I'd like to ask you something." The boy hesitated. "Go ahead," I said, looking at him. Eddie took a deep breath, his face full of expectation. "I want to know how to stop feeling awkward." Question mark. I was completely baffled, my face full of question marks. "Actually, I think you're very brave, and it encouraged me. Yesterday, I confessed to the class monitor via text, but she hasn't replied yet." "Are you serious right now?" I laughed in exasperation. This guy was basically rubbing salt in my wounds, as if my failed confession wasn't awkward enough. "Please help me out. You must know what to do, otherwise, you wouldn't be confessing to someone new every day. I don't want to be so embarrassed in class that I can't even look anyone in the eye." Eddie pleaded, his face full of desperation. Sigh. I exhaled. "Fine, if it's alright with you, show me the messages." "Thank you." Eddie quickly took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to me. Upon seeing the chat history, I was nearly mortified. "Eddie, you there?" "Eddie, class president, actually, I like you." "Eddie, will you be my girlfriend?" A few hours later. "Eddie, WTF, who hacked my account?" "Eddie, sorry, that wasn't me just now." From beginning to end, the class monitor never responded. Reading this chat history makes me cringe so hard I could dig a seaside villa with my toes. "You might as well say you were possessed by a ghost," I retorted bluntly, handing the phone back to him. "There are no such things as ghosts." "Then was your account hacked?" Eddie was rendered speechless. Claiming ghost possession might at least make her laugh, saying you got hacked is just embarrassing. I waved my hand impatiently, signaling it was hopeless, then looked out the window, ignoring Eddie. Eddie stared at me with a disappointed expression before gritting his teeth and typing on his phone. "Eddie, class president." "Eddie, yesterday, it was our class's confession maniac Suchung who snatched my phone and sent that." Chapter 6. That's it? Morning classes ended. Everything was the same as usual, but if he had to point out a difference, it would be that the class president kept glancing back at him every now and then. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the class president seemed to have some grievance against him, that look of wanting to say something yet hesitating, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was wrong. Could she possibly like me? Is she going to confess to me? Or have I gotten handsomer again? At the thought of this possibility, Soo-chung couldn't help but gasp in shock. This kind of thing is simply too terrifying. Even he, the love proclamation maniac, didn't go out of his way to embarrass the class president, yet now the class president plans to embarrass him. This is absolutely unacceptable. Thud. The sudden notification sound from his phone startled him. He held his breath and picked it up, silently praying it wasn't a message from the class monitor. As the class monitor, she had everyone's WeChat. But when he saw it was from Senior Lu, he let out a sigh of relief. Lu Qingyue, hey Junior, want to have lunch together in the cafeteria at noon? He quickly replied, no thanks, I brought bread, I'll just eat in the classroom. He then surveyed the classroom. Nearly all his classmates had gone to the cafeteria for lunch, and the few remaining girls were packing up their things to leave. So now, only he remains sitting in the classroom. Well, time to eat. He stood up and headed toward the door. After leaving the classroom, he headed straight for the rooftop, his usual spot for eating and sleeping. Thanks to the system's storage space, he kept plenty of prepared meals there. Since time didn't flow within that space, the food remained exactly as it was when stored. Extremely convenient. However, the system space couldn't store living beings, nor did he know just how large that space actually was. As soon as he willed it, a supermarket boxed meal appeared in his hand, still steaming hot, as if freshly made. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, he lay directly on the chair and began his afternoon nap. There was only one class in the afternoon, and even that was physical education. Physical fitness was his weak point. He really needed a good rest. He wasn't part of any club right now, so he could head home by 3. He lay down on the chair and rested for about 10 minutes. But then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairwell. He suddenly sprang up from his seat and turned toward the source of the sound. There stood a long-haired girl in a school uniform, wearing a shoulder badge marked, Disciplinary Committee, slowly walking toward the rooftop. His eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of her badge, recognizing her as today's rooftop supervisor. Normally, rooftop supervisors only came in the afternoon to lock the door, but today's disciplinary officer unexpectedly showed up at noon instead of taking a nap. And what's more, this person has an exclamation mark above their head. They're eligible for a confession. Classmate, what are you doing here? The girl looked at Su Chang sitting on the chair and asked. Jerkin it. Su Chang replied. Upon hearing this, the discipline committee member froze momentarily before frowning. Please speak Mandarin. Sleeping. Su Chang retorted irritably. After all, having his sleep disturbed left him somewhat irritated. The disciplinary committee member noticed Su Chang but continued asking, Classmate, you, aren't students allowed up here at noon? Su Chang directly cut in and retorted unhappily. Not. The discipline committee member shook her head. I just hope you can scoot over a bit, because I also want to sit down and rest. Ha! Su Chang froze for a moment, then quickly shuffled sideways to make space. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude to Su Chang, the discipline committee member sat down beside him. Are you shutting yourself in? Su Chang suddenly asked. After all, the rooftop is reputed to be the sacred sanctuary for loners. Yes. The disciplinary committee member nodded, her expression turning somewhat gloomy. Why? Su Chang felt puzzled. This disciplinary committee member seemed different from how he usually appeared. The committee member sighed, lowered his head, and stared at the violation record form in his hands. The harder I try to do my job properly, the more people around me push me away, he said. Then why not resign from the disciplinary committee? Su Chang couldn't help asking. But someone has to do this kind of thing. The disciplinary committee member looked up at Su Chang and said, if I resign, then the next person will have to endure the same pressure. Su Chang was momentarily stunned. Yet another kind and gentle beauty, as expected of a prestigious school. Today's confession target is definitely her, so I have no choice but to endure it. The disciplinary committee member forced a bitter smile, one that carried an indescribable sorrow. Then, she looked up at the distant sky and said softly, but after saying it out loud, I feel much better in my heart. Having said that, she turned her gaze to Su Chang. May I ask what your name is, classmate? Su Chang opened his mouth, then pointed at his own face, the confession maniac. Swish. With a swishing sound, she suddenly sprang up from her seat and pointed at Su Chang, exclaiming in surprise, You're Su Chang? Don't believe me? Su Chang stood up as well, swiftly closing the distance between them. What are you trying to do? The disciplinary committee member quickly took 2 steps back, as if guessing his intention, and spoke with a hint of panic. I want to disrupt your discipline, so, will you be my girlfriend? Su Chang stared into her eyes, speaking with an expression both earnest and intense. His words made the disciplinary committee member's pretty face turn crimson again in an instant. No way. How could I knowingly break the rules? With that, she hurried toward the stairs of the rooftop, but her legs were already trembling from being scared by the confession maniac. Unable to steady herself, she stumbled and staggered away from the rooftop, heading back to her classroom. I may be a confession maniac, but I'm not a chainsaw maniac. What's there to be afraid of? Su Chang simply felt baffled. It seems she's only a D rank? Confession failed. Character information loading. Target, Hoshino Mirai. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 7. Stamina, 4. Status, heiress to Chienka Real Estate, a Fortune 500 company. System description, born into a privileged family yet without a trace of arrogance, ranking among the top in academic performance, humble in character, kind and beautiful, yet at heart, extremely naive and fragile. Danger level, B. Failed, cannot continue within 1 month. Is this all a level B threat amounts to? Su Chang was somewhat puzzled. After all, the C level had been humiliating last time. Logically, even at its worst, a B level should have warranted at least a beating. Congratulations, host. You have completed 1 B-level danger event. Reward, 1 random attribute point. Host's attributes have now changed. Stamina, 5. Not bad, as long as it's not charisma. Su Chang let out a sigh of relief. He then stood up and checked his body, noticing that his physical constitution seemed to have improved somewhat, with noticeable increases in both strength and speed. What's going on? Why are you in such a fluster? Hoshino Kazuki watched as his younger sister came running down from the rooftop with a flushed face and asked curiously, "Brother, don't ask me, Hoshino Mirai looked at her brother, her face turning even redder. Fidgeting nervously, she finally stammered out, "It's nothing. I'll just head back to class first." Hoshino Ichiki gazed at his younger sister's retreating figure, lost in thought, then turned to the friend behind him and said, "Go check who's on the rooftop." The only reason he didn't go up himself was the fear he might act on impulse if he saw someone there. After all, it was his sister's duty day, and he didn't want to put her in an awkward position. Got it. His friend responded and immediately headed upstairs. Soon, he spotted Su Chang, then came back down to where Hikari Hoshino stood and whispered a few words into his ear. What? Hikari Hoshino's face flushed with anger. That confession maniac actually confessed to my little sister. How shameless. I'd love to see what this Su Chang is relying on. No, I'm going up right now to discipline this freshman. Several of Hoshino Kazuki's friends immediately stood up, ready to go upstairs and confront Su Chang, but Kazuki quickly grabbed them and shook his head saying, "Don't act rashly, this is a family matter. None of you are to interfere. My sister's on duty today. I'll go see him personally tomorrow." Hoshino Kazuki took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger for the moment, then spoke to the group with a grim expression. Chapter 7, Even More Handsome Now? Afternoon. Physical Education Class. After running 3 kilometers, what used to be a nightmare for him, he now felt it was even a bit unsatisfying. Just that single attribute point made him feel as if his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. But this inevitably made him realize just how monstrous the 8-point stamina of that S-rank Jichingi truly was. After the run, the class began their individual activities. Just as Su Chang was preparing to solo play tennis against a wall to test his reflexes, he suddenly noticed someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned his head and saw the awkward guy from this morning, Eddie, who was now grinning at him enthusiastically. His face lit up with excitement. "Can I team up with you?" Eddie asked softly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Chang found this both unexpected and inexplicably baffling. "No, I'm playing alone. Now move aside if you've got nothing important. I want to be your friend." Eddie quickly grabbed Su Chang's hand, his words leaving her even more bewildered. What kind of situation is this? This Eddie was actually quite popular among their classmates. Why on earth would you want to be friends with someone like him? Is there some ulterior motive here? Or are your sexual preferences not exactly standard? At this thought, Su Chang's sphincter clenched in alarm, making him hastily shake off Eddie's hand and stumble backwards several steps. "Please stay away from me." Su Chang stared warily at Eddie. "No, I think you've misunderstood." Eddie quickly shook his head, explaining, "I just want to be friends with you." At that moment, the tennis ball in Eddie's hand fell, and Su Chang, looking down, saw it roll right to her feet. He was about to reflexively bend down to pick up the ball when suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned and bolted. Seeing this, Eddie stood frozen in place, letting out a bitter chuckle. Why did he even want to be friends with Su Chang? Because today, he'd shamelessly pinned his failed confession on her, and the class monitor actually believed it. This means that as long as he builds a good relationship with Su Chang, he can shamelessly shift the blame endlessly. Such a plan with all gain and no loss. How could he possibly miss this opportunity? So no matter what, he must establish a good connection with Su Chang. After all, he was already known as the confession maniac. What difference would a few dozen more make? He only needed one success to hit the jackpot. Soon, he began searching everywhere for Su Chang, but after looking for a long time, he couldn't find her. Finally, he spotted her alone by the tennis court, watching the girls sweating as they swung their rackets. "Hey!" Eddie shouted, then walked up to Su Chang. "Why are you here again?" Seeing Eddie appear, Su Chang frowned and asked. Eddie said with a grin, "Why are you avoiding me?" Su Chang shook her head helplessly and said, "I don't want to play with you. I want to play with you, let me buy you a drink." Eddie held out a drink to Su Chang. He had just bought it from the vending machine. "I don't want it." Su Chang refused without hesitation. This was an act of unearned kindness, which Su Chang found extremely off-putting. He couldn't shake the feeling that this Eddie must have some ulterior motive for approaching him. "Fine then." Eddie somewhat disappointedly took back the drink, then turned his gaze toward the tennis courts and said, "Tell me, if I brought water to the tennis courts, do you think those girls would take a liking to me?" Having withdrawal symptoms again? Su Chang looked at Eddie with undisguised disdain. What a hopeless simp through and through. Fortunately, Eddie had studied at this school since childhood, because outside these walls were swarms of gold diggers and manipulative girls who'd chew up and spit out a naive rich kid like him. While everyone else simply carried their water bottles to PE class, he practically had to make a spectacle of hauling his around. Wasn't he just asking to be embarrassed? No way, being around this kind of person would absolutely kill me with cringe. At this thought, even Su Chang, infamous as the confession maniac, decided to stay far away from this awkward fellow. Dog addiction? What does that mean? Eddie froze. It was the first time he'd heard this term and found it utterly bizarre. He instinctively turned to look at Su Chang beside him, only to discover she'd vanished without a trace. Forget it, I'll just go buy some water for those girls instead. Eddie gazed at the girls on the tennis court and thought, to chase girls, you've got to be considerate. Plus, it helps with class relations too. With that thought, he wasted no time. He immediately turned around and went to buy a crate of water from the nearby store. Soon he carried it into the tennis court, and several girls noticed Eddie, picking up nearby water bottles to take sips. "Eddie, what are you?" At that moment, a tall figure approached Eddie and asked in puzzlement. Eddie turned to look and saw it was the class monitor. "I bought some water to distribute to everyone." With that, Eddie put the water tank he was carrying down on the ground. Eddie bought some water. Does anyone need a drink? The class monitor turned to ask a few girls, but they all shook their heads in unison. Some even held up their water bottles, making their refusal obvious. Two girls even whispered while staring at Eddie, and another couldn't help but laugh out loud. "We appreciate the thought, but I think you should return this water." The class monitor looked at Eddie with a smile as she spoke, then turned and walked away. His face instantly flushed red, never expecting such an outcome from his well-intentioned efforts. He simply felt too ashamed to show his face, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear right then and there. This was awkward enough to be considered social suicide, but since he had experience with this sort of thing, it was hardly a challenge for him. He bowed his head, clenched his fists, then took a deep breath before suddenly looking up at the girls and shouting, "Su Chang made me buy these. He said if you don't drink them, he'll confess to each of you one by one." As his words fell, several girls instantly fell silent. "He even said he'd confess every time he sees her," Eddie repeated firmly, his tone even more resolute. Then, as if daring to prove his point, he grabbed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down in one go. After finishing, he turned and ran. He ran so fast that he vanished from the tennis court in the blink of an eye. The girls remained frozen in shock and disbelief. None had expected Eddie to say such words here. Su Chang? Su Chang. This Su Chang is truly vicious. No wonder she didn't come. Maybe she's watching from the shadows right now to see who hasn't drunk the water. The class monitor beside her gulped. She knew exactly how bold Su Chang could be. After all, he'd even dared to confess to Senior G. Was there anything he wouldn't do? She absolutely didn't think Su Chang was joking. Have you ever seen a madman crack jokes? What if she was walking across campus and he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, presenting her with a bouquet of roses and declaring his love in front of everyone? The thought of such a scene sent shivers down her spine. Reflexively, she strode to the water dispenser, grabbed a bottle without hesitation, twisted the cap open, and gulped it down. With someone taking the lead, their class monitor no less, the other girls followed suit in panic. They scrambled to grab water bottles and drank them straight down without a second thought. Since Su Chang and Eddie had just interacted outside the tennis court, none of these girls doubted the authenticity. After all, right after their conversation, Eddie went straight to buy water. Isn't that proof enough? One can imagine how terrifying the notoriety of the confession maniac truly is. After all, that man is a man who could single-handedly embarrass whoever he wished. The wind is quite boisterous today. With a blade of grass between his teeth, Su Chang slowly rose from the shade of the tree and headed toward his classroom. "Ha, why are there more of them now?" Su Chang noticed several girls in the class looking at him with strange expressions and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Could the increased attribute points have actually made me more handsome? Su Chang narcissistically stroked his face and muttered to himself, that probably wouldn't happen, right? Chapter 8. I'll go find him personally. Ding-a-ling. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Chang headed straight for the school gate with his backpack, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten something. So what exactly did I forget? Su Chang stopped in his tracks, rubbing his head in frustration, but no matter how hard he tried, the elusive memory refused to surface. Oh right, my phone's dead. Su Chang suddenly realized he remembered his phone was out of battery and urgently needed to go home to charge it. So he dashed toward the school gate, intending to take the bus home. It seems you need to be taught a lesson. On the rooftop, a short-haired girl in black watched the figure exiting the school gate, her eyes gleaming with cold light. She was stood up by Su Chang. If she simply let Su Chang go home like this, she wouldn't be able to explain it to her young mistress. So today, she absolutely had to teach Su Chang an unforgettable lesson, one that would make him remember and fear its consequences. She had to force him to seek refuge at the club today. From today's physical education class, she had already noticed that Su Chang's physical fitness was extremely poor, clearly lacking any extraordinary strength, so she decided to resort to brute force directly. Of course, she wouldn't intervene personally. On the surface, she would always remain the gentle and considerate senior. As for his supposed ability to influence minds, she had taken complete precautions. She had even cleared the area of all surrounding living beings in advance. Bus stop. Junior. Lu Qingyue's voice suddenly rang out. He turned to look and saw her standing nearby, smiling brightly at him while playfully winking her left eye, an expression both adorable and mischievous. Hello, senior. Su Chang greeted politely. He had already started treating Lu Qingyue as just an ordinary friend. After all, this senior was both gentle and good-looking. Who would want to reject her? Didn't you go to the club building? With this reminder, Su Chang finally realized what he had forgotten. Since he ran out of confessions, he had entirely forgotten about meeting Gu Ruoshuet at the club today. But even now that he remembered, he shook his head apologetically and said, Senior, I don't think I need to join the club anymore. Hearing Su Chang's words, Lu Qingyue's smile froze for an instant before quickly returning to normal as she asked, Did something happen? Su Chang suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh, then gazed into the distance and muttered, No matter how spacious someone else's roof is, it's better to have your own umbrella. Hearing Su Chang's words, Lu Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected his mindset to undergo such a dramatic change in just one day. What on earth had happened during this time? Had he perhaps acquired some formidable new ability? She had no way of knowing. One can only say, this is truly the experience befitting a protagonist. Lu Qingyue placed her index finger on her chin as if lost in thought. After a long pause, she suddenly looked up and saw several figures approaching them. She then spoke up, Junior, why are those people walking towards us? Do you know them? Their target seems to be you. Seeing Su Chang remain silent, Lu Qingyue frowned before turning to look at him with a worried expression. Su. Yet before a single word could be uttered, her expression instantly froze stiff. Her entire body petrified as she stood rooted to the spot, rendered utterly speechless. Because Su Chang had already fucking vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but an empty bus stop sign. What kind of protagonist abandons a woman and runs away in this sort of situation? Watching Su Chang disappear into the distance, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but silently scoff in her heart. She truly hadn't expected this Su Chang to be so timid, unexpectedly abandoning her on the spot and running away. Could he have seen through my identity? The thought crossed her mind before she shook her head in dismissal. After all, only the young lady of the school knew her true identity. It seems online novels really are a meaningless waste of time. After much pondering, Lu Qingyue couldn't figure it out, so she could only laugh at herself in disappointment, concluding that Su Chang was just an oddly behaved ordinary person. Everything before had merely been her own overactive imagination. Just as she sighed in disappointment, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. She turned her head abruptly and was stunned by the sight that would be etched in her memory forever, her entire expression freezing in an instant. Senpai, run! She saw Su Chang sprinting down the middle of the road, with 3 wolfhounds chasing behind him. These were pets owned by one of the VIP tier students. For some reason all 3 were now pursuing Su Chang, even holding cigarettes in their jaws as they gave chase. As for the school's VIP tier, her young mistress was also among that privileged circle. Miscalculation. This was an utterly terrifying sight that made her gasp in shock. If his subordinates chose to harm these dogs, they would undoubtedly face severe consequences. After all, these were her master's most treasured possessions. Run for your lives, these dogs are targeting the bottom lane. Su Chang ran while shouting loudly to the people ahead, his booming voice reaching everyone's ears. Instantly, the surrounding crowd scattered in panic, fearing those ferocious wolfhounds might charge at them and take a bite. Strangely enough, as he shouted, the 3 dogs suddenly accelerated like runaway horses, charging toward several people not far behind Lu Qingyue. Wu Hua! and they're specifically targeting the lower body. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue's face instantly paled with shock, her mind going completely blank. Although the three dogs had passed her by, her people were all behind her and now she could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. In the end, she gritted her silver teeth and forced out a few words through clenched jaws, "Despicable outsiders. They're Lady Awayuki's dogs." Behind him, his companions finally realized what was happening. Their expressions changed all at once, and with startled cries, their faces twisted in terror as they yelled, "Run," before scattering in every direction. But these dogs were relentless, chasing them like shadows, scaring them so much that their livers trembled, and they hurriedly summoned all their strength, desperately running away. "Senior Lu." Su Cheng approached Lu Qingyue and patted her chest, saying with lingering fear, "That scared me to death. I thought I was going to get bitten by dogs. No injuries, right?" Senior Lu forced an awkward smile that didn't reach her eyes. She felt utterly stifled inside. Though she clearly knew the dog had been brought by Su Cheng, she could only pretend to be completely unaware. "Of course not. I'm just a fast runner. Glad you're okay. That scene just now nearly scared me to death." Lu Qingyue also patted her chest with a lingering fear expression before continuing, "By the way, where were you just now? How did you end up being chased by dogs?" Su Cheng replied gloomily, "I was just about to use the toilet when these three dogs suddenly appeared from nowhere and started chasing me. Of course I had to run, but I didn't know where to go, so instinctively I ran here." Without caring whether Lu Qingyue believed her or not, Su Cheng continued speaking nonsense with a straight face. "There are still many kind people in this world. Just now, those big guys behind you sacrificed themselves to divert the dog's attention, which saved me. I'm so grateful to them. After their passing, I'll definitely burn incense for them. Oh no, I mean personally visit to express my gratitude." Is that so? Lu Qingyue's lips twitched before she turned to look at the group of subordinates being chased around by the dogs. Her expression was incredibly vivid: anger, helplessness, sorrow, and even a hint of regret, a myriad of emotions, all tangled together. "Xiaohei, Xiaohui, Xiaozong." Just then, a young girl hurriedly rushed out from the crowd, repeatedly calling the dogs names. She was wearing her school uniform, tear streaks on her face, and holding a few leashes in her hand, truly a pitiful sight. She had only been in the restroom for a moment when all the dogs at the entrance suddenly vanished, leaving her frantic as she searched for them. But when she saw her dog relentlessly chasing people up ahead, she became frantic, continuously calling out, yet her dog simply wouldn't listen. Her face was a picture of anxiety and distress as she stood helplessly by the roadside. Then, unexpectedly, the three dogs suddenly halted the next moment, as if finally hearing their owner's calls, and dashed straight back toward the girl, allowing their fleeing target to escape in the meantime. Once Lu Qingyue confirmed none of her subordinates were injured, she quietly let out a sigh of relief. At the sight, the teenage girl burst into tears of joy, quickly running up to the three dogs and tying them securely with a leash. At this moment, the bus arrived, and the two boarded it. "Aren't you really going to join any clubs?" Lu Qingyue turned to look at Su Cheng once more, her face filled with concern. "I don't have any intention of joining a club right now. My reputation is already so bad. No matter how much I try to improve it, it'll still be terrible. Joining a club would mean not getting home until 5 p.m. every day, and he didn't need shelter anymore anyway. As for that S-level threat, if they dared make a move, he'd naturally show them what a transmigrator was truly capable of. Today was just the beginning. Quite the self-awareness you have about your notorious reputation." Lu Qingyue glared at him with frustration, as if disappointed by his lack of ambition. "So you're just going to let these rumors spread unchecked across the academy? Do I really strike you as the social climbing type?" Su Cheng countered with complete sincerity, his unwavering gaze locked onto her. "Although we've only known each other for a few days, I'm certain you're not like that." Lu Qingyue also answered with a serious expression. "Then that settles it." Su Cheng grinned and shrugged. "As long as Senior doesn't think of me that way, it doesn't matter what anyone else says." A certain villa. Ji Qingyi was brewing tea by the tea set, holding a purple clay teapot with skilled and graceful movements, her face still wearing that same indifferent expression, as if devoid of any emotion. The teacup before her emitted wispy steam, while an intense tea aroma wafted from the cup, refreshing and invigorating, uplifting the spirit just from its fragrance. "Miss, he didn't go to the club today." Hizuki Mai stood to the side with her head lowered, speaking respectfully. Kaya Suzukiyo responded indifferently before raising her head, her gaze settling on Hizuki Mai. Her tone was calm yet icy. "It seems you've been bested by him. That does surprise me somewhat." Her tone was calm, as if stating something trivial, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Hayuki Mai's expression shifted slightly before quickly returning to tranquility. She lowered her head again and murmured, "I'll find another way to make the two meet." "No need." Kiyosarisa quietly interrupted her, then took a delicate sip of fragrant tea before speaking slowly. "Since he won't go to the practical department, then he shall come to the Kyoto Club instead. I'll personally invite him tomorrow." Her tone remained as calm as ever, as if she'd merely uttered something trivial, yet it sent Ji Yuewu's heart trembling. Chapter 9, I Hate Sundaras.
Returning home, Su Chang sat at his desk recording the day's events, his pen moving across the paper as he pondered. He suddenly found himself unsure how to categorize what had happened at the bus stop today.
Were those big guys just now brought by the S-level danger or the B-level danger from noon?
Thinking about this, he couldn't help but frown.
Actually, he wished it had been brought by the S-level danger in the afternoon. But if this was all an S-level could do, he couldn't even believe it himself.
Especially since those people in the afternoon seemed like they just wanted to teach him a lesson. No matter how he thought about it, it felt more like the B-level difficulty brought by confessing to Hashino Mirai at noon.
Truly worthy of her S-rank caliber. Now I'm starting to feel apprehensive, wondering what awaits me later. Headache.
Su Chang sighed softly, picked up a pen, and wrote down the 3 characters Ji Qingyi on paper. He set down the pen, stared blankly at the name for a moment, then gave a self-deprecating smile.
The corners of his lips curled slightly into a Nike-like arc as he chuckled lightly. Ji Qingyi? I'll make sure she won't return unscathed. Alright, he was just psyching himself up. Though his courage had grown somewhat stronger than before, he could still clearly recognize the vast gap between their social statuses. To be honest, he currently had no means to oppose Ji Qingyi. If she wanted to cause him trouble, she could easily find any excuse to have him expelled or even imprisoned without him being able to do a thing. The only place where he could grow stronger was within the school. How could he not feel frantic about this? But what could he possibly do about it? So for now, all I can do is stubbornly console myself. There are still 16 cigarettes left. Su Chang murmured while staring at the pack in his hand. I need to find someone to test these this weekend, see what exactly these cigarettes can do. Then he spent some time studying the wanted fugitives list from Yancheng, memorizing their photos to see if he might encounter any of them to test the prop's effects on. If the other person has lost 3 minutes of memory, then he could use it on people, instead of running all the way like this afternoon to say give me some face to a few dogs. Let's play some games.
After watching for a while, he got up and walked to the computer desk, sat on the chair, turned on the computer, logged into his gaming account, and clicked Start Match. Cute and Noble has joined the game.
Hey there.
Su Chang saw that he had matched with this person again, a pleased smile tugging at the corner of his lips. About 10 minutes later, he clicked on the avatar of the cute and noble hero, then lifted his hands from the mouse and keyboard to stretch his fingers before starting to play the piano.
King Yasuo, surrender. Phew, did I just run 5 kilometers non-stop?
Su Chang stared at his phone screen displaying the running distance in astonishment. The same guy who used to get winded after just 3 kilometers had now somehow managed to complete 5.
This single attribute point upgrade is absolutely game-breaking. If my stamina reaches 10s or 100s, wouldn't that make me a superhuman? Don't forget that stamina includes strength, speed, reflexes.
At this thought, he couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. But just as he was pondering, he noticed faint sobbing sounds coming from nearby, so soft, yet audible enough to reach his ears. He gradually slowed his steps and turned his head, only to see a golden-haired girl curled up on a bench by the lake, hugging her knees, her shoulders trembling as if she had suffered some grievance.
Better keep my distance.
Frowning slightly, he turned away and resumed jogging. He had run all the way to the outskirts of the wealthy villa district, so he immediately recognized the person as that arrogant golden retriever girl who had insulted him before.
Just seeing her again made him feel extremely annoyed.
He didn't know how to comfort people, it was better to pretend he hadn't seen it and let her cry by herself.
You saw it, right?
However, the girl seemed to have noticed Su Chang staring at her and immediately lifted her head to look at him. Wiping away her tears, she asked in a choked voice. Her voice was thick with nasal tones, carrying traces of sobs.
No, I didn't see, I have night blindness. He shook his head and said with complete seriousness. With that, she turned to head in the direction of her home. Hold on a second.
Cornelia suddenly stood up from her chair. Don't think you can ignore me by making up some weird illness. She was currently wearing her school uniform, apparently not having had time to change yet, with a pair of white thigh-high socks that made her look pure and adorable, except for the fact that her eyes were red and puffy.
What a pain. Su Chang immediately felt completely overwhelmed. He particularly detested this arrogant attitude, especially this haughty, high-handed demeanor. Seeing this, Su Chang had no choice but to acquiesce. What's troubling you? Don't you dare tell anyone at school, Cornelia immediately said solemnly. Despite asking for a favor, her tone still carried an air of arrogance, which annoyed Su Chang immensely. So he suddenly fell silent, then slowly walked up to Cornelia. Seeing this, Cornelia instantly warned, "Stay away from me, or face the consequences." Is this how you ask someone for a favor? Su Chang looked down at Cornelia with an air of superiority, his face partially obscured by the darkness under the streetlight like some faceless protagonist from a bizarre anime. Why you? What do you want? Cornelia immediately tensed up upon seeing this. She crossed her arms protectively in front of her chest, assuming a defensive posture. Why are you hugging your own back? You're hugging nothing but air.
This pitiful act of embracing loneliness made Su Chang scoff in disdain. With a look of utter contempt, she said, "Listen, buddy.
You wouldn't want the whole school to know someone was crying in the middle of the night, would you? You're threatening me?" Cornelia stared at Su Chang in disbelief upon hearing his words. She had never encountered someone so arrogant, not only disrespectful toward her but even threatening her. It was utterly unforgivable. "Threatening you?" Su Chang snorted coldly. "The world doesn't revolve around you. I'm just teaching you the most basic courtesy when asking for help." "You." Cornelia gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she couldn't figure out how to retort. Growing up, she'd always been this way, except during the recent game. When had she ever suffered such humiliation in real life? "Reorganize your words and add please." Su Chang pressed on relentlessly, his tone resolute as if declaring that without that please, he'd inform the entire school tomorrow. Wah! No one had ever dared to be so harsh with Cornelia before. Unable to hold back, she burst into tears with a loud wah, her eyes brimming with tears. "Please don't tell anyone at school." Cornelia finally softened her tone, her voice unconsciously carrying a hint of pleading. "Stop crying." Su Chang panicked immediately, flustered as he pleaded, "Can you please stop crying?" He had no idea how to comfort the girl and instinctively reached out with his right hand to pat Cornelia's shoulder. That pat sent Cornelia's heart racing wildly before she frantically recoiled, evading Su Chang's large palm. Her tears immediately fell harder, her entire face now a rain-drenched pear blossom. All right, I won't tell anyone, I'll take this secret to the grave." "Oh no." Suddenly realizing his poor choice of words, he hastily corrected himself. "Actually, I wouldn't have told anyone to begin with. It's just that what you said made me really angry, so I spoke in the heat of the moment. Please don't be afraid." "Really?" Cornelia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a sob. Hearing this, Su Chang immediately felt relieved. Can you tell me why you're crying here? What happened?" Finally letting her guard down after hearing Su Chang's words, Cornelia looked up and said bluntly, "TCH, it's none of your business." "Got it." Su Chang couldn't wait for Cornelia to hurry up and chase him away. After all, he wasn't in the mood to waste time with a tsundere right now. "Gee, wait." Just as he was about to walk away, Cornelia called out to him, "You're not allowed to tell anyone what I said to you." "You don't need to worry about that." Su Chang turned around and said self-deprecatingly, "I don't have any friends at school anyway. Even if I told someone, no one would believe me." "Oh right, you're the confession maniac." Only then did Cornelia come to realization as she nodded, then sat on the chair and began wiping the tears from her eyes, her white-stockinged legs swaying cutely without her realizing. "Could you at least consider others' feelings before you speak? Even if I do have that nickname, it still hurts." Su Chang sighed upon hearing this and walked over to sit on a bench further away. "How would I know how you feel if you don't tell me?" Cornelia rolled her eyes at him. "Perhaps this is what they call a tsundere. They're both such lovely and beautiful girls. But she's practically the polar opposite of Senior Lu. While Lu treats everyone with kindness and understanding, she..." Sigh. Su Chang shook his head. "I got trash-talked while gaming, and it was really vile." Suddenly, Cornelia looked up at Su Chang and said, "So I got mad, and couldn't help but cry like a loser." Su Chang turned to her and said, "It's quite normal. After all, the world is so big that there will always be some uncivilized people. Those who verbally abuse others in games are usually losers in real life, only venting their frustrations in the game. You can simply choose to call the police. But reporting something like this to the police would be so embarrassing, and my parents would find out too." Cornelia pouted with grievance and continued, "The things he said were awful. I've never heard such vicious words in my life." "Oh." Su Chang didn't comment when he heard this, but couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled, thinking, could the person she's talking about actually be me? After all, he had verbally attacked someone yesterday and today as well. So he cautiously probed by asking, "What game are you playing?" "Well." Cornelia hesitated for a moment when she heard this. She glanced at Su Chang and lied, "Just some cute dress-up game." After all, it's completely unsuitable for girls to play those MOBA games. As the school's popular beauty, how could she possibly play such violent and vulgar games? "Oh, I see." Su Chang exhaled in relief and said, "That's how the internet is. You never know whether you're talking to a person or a dog online. If you run into them again, just block them directly." "Of course I know that, but blocking them feels like admitting defeat, and besides, I wouldn't even know what they're saying." Cornelia pouted adorably and said, "So, what should I do? Just apologize and it'll be fine." "Absolutely not. That person is really annoying. I'll never apologize to them." Su Chang couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated, thinking this tsundere was being way too stubborn. "Then next time you run into them, you can take the initiative first," Su Chang suggested. "How to get the upper hand?" Her eyes lit up as she turned to Su Chang and asked. "For example, right before he's about to scold you." Su Chang paused at this point. What? Swearing now. Ha? This way you remain invincible. Your words imply you're expecting his insults, instantly making him feel like he's punching cotton. I see, but what if he insults me first? Getting impatient now? Oh dear, oh dear. Cornelia's eyes suddenly lit up as if she'd discovered some martial arts secret manual. Her voice became urgent as she asked, then what if I really suck at the game and everything they're saying is true? Then you steer things toward reality with him, forcibly changing the subject, or just keep going along with what he says, repeating so and then over and over. At this point, Suchin stood up and said, remember one thing, while in esports, being bad is the original sin. Knowing you're bad means you need to practice more. To forge iron, you must first be strong yourself. At this point, he turned to look at her and said earnestly, but at its core, gaming is just entertainment, a way to pass the time. If it's not bringing you joy, feel free to vent however you want. Alright, I'm heading home. Wait. Cornelia suddenly called out to him and said, thank you. She flashed a radiant smile, instantly making Su Cheng feel as if transported to another world. Maybe being Sundara isn't so bad after all? Su Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and turned away with a wave. Goodbye. Wait. What else do you want? Cornelia blushed, lowering her head as she avoided his gaze and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, about last time when I rejected you. Well, I'm sorry. Alright, I'm going home now. You should head back early too. Goodbye. Don't expect me to say goodbye to you. Seeing no response from the other side, Cornelia refused to forgive her and immediately reverted to her tsundere attitude. With a cold snort, she tossed her head, her golden twin ponytails whirling through the air, before quickly darting through the gates of the villa district. That's why I can't stand tsunderas. He preferred gentle people, but only if they were gentle to him alone. Watching her retreating figure, he shook his head softly and turned away. Chapter 10, Prop Effect. Instead of going home, he started running again. He ran and ran until he no longer knew where he was. At any rate, it was very far from the city center. Soon, he entered the depths of a narrow alley and stopped in his tracks, his face twisting with an odd expression, because he spotted two wanted criminals squatting on the ground while smoking. Having recently been eager to test the effects of certain props, he'd browsed online photos of fugitives hiding in Yen City, so he instantly recognized who these two were. As these two individuals noticed his arrival, their gazes immediately locked onto him. Hold it. Who told you to come here? Looking for trouble, huh? Su Chang raised her head and expressionlessly inquired. Nothing, carry on. I'm just wandering around. At this point, he suddenly moved closer to the two and added, by the way, I'd also like to ask you for directions. Who the hell are you? The two fugitives exchanged glances and smirked. One of them, a man holding a knife, stepped forward menacingly and said, since you're here, don't think about leaving. Hand over anything valuable you've got. You'd better watch your tone when speaking to me. Su Cheng's face darkened with displeasure. Planting her hands on her hips, she proceeded to scold the two men relentlessly, especially since he showed no fear in the face of their daggers, even curling his lips with a hint of mockery. Their reaction made the duo pause. After exchanging a glance, one couldn't help but ask, kid, where you from? Really don't know who you're messing with? Who am I? Su Cheng responded with a cold laugh, planting hands on hips as he looked down at them. You'd jump out of your skins if I told you my name. His expression grew downright arrogant as he proclaimed, I'm Grandpa Nyo from building number 2, Fondo Garden. As he uttered these words, both men were instantly stunned, gaping at him in wide-eyed disbelief. The one holding the dagger recovered first and, infuriated to the point of laughter, charged forward brandishing his blade, roaring, playing games with me? Tired of living, are you? The savage glint in his eyes unmistakably proved he was a ruthless character, definitely the desperado type. Seeing this, Su Cheng curled his lips into a mocking smile. His right hand magically produced a pack of Huazi cigarettes while his left swiftly pulled one out. He extended the cigarette toward the man and said, do me a favor, give old man Yo some face. His voice was so loud that it echoed continuously throughout the entire alley. Are you out of your mind? Just as another accomplice dismissed Su Cheng as a lunatic or madman, the wanted criminal who had charged over with a knife froze on the spot. The phrase give my grandpa Nyo some face kept reverberating in his ears, leaving him completely spellbound. Then, he felt himself losing consciousness. Alright. Under the bewildered and astonished gazes of his comrades, he actually responded woodenly, then respectfully accepted the cigarette and placed it in his mouth. He began patting his pockets to search for a lighter, lit it, and took a deep drag. Kneel. The command, leaving no room for doubt, erupted from Su Cheng's mouth. Thud. He didn't hesitate for a second, immediately dropping to both knees. This scene made the person behind him gasp in shock, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. Holy shit. Why would you listen to old man Nyo, damn it? I mean, why would you listen to that kid? His companion behind him couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, his face burning with indignation. You dare disrespect invincible war god, the mighty dragon king, Grandpa Nyo? Suchin glanced sharply at the man and said coldly, you've got some nerve. Little Nyo, stab his kidneys a few times. Suchen lowered his gaze to the kneeling figure and issued the command. The man kneeling on the ground clenched a cigarette in his teeth, then slowly rose to his feet,
his face contorted with malice as he glared at his companion, eyes brimming with venomous hatred. How dare you disrespect the mighty bull grandpa, the dragon king of invincible war gods? As he spoke, he stepped closer, brandishing a sharp fruit knife and pointing it at his male accomplice, grinding his teeth. Disrespecting bull grandpa means disrespecting me.
Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? Have you lost your mind?
Seeing his accomplice raise a knife, he was instantly terrified. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as his face filled with panic. He hastily retreated while shouting,
"Forget it. Give me some face too. Put down the knife.
You two should have a real man's duel.
The winner gets the title of Truox's grandson."
In the end, Su Chang still felt that dealing with a death would be troublesome, so with visible reluctance, he pulled out another cigarette.
"Hello, is this the police? I'm in a certain alley, and I've spotted two fugitives fighting." "Yes, I recorded it with my phone.
I'm new here. No, I mean I'm just a student passing by.
I am the Truox's grandson." "Exactly 3 minutes.
Su Chang checked the timer on her phone, then looked up at the two bruised figures lying on the ground. One had already been knocked unconscious, while the other lay there in utter bewilderment.
"Why, it hurts so much."
The man looked utterly bewildered as he spoke, then suddenly panicked when he realized his entire body was racked with unbearable pain. He couldn't exert any strength, couldn't even stand up, and could only lie on the ground wailing in agony.
"How could? What just happened?" "You're safe now. I've called the police for you. Do you remember what happened?"
Su Chang glanced at him impassively before speaking.
"Ah, who are you? How did you get here?"
The person was startled and immediately let out a loud scream. Su Chang felt a surge of joy at this reaction because the other party didn't remember him, meaning everything that had happened was unknown to them. Even his very existence had been erased from their memory.
"Damn." Su Chang couldn't help but inhale sharply through his teeth.
As expected of an S-tier item, this shit's downright broken. After taking his statement, Officer Uncle praised him as a brave, intelligent, and wise young man, but also reminded him to prioritize personal safety if encountering such situations again. Then, upon hearing he was from Yanqing Private School, they raised their thumbs in approval and said they would notify the school to present him with an honorary banner and a bravery award. But righteous Su Chang firmly waved his hand and said, he didn't do it for this, so please don't. He just wants to live an ordinary school life. Upon hearing this, the police raised their thumbs again and changed their approach. When the paperwork goes through, there will be a reward. Hearing the officer's words, Su Chang felt a surge of emotion inside. He quickly nodded, adopting a modest expression, and humbly waved his hand, saying, next time, I'll make sure to catch a few more notorious criminals on the wanted list. Alright, next time something like this happens, you mustn't act so recklessly like today. Just go home for now. We'll inform you if anything arises. Officer Uncle waved his hand, signaling Su Chang to go home first. He walked out of the police station in high spirits. Chapter 11, I'll get jealous. The next day, Friday. The bus stop. Junior, over here, over here. As soon as Su Chang boarded the vehicle, he noticed Lu Qingyue spotting him. She immediately waved her hand, her face brimming with surprise and delight, appearing utterly thrilled. Good morning, senior. Su Chang smiled and walked forward, taking a seat beside her. Good morning, Junior. I didn't expect to run into you today, what a coincidence. Senior Lu turned her gaze towards Su Chang, her eyes brimming with smiles. However, the moment he settled into his seat, Su Chang's pupils instantly contracted sharply. Suddenly realizing something, he looked up in utter disbelief, staring at the massive question mark floating above his senior's head. Could there be something on my head? Lu Qingyue noticed Su Chang's unusual behavior and unconsciously reached up to touch her own silky hair. With a playful smile, she teased. However, the moment she finished speaking, she abruptly seemed to realize something, her expression instantly freezing. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Su Chang's face with piercing intensity. She recalled that Su Chang's confession targets were selected in ascending order of social status. Therefore, the person being confessed to must have status and prestige. Moreover, his confessions were as regular as clockwork, once a day without fail. This also allowed one to deduce that some sort of reward mechanism operated on a daily cycle. So he hadn't shown this expression to her before, which meant Su Chang's confession reward attempts for today were still available, and she just happened to be a character eligible for confession. Yet at the time, she had claimed to be just an ordinary civilian when speaking with Su Chang. That's why he now wore this astonished and shocked expression. The act is up. Lu Qingyue silently cursed her misfortune while maintaining a calm smile on her face. I just have a stiff neck and accidentally tripped. Su Chang forcefully suppressed the panic in his heart, striving to appear completely at ease. He feigned nonchalance and answered with a composed smile as if nothing had happened. Yet a torrent of suspicions had already begun forming in his mind. His thoughts raced wildly as he started contemplating what to do next. This senior actually has issues. Was she planted by that S by my side? Disappointment, resentment, these were the emotions he was experiencing now. Damn it! Su Chang lowered his head, cursing inwardly, unable to help feeling scared. After all, the other party had chosen to lie from the very beginning when approaching him.
Yes, confess. Once I confess, everything will become clear. Though, the prerequisite is that she has to reject me. With that thought, he quickly raised his head to look at Lu Qingyue before him. His heart pounded violently, his breathing grew ragged as he blurted out, "Senpai, I lo." Yet in the very next moment, the words died in his throat because Lu Qingyue suddenly stood up, one hand covering his mouth while the other pressed against the nape of his neck. Then, her gentle voice came through, "Though your senior may appear ordinary, she actually comes from a medical family. A simple stiff neck is nothing, I can fix it effortlessly." Lu Qingyue's voice oozed sweetness and allure, especially since his mouth was still covered by her soft, fragrant hand, making him momentarily forget to resist or speak. That was close. Phew. It seemed that after confessing, some kind of information would display, otherwise, he wouldn't have just started confessing out of the blue like that. Lu Qingyue secretly rejoiced, then gently massaged Su Cheng's nape while deciding to intensify the effect. She accidentally let her lips brush against his earlobe. Feeling better now? Yeah. A tingling sensation spread from his ear throughout his entire body. Su Cheng couldn't suppress his trembling as his heart pounded wildly, his face flushing scarlet. He'd never imagined he could become this flustered, to the point where he even stopped breathing. For a perpetually single guy, this was utterly lethal. "Senior." Su Cheng forced out two words with great difficulty. "It doesn't hurt, the pain flies away now." Lu Qingyue gently stroked his back to comfort him, then asked curiously, "What were you trying to say earlier?" After speaking, she couldn't help but feel nervous, fearing that Su Cheng might start confessing his feelings again. That would be terrible. "Nothing really, Senior's skills are amazing." Hearing this, Lu Qingyue finally relaxed somewhat, though she still didn't dare let her guard down completely. With a gentle smile, she patted his head and said, "You shouldn't say things like that casually to other girls, understand?" "Yeah." Su Cheng hung his head low, lost in painful contemplation as he gradually calmed down. "Medical family dynasty? And I'm from an orphan dynasty. Gee, wait." Su Cheng suddenly realized something. According to the first law of web novels, situations where girls are delivered straight to the transmigrator's side usually end up becoming. Thinking this, Su Cheng's expression turned peculiar, even feeling a faint anticipation in his heart. Could they possibly send a few more? If he could choose, he'd want an aloof yet exclusively gentle sugar mommy. Besides, if this truly was caused by S's danger, then openly confronting them would likely bring consequences he currently couldn't handle. Since they could even block signal towers, all he had right now was Hua Zi, completely powerless against them. Having calmed down, he fully understood this point. Better to play dumb while understanding the situation clearly. Perhaps sensing Su Cheng's emotions, Lu Qingyue suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder, saying gently, "By the way, if you, dear junior, want to confess to your senior." At this point, Lu Qingyue playfully blinked her eyes. "For the sake of your reputation, your senior might just agree, you know. After all, once you have a girlfriend, you can't go confessing to other girls anymore." After saying this, she puckered her lips in an adorable manner, looking exceptionally cute. "Sisters in study are best suited to be friends." Su Cheng took a deep breath, glanced up at Lu Qingyue, then said earnestly, "After all, since Lu Qingyue had already indicated she would agree, the character panel wouldn't appear if the confession succeeded. Without the character panel, there'd be no way to confirm it was real. So he decided to act as if nothing had happened. Play dumb for now, astonish everyone when you've grown stronger. For now, just treat her as his gentle and understanding senior." Lu Qingyue paused briefly, then clutched her chest in a wounded pose, pouting as she said, "This really hurts me, you know? I'm at least considered one of the more popular beauties in school. The senior is gentle with everyone, but I'm petty, I get jealous." "You really are." Lu Qingyue was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. Chapter 12: The Disciplined Time Traveler. After bidding farewell to the senior, Su Cheng returned alone to the classroom, where groups of boys and girls were now clustered together discussing various topics. A cluster of girls by the window. A gathering of boys near the back blackboard. The classroom social groups had clearly formed. Beyond doubt, they'd all become the socially accomplished type. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, the room suddenly fell silent, and in an instant, every pair of eyes turned sharply toward him. The girls' expressions were extremely vivid: disgust, contempt, dislike, and more, all plainly displayed on their faces. But what stood out most was a distinct anger. "Why am I being ostracized by every girl in class?" Su Cheng felt thoroughly bewildered by this and couldn't help but frown. He had barely interacted with any of the girls in his class, exchanging only a few words at most, so why were they looking at him like that? This made Su Cheng feel extremely strange. Moreover, from the anger on these girls' faces, Su Cheng seemed to sense an indescribable, inexplicable hatred directed at him. So, what's with those looks? A trace of anger rose in Su Cheng's heart. He felt as if he were being bullied by these girls. Their gazes made him uncomfortable. He'd rather they simply ignored him. "What do you think? How dare you get angry after threatening a classmate?" At that moment, a rather attractive girl with blonde hair and a hot figure stood up and scolded him. She was the class disciplinary officer.
Her voice wasn't loud, but it was piercingly sharp enough to instantly reveal her fury. Her tone carried such weight as she spoke, as if Su Chang had committed some heinous crime.
Yeah, you've gone way too far this time.
Right then, another girl, petite in stature with straight bangs and fair skin, stood up in agreement, glaring at Su Chang as though she herself were the victim. Su Chang froze for a moment at the words, then snapped back to reality almost instantly. It turns out Cornelia spread the word about yesterday's threats, which explains why these girls are so furious.
Who would have thought that Sundara actually learned to strike first? He couldn't think of any other reason for this. I see. He nodded without rebuttal, for what was said was indeed true.
Having nothing to say, he could only remain silent as he walked to his seat and sat down.
We'll report this matter to the student council this afternoon and let them handle it.
Seeing Su Chang offer no defense, the disciplinary committee member continued speaking.
Someone like you doesn't deserve to study at this academy. I feel disgusted just being in the same class with you. Have you no shame at all?
The petite girl spoke again, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain.
Give him a chance, he must be joking.
At this point, Eddie emerged from the group of boys and approached both the discipline committee member and the petite girl, attempting to mediate.
Is Su Chang joking or what? He's practically a madman.
Both girls were utterly furious, even calling him out by name.
Please, I beg you, just give him a chance. Eddie looked very earnest and appeared completely sincere.
But in reality, he was pleading for himself after all. He was the one behind everything, especially with yesterday afternoon's water delivery incident. If the student council were to investigate, the truth would undoubtedly come to light.
Enough!
Su Chang suddenly cut Eddie off, speaking coldly, "You're not my friend, and this matter has nothing to do with you either.
Stop with your hypocritical act, it's disgusting." Ding-ling-ling.
The class bell suddenly rang, restoring silence as the lesson began. Yet the atmosphere remained tense. Everyone continued shooting him looks of disgust.
Within the student council, the president held authority equivalent to the school deans. They could effortlessly expel any student.
With conduct as deplorable as his, expulsion would be the inevitable outcome. Just yesterday he was still the outstanding young man praised by the police officers, but the next day he became a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts to beat.
This kind of disparity is quite tough to take.
No helping it, since he brought this on himself with his loose tongue, he must endure the consequences alone.
Soon, noon break arrived. He stood up and walked out of the classroom expressionlessly. He didn't want to wait to be dismissed. He would leave this school on his own. But as he passed by the staircase to the rooftop, he suddenly stopped in his tracks because he heard the sound of a girl crying. Without hesitation, he headed toward the rooftop and quietly opened the door a crack. There, he saw a girl slumped over a chair, sobbing. It was the same disciplinary committee member from before. He never expected she would skip even her meals today.
Probably some friends who used to eat together have distanced themselves from her. Thinking of this, Su Chang sighed softly. The other party had given him an attribute point without asking for any payback. So he decided to help her out, and began frantically searching his mind for those motivational chicken soup phrases he'd read in his past life.
Go for it, Gone Bear? No. If someone needs encouragement, I'll smile and say, I'll test your parents.
What the hell is this? Forget it, I'll write him a letter of encouragement before leaving. Finally, he sighed and took out his phone to contact Lu Qingyue, as she was also a second-year student.
Senior, do you know Hoshino Mirai?
Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, while eating with her friends, Lu Qingyue suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She picked up her phone for a glance. Seeing the message was from Su Chang, her heart skipped a beat. After all, this was the first time Su Chang had reached out to her.
She hurriedly replied, yes, I know her. So, Junior, was today's confession target Mirai? Class and seat number, please let me know.
Class 2 to 3, second row, third seat.
Thank you.
Seeing how anxious the other person was, Lu Qingyue suddenly felt something was amiss.
Surely this time it couldn't be a love letter?
Thinking of this, she quickly said goodbye to her friends and hurriedly left the cafeteria, rushing back to the classroom. However, upon arriving at the classroom, she didn't see Su Chang and couldn't help but frown.
Had he already left? She walked straight to the third seat in the second row and looked closely. Sure enough, there was a white envelope placed on the desk, along with a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread beside it.
Lu Qingyue glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then took out that letter and began reading it.
Your efforts, I've seen them all. And it's precisely because of you that our school remains so beautiful. Go for it. Bread and milk are your lunch today. Don't forget to eat next time. It's not a love letter, it doesn't even have a signature.
Lu Qingyue carefully examined both sides of the letter, secretly muttering to herself. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. In a panic, she hastily restored the envelope to its original state and quickly hid behind the door. Soon, she saw the blushing Hoshino Mirai running in while wiping away tears as she walked. So that's how it is. Seeing this, Liang Qingyue quietly grasped the situation in her perceptive mind.
Ha,
Hoshino Mirai walked to the table and, spotting a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread in the drawer, asked puzzledly, "Where did this come from?"
"And here's a letter." Hoshino Mirai saw the note and couldn't help opening it out of curiosity.
She froze momentarily, then her entire face lit up with happiness and joy.
"What's wrong? Did someone write you a love letter?"
At this moment, Lu Qingyue emerged from behind the door. Seeing Hoshino standing there dazedly holding the note, she asked knowingly, "Look, look." Hoshino Mirai held the envelope with both hands, then hurried over and handed the letter to Lu Qingyue, shouting excitedly,
"Someone left this in my desk. Wow, congratulations, do your best."
Lu Qingyue glanced at it before handing it back.
"I'm so happy, I'm really, truly happy."
She took the letter and pressed it to her chest, tears of joy brimming at the corners of her eyes, as if some great pain she'd endured had finally been healed.
To think someone was quietly watching over me all this time. Even something this small makes me feel like I've been saved.
Claiming to dislike people who are kind to everyone, yet I end up being kind to everyone myself. Lu Qingyue stood on the rooftop, gazing at the familiar figure below, and murmured, "What a hypocrite."
The next second,
watching Su Cheng scaling the wall from her vantage point, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but sigh. Truly a web novel protagonist, such discipline. While everyone else was eating, he alone was actually exercising.
Wait, why is he climbing over the fence to leave campus? Chapter 13, Ji Qingyi. Meanwhile, classroom of class 1 to 2, freshman year.
After lunch, everyone returned to the classroom, chatting about various topics or resting their heads on the desks to nap. The clamor of voices and noise continued without end.
Yet in the next moment, the entire class suddenly fell silent. Every gaze converged upon a single figure standing at the doorway.
Someone swallowed hard, others widened their eyes, and some even rubbed their eyes as if afraid they might be seeing wrong. There, standing at the classroom doorway, was a girl in school uniform. Her expression was icy, her posture graceful, and she exuded such an intensely cold aura that even some of the more timid girls lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. In an instant, it felt as if all color had drained from the classroom. The girl at the doorway began walking into the classroom, step by step, her footfalls extremely light yet unnervingly distinct. At this moment, everyone became solemn and reverent, barely daring to breathe. The atmosphere lasted for a while until suddenly, the class monitor from the front row reluctantly stood up. Her face tense, she stared at the girl, fists clenched and palms drenched in sweat.
Senior G, H hello. The monitor spoke tremblingly, "May I ask, what's the matter?"
Ji Qingyi's gaze fell upon the class monitor, her eyes ice-cold with intense scrutiny.
JG, Senior, D, do you not recognize me anymore? Beads of cold sweat formed on the monitor's forehead.
Without answering the question, Ji Qingyi instead swept her gaze across the classroom before fixing her eyes upon the monitor once more. Under Ji Qingyi's gaze, the class monitor's head sank lower and lower, almost burying itself in her chest.
Su Cheng.
Ji Qingyi spoke, her tone flat and devoid of fluctuation.
He hasn't come back yet.
The class monitor cautiously raised her head, glanced at Ji Qingyi, then lowered it again and whispered softly,
"His seat." Ji Qingyi spoke again. "Oh, that's his spot." Upon hearing Ji Qingyi's words, the class monitor immediately pointed to an empty table nearby. Ji Qingyi then walked over to the seat and sat down. The class monitor glanced at Ji Qingyi's back and let out a sigh of relief. After sitting down, Ji Qingyi began flipping through the folder in her hands. Noticing this, the class monitor hurriedly returned to her own seat, sitting even more erect and proper than she did during class. Not only her, but everyone in the class was sitting bolt upright at this moment, feeling as if seated on pins and needles. Ji Qingyi sat in her seat, flipping through the pages of the folder in her hands one by one. Her gaze was calm and unreadable, her face betraying neither joy nor anger. At this point, someone in the class finally couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer. A male student sitting near the door quietly left his seat and dashed toward the classroom exit. But shortly after stepping out, he bumped headlong into a tall figure. Hastily raising his head, he noticed the disciplinary committee armband on the person he'd collided with and immediately bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, senior." "It's fine. Is Su Cheng in this class?"
Hoshino Kazuki glanced inside the classroom, only to find an eerily quiet atmosphere that struck him as decidedly odd.
Since when did first years have such strict discipline? Despite being lunch break, not a single person was chatting, there wasn't even the slightest sound. Everyone sat ramrod straight as if class had already begun.
"Yes." The boy nodded in response.
"Where is Su Cheng's seat?"
Hoshino Kazuki glanced around the classroom and noticed everyone was at their desks, so he asked directly.
"Fourth row, second from the end."
Without thinking, the boy reflexively responded.
"The fourth row?"
Hearing the boy's words, Hoshino Kazuki glanced over, the corner of his mouth curling into a scornful smile. Everyone else sat bolt upright, only Su Cheng sat with her head bowed, looking like someone who lacked proper discipline. Clearly, she needed correction from him, the righteous disciplinary committee member. Today was his duty shift, so he decided to keep an eye on Su Cheng all day. just waiting for her to break the rules. Taking private action within the school was a serious offense, even he didn't dare break the rules, so he could only follow standard disciplinary procedures to teach Su Chang a lesson. Thinking this, Hoshino Kazuki strode angrily toward the classroom for inspection. Just as he was about to stop at the second-to-last seat, the students noticed him. When they realized it was the disciplinary committee member, their expressions instantly turned strange. "You?" As Hoshino Kazuki approached, he saw it was a female figure from behind. He wanted to say something, but the words died on his lips. At this moment, Ji Qingyi slowly turned her head to look at him, her eyes regarding him as if he were already dead. Recognizing her face, Hoshino Iki froze instantly, his expression stiffening, mouth hanging open, utterly speechless as he stared dumbly at Ji Qingyi. That single glance alone made Hoshino Iki feel as though every nightmare from his childhood had been dredged up from the depths of his memory, the images flooding back like tidal waves. "Senior Ji, I was just doing rounds, I had no idea you'd be here." He suddenly came to his senses, then lowered his head in acknowledgement and spoke with forced composure. "I understand." Ji Qingyi dropped those 4 words. With those 4 words spoken, she lowered her head again to flip through the documents, as if she hadn't glanced at Hoshino Kazuki at all, as though nothing had ever happened. "Alright, you go ahead with your work." Upon hearing Haim Seiji's voice, Hoshino Kazuki breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, then turned and left without daring to look back. Even after reaching the hallway outside the classroom, his heart continued to pound violently, as though he'd just narrowly escaped death's door. No wonder it had been so quiet. And why was she sitting in Su Chang's seat? Could it be that they knew each other? At this thought, he suddenly realized his entire body was drenched in sweat. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand, then turned and walked toward the classroom stairs. "Looks like I won't be able to get revenge for my little sister after all." Don't blame him for being so terrified. Offending Ji Qingyi would be a fate worse than death. To put it in perspective, the conglomerate owned by Ji Qingyi's family accounts for approximately 40% of Yin country's total GDP, essentially controlling half of the nation's economy and dominating nearly all industries. Calling it the country's beating heart wouldn't be an overstatement. It's no exaggeration to say the smallest movement from her family could send seismic tremors through Yin country. He vividly remembers how Ji Qingyi had kept her identity hidden during their first year at school. Not even surnamed Ji, but Lu. A female classmate, displeased with Ji Qingyi's conduct at school, began bullying her with all sorts of vulgar insults. When Ji Qingyi's family learned of this, their first instinct, given how dearly she was cherished at home, was to seek immediate vengeance, unleashing thunderous retaliation. Before the girl's family could even react, their entire business empire began crumbling, and soon after, her immediate relatives were imprisoned one by one. But that girl was perfectly fine, she just couldn't be accepted by any school, hired by any company, or even find part-time work. The only option left was to set up a street stall as a vendor, selling goods to scrape together a living. Fallen from the privileged heights of an elite family to an unredeemable commoner, such a drastic fall was unbearable for anyone, let alone her, since she was the one who caused her entire family's ruin. The guilt combined with the emotional freefall, it would have been more merciful to kill her outright. Chapter 14, The Class Reacts. Class 2, Grade 1. Except for the faint sound of a girl turning pages, the classroom remained eerily silent, steeped in a deathly hush. Yet the thoughts swirling within each student were anything but calm. Some secretly wished for class to start soon, while others hoped Su Chang would return quickly to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Only Eddie wore an expression of hesitation, as if he had something to say but lacked the courage to voice it. He wanted to strike up a conversation with Ji Qingyi, because doing so would allow him to brag about it to his parents when he got home. He was certain to earn their praise and rewards for it. After all, his family's business was one of the subsidiaries under Ji Qingyi's family corporation. But he was afraid, what if she ended up disliking him for approaching her so abruptly? So he wrestled with his thoughts in silence, ultimately failing to muster enough courage to act. At this moment, he was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Right, Su Chang. Suddenly, he realized why Ji Qingyi had come, though he didn't understand why she was looking for Su Chang. But Su Chang was just an ordinary commoner, and a confession maniac at that. There wasn't a doubt he might have displeased Ji Qingyi and was now in for trouble. And he actually knew where Su Chang had gone. Right after finishing his meal, he spotted Su Chang at the entrance of the teaching building. He had planned to stop her for a chat, but Su Chang's eyes were fixed straight ahead, completely ignoring him. Left with no choice, he swallowed his words. Yet, unable to suppress his curiosity, he decided to follow her. To his surprise, he found that Su Chang was actually attempting to flee the school, a fugitive escaping justice. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. Previously, he had been frantic over student council matters scheduled for the afternoon. Now that Su Chang had actively fled, he naturally broke into a wide grin. He concluded that it must have been the class's inexplicable accusations that became unbearable for her, forcing her to run away. Moreover, over these past few days, using the name Su Cheng had eased many awkward situations and troubles for him. This person was practically his lucky star, and he firmly believed Su Cheng would continue to bring him good fortune.
And so, ahem.
A slight cough broke the silence. The entire class, including Ji Qingyi, followed the soft cough and turned their heads to see Eddie suddenly stand up.
Senior.
Eddie's tone was somewhat agitated, his face wearing an ingratiating smile as he looked at Ji Qingyi.
Ji Qingyi glanced at Eddie, her expression indifferent and devoid of emotion. What is it? Eddie took a quick survey of the entire class, bolstered his courage, then said to Ji Qingyi, Su Cheng might not come back. Oh, why? Ji Qingyi's reaction was ice-cold, utterly devoid of shock or doubt, as if this matter carried no importance whatsoever. He fled to escape punishment for his crime.
Eddie feigned anger as he said, yesterday he threatened several girls in our class.
When he found out we were going to report him to the student council this afternoon, he sneaked out of school at noon. As for where he went, I have no idea.
After listening to Eddie's account, the classroom immediately erupted in chaos as everyone began denouncing Su Cheng's misdeeds.
That's right, Su Cheng is downright despicable.
He actually threatened us girls, saying if we didn't report him to the student council, he'd only get worse.
Su Cheng is absolute scum.
That's right, this kind of person doesn't deserve to be our classmate. They don't even deserve to study at this school. Listening to the girls in class chime in agreement, Eddie felt secretly delighted. He thought to himself, finally got a chance to talk to Senior Ji.
Next, I'll make sure she remembers my name.
Soon the classroom fell silent again as everyone looked at Ji Qingyi, awaiting her verdict.
Eddie held his breath at this moment, trying to detect any trace of surprise or disappointment on Ji Qingyi's face.
But to his dismay, Ji Qingyi showed no signs of surprise, disappointment, anger, or any other emotion, remaining as composed as ever. She merely tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and slowly uttered two words at Eddie, feign anger. At those two words, the entire class froze in place, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment.
Pretending? Is Eddie pretending to be angry? Why would he pretend to be angry?
Meanwhile, Eddie was completely stunned, his eyes widening instantly as his heart pounded violently, as if it might stop at any moment.
I hate it when people lie to me.
Ji Qingyi stared directly into Eddie's eyes and continued with this statement that shocked everyone.
These words instantly plunged Eddie's heart into the abyss.
His previously confident expression froze on his face, while boundless fear surged within him. The statement was utterly terrifying, filling him with an overwhelming sense of despair.
Panic swirled in his eyes as he even forgot to breathe. He slumped dumbly onto his seat, remaining completely motionless. Eddie actually lied? Could it be that Su Cheng never escaped from school?
The entire class watched the scene unfold, their faces filled with shock, disbelief, and similar expressions.
Speak.
Ji Qingyi uttered another word, her voice flat, like a wave without any ripple. But when Eddie heard that word, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire body trembling uncontrollably.
Why do you doubt me? I was only telling the truth. Eddie's voice trembled as he spoke, shaking his head as if he were the victim. Li Wen.
Ji Qingyi didn't look at Eddie, but instead turned to gaze at the class monitor who was bowing her head in thought nearby.
Ah, yes, Senior, I'm here.
Li Wen raised her head and responded immediately, her face still wearing an expression of surprise and delight.
Give this to Su Cheng.
Tell him to report to my club next Monday. Ji Qingyi took a club application form from the folder and handed it to Li Wen, her tone calm but carrying an unmistakable hint of finality. With that, she walked out of the classroom. However, Eddie sprang up in horror, his face filled with terror as he looked at Ji Qingyi. Senior, I'll talk. Ji Qingyi halted her steps at the classroom door upon hearing this, but did not turn around, silently waiting for what would come next.
None of this has anything to do with Su Cheng. I framed him.
Faced with choosing between expulsion or earning Ji Qingyi's contempt, he didn't hesitate to pick the former. After speaking these words, he seemed to lose all strength, slumping into his seat with an expression betraying extreme nervousness and unease. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyi left without pause, leaving the classroom in dead silence before it erupted into shocked murmurs, with everyone turning angry gazes toward Eddie. Especially for those girls who had previously insulted him, they sat dumbly in their chairs, their minds plunged into unprecedented chaos. Moral torment and boundless guilt surfaced in their hearts all at once, turning their faces increasingly pale and their bodies colder by the moment. Regret, guilt, self-blame, remorse, and endless repentance, a whirlpool of tormenting emotions. Such foolish acts that torment the heart never lessen their weight of guilt with time's passage, especially when exposed by outsider Senior Sister Haim. To trample cruelly on another's dignity without a shred of evidence, such a thing.
What's the difference from bullying? Making matters worse, Su Cheng was an orphan. Slap. A sharp slap rang out. A golden-haired girl slapped Eddie hard across the face. This made his cheeks instantly swell red, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't even steady himself and finally collapsed to the ground. Do you have any idea what you've done? Ha!
The golden-haired girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she glared at Eddie with palpable fury, shouting her accusations. She recalled how he had initially looked astonished when she insulted Su Chang, only to fall silent in the end. She could imagine how wronged and hurt Su Chang must have felt at the time. The act of finally escaping from school was probably done with a broken heart. At this thought, the blonde girl's tears instantly overflowed, her heart aching as if pierced by needles. "You liar, you bastard!" The golden-haired girl cried out and tried to charge forward again, but was held back by the class monitor, while Eddie was pinned to the ground by angry male students. Such despicable behavior was intolerable to anyone, let alone for her, as the second daughter of the family.
If this matter were to spread back home, the consequences would be unthinkable.
She had been determined to catch up to her elder sister, only to make such a foolish mistake today.
Send someone to inform the student council.
Understood. Soon a boy ran out of the classroom.
Stop fighting.
What's most urgent now is making amends, not venting anger, the class monitor advised.
Right.
The blonde girl's movements froze as she turned to look at the class president. The fury and hatred in her eyes gradually faded, ultimately transforming into profound self-reproach that made everyone around them feel a pang in their hearts.
Because the perpetrators weren't just her alone, but the entire class. Give me Su Chang's home address, I'm going after him now. I'm coming too. Hand me the application form, I'll deliver it to him.
A petite girl with straight bangs approached, tear stains still visible on her face. These two had previously criticized Su Chang the most harshly, and now they were also the ones filled with the greatest remorse, hoping to make amends to Su Chang.
Alright, I'll give you the address. The class monitor pulled a note from the drawer containing both Su Chang's home address and her current apartment address. Please make sure to bring Su Chang back. The class monitor looked at the two girls and said solemnly. Upon hearing the monitor's words, the two girls quickly nodded, grabbed their belongings, and hurried out of the classroom. Chapter 15, Thwarted. By the way, I still have my daily confession quota left.
Su Chang suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly climbed back onto the school grounds. Finding a patch of lawn, he sat down and began observing the various beautiful girls returning to the academic buildings after their meals. The sunlight was at its brightest right now, yet the tree beside him blocked the sun's rays, filling the area with cool shade. But just as he hesitated, unsure of whom to confess to, a girl who looked utterly extraordinary suddenly caught his eye. How to describe that girl? She wore black headphones around her neck, walked while staring only at her phone, heading straight toward the academic building. Those around her kept their distance, as though some terrifying aura radiated from her. Especially the large question mark above her head, which particularly caught Su Chang's attention, made him instinctively rise to his feet, intending to approach that girl.
William, look!
Not far away, a girl noticed Su Chang standing up from the grass and called out to a blonde twin-tailed girl walking beside her.
What is it?
The golden-haired twin-tailed girl immediately turned to look in the direction her classmate was pointing, sure enough spotting Su Chang staring intently at a girl engrossed in her phone, clearly preparing to approach her.
Is he out of his mind?
As Cornelia finally recognized who the girl was, her heart skipped a beat in shock.
Isn't that Su Chang, the guy who confessed to you last time? Yeah. Cornelia nodded, preparing to stop Su Chang from this foolish act. Let's take another route.
I don't want to be near him later, just thinking about him looking at me gives me the creeps.
It's disgusting.
Just look at him sitting there alone, you can tell he's some gloomy, friendless loser. At this point, the look of disgust on her face grew even stronger. Those kinds of guys are the worst. Any girl would definitely steer clear of them, there's no way anyone would ever want to get close.
Gee, William, where are you going? She was startled to discover Cornelia actually running towards Su Chang's direction.
And the next second, Cornelia suddenly stopped in her tracks and let out a sigh of relief.
Because she noticed a tall figure had appeared beside Su Chang without warning, she couldn't help but remark, look, isn't there a girl standing right next to him?
The girl was momentarily speechless. She too had noticed the beautiful girl who had suddenly emerged beside Su Chang, and she was strikingly pretty at that.
That's Lu Qingyue from next door. She's like that with everyone.
Probably just took pity on Su Chang and approached him on her own. Besides, commoners naturally stick together for warmth. After getting a clearer look, she shot an unwilling glance at Lu Qingyue beside Su Chang and began mocking her disdainfully before shifting gears. By the way, why do you seem so interested in Su Chang?
As if. Being with someone like that would be totally humiliating. Cornelia suddenly realized this and hurriedly denied it.
Oh. The girl glanced at Cornelia without suspicion. After all, she had thoroughly humiliated Su Chang last time and continued, take a seat and rest for a while. With someone like him, I bet he'll end up confessing to Lu Qingyue later, only to scare her away in the end. At this, she revealed an expression of someone watching a show unfold.
Oh, sure. Cornelia nodded without objection. Absolutely not. Lu Qingyue panted heavily, her expression turning unusually grim.
You mustn't confess to her. Looking at Lu Qingyue who had suddenly grabbed his arm, Su Chang was startled for a moment but quickly regained his composure and asked, what's wrong?
Seeing his senior's reaction, he understood that the girl's identity and background were probably quite intimidating, otherwise his senior wouldn't have reacted like that. But he didn't really care about this. After all, he'd be leaving Yancheng immediately after the confession. Though he had no idea how his senior had suddenly appeared behind him, that didn't hinder his plans in the slightest. He absolutely thrived on high-difficulty challenges. Go rest over there. I need to talk to you. Lu Qingyue noticed Su Cheng's gaze drifting back toward the girl and hurriedly spoke up. Okay, sure. Seeing how insistent his senior was, Su Cheng had no choice but to agree, sitting down on a nearby stone bench. Lu Qingyue saw that Su Cheng had listened to her advice and finally felt somewhat relieved, following behind Su Cheng before smoothing down her school skirt and sitting beside him, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, making Su Cheng feel slightly uneasy. She knew that at this stage, Su Cheng was simply incapable of confessing to the girl he had just met, so she instinctively stopped him. Is there something you need? Seeing Lu Qingyue remain silent, Su Cheng also didn't know what to say, so he took the initiative to ask. Do you know that girl's background? Lu Qingyue took a deep breath and looked at Su Cheng as she spoke. Su Cheng shook her head. That lady just now is rumored to be the daughter of the Rothschild family. Seeing Su Cheng's puzzled expression, Lu Qingyue continued to explain, you might not be aware, but the famously unconventional president of a certain country was actually. At this point, she made a gun shape with her hand and mimed pulling the trigger against her temple. Bang. Actually, she was just scaring Su Cheng. The real background wasn't that exaggerated. She was merely the daughter of a certain underworld figure. But this person had an extremely volatile temper. Once, the heir of a major corporation didn't believe the rumors and crossed her. Within half a year, his family's business was inexplicably targeted and swallowed up, and the guy himself vanished into thin air. Naturally, she exaggerated things for a reason. Damn it! Su Cheng was so frightened that his whole body trembled. If even a president could be assassinated, let alone an ordinary person like him. Offending this woman probably meant there'd be no place left for him in the entire world. Humph, now you understand how serious this is. Lu Qingyue watched Su Cheng's reaction with a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Then, looking directly at him, she said, from now on, you must confirm someone's identity before confessing your feelings. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, you might end up dying a horrible death. I understand. Su Cheng nodded vigorously. He finally understood why Lu Qingyue had reacted so intensely earlier. This was the reason. It seems he had still underestimated the prestige of this school. Originally thinking Ji Qingyi was the pinnacle of achievement here, he never imagined there existed someone capable of influencing the global order. Just knowing is enough. But if you ever encounter that woman in the future, try to keep your distance. This school isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. Lu Qingyue watched Su Cheng bowing his head in deep thought, then added with earnest sincerity, next time you have someone you want to confess to, you can tell me first. I can brief you on their background or help strategize. This was her true objective. I understand. Su Cheng did not refuse. After all, if someone could tell him about his background, it would indeed save a lot of trouble. Aren't you going to confess? How about that girl over there? Lu Qingyue lifted her head slightly, signaling Su Cheng to look ahead. Ah! Su Cheng looked up and saw a black-haired girl, but there was no exclamation mark above her head, and she appeared rather ordinary, so she shook her head. Senior, I'm not interested. She's the daughter of the president of the Flame Country Poetry Association. Noticing Su Cheng's lack of interest, Lu Qingyue reminded her. But she already knew the criteria Su Cheng sought in his confession targets. Both background and personal abilities were indispensable. The person she mentioned just now only had the background, devoid of any talents or virtues, merely a second-generation literary figure who entered the school relying solely on family connections. Su Cheng looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong? If you confess your feelings to her, you might actually succeed this time. Lu Qingyue gazed at Su Cheng with a playful smile. Oh, what's her name? Su Cheng asked casually, though in truth he had absolutely no interest in someone without an exclamation mark hovering above their head. She's named Jin Shinshin. During her self-introduction at the start of term, she declared herself a literary girl aiming to create a new genre of poetry. Hearing this, Su Cheng actually looked up in surprise at the girl only to nearly vomit on the spot when he saw her. The girl kept vigorously wiping her runny nose, then shockingly put her fingers in her mouth afterward, a sight truly too disgusting to behold. How was it? Cough, cough. Su Cheng choked involuntarily, her face flushed crimson as she struggled to suppress a coughing fit. Watching Su Cheng's disheveled appearance, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. Seeing this, Su Cheng said, Senior, stop teasing me. Just looking at her, I can already imagine the future poetry scene will surely be in chaos. Chapter 16, Complexity and Confusion. Look, they're chatting and laughing as if they've known each other for ages. Cornelia watched the two sitting together and conversing as she spoke to the classmate beside her. Just wait.
A girl nearby pursed her lips, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Maybe we'll get to witness Lu Qingyue's awkward expression and that confession maniac's disappointment later.
TSK, it's bound to be quite entertaining.
She covered her small mouth as she let out a light laugh.
Your twisted sense of humor is really... Cornelia looked at her classmate, shook her head, and couldn't help but say, who told Lu Qingyue to act so pretentious all the time? It really annoyed me.
Now that there's a good show to watch, of course I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. The girl wore a haughty expression, glancing at Su Chang as she spoke, and continued, last time, this Su Chang made you lose face. Honestly, beyond Lu Qingyue being willing to get close to him, I can't imagine anyone else in this school bothering with him. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than her face froze in surprise, because she actually saw two girls darting toward Su Chang. The smile didn't vanish from her face, it merely migrated to Cornelia's lips.
See, two girls heading his way, just like that. They must be passing by. Look, they stopped in front of Su Chang.
Humph. They must be here to cause trouble for Su Chang.
See, those two look like they're about to confess to him. No way, those two are definitely plants hired by Su Chang. You really don't know when to quit.
Su Chang looked at the two girls standing before him, their faces earnest as they repeatedly offered him apologies. To be honest, he was utterly astonished. After all, this golden-haired girl and the dark-haired one had been berating him just this morning, yet now they stood before him with such sincere expressions of remorse.
He was completely baffled.
Meanwhile, Lu Qingyue observed them with great interest while contemplating what had just happened.
Sorry times two.
Two young girls stood before Su Chang, flanking him on either side as they bowed their heads in shame. Exclamation marks hovered above both their heads, an indication they came from good backgrounds and were quite attractive to boot.
Golden bombshell, dark-haired quiet girl.
Both still had tears welling in their eyes.
You too.
Su Chang was caught off guard by the scene before him, yet their expressions seemed too genuine to be faked. This left Su Chang quite puzzled, unable to comprehend why they'd suddenly changed their tune.
I'm really, truly sorry about this morning.
I feel deep remorse and shame for my actions today. Please don't punish yourself because of our mistakes. The two girls kept speaking, tears shimmering in their eyes.
This made Su Chang freeze momentarily, unsure how to react.
He simply stared blankly at the two girls before him, utterly bewildered.
If there's anything we can do to make it up to you, please tell us. As long as it's within our power, we absolutely won't refuse.
The blonde girl spoke again, her eyes shining with extraordinary determination.
Another girl also nodded. Please give us a chance to make it right.
After speaking these heartfelt words together, they both bowed deeply once more.
Their attitude was utterly sincere, appearing determined not to rise unless Su Chang spoke. Seeing this, Su Chen finally snapped back to reality. His gaze shifted between the two, then to Lu Qingyue beside him, before finally settling back on them as he spoke. Can someone tell me what happened?
It's Eddie.
Eddie framed you.
Without any evidence, we wronged you based purely on our own assumptions.
We're truly sorry.
This was entirely our fault. The two girls finished speaking, tears once more welling up in the corners of their eyes.
As descendants of noble families, this incident had already become a stain on their lives.
Not only had they wronged someone, but they'd also hurled abusive words, filling their hearts with fury, a self-directed hatred so intense they could scarcely control their emotions and wept.
What did this have to do with Eddie?
After hearing this, Su Chang frowned deeply. After all, she'd threatened Jean Mao yesterday purely over personal matters.
Was Eddie supposed to be some kind of saint, taking all the blame for his sins? Excuse me, did something happen earlier?
Seeing Su Chang completely bewildered, Lu Qingyue beside her deliberately feigned curiosity and asked the question on Su Chang's behalf.
Su Chang also looked at the two of them, waiting for an answer. Senpai, hello.
During PE class yesterday, Eddie brought a whole case of water trying to treat our class girls to drinks. When no one accepted, he used Su Chang's name to threaten us, saying if we didn't drink, he'd confess to each of us one by one. The black-haired girl glanced at Lu Qingyue before speaking, but after finishing her words, she couldn't help feeling a mix of anger and resentment, her eyes reddening as she said, "It's all because of that liar. We never expected him to be so despicable, resorting to such underhanded tricks. And before this, he even claimed that Su Chang snatched his phone and used it to shamelessly confess to every girl in our class." Beside them, Lu Qingyue wore a peculiar expression, while Su Chang, upon hearing this, looked utterly exasperated. His face might as well have been plastered with the words wrongfully accused in bold letters. Now he understood everything. No wonder the girls in class had been giving him strange looks. Someone had been frantically shifting blame onto him. "I'm sorry, so sorry." Seeing Su Chang's dark expression, the two girls immediately bowed again, desperately repeating their apologies. Both of them deeply regretted it in their hearts. They would rather have Su Chang scold them harshly than face this icy silence where he didn't utter a single word. Su Chang glanced at the crowd of students passing by and watching the spectacle. Their expressions varied, but their gazes all lingered on him with confusion, as if trying to figure out what he had done to make two girls come running to apologize. "Please raise your heads." Su Chang spoke, his eyes firmly fixed on the two girls before him. The golden-haired girl lifted her head, revealing her true face. Her features were beautiful, yet carried a touch of paleness, her eyes slightly swollen, her makeup smudged from crying. He remembered this girl's name, Zhao Yan. She was the class discipline committee member. The black-haired girl had plump, rounded cheeks with a baby-faced softness, giving her an exceptionally adorable and mauve appearance. The cuter the girl, the sharper her tongue. He had already witnessed this. As for their names, he couldn't recall. These two were exceptional beauties, the kind rarely seen, possessing outstanding looks and temperament. The exclamation marks above their heads further indicated their unusual backgrounds. Yet now, these stunning young ladies wore expressions brimming with anxiety. "Your apology has reached me." Su Cheng flashed a bright smile and said gently, "I accept it. Please don't dwell on it anymore, otherwise I'll feel very guilty." The two girls froze in astonishment upon hearing this. They had expected Su Cheng to scold them, and had even been prepared to accept any demand she might make. Never had they imagined she would forgive them so readily, even comforting them in turn. At this thought, their noses stung with emotion, and two more streams of clear tears rolled down their cheeks. The tears flowed uncontrollably, their lovely faces now glistening with rain-like tears, appearing utterly fragile and pitiable. "Thanks." The golden-haired girl sniffled, her voice hoarse and trembling as she spoke haltingly. I. The black-haired girl wiped the tears from her eyes, sobbing softly as well. She didn't know what to say, merely hanging her head low, unable to meet Su Cheng's gaze. The same girls who had been so domineering earlier now appeared utterly fragile and pitiable. Su Cheng wasn't a saint, nor did he ever possess the makings of one, but seeing them sincerely apologize for their mistakes while bawling their eyes out made him somewhat reluctant to pursue the matter. In front of such a large crowd, he found the whole situation utterly troublesome. Moreover, everything they'd accused him of earlier was actually true. After all, he really had threatened someone. "Threatened Cornelia. Go on back without me." Su Cheng glanced at the circle of curious onlookers and cleared his throat before addressing the two girls. Hearing this, both girls also became aware of their audience and realized it would be awkward to continue standing around. "Everyone's waiting in the classroom. Let's all head back together." The black-haired girl spoke up, her face full of anticipation. Suddenly, Lu Qingyue stood up from her seat, walked next to Su Cheng with a brilliant smile, and even winked at him. "Not possible, Su Cheng, and I still have some matters to attend to." "Senpai, I'm afraid that's not possible." The blonde girl immediately took on a protective stance, quickly stepping in front of Su Cheng while directing a hostile gaze toward Lu Qingyue. She didn't know Lu Qingyue, but Su Cheng's reputation was well known throughout the school. That this senior would approach Su Cheng clearly seemed purposeful. Moreover, her dunny-style smile was identical to her sister's, utterly insincere. One glance revealed it was professionally trained. She was undoubtedly a master of acting. She feared this senior might harm Su Cheng. Therefore, she absolutely had to protect him. Absolutely no one is allowed to harm Su Cheng. This is also part of her compensatory psychology. "Su Cheng, shall we head back to class together?" The black-haired girl continued to persuade, though her gaze toward Lu Qingyue was also filled with wariness and vigilance. Clearly, he had grown wary of the senior student too. Yet Lu Qingyue showed no displeasure at his reaction. Instead, she broke into a radiant smile. "But he hasn't eaten lunch yet. Classmate Su, I haven't eaten either. Let's go to the cafeteria together." With that, the golden-haired girl grabbed Su Cheng's arm to lead him away, while the dark-haired girl followed closely behind, as if afraid Lu Qingyue might snatch him away. "I seem to have fallen into some bizarre battlefield of love?" Subconsciously pulled by the arm by the blonde girl, Su Cheng still hadn't fully processed what was happening. When realization finally dawned on him, he found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Senior Lu and I have known each other for a while now. There's something we need to discuss, so?" Su Cheng explained. "Is that so?" The blonde girl glanced at Lu Qingyue, then smiled at Su Cheng. "In that case, I'll go with her to the cafeteria to buy you some food. What would you like us to bring you?" The black-haired girl nodded at Su Cheng, her bright eyes brimming with expectation. "No need, I'm not hungry yet. You two can head back to class first." Su Cheng shook her head. He wasn't accustomed to others taking care of him like this, especially when it was two beautiful girls. In his heart, he knew these two just wanted to make amends. "All right then." The black-haired girl dejectedly pulled out a white paper from her skirt pocket and handed it to Su Cheng. "This is what Senior G asked us to give you." "Senior G?" Su Cheng froze. It was all thanks to Senior G before she saw through Eddie's true nature, so we learned the truth. The blonde girl nodded, then continued speaking. "Senior G also said you should report to her club on Monday." "Did she invite you?" Holding the club admission form in his hand, Su Cheng didn't know how to describe his current state of mind. His emotions were incredibly tangled and confused. First, he couldn't understand why she would invite him at all. He knew absolutely nothing about Kyudo. Yet just last time, things had ended so unpleasantly. Second, he never expected this S-rank difficulty would actually help him. If not for her, he might have already escaped campus by now. This favor, he absolutely must repay.
He glanced through the application, then nodded at both of them before raising his head. I understand, thank you. Chapter 17, The Money Burning Club. Then we'll wait for you in class. Please come back early. After speaking, the two of them shot Lu Qingyu a fierce glare before leaving. It seemed to be warning, you'd better not have any designs on our Su Chang, or you'll regret it. Go find out who that senior is. I have a bad feeling about her, can't quite put my finger on it, but something's off that makes me uneasy. The golden-haired girl furrowed her brows slightly and spoke in a low voice. The dark-haired girl also nodded, then said with a worried expression, that's right. You can tell at a glance that Su is very naive. What if some wicked woman takes advantage of him? The golden-haired girl said earnestly, and he's also extremely kind and gentle, so we absolutely must not let her succeed. Especially when recalling Su Chang's forgiving smile just moments ago, they couldn't help but feel warmth in their hearts, thinking his kindness might be just a bit too excessive. Despite being filled with grievances to the point of wanting to escape school, he still chose to forgive them with kindness in the end. How could this not make them feel distressed for Su Chang? So much so that it now stirred a maternal halo within them, making them want to do something for Su Chang or make amends, so he would suffer less pain and torment in the future. Mei Chem, you're right. Then leave it to me. I happen to have a friend who's a second-year student. I'll ask her later. The black-haired girl patted her chest with an I've got this expression. It seems our junior has gained two beautiful girl knights. Lu Qingyu watched the two girls depart, a faint smile on her face as she spoke in a lightly teasing tone. Su Chen merely shrugged her shoulders. They're just feeling guilty and acting a bit sensitive. Please don't take what happened just now to heart, senior. You've really thought this through. Lu Qingyu nodded. Since that's the case, why didn't you take the chance to confess to one of them just now? Who knows, you might have ended up in a relationship. At this point, Lu Qingyu suddenly leaned in close to Su Chang and lowered her voice. Hey, do you prefer blondes or brunettes? As the sudden scent of perfume assaulted his senses, Su Chang instinctively took a step back. Neither, he replied. Then Su Chang shook her head. Besides, it would be too despicable of me to confess under these circumstances, and such temporary relationships built on guilt are completely meaningless. What's so despicable about it? Guilt can gradually blossom into affection too. I'm sure once they get to know you properly, they'll definitely fall for you. Lu Qingyu wore a proud expression, the look of someone who knew everything gradually unfolding, appearing remarkably playful and adorable. After all, junior brother is an extremely gentle person. Gentle? Su Chang shook her head. No, the word gentle absolutely doesn't apply to me. He never considered himself a kind person. On the contrary, he was rather violent and petty. And soon, he would give Eddie that bastard some trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep a wink tonight. Probably because he just forgave those two girls, earning him the gentle label from the senior. But in reality, it was purely because he didn't want to be stared at like a circus attraction. After all, there were people all around. Add to that the strange sense of guilt he felt, even though it was a separate issue. He had genuinely threatened someone, after all. Want to go grab some food? Yet Lu Qingyu didn't refute Su Chang's opinion. Instead, she suggested, we have physical training all afternoon. You won't have any energy if you don't eat. Su Chang just realized that this afternoon's class was swimming, which gave him a start. He checked the time on his phone and found there was still an hour left before class. Ultimately, he shook his head and said, Senior, I'm not hungry. I'll just grab some juice from the nearby vending machine. Because he had something to ask Lu Qingyu. Alright then. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu nodded, and the two turned to walk toward the nearby vending machine. Su Chang stood in front of the vending machine, staring at the dazzling array of beverages. After a moment's thought, he turned to Lu Qingyu, who was sitting nearby swinging her slender, knee-socked legs idly, and asked, Senior, what would you like to drink? Black tea. Got it. Su Chang nodded, then turned back to the vending machine and retrieved a can of black tea along with some fruit juice. Senpai, there's something I'd like to ask you. He opened a can of black tea and handed it to Lu Qingyu, speaking with a serious expression. Thank you. Lu Qingyu accepted the drink and expressed her gratitude before taking a sip. After swallowing, she asked, What did you want to ask? Click. Su Chang popped open the juice can and immediately began gulping it down in large mouthfuls, sending the liquid cascading into his stomach with audible glugs. This morning's events had rapidly depleted his brain's sugar reserves from all that frantic thinking, leaving him desperate to replenish them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the energy to get through afternoon classes. Ji Qingyi, do you know that senpai? Yeah, she's in my class. Lu Qingyu nodded. You're probably the only one in the whole school who doesn't know her. What kind of person is she? Is this about inviting you to join the club? Lu Qingyu pondered for a moment before speaking. If everyone else in school were like flickering fireflies, then Ji Qingyi would undoubtedly be the brilliance of the bright moon. I know that. What I want to ask is, why does she invite me to join the club? Su Chang's expression turned serious. He hadn't forgotten the way Ji Qingyi had looked at him before. It was a gaze that looked at you as if you were already dead. If I joined her club, wouldn't I be living in fear every single day? I actually didn't know about that.
Lu Qingyue placed her index finger on her chin as she thought for a moment, but I feel she might be somewhat interested in you. She continued, if you join her club, you won't have to worry about being bullied at school anymore. Besides, you'd be the first ordinary person to enter her club. You should really cherish this opportunity. Lu Qingyue actually seemed envious as she spoke, clearly yearning to join Ji Qingyi's club. Interested in me? Su Cheng was stunned, then asked, if I refuse, will she cause trouble for me? Just thinking of Ji Qingyi's frigid glare sent chills down his spine. I couldn't say, there's no precedent, she replied. At this, she put on a serious expression and spoke solemnly, but don't worry, Junior, Miss Ji isn't someone who enjoys bullying the weak. As she spoke, her face even showed a look of admiration. But let's not talk about those who offend her. Hearing these words, Su Cheng immediately felt a headache coming on, because he really had offended her. After all, confessing his feelings and then running away must have left a terrible impression. What is she usually like at school? Usually, aside from reading books, she just handles paperwork. She doesn't even use electronic devices. She seems like a very conservative and old-fashioned person. Lu Qingyue spoke while observing Su Cheng's expression. Gee, don't you even use a phone? Su Cheng was shocked. Who would have thought there'd still be young people who didn't use phones in this day and age? I've never seen her use one. Lu Qingyue shook her head, then added with a hint of envy in her voice, but I have heard that every morning a private chauffeur drives her to and from school. At noon a dedicated nutritionist prepares her specially balanced meals, and in the evenings after returning home, maids attend to her. It's almost like she's living the life of a princess. This is already a princess, alright. Su Cheng rolled her eyes before continuing, Senior, do you envy her lifestyle? Of course. Lu Qingyue smiled and continued, after all, what young girl wouldn't yearn for such princess-like treatment? Not only having all needs provided for but also enjoying service where she's treated like the moon surrounded by stars. After speaking, seeing Su Cheng had fallen into some strange contemplation, she quickly interrupted his thoughts. By the way, have you made up your mind yet? Yeah, I've made up my mind. Su Cheng replied, feeling his decision was correct. At least Ji Qingyi hadn't been impolite or disrespectful toward him and had even helped him, so joining her club wouldn't be inappropriate. Just give her face. Then you should have a good talk with your family. Club fees are no small expense. Do I still need to pay club dues? Su Cheng froze for a moment before hurriedly asking, roughly how much does it usually cost? It should be quite a lot. Lu Qingyue fell into thought before replying, at the very least, probably tens of thousands. At least tens of thousands? Hearing this figure, Su Cheng couldn't help but jump up in shock. Tens of thousands? His little heart couldn't take it. Some equipment like uniforms and bows are purchased according to national standards, while the school fully sponsors some competitions. Transportation and banquet expenses for others need to be paid out of pocket. Lu Qingyue explained, so you'd better mentally prepare yourself in advance. Hearing this, Su Cheng roughly understood, when going out with a group of rich kids, naturally everything would be calculated according to top-tier accommodation and dining standards. I'll have to think about it. Su Cheng sighed and began hesitating. At the moment, he only had 250,000 yen coins to his name. Is this club fee annual or per semester? Per semester, Lu Qingyue replied. But if you achieve good results, both the school and the club offer exceptionally generous rewards. Chapter 18, an existence more terrifying than tsundere. So expensive. After bidding farewell to the senior, Su Cheng found a secluded spot, took out bread and milk from his storage space, and ate. Once finished, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath before heading back to the classroom building. He initially thought the 250,000 would be enough, but he never expected joining a club to cost so much. In an instant, he felt poor again, yet rather than discouraged, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. Just confess to a few more C-rank girls and it'll be fine. Su Cheng resolved in his heart. Ouch, my foot hurts so much. Suddenly, a moan came from nearby. Su Cheng turned her head to look and saw an adorable girl sitting on a chair, rubbing her ankle beneath white thigh-high socks, casting a pitiful glance at him. He took one glance and immediately averted his gaze, pretending he hadn't seen anything, then continued walking toward the classroom building. Though this person had an exclamation mark floating above their head, he wouldn't offer help so readily. After all, what if after helping once, he accidentally forgot about it next time, ended up confessing, and the other party actually agreed? Big brother, could you help me please? Take me to the infirmary. Seeing that Su Chen didn't want to acknowledge her, the girl quickly called out to him. But Su Chen didn't pause his steps. Instead, he broke into a sprint, as if determined to cement his image as cold-blooded and indifferent. Ha! After rushing into the school building, Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, then looked up and stopped a male classmate, saying, Hey, there's a cute girl at the entrance who hurt her leg. She needs someone to carry her to the infirmary. Can you help? What? Upon hearing this, the righteous young man couldn't help but widen his eyes. I can't just stand by and let this happen. With that, he hurriedly ran out of the teaching building and dashed toward the school gate. Watching his urgent retreating figure, Su Cheng's lips curled slightly upward before she walked briskly toward the restroom. When the male classmate arrived at the door, sure enough, he found a petite and sweet-faced girl sitting on a chair, only there was also a blonde twin-tailed girl beside her.
Classmate, do you need some help?
The boy quickly spoke up, eager to showcase his passionate and upright image, but failed to notice the disdain and contempt on the girl's face at that moment.
Not needed, please stay away from me.
The guy was momentarily stunned by this abrupt remark, then looked at the girl sitting on the chair. To his surprise, she was a beautiful, exceedingly cute mixed-race girl, and the golden-haired twin-tailed girl beside her was even more adorable, also mixed-race.
Two mixed-race beauties. He unconsciously gulped. Didn't you hear me, you average narcissist? I told you to stay away from us.
The words jolted him awake. Lifting his head, he met her fierce glare and instantly felt a pang of guilt, hastily shuffling away with an awkward chuckle.
What's going on? Why did Su Chang run away?
The girl on the chair puffed her cheeks and pouted angrily, clearly displeased. Does this mean I'm not cute enough?
Her name was Arya.
Her father was the CEO of a multinational corporation, placing her background in the upper middle tier of this school's social hierarchy.
Maybe he's in a bad mood today?
Cornelia stood by with an awkward smile. Just now, her friend hadn't witnessed the scene that would have delighted her, so she spontaneously staged one herself. Though she tried to intervene, it was simply impossible to stop her, so she could only stand by and watch helplessly. Her plan was to enlist Su Chang's help, knowing full well that given his notorious reputation as a confession maniac, he would inevitably profess his love to her. Then, she intended to ruthlessly humiliate him, reveling in the sight of his devastated and agonized expression. But who would have guessed that Su Chang didn't follow the script at all and actually ran away directly, making her performance completely wasted. This made her friend extremely irritated.
Damn it!
Arya gnashed her teeth as she spoke, then suddenly stood up. I refuse to believe this. Cornelia was startled and quickly tried to dissuade her. Arya, don't do anything rash. She wanted to persuade Alia further, but before she could finish speaking, she noticed Alia had already dashed into the school building. Left with no choice, she could only follow helplessly.
Just as Alia stepped into the first floor, Su Chang unexpectedly emerged from the restroom nearby.
After stealing a glance at Alia, he muttered under his breath, "What miraculous healing hands." The girl who had been writhing in agony just moments ago was instantly cured by that male classmate. He couldn't help but marvel at how this school truly hid dragons and crouching tigers. Extraordinary talents lurked everywhere.
What nonsense are you spouting? Alia was instantly irritated.
She was already in a bad mood, and Su Chang's bizarre remarks only fueled her anger further. Behind them, Cornelia, who had just arrived, took one look at their situation and couldn't help but shake her head while covering her forehead, choosing to observe secretly from the sidelines.
Are you sure you want to have a conversation with me in front of the men's restroom?
As Su Chang said this, two male classmates who had just finished using the restroom appeared behind him, casting strange looks at Alia. This made her instantly feel uncomfortable all over, her face turning crimson as if about to drip blood. Blushing with shame and anger, she grabbed Su Chang's arm, dragged him to the stairwell, then crossed her arms and glared down at him with a cold snort before commanding, "Confess your love to me."
Su Chang was momentarily speechless. Why should I confess? You're the infamous confession maniac, aren't you? Isn't professing love your favorite pastime?
Arya stared at him with righteous indignation, her expression clearly threatening. "If you dare not confess, I'll kill you."
What a surprise! You actually discovered my well-kept noble interest. How impressive. Farewell then.
With that, Su Chang turned to leave. He really had no interest in wasting time with this person in a barbershop. This guy's train of thought was clearly messed up.
What if the confession actually worked? Stop right there.
Alia grabbed Su Chang and yanked him back. "You haven't confessed to me yet."
Su Chang forcefully shook off her hand and snapped, "Why should I confess to you? You're not my type."
"What?" Hearing Su Chang's words, Alia immediately took offense, her face flushing red as she roared. "What do you mean I'm not your type?
Are you implying I confessed to you? I've explained it to you very clearly. Take a look at yourself. What about you is remotely worthy of my confession?"
Su Chen was now furious as well, casting a disdainful glance at the others shredding her like bust. You. Elia trembled all over with rage at Su Chen's words. Finally, biting her lip in frustration, she blurted out in desperation, "I don't care. Today you have to confess to me, and then let me humiliate you properly. Are you out of your mind?" Su Chang was completely bewildered. This girl was indeed not normal, they'd never even met before, yet she could say something like that. Did she have to humiliate him like this? But if she was going to reject him anyway, there was no harm in confessing. For the sake of the system rewards, it wasn't embarrassing at all. Since they wanted to humiliate him, he needed to turn the tables and seize the initiative. He had to ensure she would definitely reject him, even make her feel it was humiliating. So he slowly uttered a single sentence, "You want me to confess to you, is that it?" Alia nodded eagerly, then shoved Su Chang and urged, "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Su Chang took a deep breath, composed himself, and looked at Alia seriously as he said, "Do you have body odor?" Alia froze upon hearing this and subconsciously lifted her arm to sniff her armpit.
Then suddenly realizing, she glared at Su Chang and enunciated each word furiously. You filthy commoner, dare insult me? Asking for death.
Then she brandished her fists, bared her silver teeth, looking like she was about to pounce and bite someone with her mouth. Su Chang was startled at the sight and quickly took several steps back, pressing one hand against the shorty's forehead to interrupt her casting.
Then, with a deep and affectionate gaze, he softly said, because you're as enchanting as a fox, I couldn't help but want to confess to you, I like you.
After finishing his words, he let go of his hand. Seeing Elia still in a dazed state, he turned and dashed toward the stairs.
Hey!
Alia finally snapped out of her shock, only to find Su Chang already walking away. Stomping her foot in frustration, she hurried after him and angrily shouted, You damned idiot!
I'd never agree to your disgusting confession. Why don't you take a piss and check your reflection? What makes you think a pathetic loser like you deserves someone like me? Keep dreaming. Phew. Even after venting all her humiliation in one go, she didn't feel any satisfaction, just a lingering sense of defeat. Her heart swelled with regret as she thought, if only I had slapped him hard just now and hurled a few cutting words, maybe then my trampled dignity could have been salvaged. Damn it, I'm so pissed off, this guy is absolutely unbearable. Alia angrily punched the wall, her mood turning even fouler. Didn't he confess to you?
At this moment, Cornelia hurried over as well.
She looked at Elia and asked somewhat awkwardly.
She had seen everything that just happened, even unable to hold back her laughter.
How could I accept a confession like this? Elia said indignantly, then suddenly turned to Cornelia and asked, why does he give me such humiliating confessions while being gentle with you? Why? At this, she actually burst into loud sobs and unprecedented outpouring of emotion. This preferential treatment is absolutely devastating to one's dignity. Ha, you're crying.
Seeing Alia suddenly crying startled Cornelia, who hurriedly reached out to wipe the tears from the other's cheeks. I didn't cry, it's just that sand got into my eyes. Alia immediately rejected this excuse, but the words came out in the wrong order, she didn't even believe it herself. Cornelia sighed helplessly, then patted Aria's shoulder and comforted her. Alright, we won't discuss him anymore. Indeed, when a tsundere meets someone even more tsundere, they suddenly become gentle.
No way. Right now I'm going to humiliate him in front of his whole class and make him suffer social death. Chapter 19, Su Chang doesn't want to become more handsome. Classroom building.
In the third-floor bathroom.
Ding. Failed confession. Character information loading. Target, Alia Dana. Intelligence, 4.5. Charm, 8. Stamina, 3. Status, daughter of a multinational online media CEO.
System description, a popular beauty at school with half-Irish heritage, she possesses an extremely adorable face but has numerous fatal flaws. Ferocious, paranoid, passionate, arrogant, unreasonable, capricious, and prone to tantrums, she harbors hostility toward all males. Danger level, B. Failed, cannot continue within 1 month.
Cornelia Plus.
Looking at this character profile, Su Chang couldn't help but make a snarky comment.
This was simply an advanced version of Cornelia.
He clearly disliked tsunderes, yet today he encountered the ultimate tsundere, leaving him utterly at a loss about how to handle the situation.
Moreover, and most importantly, it was yet another Class B threat. He still had one unresolved Class B threat lingering, and now here arrived another. This left him somewhat frustrated, he had initially assumed it would be just a Class C. After all, the other party had humiliated him too. Congratulations host for completing a B-level danger once. Random reward attribute point, 1. Host's attributes have changed. Charm, 7. Can these attribute points be taken back?
Hearing the system notification sound, Su Chang couldn't help but speak up.
Yet the system showed no reaction whatsoever.
So he had no choice but to open the toilet door and approach the sink's mirror to observe his changed appearance.
Holy shit! Su Chang looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
His facial features remained largely the same, except his skin had inexplicably become smoother, more delicate, and even fairer than usual. Meanwhile, his eye color now appeared deeper and more striking than before, shimmering like a galaxy scattered with stars. All in all, while the changes were limited to fairer skin and twinkling eyes, these two alterations alone completely transformed his aura, almost as if he'd become a different person altogether. Harmless and innocent looking, utterly deceptive in short.
God damn it, why? Su Chang's expression soured because, if things stayed like this, the likelihood of future failed confessions would skyrocket exponentially.
He didn't even know how to explain it to others. Strangers wouldn't be an issue, but Lu Qingyue knew him all too well. In fact, she often stared at his face for no particular reason.
What should I do? Su Chang frowned, scratching his hair in frustration as he found himself utterly at a loss. Damn it!
At that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. He had absent-mindedly touched his stomach earlier, only to realize that what used to be soft had now turned surprisingly firm.
Su Chang lifted his shirt to look at his abdomen, his face filled with horror. There's bread growing on my stomach? No, it's abs.
He reached down to feel his waist, then his expression instantly turned pale. Suddenly, he had developed a six-pack on his stomach, and they were very robust, firm, and wonderfully sculpted six-pack abs. Each segment was flaw-proportioned, with even the muscle striations looking as though they'd been professionally trained. It was obvious at a glance that this was the result of rigorous, disciplined training.
So, does this thing count as part of charm?
Su Cheng thought to himself, then couldn't help but complain. PE class is coming up soon. How am I supposed to face people like this? He began questioning his existence, suspecting the system was intentionally making things harder for him.
The upcoming swimming class would only require boxer briefs, so his abs would definitely be exposed. What should he do if this got out?
Like the so-called confession maniac with six-pack abs.
Just hearing this new nickname makes me cringe with embarrassment.
Right. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Cheng. A perfect plan emerged in his mind. That would be wearing a school swimsuit to swimming class, then the issue of visible abs could be perfectly resolved.
Nothing less than me, always coming up with such brilliant ideas. No time like the present.
Su Cheng immediately sprung into action, quickly exiting the restroom and dashing toward the campus supermarket. He needed to buy the outfit. He wanted to buy a swimsuit for girls to wear to swimming class.
Gee, a girl's swimsuit. Just as he stepped out of the restroom, Su Cheng suddenly froze. Am I some kind of pervert? The confession maniac with six-pack abs or the confession maniac in a school swimsuit? Choosing a title is such a dilemma. The former is embarrassing, the latter even more so. After prolonged hesitation, he ultimately chose the former.
Although the title of pervert would significantly decrease his confession success rate, but now he had friends.
Even if he didn't care about his own dignity,
he still had to consider his friends.
Moreover, fundamentally he was still a normal-thinking teenager who didn't want to be labeled as a pervert. Meanwhile, Class 2, Grade 1.
Two unexpected visitors suddenly appeared at the door, none other than Arya, who came looking for Su Cheng, accompanied by a helpless-looking Cornelia. Alia's chestnut brown hair cascaded down her back, her delicate features making her look like an exquisite porcelain doll, though her displeased expression currently spoiled that impression. She stood at the classroom doorway, arms crossed as she surveyed the scene inside. Cornelia followed behind her, wearing an awkward yet polite smile. In the classroom, a group of people surrounded two girls, discussing something unknown. Their arrival immediately silenced the chatter in the class, and everyone turned to look at them.
Ha, Senior William? A black-haired girl in the class blinked in surprise upon seeing Cornelia, then immediately frowned. Is that the daughter of the diplomat who previously humiliated Su Cheng?
A blonde girl nearby suddenly stood up upon hearing this, fixing Cornelia with an unfriendly stare.
The rest of the class also turned their gazes toward Cornelia, their eyes filled with hostility and resentment.
Seeing this, Cornelia's expression froze instantly, leaving her visibly at a loss.
Alia didn't pay it any mind.
Her gaze swept around the room, failing to locate Su Cheng before finally settling on the tall girl in their class who wore her hair in a single ponytail.
Lee, junior sister, I have something to ask you. Alia's tone carried accusation. Senpai, there's...
Before she could speak, the blonde girl beside her cut in, Class President, leave her to me. Seeing this, Arya didn't say anything and shifted her focus elsewhere.
Senior Arya, is there something you need?
The blonde girl asked, her tone neither warm nor cold, seemingly carrying a hint of distance.
I remember you're the second daughter of Zhao Group, Zhao Yan, right?
Alia spoke indifferently, with a hint of condescension in her tone. Naturally, people within their social circles knew each other and were well aware of each other's status.
MHM. Zhao Yan snorted lightly but then turned her gaze to Cornelia, asking, could it be that senior sister William also has business here? Is there something improper about me being here? Cornelia was somewhat angry.
Having everyone's eyes on her already made her extremely displeased, but now hearing those words from him stirred genuine irritation within her. She had come primarily to stop Arya from doing something reckless later. That's why she couldn't trust Arya to come alone. Where the hell is that damn Su Cheng?
Alia didn't hesitate and spoke directly, her tone coming across as extremely forceful. Chapter 20, the whole class defends him. You're looking for Su Cheng? Zhao Yan asked.
Arya froze at these words, her eyes widening into perfect circles. She stared at Zhao Yan in disbelief before finally snapping back to reality and shouting angrily, I'm looking for Su Cheng, not some ghostly Su Cheng.
I know that. Our class has Su Cheng, Su Cheng, and Su Xiaocheng. You're looking for Su Cheng, right? Zhao Yan asked with a giggle. Su Cheng.
I'm looking for the middle one you just mentioned, Su Cheng.
Alright, I got it. Zhao Yan nodded in sudden understanding, causing Elia to finally relax. But then Elia frowned again as Zhao Yan turned her head and called out, Su Cheng, an upper-class woman is looking for you. Oh, senior, were you looking for me?
A black-haired girl nearby suddenly raised her hand, grinning at Elia. Abruptly, a strange ripple trembled through the air.
Alia's face instantly darkened as she realized the other party was toying with her.
Meanwhile, Cornelia beside her also showed signs of displeasure. After all, openly mocking someone like this was undeniably excessive.
As for the rest of the class, they remained silent, coldly observing the unfolding scene.
The class monitor glanced at the two opposing sides and sighed, not intending to mediate. After all, it was clear the other party was here to cause trouble for Su Chang. Moreover, she knew Arya's temperament. She was notoriously hot-headed and rarely considered the consequences of her actions. If Su Chang truly angered her, Arya would undoubtedly seek revenge. Even if we report this to the student council or discipline committee now, it won't stop future covert retaliation.
Su Chang is an ordinary student.
If they succeed even once against him, it would undoubtedly ruin his entire future. The only solution now is to mobilize the entire class to make them back down in the face of united resistance. Alya took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within her, and said through gritted teeth, "For the last time, I'm here to see Su Chang." "Oh," Zhao Yan replied indifferently, wearing a nonchalant smile, then turned her head and called out, "Su Xiaocheng, someone's here to see you."
"Oh, senior sister, you're looking for me again?"
The black-haired girl beside her stood up again, extending her small hand with a smile as she looked at Alya.
"My name is Su Xiaocheng, nice to meet you. I remember your name is Xianying, right?"
Alya's face was full of anger. She had finally reached her limit.
"No, my name is Su Xiaocheng."
Xianying smiled brightly, her expression radiating youthful innocence.
"But you just called me Su Chengcheng."
Elia roared, her beautiful face flushed crimson with anger as tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes.
"What's wrong with being called Su Chengcheng?"
"Senior, there's no need to get so worked up, it's just my nickname." Xianying continued playing innocent, even blinking her big eyes for effect, looking utterly adorable.
You. Alya trembled with rage, never imagining the other party could be so despicable.
She was utterly fuming, veins nearly popping from fury, until she could bear it no longer and summoned every ounce of strength to charge forward.
"Alya, stop this." Fortunately, Cornelia quickly grabbed Alya's arm.
"You can play the Mountain King and bluff all you want, but keep it within your own territory.
Otherwise, you'll end up humiliated like you are now."
Zhao Yan folded her arms and sneered, fearlessly addressing Aliyah. "The students of Class 2 aren't pushovers you can bully as you please, so please leave right now, or don't blame us for being impolite." Her words instantly united the entire class's sentiment and pulled them into the same front. Whether they wanted to defend Su Chang or were previously indifferent bystanders, they all now stood up, their gazes filled with loathing toward Aliyah. A few boys even clenched their fists, fire flickering in their eyes. They couldn't wait to drive this woman out on the spot. Today she could target Su Chang, but who's to say she wouldn't arbitrarily bully someone else tomorrow? Zhao Yan's remark strategically shifted the situation into a matter concerning the entire class's collective interest. "Senior, please leave. Whatever Su Chang has done to you, we ask that you follow the college's formal procedures. Otherwise, we will file a lawsuit against you at the board meeting, and you will bear the consequences of violating school regulations." At that moment, a male student suddenly spoke up. Though his voice was rather deep, his tone carried a strong undercurrent of impatience.
"Threatening me? Is this really all your class is capable of?"
Alya trembled with rage, her face flushing crimson, never having anticipated that things would escalate to this point. Everything had defied her expectations.
"This is what we call upholding justice. The academy won't tolerate anyone bullying others by wielding authority, let alone when you're clearly making trouble for one of our classmates."
Another male student wasn't about to be outdone and spoke up at the same time. The voices of two boys rang out across the classroom, instantly turning the atmosphere into a tense standoff. Elia listened to the accusations hurled at her, her face turning livid with rising fury in her heart. She had never suffered such humiliation before, yet she knew that persisting further would only invite more disgrace upon herself.
"Alya, let's go." Seeing this, Kanya gently tugged at Alya's sleeve and whispered persuasively to her, "I will absolutely not let this go." Alya glared fiercely at the entire class, throwing down these harsh words before swiftly leaving with Cornelia in tow. Watching the two depart, Zhao Yan finally relaxed and patted her chest. "That scared me to death. I thought she was going to pounce and bite me." "Surely it's not that serious?" "Ah, Sis Yan, you're too hilarious." If she really pounced on him, that scene would be absolutely. "To think you actually drove Alya away. Who'd dare to cause trouble in our class now?" "Sister Yan, you're so cool." "Sister Yan, you're amazing. I really want to kiss you." "No, this is the result of everyone working together to protect the class's interests." Zhao Yan shook her head, wearing a serious expression as she spoke. "Yeah, victory for the whole class." Everyone chimed in agreement, their expressions quite earnest. "All right, now there are no outsiders." Zhao Yan glanced around before speaking. "Sister Yan, just say whatever you want to say directly. Just tell me directly if you have something to say." They all responded in unison. Zhao Yan gave a slight nod, then cleared her throat lightly before speaking. "As you all heard, she wants revenge against Su Chang, so we must stop her actions. Otherwise, things will escalate badly for Su Chang. My suggestion is that our class must stay united, support each other, and face the enemy together. Helping Su Chang means helping ourselves too." "No problem." As it should be. Agreed. Zhao Yan's words instantly electrified the entire class, and everyone eagerly voiced their agreement. I endorse Zhao's opinion as well, but I suspect Su Cheng might not need our help by next week. The class monitor interjected from the side. Her words were subtle, but everyone present understood her implication. That means Su Cheng will be joining the archery club next Monday, and I doubt anyone would dare cause trouble for her after that. After all, with Ji Qingyi from the archery club standing behind her, wouldn't messing with Su Cheng just be slapping Ji Qingyi in the face? Unless Alia doesn't want to survive at school anymore. Chapter 21, Su Cheng doesn't want to be popular. That makes sense. In that case, I won't participate in today's club activities. I need to protect Su Cheng properly, and I'll make sure he stays with me all weekend to avoid any retaliation. Xianying volunteered by raising her hand and speaking up. With her self-appointed guardian of the prince's demeanor, she couldn't help but amuse everyone present. Sure, I'll go with you then. Zhao Yan nodded in agreement. But does anyone know about the grudge between Su Cheng and Ilia? Just then, a male student spoke up. After watching for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what exactly had happened between the two. The moment these words were spoken, the classroom fell into complete silence. Everyone remained quiet, as if lost in thought. Could it be that Su Cheng confessed to her and she felt humiliated? I think she was standing up for Cornelia. That's not important. At that moment, the class monitor spoke up. The important thing is that once Su Cheng returns, don't tell him about this matter. Su Cheng, as an ordinary civilian, was inherently fragile and sensitive. If he found out, who knows what effect it might have on him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Alright, everybody disperse now. Go do whatever you need to do. The class monitor's words instantly made everyone in the classroom nod in agreement, quickly shifting the topic to discuss other matters, though silence fell again shortly afterward. All eyes turned toward the door with astonished expressions as they saw Su Cheng returning. Why does he seem more handsome now? A male student stared at Su Cheng in surprise, unable to hold back his astonished outburst. The others also turned their gazes toward Su Cheng, noticing that he now seemed like an entirely different person compared to his former self. Though his features remained unchanged, his skin had become noticeably fairer, and his eyes shone brighter than ever, making him appear extraordinarily dazzling. Did he put on foundation and wear colored contacts? That was the only thought running through everyone's minds. Psychologically speaking, we used to have biases against him, so everything about him seemed unpleasant. Now that the biases are gone, all his strengths naturally come to light. A bespectacled girl pushed up the black-framed glasses on her nose bridge with her middle finger and spoke. I see. A male student nearby nodded thoughtfully. Gee, do you really buy that? The bespectacled girl actually showed a surprised expression. As expected, you noticed the change in me immediately. As Su Cheng walked back to the classroom, she sensed everyone's peculiar gazes and felt somewhat awkward inside. Never had he imagined his own image could become so dazzling and glorious. This was a sensation he'd never experienced before. Is there something everyone needs? Su Cheng batted his innocent, doe-like eyes, playing dumb. Gulp. Some of the girls in the class instinctively swallowed, but soon some of them snapped out of it, quickly averting their gazes and pretending to focus on their books. Yet others couldn't help stealing glances at Su Cheng, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Welcome back, Su Cheng. Zhao Yan stared unblinkingly at Su Cheng, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, yet she couldn't hide her astonishment. Beside her, Xianying wore an equally stunned expression. Just moments ago, Su Cheng's complexion and eyes hadn't been like this. They were fair, yes, but the current difference was simply too striking, which was why she reacted with such astonishment. Su Cheng, what did you use? The change is so dramatic. Xianying couldn't help but step forward, carefully studying Su Cheng's face, pale and smooth, especially those eyes like black pearls, crystal clear and extraordinarily beautiful. Yet there wasn't the slightest trace of makeup, which made her even more puzzled. Well, Su Cheng decided to voice his flawlessly crafted lie and began speaking. Because I have swim class this afternoon, I took off my makeup in advance and removed my colored contacts too. Did you remove your makeup? Were you wearing colored contacts before? Doesn't that mean, oh my. The whole class erupted in an uproar at these words, with many girls letting out gasps of surprise. Some people said I wasn't manly enough before, so I made my complexion look more rugged. Su Cheng blinked timidly again, his face filled with helplessness and innocence, looking as though he found it difficult to speak. I see, so that's how it is. So she was using makeup to hide it all along. A murmur instantly spread through the classroom as several girls suddenly understood everything. But wearing makeup is so unmanly in the first place. Xianying frowned at the words, then turned to Su Cheng with a serious expression. I think you're just fine the way you are now. No need for makeup or anything like that in the future. You look perfectly handsome just like this. Yeah, I agree. The class monitor also chimed in. Is that so? Su Cheng scratched his head awkwardly, wearing an honest and simple expression. He looked just like an innocent young man with a pure heart, oblivious to worldly affairs, the picture of youthful naivety.
But inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that's me alright, capable of spinning such a perfect lie. At that moment, an inexplicable urge welled up in some of the boys' hearts, a desire to protect Su Chang. But this impulsive feeling was fleeting, and soon they all returned to normal, secretly despising themselves for harboring such emotions toward a man. How utterly mortifying. The girls were even worse off, each one practically itching to pounce on Su Chang and have their way with him. They never imagined that the same Su Chang they had once despised could turn out to be such a handsome, pure-hearted, kind, and even shy boy. He was practically the perfect guy. She even clumsily put on makeup just to fit in with the group. What a naive sweetheart. Yet they had chosen to hurt such a pure and kind-hearted boy before. At this moment, the entire class felt their guilt and shame reach its peak. Su Chang, classmate. At that moment, the class monitor approached Su Chang and said with sincere earnestness, as your monitor, I failed to provide you with positive and uplifting support. Instead, I allowed this incident to cause you distress. On behalf of the entire class, I apologize to you. Having said this, Li Wen bowed at the waist to offer her apology to Su Chang. The humility in the monitor's posture at this moment made Su Chang feel both astonished and undeservingly honored. She hurriedly reached out to steady the monitor's shoulders. It's alright, I've already let this matter go. Please don't let it weigh on everyone's hearts either. Su Chang spoke these words while still supporting the monitor's shoulders. The class monitor raised her head upon hearing this, but her face was filled with shame. She hadn't initially understood why Senior G wanted to invite Su Chang to join the club. Now she realized, it was probably because Senior G had never before seen someone so genuinely kind and pure-hearted, and thus wanted to protect Su Chang. Well, since that's what the person involved has said, Zhao Yan continued, then let's consider this matter closed. Su Chang nodded hurriedly, feeling a surge of relief in his heart. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help but secretly admire Zhao Yan's perceptiveness. With that, he gave a nod to everyone before walking toward his seat. Truth be told, he had a terrible headache. Because of this incident, he, who was originally invisible, suddenly became the target of public criticism. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do about it now except to grit his teeth and bear it. Su Chang, are you going straight home after class? Just as he sat down, Xianying approached him with an inquisitive look and asked, heading straight home. Su Chang nodded slightly, unsure what she meant by suddenly saying that. So what do you usually do on weekends? Xianying continued asking, her face full of excitement and eager anticipation. I'll just stay home this weekend. Su Chang shook her head and replied, oh, I see. Xianying looked disappointed, but soon her eyes lit up as she said, there's a gathering this weekend, may I invite you to come? I don't like crowded places. Upon hearing this, Su Chang froze momentarily before hurriedly declining. Xianying's delicate face flushed crimson upon hearing this, and she patted her forehead somewhat regretfully. Fortunately, Zhao Yan nearby stepped in to stop Xianying in time. What she meant to say is, our class is having a gathering. Would you be interested in joining us? A class gathering? Hearing this, Su Chang momentarily didn't know how to react, and couldn't help but feel hesitant. Under normal circumstances, he would have refused without a second thought. But having just claimed he didn't mind anymore, turning them down now would seem petty, as if he were still holding a grudge. For a moment, Su Chang found himself caught in a dilemma, unsure how to respond. Just as he was struggling, Zhao Yan beside him waved her phone at him and said, Student Su Chang, let's exchange contact info first. You can take your time to think it over before giving me an answer. Me too. And me. Then a swarm of female classmates gathered around Su Chang, surrounding him and demanding to add him on WeChat. Su Chang. As waves of sweet perfumes assailed him, he felt like crying but had no tears. He truly never wanted to be so popular. Chapter 22 Student Su Chang doesn't want to be toyed with like this. Just like that, after Su Chang had gotten half the girls in the class to share their contact info, everyone settled back into their seats and quieted down, waiting for class to begin. With nothing else to occupy him, he glanced at the seat where Eddie normally sat. Eddie wasn't in class. No surprise there, he was probably in the faculty office or the student council room. However, recalling this incident made Su Chang extremely uncomfortable. Such a vile act of deception and framing was utterly disgusting. If it weren't for Ji Qingyi, his life would have been completely ruined. After all, being expelled would go on his permanent record, especially being expelled from Yancheng Private High, a globally renowned institution. Anyone expelled from this school would likely find no other educational institution in Yan country willing to accept them. At this thought, Su Chang involuntarily clenched his fists. No matter what punishment Eddie received, he was determined to seek retribution. Otherwise, the heart remains unsettled. He turned his head to gaze at the scenery outside the window, quickly contemplating his next plan for revenge. There were still 14 cigarettes left, but having learned of the cigarette's formidable power, he couldn't bear to use it. Though it would make this revenge effortless, a scumbag like Eddie clearly didn't deserve such a tool. Is he even worthy of smoking Huazi? Moreover, he believed this act of revenge required no tools at all, his own capabilities would suffice.
As for why? Because he has already leveraged momentum, and this momentum is the entire class. Now that the whole class stands on his side, Eddie simply cannot oppose him. In the end, Eddie will only be played right into his hands. However, employing this method carries extremely high difficulty. One misstep and he himself could be dragged down too. So he must consider how to utilize this momentum? This is a question worth pondering, because he needed to conceal his intentions entirely throughout the process, which meant he couldn't seek help from anyone in the class either. He intended to use others as tools for his revenge. This was a revenge that required both acting skills and intelligence to execute. It must be said that the timely boost in charm points came at just the right moment. Su Chang, is something troubling you? Xianing, sitting in front of Su Chang, suddenly turned around upon noticing him staring blankly out the window and asked with concern. Her words triggered a chain reaction throughout the classroom as all the students collectively turned their gazes toward him. Where's Eddie? Su Chang pretended not to understand. That scumbag should be in the student council. I think Eddie's family will do everything they can to protect him. I think so too. After all, this concerns Eddie's future. His family will definitely use all their connections to protect him. In the end, the most likely outcome will just be a disciplinary record and a class transfer. Is that all? What do you think? That's letting this scum off too easily. After all, his father is one of the board members, so this matter can only be settled this way. Sigh. Su Chang, don't worry either. If he dares to bully you again, just tell me, I'll wipe the floor with him. A male classmate sitting behind Su Chang poked her shoulder with his pen, speaking with righteous indignation. Hey, don't poke people's shoulders with a pen you just had in your mouth, that's disgusting. The girl sitting next to him grimaced with disdain. Sorry. The male student gave an awkward chuckle, then buried himself back in his textbook. Inside, Su Chang was fuming. This is bullying. It's absolutely bullying. But he didn't show any emotion on his face, only casting a grateful glance at the male classmate before saying with heartfelt appreciation, Thank you all so much. I'm truly happy to be your classmate. Alright, no need for such mushy talk. We're all classmates here, it's only natural we look out for each other. That's right, but remember this, Su Chang, if you ever face something like this again, you must tell us. You absolutely shouldn't swallow your anger like you did this time. Zhao Yan looked at Su Chang with solemn seriousness as she gave this admonition. That's right, otherwise you'll just get bullied. Xianying nodded in agreement. You can tell us about any troubles you're having. I feel like the atmosphere in our class is better than ever before. Evenly, when sitting in the front row, couldn't help but sigh, came the remark. Yeah, with the class troublemaker gone, we've naturally become more united. Su Chang, from now on our whole class has got your back. Yeah. Hearing these words, Su Chang felt a warmth in her heart. But then a surge of guilt arose within him, for what he was about to do, exploiting the entire class as pawns for his own selfish gain, would toy with their emotions. Forget it, I'd better use an item instead. After a long internal struggle, Su Chang ultimately decided to abandon this plan, as he finally realized he wasn't cut out for playing with people's feelings. He was an orphan, and he knew all too well the preciousness of emotions. Just as he had instinctively chosen to trust Lu Qingyue before, wanting to protect the beauty in his heart, this very thought was now growing stronger and stronger within him. Su Chang, please come to the student council office on the 4th floor. Just as he was about to give up on this plan, the classroom intercom suddenly crackled to life. This broadcast was designated for a specific class, only class 1 to 2 would hear it. The entire class froze for a moment before all eyes instinctively turned to Su Chang. For some reason, at that moment, everyone felt he seemed different, radiating something pure that made them involuntarily want to draw closer. It looks like I won't be able to take swimming lessons with everyone. Su Chang stood up, flashing a brilliant smile as he nodded to the crowd, then walked out. As he passed by Xianying, she lightly patted his arm and raised a small pink fist in encouragement, saying, Don't be afraid. Su Chang was momentarily stunned. Though Xianying's voice was soft, he heard it crystal clear, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. Though she could be quite harsh with her words, aside from that, she still matched her cute appearance quite well. Su Chang smiled at her and then walked out of the classroom, heading toward the stairs. The moment he left, the entire class began to buzz with discussion. You're trying to get Su Chang's forgiveness, aren't you? That must be the only possibility. Will he understand? He probably would. After all, he has no background or connections. What could he possibly do even if he refused to understand? He's completely powerless to change this situation. Damn it, someone like Eddie, Xianying said with a look of unwillingness on her face. But we have the ability. At that moment, a quiet girl in the corner who never spoke suddenly opened her mouth. After saying those words, she closed her lips and didn't make another sound. Her name was Li Guanqi. As the name suggests, spectators should not speak during a chess match. A textbook example of the three-nose girl, but upon closer inspection, one could see she had well-proportioned facial features, average height, fair skin, the right curves in the right places, by all standards, a beautiful girl.
At that moment, the entire class fell silent, all eyes simultaneously turning toward that girl, the invisible one who rarely spoke to anyone. Yet today, unbelievably, she had initiated conversation.
Yes, we have the ability.
These words seemed to jolt Zhao Yan awake, her face lighting up with excitement as she stood abruptly.
What's the solution? Hurry up and tell me. Xianying couldn't help but urge him on.
Since we know Su Chang will choose to forgive, and Eddie will most likely transfer classes in the end, we can spread this incident throughout the school to ensure everyone knows what Eddie has done.
That way, he won't have the face to stay at this school anymore. Zhao Yan smiled and said to everyone, with the abilities of everyone present here, clearing Su Chang's name shouldn't be too difficult, right? Innocent? Confession maniac. You mean Su Chang's previous confession was also orchestrated by Eddie? What else could it be? Do you have solid evidence to confirm this?
At that moment, the class monitor stood up, his face filled with astonishment. One must understand the severity of this matter. If Eddie was truly responsible for previous incidents too, the consequences for him could be utterly disastrous. Consider that among those Su Chang previously confessed to was Ji Qingyi. If Eddie's actions were exposed, this kind of rebellion against natural order wouldn't just spell doom for him, even the family he represents would likely face dire consequences. Such behavior of toying with one's master is absolutely unforgivable.
Does it matter if it's true or not? Doesn't he just love spreading rumors and lies?
Zhao Yan pondered for a moment before continuing. Let him also experience the same treatment that Su Chang suffered.
Zhao Yan clearly wants to crush Eddie to death. Zhao Yan, this doesn't seem right. How are we any different from Eddie when we act like this?
Class president, you seem to have overlooked the most critical issue. When Su Chang confesses to someone, they'll definitely investigate his background thoroughly from the very start. At that moment, the girl wearing rectangular framed glasses adjusted her spectacles.
What do you mean?
Of course, the person whom Su Chang confessed to knew it wasn't Eddie's doing. Zhao Yan's purpose in doing this was nothing more than to make Eddie feel panic and fear, while also clearing Su Chang's name.
Why wouldn't she go for it? But isn't this kind of behavior also? I believe this requires introducing the theories of inherent evil and inherent goodness. When a group gathers the power of good, then that group constitutes justice. If the group gathers the power of evil, then it is evil and rightly deserves severe punishment. At this point, the bespectacled girl paused briefly, then adjusted her flat-framed glasses, the lenses flashing with an eerie blue light. She then fixed her gaze on the class president and enunciated each word deliberately. This concept is called "the law does not punish the multitude." Of course, such a concept applies only within the bounds of school regulations. Her words undoubtedly gave everyone a reassurance pill. I'm willing to join this promotional event.
Suddenly, a male student stood up, his face filled with determined resolve.
So am I.
Xianying and the others chimed in one after another.
You guys? The class monitor's expression changed dramatically as she spoke in disbelief. Me too. I know a senior in the publicity department. My sister is the head of the journalism club.
At that moment, the male student who had just poked Su Chen with a pen also stood up, wearing an expression of hesitation that made everyone turn their gazes toward him.
My deskmate is the younger sister of the newspaper club president.
At this point, he even put on a smug expression of pride, which sent the whole class into fits of laughter.
But what about swimming class? This is far more meaningful than swimming class.
After saying this, he glanced at Zhao Yan again.
Don't you agree, Zhao Yan?
Of course. Zhao Yan quickly nodded, her face lighting up with joy. In that case, there's no need for a vote.
Those who want to help can simply participate. Does that sound good? Sure. No problem. Bring it on, let's cause some chaos. I'm fired up. Give me the social media news. I'll handle the network. I'm in charge of public opinion. I'm in charge of spreading. I'm in charge of running errands.
I remember Eddie listed high blood sugar in his health records.
I have diabetes, I'll splash him in the face later.
No, we can't let him get a taste of sweetness.
Ha ha ha. He.
In an instant, the entire class erupted as students scrambled to their feet, the clamor growing louder until the classroom was filled with all sorts of strange shouts. A few minutes later, only a handful of students remained in the classroom. Everyone else had gone to participate in this promotional event.
The class monitor sighed and couldn't help but glance at Li Guanqi in the corner. This guy truly lived by the saying, still waters run deep. Who'd have thought a single sentence from him could completely turn the situation around?
At this moment, Li Guanqi noticed the class monitor's gaze. She stood up, bowed respectfully to the monitor, and said, "Monitor, please take the roster home with you from now on."
Ha!
The monitor didn't understand what she meant and froze on the spot. Watching Li Guanqi leave the classroom, she finally realized what was happening.
Wow, so she was another victim too.
Clearly, she had also been deceived by Eddie under Su Cheng's name, which is why she wanted revenge. Moreover, judging by Li Guanqi's reaction, she seemed quite furious about what had happened to Su Cheng as well.
Eddie even secretly looked through the class roster.
At this thought, the class monitor's face darkened.
Ha!
While walking with a group toward the journalism club, Xianying suddenly noticed an elegant figure appearing beside her, none other than Li Guanqi.
Classmate Li, is something the matter?
Xianying looked curiously at Li Guanqi, who was sticking close to her, feeling somewhat puzzled.
Xianying, there's something more suited for you to do. What is it?
Hearing this, Xianying immediately perked up with interest and asked.
Yesterday I spotted Eddie sneaking around the hospital.
I suspect his undisclosed illness must be something unspeakable, so you should look into Eddie's medical records.
Then let's go together? Xianying said with eager anticipation. I was just about to go. Li Guanqi nodded expressionlessly. Soon, the two arrived at the school hospital building. Flame City School Hospital is a large comprehensive medical facility integrating healthcare, teaching, research, and emergency services. It boasts top-tier medical experts and finest physicians from both domestic and international backgrounds, along with the nation's, even the world's, most advanced equipment and treatment technologies. As a result, the hospital serves not only students but also countless parents and relatives of students. Even some VIPs choose to register for treatment here. It's in the traditional Chinese medicine department. The two arrived at the hospital, and Li Guanqi said to Xianying, I'm really curious. As Xianying spoke, an unusual light flickered in her beautiful eyes, then the two of them walked into the hospital together. Arriving at the hospital reception, they registered at the information desk before Xianying and Li Guanqi headed into the traditional Chinese medicine department. There's a doctor inside. Xianying noticed a young female doctor sitting nearby flipping through documents and exclaimed in surprise. Isn't it perfectly normal to have doctors in a hospital? Li Guanqi continued, let's go in together. I need acupuncture treatment, and you can take the chance to check the medical records at that filing cabinet over there. Are you sick? I'm sick, you know. Chapter 23, Pitiful, Weak, and Helpless. Ding-a-ling. As Su Chang just stepped out of the student council office, the bell signaling the end of afternoon classes rang. The outcome unfolded exactly as expected. The student council held no prejudice against him, and moreover, they unreservedly produced all the evidence of Eddie's crimes. They too wanted such behavior from Eddie to face due punishment. But unfortunately, Eddie's parents had sent over a renowned lawyer. After stating his case and defending himself, on the grounds that Eddie was under 16 years old, the school should criticize and educate students who violated its management regulations rather than expel them. Only criticism and education were permissible. The punishment was that Eddie had to work on campus during all holidays for the entire semester. Normally, such an incident would warrant a public reprimand from the school and an official demerit on the student's record. But for some inexplicable reason, the school administration seemed to have undisclosed motives and quietly swept the entire procedure under the rug. Before leaving, the student council showed him regret and said, if the president hadn't been sent abroad for an exchange program, this definitely wouldn't have been the outcome. Su Chang also understood that it was due to the background, so he merely smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. After all, he was intent on revenge. No matter what punishment Eddie received, it wouldn't change the deep-seated hatred he harbored for him in his heart. The only regret was that he hadn't seen the legendary enigmatic student council president. Had he been able to witness the president's elegance in person, it would have been considered great fortune. He'd heard rumors that this student council president had secured support from 95% of the school's student body during freshman year, subsequently becoming the 22nd president of Yenqing Private Academy. Hailed as the protagonist of this world, the president was regarded as a once-in-a-millennium perfect individual. A girl. This is compensation, please accept it. Su Chang had just left when a man in a suit handed her a check and said impassively, this was Eddie's lawyer. His reputation was immense, carrying significant influence throughout Yenqing. Even the school board members treated him with deference. Trailing behind him was Eddie, wearing a disgruntled expression since having his vacation revoked felt worse than death to him. Due to his extreme nearsightedness, he failed to notice the changes in Su Chang's demeanor. Please take it, this is my apology. Seeing Su Chang wasn't accepting it, Eddie grew anxious and quickly added with sincere earnestness. After all, this amount of money was simply a fortune for an ordinary person like Su Chang. No need, an apology is enough. Su Chang shook his head and refused calmly. He wouldn't dare accept it, who knows what kind of trap might be waiting for him. Go back, I'll handle this. Eddie frowned, finished speaking with the lawyer, then took the check. The lawyer nodded and left without looking back. Please accept this. I said no. Su Chin cast a faint glance before turning to walk toward the stairwell exit. Stop right there, don't you dare walk away. Eddie finally revealed his true colors. Glancing around at the circle of spectating classmates, he sneered, you'd better take this money. Truth be told, this was primarily his father's instruction. Knowing the student council president's temperament, she would undoubtedly replay this entire incident upon her return since there wouldn't be any substantive disciplinary action. As long as Su Chang accepted the money, the involved party would have no complaints, and no one would pursue his wrongdoing further. Hearing Eddie's words, Su Chang led him to a blind spot in the camera's coverage around the corner. Over here. Why?
Seeing Su Cheng moving to a secluded spot, Eddie assumed she was afraid of being seen by other classmates. A mocking expression appeared on his face as he followed her.
Take it. Eddie arrogantly handed the check to Su Cheng, but before the words could fully leave his mouth, Su Cheng stepped close to him, whispering sharply in his ear, "You're just a fucking idiot." Eddie froze in stunned silence. This was the first time someone had ever cursed at him, and even called him a dumbass. "You dare insult me?" Eddie's eyes blazed with rage. Su Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, then curled her lips into a mocking smile before striding past Eddie. "Stop right there." Eddie flushed with fury and grabbed Su Cheng by the arm. "Not even my parents have ever scolded me like this." Su Cheng's lips curled slightly upward. He never expected Eddie would dare to resort to violence right at the student council's entrance. "Stop, what are you doing?" Sure enough, the next second, student council members rushed over upon hearing the commotion, forming a protective circle around Su Cheng. Eddie was stopped from his impulsive action by someone, angrily pointing right at Su Cheng's nose. "He insulted me." The student council members turned to look at Su Cheng upon hearing those words, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. The vice president asked, "Is that true?" I. Su Cheng glanced fearfully at Addison's angry face, then looked at the vice president. Shaking his head timidly at first, he suddenly seemed to realize something and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, it was me who insulted him. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Addison." As he spoke, he lowered his head in apology, looking completely like someone who'd done wrong, a picture of pitiful fragility and helplessness. Especially those eyes, brimming with grievance and innocence, looking like this, anyone would believe the young man had only made the wrong decision out of fear of Eddie's retaliation. "Don't be afraid, Su Cheng. This is the school." As expected, seeing Su Cheng in this state, the vice president immediately turned to Eddie and scolded, "It seems Eddie hasn't shown the slightest intention to repent. In that case, this matter will have to be handed over to the academy's legal team for resolution. I feel this matter also requires further investigation. I'll contact the president now." Eddie panicked upon hearing the student's remarks, yet he hurriedly tried to explain. "He really insulted me, believe me, please believe me." "Yes, I scolded him." Su Cheng looked up, his face wearing an innocent expression as he gazed at the crowd. "You see, he's already admitted it." Eddie quickly spoke up when he saw this. "Su Cheng, don't be afraid. Tell me exactly what happened." They looked at Su Cheng with serious expressions, then turned their gaze to Eddie, their eyes filled with displeasure and anger. "He kept insisting on giving me money just now, and wouldn't let me leave unless I took it." Su Cheng raised his head as if mustering up courage to explain, though inwardly he was already overjoyed. "I see." The vice president immediately grasped the situation upon hearing Su Cheng's words. He patted Su Cheng's shoulder and spoke in a gentle tone, "Leave now, and let's see if he dares to do anything to you." "All right." So Su Cheng obediently said okay, then turned her back to the student council members while facing Eddie directly. With her lips, she silently mouthed the words, "You're a fucking idiot." After completing the task, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, forming a Nike swoosh, before he turned and walked away without looking back. "You!" Eddie was so furious he could explode inwardly. Yet he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Under the watchful eyes of the student council members, he dared not make a move. Now that the student council was clearly favoring this guy, he realized anything he said would be useless. A mere commoner. Eddie gritted his teeth inwardly, turning to glare at Su Cheng's retreating figure with venomous gleam flickering in his eyes. This time, he would absolutely make Su Cheng pay a painful price. I'll be heading back too." Eddie turned to look at the student council members with a somewhat unpleasant expression as he spoke. "Please come inside." However, the vice president invited Eddie to stay, showing no intention of letting him off. Eddie inwardly thought things were going south but had no choice. He could only steel himself and enter the student council office. "Yes." Eddie reluctantly nodded and walked into the student council office. Meanwhile, the student council members gathered in another meeting room to discuss the farce they had just witnessed. The vice president sighed and shook his head. "Eddie is Director Eddie's son, but his behavior is absolutely appalling. I've already reported it to the president. His actions show extreme disrespect and provocation toward both the student council and school regulations." Everyone unanimously echoed the vice president's viewpoint. Eddie sat alone in the empty meeting room for a while, feeling bored as he looked around absent-mindedly. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Campus newspaper delivery." "Ha, nobody home?" A guy pushed open the door, saw Eddie, then with a strange expression on his face placed the newspaper on the student council desk before quickly turning to leave. Eddie realized the visitor was a student from his own class and couldn't help feeling puzzled. But since the person had already left, he had no choice but to shift his attention to the campus newspaper and began reading it. The moment he saw the headline, he froze in shock, his face filled with astonishment and his eyes brimming with incomprehension. How is this possible? Eddie was stunned. This simply couldn't be true. His father had long since established connections with the publicity department. Matters concerning him absolutely couldn't spread to the college network,
let alone be published in newspapers. So there was no way this could have happened. Why? Eddie muttered to himself, utterly unable to comprehend this at the moment.
Am I dreaming?
Eddie pinched his own cheek hard.
Ouch. The pain shot through his head, instantly snapping Eddie back to reality. What's going on? Eddie's heart was filled with confusion, his face twisting in bewilderment. How did things turn out like this? How is this even possible? The newspaper glaringly displayed all his transgressions, even featuring his photograph, and most crucially, an entirely fabricated charge forcing Su Chang to confess under duress. At that moment, fear, dread, unease and various other emotions kept rising within Eddie's heart. He had never imagined something like this would happen. His heart instantly plummeted to rock bottom, and every shred of hope within him shattered. In this situation, there was absolutely no way to turn things around. He had always been an extremely prideful person. Now that the scandal had been exposed and become common knowledge throughout the school, he was on the verge of total breakdown. Why did it turn out like this? His heart was filled with resentment and agony as he screamed silently, yet no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. His face grew increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Broadcast room. I just saw Eddie in the student council room when I was delivering newspapers, and he's the only one there. A boy hurried to a girl from behind and spoke. What great news! I was just hesitating whether to announce it over the PA system. Hearing this, Xianying's face lit up with pleasant surprise as she pressed the student council broadcast button by herself. Right, I'll ask Dad. He must have a solution. A glimmer of hope suddenly arose in Eddie's heart. He hurriedly took out his phone to dial Edison's number, but just as he pulled it out, the student council broadcast abruptly sounded. Testing, testing. A female voice suddenly came through the speakers, startling Eddie. This is the lost and found office. Someone picked up an anonymous medical record. It mentions frequent traditional handcrafting as the cause of prostatitis. Heh. At this moment, an involuntary chuckle came through the broadcast. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Eddie voiced his confusion. Ahem. The doctor's advice is to exercise restraint, otherwise it might lead to infertility later on. Wait, it seems there's a signature here. This is for Eddie from class 1 to 2, student number 44 foot. Please come to the lost and found immediately to claim your medical records. Ahahahaha. Chapter 24, Su Chang wants to protect someone. Eddie from class 1 to 2. These words exploded repeatedly in his mind. In that fleeting instant, he felt the skies tearing asunder and the earth splitting open. As if struck by lightning, he could no longer control his body or his thoughts. Even his limbs refused to move an inch. This frozen state lasted for nearly a minute before he suddenly clutched his head with both hands and let out an agonized roar. At this moment, he would rather die than live. Yet it feels like he's already dead. Social death still counts as death. He had never felt such despair, never been so terrified before. Yet he knew with absolute clarity that staying at this school was no longer possible. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how people would talk about him behind his back, how they would ridicule him. By the way, Dad. He clutched at this lifeline like a drowning man, dialing the number, and tears burst from his eyes the moment the call connected. Dad, you lied to me. No, the publicity department framed me. I've already understood the situation. Next, I'll send you abroad to a place where no one knows you, so you can start your life anew. The other end of the phone delivered a man's icy voice. He heard it clearly, it was his father's voice. But this was the first time he'd heard his father's voice so stern and icy, like something frozen solid. He could almost feel the chilling aura radiating from him, a frigid wave that seeped from his marrow outward, leaving his very skin numb with cold. He felt fear, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What on earth is his deal? He asked with trembling voice, realizing he might have been deliberately targeted. No matter who he is, right now your task is to find that student named Su Chang and issue a public apology. Take responsibility for what you should. The father on the other end of the phone said calmly. Dad, I don't understand. He shouted with all his might, his voice choking back tears. If you had done better, even if those guys came asking, I could have maneuvered to protect you. But unfortunately, you did so poorly that it would have been better not to even try. At this point, his tone suddenly turned icy. This time, your entire class was involved in this matter. Moreover, your student council president just requested a board meeting. The situation has escalated to an irreparable level. This incident doesn't just concern us, it involves the main house, the G family. The school's reputation has suffered severe damage. We must take responsibility. Later, I will resign from the board. Subsequently, the executive chairman of G Aviation Group will take over. What? Hearing these words, his mind buzzed violently. He never imagined the situation would escalate so severely to the point where his own father had to relinquish this honor. For an enterprise, such an honor was nothing short of an irreplaceable treasure. But to hear it described as a burden from his own father, what a heartbreaking thing indeed. As a father, I've failed. I never imagined you'd turn out like this under my care. I hope you'll properly reflect on yourself from now on.
You'll go apologize immediately, then head straight to the academy gates.
A driver will be waiting for you.
The moment these words ended, the dial tone from the receiver plunged Eddie's mind into complete turmoil.
School gate. Junior. Su Chang, standing at the bus stop waiting for the bus, suddenly heard a familiar voice.
Turning her head, she saw Lu Qingyue walking towards her, her face covered in smiles. Then suddenly, her expression froze as she asked, "Handsome guy, who are you?"
Lu Qingyue's heart was filled with astonishment.
Having not seen her for just one morning, the other party's temperament and complexion had undergone such a dramatic transformation without even a trace of makeup.
How could she not be shocked? How could she not be astounded?
And those eyes, they sparkled like twin diamonds, utterly unforgettable.
Could it be that he obtained some kind of reward again? Lu Qingyue gasped sharply at the possibility, her heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Though inwardly shaken, she quickly regained her composure and deliberately feigned astonishment. What on earth is going on?" she stammered. "Oh, we have a swimming lesson this afternoon, so I removed my makeup and took out my colored contacts." Su Chang continued explaining with his flawless and utterly reasonable lies. "Gee, I see." Lu Qingyue didn't believe him at all, but still put on an expression of sudden enlightenment before asking puzzledly, "With such fair skin, why did you deliberately make yourself look unattractive before?" Su Chang inexplicably felt displeased when he heard this, his entire face clearly conveying an "are you being polite" expression as he stared at Lu Qingyue. However, seeing that Lu Qingyue actually believed him, he secretly sighed in relief. I'm sorry.
Lu Qingyue quickly covered her mouth, looking apologetic as she continued speaking. "I was just so surprised that I misspoke."
Please don't be angry. She was doing it on purpose. Who told Su Chang to treat her like a fool anyway?
Here. Lu Qingyue took a can of drink from the pocket of her pleated skirt and tossed it directly to Su Chang. Su Chang hurriedly caught it in a fluster, only to realize upon looking down that it was the same brand of drink he had at noon. "I have to say, this senior is both gentle and thoughtful." The next second, Lu Qingyue pulled out another can of soda from her pleated skirt pocket, leaving him utterly dumbstruck. He thought to himself, does this skirt share the same magical properties as my system space? Or is Baidu space truly a spatial treasure? Su Chang's expression naturally caught Lu Qingyue's eye. This made Lu Qingyue unable to resist covering her mouth with a light laugh. The school skirt pockets could even fit an entire large bottle of cola.
I see. Su Chang had an epiphany. Then, searching for conversation topics, she glanced at the luxury vehicles lining the street and asked curiously, "What's going on at school today? Why are there so many expensive cars here?" "This has everything to do with you, Junior," Lu Qingyue said with a beaming smile. "Me?" Su Chang froze for a moment. Lu Qingyue took out another newspaper from her skirt and handed it to Su Chang. "I never expected you'd shake the entire school to its core within just 1 week of enrollment. Truly worthy of you, simply amazing." Su Chang took the newspaper and flipped through a few pages. Even though she had mentally prepared herself beforehand, she was still shocked. The reports about Eddie falsely accusing his classmates and manipulating them occupied a significant portion of the newspaper. There were numerous photos accompanying the story, some of Eddie himself, along with various pieces of evidence. Su Chang sighed, instantly realizing this news article was his entire class collectively standing up for him. He felt deeply grateful and moved, but some things were entirely unnecessary. Take, for instance, Eddie's command to go confess his feelings, that was completely pointless. This gave him a terrible headache. He still planned to confess in the future. Wouldn't this let down his classmates' kind intentions? He didn't want to betray the trust these classmates had placed in him, nor did he want to bring shame upon them because of himself, yet for him, this was an extremely difficult task to accomplish. How could he grow stronger without confessing? So these vehicles? Su Chang pointed at the luxury cars parked along the roadside. It's the vehicle of a board member. Oh, I see. Su Chang nodded but still didn't quite understand what was going on. Lu Qingyue continued, "Because of your matter, the board meeting was convened." Hearing Lu Qingyue's words, Su Chang was stunned once again. He finally realized what the root cause of all this was. Because of me? But even after realizing it, Su Chang still found it incredibly hard to believe. Lu Qingyue looked at Su Chang with a smile and said, "The student council president has returned." All of this was orchestrated by the student council president. Was there really a need to go to such lengths? Su Chang was somewhat bewildered. He truly couldn't understand why the student council president would do something like this. Because she's the student council president. Alright, I think I kinda understand now why she managed to secure a terrifying 95% approval rating from the whole school as a first year. Lu Qingyue flashed a smile. Smart. Suddenly, Su Chin. Just as the two were chatting, a furious roar rang out from afar. Following the sound, they saw Eddie standing not far away, glaring at them angrily. After leaving the student council, Eddie had gone to the classroom looking for Su Chen, but didn't find her. Since class was over and the room was nearly empty, this came as a relief to him. He wasn't particularly willing to apologize in the first place. After all, Su Cheng had just been scolding him. In the end, he could only head toward the school gate, ready to go home, but the stairs weighing on him along the way were undoubtedly unbearable. Those gazes felt as sharp as blades, scraping against his skin, leaving him with the sensation of being devoured by countless ants. Some girls were even whispering among themselves and breaking into giggles. This undoubtedly dealt a massive blow to his pride, making him feel utterly humiliated and severely wounding his self-esteem. He was seething with resentment, so much so that he wished he could just die, at least then he wouldn't have to endure all those judgmental stares. At this moment, he was on the verge of breaking down completely. Then just as he reached the school gates, he spotted Su Cheng. You can imagine what state his emotions were in now. All he wanted was to perish together with her. Since you're already thinking about dying, why not drag Su Cheng down with you? You filthy peasant from the countryside, this is all your fault. He picked up a stone from the ground and quickly approached Su Cheng, his eyes filled with madness. Senior, be careful. Su Cheng saw the madness in Eddie's eyes and immediately shielded Lu Qingyue, never expecting Eddie to lose his senses so completely as to commit such an outrageous act in public. Lu Qingyue, feigning terror, cowered silently behind Su Cheng, staring blankly at the sudden assault from Eddie. Yet all the while, she was observing Su Cheng's reaction, curious to see how he would handle the situation. If he proved incapable, she wouldn't hesitate to rescue him. But if Su Cheng showed no fear, she was eager to witness what this transmigrator would do to cope. This time, facing a frenzied Eddie, Su Cheng absolutely couldn't rely on his usual tactic of running away. After all, she was still here at this moment. Any man with a sense of responsibility would never choose to run away at a time like this. Thus, Su Cheng had no choice but to accept the challenge. Yet the very next second, a wave of shock coursed through her heart as she noticed a pack of red cigarettes materializing out of thin air in Su Cheng's hand. She instinctively swallowed hard. Supernatural powers? Creating things out of thin air? Magic? Fourth-dimensional pocket? Spatial ring? Storage pouch? Spatial folding technology? In that instant, countless question marks flooded her mind. Her mind was completely overloaded. She couldn't analyze which category Su Cheng's ability belonged to. While mind-affecting artifacts or charm-enhancing abilities still fell within her realm of comprehension, what she just witnessed now filled her with creeping dread. This outright defied existing principles of physics. To realize that if this ability were discovered by others, countless theories would be confirmed. It could prove subspace theory, space jumps, and quantum synchronization hypotheses to be correct. What profound advancements it would bring to technological development. Everyone understands the principle that a valuable item invites crime. Though Su Cheng is a transmigrator, he simply doesn't possess the strength to resist the entire world. Who could predict the consequences if Su Cheng's ability were revealed to others? What kind of scenario would unfold then? At this moment, this time traveler was risking exposure of his abilities in a surveillance-filled area to protect her. How could she remain unmoved? She knew the effects of the cigarette in his hand all too well. It had the power to influence people's minds. Just as Eddie lifted the stone and moved within 3 meters of Su Cheng, ready to give the order, suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept by. A pair of slender, jade-like arms suddenly blocked his path, followed by a fleeting shadow so swift it was nearly invisible to the eye. By the time he realized what was happening, a dull thud echoed through the air. Eddie was then sent flying as if struck by an unseen force, his body crashing violently beside a large tree. Leaves showered down as he lay motionless, face down on the ground. Yep, completely knocked out. It all happened in the blink of an eye. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Plop. The drink in Su Cheng's hand fell to the ground. Under his dazed and bewildered gaze, that slender figure pivoted gracefully with effortless ease and walked toward him with a relaxed expression. Hiss. Su Cheng glanced at Eddie and then at Lu Qingyue, unable to help but draw a sharp breath. A Dozong expert was truly as terrifying as the rumors claimed. This genuinely shocked him. What kind of power and speed is this? Though I couldn't quite see what happened, Eddie was sent flying. Am I in some kind of anti-cliché comedy manga world? He felt his brain short-circuiting. This makes absolutely no sense. And why is this hero being rescued by a beauty? Wasn't the whole point of being a transmigrator to show off and put people in their place? Shouldn't the plot develop with him showing off his prowess, secretly winning the senior's heart? Why is it now his heart that's secretly swayed, thumping wildly in his chest? Did I cross over the wrong way? Lost in thought, Su Cheng thought he must be seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes and stowed the cigarette in his hand back into the system space. When he reopened his eyes, he found the graceful figure standing before him, slightly bent at the waist, gazing at him with a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes. Senior, you. Su Cheng gulped, stammering incoherently, you're. That scene just now was proof enough that Lu Qingyue's physical stats were definitely above 8. I've told you before, I come from a martial arts family. Lu Qingyue, afraid Su Cheng wouldn't believe her, even struck a fighting stance and threw a combination of straight punches, hooks, and uppercuts at thin air.
Then she lifted one long leg sheathed in knee-high socks and delivered a fierce whip kick towards nothingness. Naturally, Su Chang got an unobstructed view beneath her fluttering skirt. There lay the world's most unsuccessful invention, safety shorts. Still black. After completing this seamless series of moves, Lu Qingyue reverted back to her usual gentle senior persona that put people at ease. But the problem is, last time you clearly said your family was from generations of medical professionals. Chapter 25, might have chosen the wrong way to travel through time. There's a saying that goes, fists originate from the book of changes, principles form through medicine. Lu Qingyue continued, those of us studying medicine must master 4 connections: medical literature, martial medicine, medical philosophy, and medical divination. Our family's tradition focuses on the connection between medicine and martial arts, so I'd say martial arts families are pretty much the same.
Is that really true?
Su Changcheng tilted her head, her eyes filled with bewilderment.
It's like this.
Lu Qingyue nodded, that's why you must never underestimate anyone in this school, not even ordinary people like your senior here. As she said this, Lu Qingyue even crossed her arms over her chest, putting on an expression that clearly said, don't you dare look down on me.
But how are you ordinary at all?
Su Chen couldn't hold back and grumbled aloud.
Excelling in both medicine and martial arts, this was truly a once-in-a-generation talent. Wait, did I forget something?
Suddenly, Su Chang seemed to remember something. He turned to look at Eddie, who was lying motionless on the ground, his face turning grave.
People who dare omit the FM7 chord, they deserve it. Lu Qingyue pouted, serves them right. What do you mean by that? Su Chang froze in surprise.
Oh, it's just schoolyard slang, the notes in an FM7 chord on the piano spell FAC, meaning face.
Lu Qingyue explained. Ah, is this how people talk around here at school?
Su Chang simply felt baffled. This kind of joke made no sense to him. He figured only someone who played the piano would understand these things. Indeed, there always seems to be a generation gap when he communicates with rich people.
By the way, thank you so much for stepping in to help, Senior Lu. Otherwise, the consequences would have been. Su Chang expressed his gratitude to Lu Qingyue with a face full of appreciation, but before he could finish, she interrupted. What, starting to feel scared now? Why yes, I am. The problem is, your first instinct was to shield me behind you just now. Lu Qingyue blinked her beautiful eyes, her gaze brimming with sincerity. To be honest, I was genuinely touched. It's just a pity my junior doesn't fancy senior girls like me, otherwise I'd definitely confess to you. At this point, she sighed again with a look of sadness and disappointment, making Su Chang somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, the bus arrived just then, so he changed the subject. Senior, you board first, leave this to me. This was between Eddie and him. He didn't want to drag Lu Qingyue into it or owe her any favors. Luckily, there weren't many people around, so he could take full responsibility. Besides, the whole affair had started because of him. He couldn't shirk the duty. No, I can't leave you here alone. Lu Qingyue shook her head in refusal. No. Su Chang's tone hardened, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Qingyue. You already saved me earlier, senior, and I'm extremely grateful for that. That's exactly why I can't drag you into this. Hey, what's wrong with that student? Should we call an ambulance? At that moment, an elderly man's voice rang out inside the bus. The two followed the sound and saw that the passengers seemed to be discussing something, their gazes all fixed on Eddie lying on the floor, faces filled with astonishment. This immediately flustered Su Chang. Oh, this is a student from our school's arts department. Su Chang said with fake seriousness, he's currently at a club activity called street performance art. But that kid isn't moving at all, he's even bleeding. The old man didn't seem to buy Su Chang's explanation. Are you sure that boy isn't in any real danger? Very realistic performance, right? Lu Qingyue took over the conversation, also spouting nonsense. It seems his art truly gave you a visual shock, and what he wanted was precisely this effect, making you unable to distinguish truth from illusion. I see now. So creative, the perfect fusion of art, nature, crime, and death. Beautiful, utterly sublime. Absolutely magnificent. Truly worthy of being an elite student from Yanqing Private School. Your artistic flair is simply ingenious. The passengers erupted in chatter as realization dawned, with even the elderly gentleman giving Eddie a thumbs up of approval as he lay on the ground. Some even pulled out their phones to snap commemorative photos. Driver, you go ahead. We'll wait for the next bus. Lu Qingyue waved dismissively at the driver. Wait. Su Chang was startled and wanted to stop her, but Lu Qingyue grabbed his wrist instead, giving it a gentle shake. Her face was full of determination. Come on, now's not the time for outdated masculinity. But, Su Chang tried to say more, but Lu Qingyue cut him off directly. His family won't retaliate, don't worry. Gee, no way. Su Chang wore an expression of disbelief. This was exactly what he had feared. Have you been watching too many dramas? Lu Qingyue smiled and explained. For heirs of chaebols like Eddie, their parents' mindset is completely different from ours. They treat their children more like commodities. When the child is performing well, they shower them with doting affection. But when that product shows defects,
their first instinct is to remedy the situation. If remediation fails, they simply abandon the product and transfer their love and hopes to another child.
But, wouldn't retaliating against us be an effortless move for them? You're mistaken. They wouldn't do anything without benefits. Besides, we're from Yen City Private School, they're not that foolish.
If they did such a thing, they'd only bring endless trouble upon themselves. Lu Qingyue spoke while observing Su Cheng's reaction, noticing he still wore an expression of disbelief. She knew Su Cheng could only process things through his own way of thinking.
Moreover,
at this point, Lu Qingyue paused briefly. You're not alone anymore.
Senpai.
Lu Qingyue raised her head upon hearing this and motioned for him to look behind her. Su Cheng turned around and noticed three figures had abruptly appeared at the school gate. A black-haired girl among them was waving her arms while shouting, Su Cheng. It was none other than Xianying, Zhao Yan, and a male classmate. But Xianying's adorable little face was now etched with anger as she rushed over, glaring furiously at Eddie lying on the ground. You infertile jerk, how despicable can you be? Xianying stepped forward and kicked the artist Eddie in the back. Yet, the artist remained completely unresponsive, utterly dedicated to his craft. Frustrated, she angrily delivered 2 more kicks, but still failed to rouse the artist from his trance. Though the physical damage was minimal, the verbal humiliation was off the charts.
Witnessing this, Su Cheng broke out in a cold sweat, internally groaning. What kind of cringe-inducing nickname is that? Su Cheng, are you hurt? Zhao Yan and a male classmate approached Su Cheng with concern. He snapped back to reality and looked at the two. The guy, he remembered, was the one who sat behind him, named Wang Guansong. What brings you here? Upon seeing the two, a warm current surged in Su Cheng's heart. We were looking for you at the school just now, but couldn't find you. So we checked the surveillance footage in the monitoring room and saw Eddie holding a stone and attacking you at the school gate. We rushed over immediately and happened to run into student Wang on the way, so we asked him to come alone. Zhao Yan spoke while discreetly glancing at Eddie lying on the ground, her face filled with disgust. Then she looked around and noticed Lu Qingyue was missing, so she asked, by the way, where's Senior Lu? They had just seen Lu Qingyue rescue Su Cheng on the surveillance footage, but now she was nowhere to be found. Gee? Su Cheng was startled, turning his head to find Lu Qingyue had long disappeared behind him. He couldn't help but silently marvel. As expected of a martial arts family, they've truly got some hidden skills up their sleeves. Note, the original Chinese uses of vulgar idiom widow giving birth still got some old foundation implying hidden capabilities, adapted for cultural context. Chapter 26 The Black and Gold Duo.
And so, amidst the forced conversation, the unconscious Eddie was taken away by the ambulance.
Yet Eddie's father conspicuously chose not to step forward to defend his son at school.
Instead, he sent a secretary-looking individual to approach the 4 of them.
Zhao Yan and the other girl immediately grew vigilant upon seeing this.
Their beautiful eyes locked onto the newcomer, but the secretary displayed neither fear nor nervousness, maintaining an appropriately composed demeanor. Miss Su Cheng, regarding the incident just now, our chairman has instructed me to convey his sincere apologies. He hopes you can find it in your heart to forgive this unreasonable behavior on his son's part. It reflects our inadequate parenting. Rest assured, I will deal severely with Eddie's misconduct. The secretary apologized to Su Cheng with extraordinary deference and sincerity, then produced a document from his briefcase, adding, this is a compensatory gift our chairman insisted on presenting.
Miss Su Cheng, we sincerely hope you'll accept it graciously.
According to the law, Eddie's actions just now constitute intentional homicide and he must bear criminal responsibility. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan, who was standing nearby, immediately stepped forward to shield Su Cheng.
Classmate Zhao Yan, you've misunderstood, this is merely compensation money. What do you mean by doing this? Are you trying to shield a criminal? Do you have any idea what consequences this could lead to?
Xianying glared at the secretary with an unfriendly expression. Seeing this, the secretary immediately handed the document to Su Cheng. Student Su Cheng, this contains our chairman's handwritten letter for your review. At her words, Zhao Yan and the other two froze in shock, looking incredulously at the document in the secretary's hand. After all, matters between children rarely warrant intervention from elders, let alone a handwritten letter. Su Cheng was also momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Nodding, she extended her right hand to take the document, then opened it and extracted the letter inside. Written upon it were the words, please forgive me, Su Cheng. I sincerely apologize to you, but this doesn't mean I won't punish Eddie for his mistakes. Please believe that I will properly discipline Eddie and ensure he learns his lesson, so similar errors won't occur again. The signature read Eddie's father, and the name alone was enough to attest to the nobility and status of its bearer. After reading the letter, Su Cheng was both shocked and bewildered. She even felt somewhat flattered beyond expectation. Could it be that seeing the entire class rally behind him this time had prompted such a gesture? No, she's from the Ji family. Our entire class combined wouldn't be a match for the Ji family. But whatever the situation may be, she's a world-renowned entrepreneur, someone whose wealth rivals nations according to global rich lists, while he's just an ordinary guy from the countryside. but the other party actually stooped to personally write a letter and apologize in it. Judging from the letter, this is someone who truly respects himself, not discriminating against or looking down on ordinary people, but apologizing in this manner as a father. Such a father deserves his admiration. A moment later, Su Cheng put away the letter paper and raised his head to look at the secretary standing before him. Please convey to your chairman that I understand his stance on this matter and have felt his apology, so I will no longer pursue it. He wasn't the type to press an advantage when he had the upper hand, and Eddie had already received his due punishment. Since the other party's father had apologized, he saw no point in dwelling on the matter. Hearing Su Cheng's words, the secretary's face immediately broke into a smile as she bowed. Student Su Cheng, I represent our chairman in expressing gratitude to you. At this point, the secretary added, the document bag in your hands also contains compensation gifts. Please examine them. I believe you'll be satisfied upon reviewing them.
I'll take my leave now.
With these words, the secretary turned and departed. Watching the secretary's retreating figure, the women still wore expressions of disbelief. They hadn't expected Eddie's father to show Su Cheng such courtesy.
He even wrote a personal letter. Zhao Yan sighed admiringly. It seems his father is truly a conscientious parent. Xianing chimed in, too bad he raised such an ungrateful fool. Wang Guansong made a prediction, but no matter how you look at it, Eddie is definitely going to screw them over. Thus, the two guys began discussing how Eddie would screw them over in the future. However, Su Cheng fell silent while staring at the document folder in her hand. By the way, what's the apology gift? Can we take a look? At that moment, Xianing suddenly leaned in close to Su Cheng and asked inquisitively, while curiously eyeing the document folder in Su Cheng's hands. Sniffing the unexpectedly elegant fragrance emanating from Xianing, Su Cheng snapped back to reality and looked at the trio, only to find all three faces brimming with curiosity. After exchanging glances with Su Cheng, Zhao Yan blushed delicately before chiding Xianing in a coquettish tone, you can't be this impolite. Xianing stuck out her pink tongue and retorted, you were clearly looking like you totally wanted to see it too just now. You. Zhao Yan was momentarily speechless, her face turning even redder with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. It's nothing. It's not like it's some private matter.
Seeing this, Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle before pulling out the contents of the document folder in her hand. Let's look at it together. Thus, the blonde one stood to the left, the dark-haired one to the right, while the male positioned himself in front, surrounding Su Cheng as all three leaned in to examine the contents of the document folder intently.
Xianing leaned in closer, but after staring for a long moment, she pouted with obvious dissatisfaction and complained, what's this? Just an ordinary apartment unit. How utterly lacking in sincerity. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yan swiftly covered her mouth, because she noticed Su Cheng's hands were actually trembling slightly at that moment. Clearly this apology gift had genuinely touched Su Cheng's heart. It must be said that Eddie's father was quite remarkable indeed, actually managing to analyze Su Cheng's thoughts and then proving his sincerity through heartfelt consideration. Truly worthy of being a senior executive of the Ji family, extraordinary indeed. Due to her guilt, Zhao Yan had leveraged her connections during the noon break to thoroughly acquaint herself with Su Cheng's background, learning that he was a child who had grown up in an orphanage since infancy. He was adopted once as a child, only to be sent back to the orphanage within a month due to adult circumstances, which caused him immense psychological and physical trauma. He believed he had been abandoned once again. From then on, whenever someone came to adopt him, he would choose to run away from the orphanage and hide. Later, he grew up in the orphanage, which provided him with schooling. But then an incident occurred that completely altered his personality, driving him to study hard and eventually gain admission to their prestigious university, and became the top graduate and pride of the entire town.
The orphanage and local government had invested tremendous resources to get him into this school.
So when the admissions officer from Yanqing School asked him, why do you want to attend this school?
It was originally just a routine question, but his answer left even the admissions officer in awe. To help my hometown shake off poverty.
What a heroic and principled response this is.
Born as insignificant as an ant yet harboring the ambitions of a swan.
How could someone with such noble ideals possibly be a confession maniac?
So she was convinced that Eddie must have threatened him after all. Su Cheng had experienced an epiphany during his student days and devoted himself solely to academics, never giving a thought to anything else. Faced with Eddie's threat, Su Cheng had no choice but to compromise, and this compromise wasn't just for his own sake but for the sake of his entire hometown. Now, being gifted a property would significantly relieve both his burden and his hometown's, while also giving him a home of his own, an asset that would only appreciate in value. But if given a large sum of money, Su Cheng would most likely mail it back to his hometown immediately, which was precisely why this gesture was so thoughtfully considered.
I actually found it quite sincere. Su Cheng suppressed the excitement in his heart, not wanting his classmates to detect his inner relation.
He slightly raised his head, flashing a radiant smile as he addressed everyone.
But inwardly, he couldn't help but think with awe. So this is what legendary rich people are like? This apartment unit happens to belong to my family's business portfolio. Just then,
Wang Guansong awkwardly reminded Su Cheng from the side, but before he could finish, Xianing swiftly interjected, then regarding the property fees, shouldn't you negotiate with Uncle Wang Jianling about it?
Ahem, that won't be necessary.
Su Cheng choked on her words when she heard this, then quickly asked with curiosity, who is Wang Si to you?
Wang Sikong is my sister, by the way. At this point, Wang Guansong suddenly seemed to remember something and said, weren't you going to join the archery club?
My sister happens to be the manager there, I'll have her look out for you when the time comes.
Su Cheng didn't know where to begin with his sarcastic remarks, realizing that he'd be the only one who'd understand them anyway.
So he simply nodded in response. Just then, the bus arrived unexpectedly, prompting Su Cheng to turn and say to the three of them, I'll head home first.
I really owe you all for this matter.
Seeing this, Zhao Yan nodded in agreement, while Xianing spoke up, alright, be careful on your way back.
Let's keep in touch on our phones.
You can come to me for any accommodation issues you have.
Wang Guansong also spoke up.
Okay, goodbye.
After finishing her words, Su Cheng waved her hand and boarded the bus.
He originally had no intention of accepting any compensation, the letter of apology would have been sufficient, but the other party simply walked away before he could refuse it righteously. Even so, he still wanted to chase after them to politely decline. However, by the time he finished reading the compensation note, they were already gone. Thus, he reluctantly accepted it in the end.
Yeah, that's right.
The apartment Eddie's father gave him was the very one he had been renting. The man had even thoughtfully used his connections to handle all the receipts, procedures, and contracts, making everything legally binding and transferring the property directly into Eddie's name. In this scorching city where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, this 90 square meter apartment within the second ring road could easily fetch a price of over 10 million yuan. The other person even thoughtfully bought him a parking space. This also meant he no longer needed to squeeze onto buses, he could buy an electric scooter for commuting to school, which made him eager to get home and check it out immediately.
What was his motivation for studying hard before getting the system? Simply to stand out from the crowd.
Now with this house, financial burdens are no longer an issue, and he can focus on his studies, everything will fall into place naturally. After graduating, he'll sell the house, return to his hometown, and become a civil servant to make a real difference. At this moment, Su Cheng, overwhelmed by excitement, completely forgot about the existence of his system, lost in imagining his perfect blueprint.
As the bus disappeared into the distance, Xianing turned to Wang Guansong and complained with dissatisfaction, you wouldn't back out on helping with those property fees and utilities, would you? The water belongs to the water company, and the electricity is state-owned.
Wang Guansong's face darkened, but he continued, trivial matters like property fees I can handle myself.
I'll call his apartment's administrative department later to waive his fees.
As he spoke, he seemed rather pleased with himself, clearly, this was something trivial to him, hardly worth mentioning.
Xianing couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing Wang Guansong's words, as classmates, isn't this what we're supposed to do? What's there to be so smug about? Wang Guansong's face darkened again upon hearing this, clearly infuriated by the petite girl's remark.
However, Zhao Yan was full of praise, it seems classmate Wang, you really are a loyal and righteous person. Being your classmate must truly be a fortunate thing.
Ha, what's the big deal? I already promised in class that I'd have his back.
Wang Guansong's face flushed red upon hearing Zhao Yan's praise, clearly caught off guard by her compliments.
He then thumped his chest and declared, alright, classmate Wang, we don't need you here anymore. Go back to your club activities. Xianing shot Wang Guansong an irritated glare before shooing him away. Aren't you guys going back? We need to take the next bus to protect Su Cheng. You're practically stalking me at this point? Wang Guansong's lips twitched at the words, visibly defeated by Xianing's blunt accusation.
Xianing was displeased upon hearing this. Crossing her arms with an air of arrogance and righteousness, she glared at Wang Guansong and declared, how can what a beautiful maiden does be called stalking?
Alright, Wang, you should head back now. Don't let it delay your club activities. Just let it go, Zhao Yan advised from the side, because she saw a bus coming. Alright then, send a message in the group if anything comes up. Wang Guansong finished speaking these words and then left. After Wang Guansong left, Zhao Yan and Xianing stepped into the bus stop and boarded the bus. Zhao Yan was prepared and swiped her bus card twice without hesitation. Wow, so many people. Xianing couldn't help but comment as she looked at the crowded bus passengers. Yeah, this is actually my first time riding this kind of transportation with you. After the two took their seats in the back, Zhao Yan nodded. Do you think there might be those legendary perverts on buses?
Xianing suddenly asked warily, pulling up her white knee-high socks as if afraid the passengers might set their sights on her thighs.
Keep your voice down, that's really rude.
Zhao Yan hastily reached out to cover Xianying's unrestrained mouth, then scolded in a hushed voice. After glancing around to confirm no one was paying attention, she finally let out a relieved sigh.
MMMPF.
Xianying struggled for a moment, but Zhao Yan firmly kept her hand clamped over the girl's mouth, leaving no chance of escaping that grip. In the end, Xianying had no choice but to give up struggling. She nodded slightly, then blinked her eyes in reluctant agreement.
Chapter 27, Princess Moonlit Dance. By the way, should we stop Lu Qingyue from getting close to Su Cheng in the future? Sitting bored in the car, Xianying casually asked Zhao Yan.
Zhao Yan pondered for a moment before nodding resolutely, saying, I think we should still intervene.
But isn't she a commoner? And she just protected Su Changji. Xianying blinked in confusion, not understanding. Because Lu Qingyue is gentle to everyone.
Zhao Yan paused before continuing, but her kindness is irresponsible.
We shouldn't overlook that because of it.
I don't quite understand, but it seems I've grasped a little. Xianying frowned in thought, clearly baffled by what Zhao Yan had said, but she quickly added, but Lu Qingyue seems really impressive, she actually sent that bastard Eddie flying. Zhao Yan continued explaining, about this matter, I specifically asked the class study committee member this afternoon.
Was it the one who convinced the class president at noon today?
Yes.
Zhao Yan explained, she told me. Lu Qingyue's gentleness isn't something special reserved for Su Cheng, she treats everyone that way.
That kind of gentle demeanor comes at a very low emotional cost. At this point, Zhao Yan paused briefly before continuing, and Su Cheng is lonely. Being treated this way by Lu Qingyue, he'll undoubtedly fall into a beautiful misunderstanding and suffer tremendously. He'll keep interpreting her actions through the lens of, does she like me or not? At this point, Zhao Yan showed a pensive expression before suddenly remembering something and proceeding to speak. She called it the spotlight effect. Su Cheng places himself at the center and subjectively overinterprets Lu Qingyue's kindness, then through self-fulfilling prophecy, reinforces this assumption until he gathers courage to confess. I see, in the end, Lu Qingyue will reject Su Cheng.
Xianying suddenly understood, she exclaimed. Since we know now, we absolutely must prevent Su Cheng from suffering this kind of harm. Ji Family Villa.
This is a manor belonging to the Ji family, where Ji Qingyi resides along with over 20 staff members, half of whom are Ji Qingyi's personal maids. Of course, apart from these, there are also professional nutritionists, medical staff, kitchen personnel, drivers, and so on.
The Ji family's servant rules are extremely strict. Unless specifically summoned, servants are absolutely forbidden to appear before their masters or guests. Should anyone neglect their duties, someone would inevitably face dire consequences. Since this mansion doesn't employ a butler, the most senior servant, Ji Yuewu, oversees everything.
Therefore, she had to personally oversee every single detail, including Ji Qingyi's diet, lifestyle habits, daily routines, guest reception, hospitality arrangements, security measures, bodyguards, and so on. Everything demanded her meticulous attention. Ji Qingyi, however, was an unusual case. Unlike other affluent heiresses who dressed in glamorous attire, she appeared rather plain.
Yet, having been raised with the teachings of monarchical principles since childhood, her demeanor commanded undeniable respect.
Even in humble clothing, the aura she exuded remained formidable, instantly inspiring awe in those around her. Once a fugitive sought to take revenge against the Ji family and attempted to assassinate Ji Qingyi. Yet the moment he stood before her, his face paled with terror. Overwhelmed by her aura, he froze on the spot. This illustrates just how formidable her presence is. Even a hardened fugitive, mentally prepared for confrontation, met the same fate. Proof that her commanding demeanor exerts a psychological pressure capable of crushing one's will.
At the mansion gate, 4:30 p.m. One more hour until Ji Qingyi returns home from club activities.
A short-haired girl with an expressionless face walked up to the mailbox, pulling out all the letters inside one by one before entering the villa. She was Lu Qingyue, yet the once approachable aura around her had vanished, replaced instead by an air of coldness and detachment that made her seem unapproachable.
Well, she was now called Ji Yuewu.
After entering her bedroom, she held a stack of thick letters in her hand and sat down at the desk. One by one, she opened them and placed them on the table, piling up the contents of the envelopes. She merely skimmed the unimportant ones, but the significant letters demanded careful reading, each worthy of note-taking with her pen, because she needed to dictate it to Ji Qingyi when she returned. But the next instant, her expression darkened abruptly as she glared at the signature on the letter, Mr. and Mrs. Eddy.
A dozen minutes later,
after reading all the letters, Princess Yuewu stood up and threw every single one into the trash bin. Then she headed to the bathroom. Approaching the mirror, she removed her school uniform and thigh-high stockings, exposing her graceful curves to the open air before slowly stepping into the shower stall.
The water cascaded down audibly.
Her figure was perfectly proportioned, her posture elegant. Everything would have been utterly captivating if not for those icy, emotionless eyes.
She had only about half an hour to shower.
After washing, she dried her hair, put on her underwear and white pantyhose, and finally slipped into the black and white maid dress. Her job demanded a dignified and elegant appearance. If you ignored her icy expression and gaze, everything would have been perfect. After dressing neatly, she first went to the courtyard to inspect today's trimming work.
Throughout the inspection, her expression remained frosty, utterly devoid of emotion.
After the inspection, She went to the kitchen again to check the maintenance of the kitchenware and the hygiene of the food, directing others to clean all the tools thoroughly. This series of actions was executed seamlessly, without any pause. She performed these tasks without the slightest hint of impatience, as casually as if doing the most ordinary chores. Such was her routine work. Having finished her inspection, she turned and left the kitchen. After brewing tea in the tea room, she walked toward the main gate of the annex residence. Her steps, though not hurried, carried her forward with remarkable speed, like a gust of wind. In no time at all, she arrived at the entrance of the main residence. The mansion's gate was constructed like an ancient castle, with wooden planks forming the doors and stone lions standing guard on either side. The stone lions are a pair, male and female, with the male on the left and the female on the right, conforming to the yin-yang theory of male left, female right. At this moment, the gates had already opened, with 5 maids standing on each side. As she arrived, all 10 immediately bowed in greeting. Hazuki Mai nodded expressionlessly, then stood in the center to wait. Soon after, a Rolls-Royce sedan pulled in. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop, and a maid respectfully opened the car door, from which emerged a tall girl whose demeanor and aura were nothing short of extraordinary. She wore a school uniform and appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her hair, loosely cascading like a black waterfall down her back, required little styling. Her face bore delicate contours, her skin as flawless as white jade, with a strikingly noticeable beauty mark at the corner of her left eye. Yet her expression remained neutral, showing barely any variation. As she walked, her steps were light, her posture impeccable, every movement exuded an air of grace. She was none other than the mistress of this grand residence, Ji Qingyi. "Welcome back, young mistress." All the maids bowed in unison. Ji Qingyi nodded faintly, then stepped into the courtyard, with Ji Yuewu following closely behind. 2 maids walked ahead, Ji Qingyi in the middle, and Ji Yuewu silently trailed behind without a word. Upon reaching the villa, Ji Qingyi entered the tea room where a maid poured her a cup of tea before quietly withdrawing, her movements practiced and smooth. Ji Qingyi sat by the tea table, sipping her tea. While drinking tea, her expression remained as cold and indifferent as ever. She merely took a small sip before setting the cup down, not continuing to drink. Ji Yuewu stood behind her, awaiting her young mistress's orders. After a long while, the young mistress finally spoke. "Today's tea seems to have a different flavor than usual. What do you think?" Hearing this, Ji Yuewu's heart trembled. She realized her young mistress had noticed her distracted state while brewing the tea. Immediately bowing, she replied, "Forgive my negligence, my lady. I shall prepare a fresh pot for you at once." "No need," Ji Qingyi said coolly. "Any visitors today? Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Van Francis will arrive at the mansion at 8 o'clock this evening." "The Addis couple?" Ji Qingyi furrowed her brows upon hearing this, a strong hint of confusion appearing between them. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "So, you used my name to warn Addis?" She instantly analyzed the problem. Logically, he should have gone to the main family residence, not hers. Unless today's school matter involved Yuewu Ji acting in her name, she countered, truly unable to comprehend why someone would come to visit her. "Just as expected. My apologies. I overstepped my bounds." Hazuki Mai lowered her head and admitted her mistake. "I shouldn't have acted on my own to handle matters. It seems, you truly care about that child named Su Chung, going so far as to use my name to settle his affairs." Hazuki Mai's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected that by revealing just a little information, Hazuki Seiji had already deduced her intentions. She then explained softly, "You've misunderstood, my lady. Everything I've done has been for the sake of the Hazuki family." "So then?" Ji Qingyi raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this and asked, "For the sake of the Ji family, you used my name to help outsiders deal with your own people?" Ji Yuewu lowered her head in silence upon hearing this. She dared not argue, nor could she break through her young mistress's rigid ingrained mindset. Silence was her only response. Such matters could only be resolved by the young mistress herself. Having grown up together, Ji Yuewu was intimately familiar with her young mistress's temperament. She knew Ji Qingyi wouldn't punish her for this matter. Forget it. Seeing that Ji Yuewu remained silent, Ji Qingyi didn't press further and waved her hand, saying, "Then can you tell me why this child is worth protecting at all costs?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yuewu raised her head and hesitated for a moment before replying, "His future value is beyond imagination. Perhaps, we may need his help someday. Undoubtedly a fantasy." Ji Qingyi let out a derisive laugh and said, "What other value does he have besides providing me with momentary amusement?" Himetsuki Mai remained silent. Because her young mistress was already setting up flags left and right, what could she possibly do about it? Things without practical value aren't worth wasting my time on. Seeing someone she valued being disparaged like this, Ji Yuewu now felt slighted too. She spoke up, "He'll be joining your club next week. I'm certain things will get lively then, and perhaps you'll come to see him differently. So it seems he holds some spiritual value for you." Ji Qingyi remarked with detached indifference. Hayuki Mai's heart skipped a beat, but she summoned her courage and said, "There's something I'd like to ask of you, young mistress." "Speak." "Please put some pressure on him. Challenging me, are you?"
I don't dare.
It seems he truly possesses some magical power that makes you defy me without hesitation, even drives me to encourage him.
Do you really trust him that much?
Turning the impossible into possible, he's a miracle.
That's my assessment of him, Ji Yuewu replied, her voice firm and resonant.
This indeed surprised Ji Qingyi somewhat, not only at Ji Yuewu's apparent regard for Su Chang, but also at how highly she seemed to think of him. After all, the two of them had grown up together, and this was the first time Ji Yuewu had ever praised someone so lavishly. That said, it might just be that she'd fried her brains with all those electronic gadgets. Ever since she started using electronic devices a few years back, Ji Qingyi had sensed an invisible barrier between them, a generation gap that ran deeper than words. At the thought of this, her aversion to electronic products grew even stronger.
Is that so? Then let's wait and see.
In the end, Ji Qingyi still agreed. She chose to believe, but only just a little.
Chapter 28. Aren't we fellow students?
Su Chang returned home and headed straight for the underground parking lot, wanting to check if his parking space had been taken. Soon enough, he located his spot following the parking space markers. Just as expected, his parking space was being occupied by someone else. It was a sleek black luxury car, one Su Chang didn't recognize, but it had an undeniably eye-catching design that definitely didn't come cheap. It was strange that someone so wealthy wouldn't even bother buying their own parking space. Then he circled around the car, trying to find contact information, but unfortunately, the owner hadn't left any.
Looks like we'll have to contact the property management.
Su Chang thought for a moment and decided to reach out to the property management. Since he needed to go buy a temporary ride soon, and although the car could be stored in his system space, constantly appearing and disappearing in this surveillance-heavy area would be troublesome if noticed, so he intended to leave the car parked here. After contacting the property management, they informed him they would notify the car owner to move the vehicle. He then hung up, took the elevator back home, changed out of his school uniform into casual clothes, and proceeded to his desk where he wrote on an A4 paper, "Parking space sold. Do not park here." He then returned to his parking spot and posted the notice on the adjacent load-bearing column. After ensuring everything was in order, he left the underground parking lot, planning to buy an electric scooter nearby. Owning an electric scooter would mean no more squeezing onto packed buses every morning or waiting for them, saving him a significant amount of time.
A certain apartment. The main entrance. Look, Su Chang. Xianying pointed at the person emerging from the underground parking lot and said, "Judging by his movements, he's going out, let's hide."
Zhao Yan watched Su Chang walking toward the door, making her own conjectures. These two were precisely the pair who had been following/protecting Su Chang all along. After getting off the bus according to the address, they had entered the residential compound directly.
The security measures in the residential community are quite strict, non-residents aren't allowed in at all. But there's one thing I can't help but complain about.
That is, the 3 security guards in the guardroom don't have a complete set of teeth between them. Seeing Su Chang leave the apartment and head towards the city center, Xianying and Zhao Yan exchanged glances before following him towards downtown. After just a short walk, the two of them saw Su Chang enter a fast food restaurant called Kenda Chicken. They immediately realized that Su Chang was going to eat, so they sat down on a garden chair in the corner outside and waited.
I haven't had this in a long time either. Xianying watched Su Chang sitting inside by the glass window, eating with relish, and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. I've only had it a few times myself. Since we're already here, why not give it a try? But if we go in now, Su Chang will see us. How about we wait until he's done eating before going in? Alright then.
After a long while, Su Chang walked out and watched his retreating figure.
Hurry up. Okay.
While speaking, Xianying stood up, and Zhao Yan followed suit. Immediately, the two tiptoed their way toward the KFC restaurant. Soon, the two of them searched for Su Chang's traces while eating the food in their hands, but unfortunately, they didn't find her.
I shouldn't have been so greedy.
Zhao Yan took a bite of her burger and muttered,
"Yeah, I shouldn't have eaten it if I'd known."
Xianying nodded in agreement and also took a fierce bite of her burger. The two stood by the roadside, forming a picturesque sight. Zhao Yan stood half a head taller than Xianying, with her golden hair cascading over her shoulders and a tall, curvaceous figure that gave her the regal air of a queen, making her strikingly conspicuous in any crowd. Though Xianying was shorter, her petite frame and doll-like appearance, combined with an adorable face and large, clear eyes, made her irresistibly cute. Wherever these two appeared, they were unattainable flowers on a high peak, objects of admiration yet impossible to approach. Especially when clad in Yan City Private Academy's prestigious uniforms, their noble status was unmistakable at a glance, drawing frequent gazes from passers-by. Yet these two remained completely unaware they'd become a spectacle for passers-by. As they searched for their target, Zhao Yan suddenly noticed the strange looks from people around them. Then she saw someone raise their phone and click, a photo was taken.
Someone's taking pictures of us.
Zhao Yan frowned, her face full of displeasure.
I'll go make her delete it.
Xianying also realized the severity of the situation.
Their photos absolutely couldn't be posted on social media.
If they were uploaded and exposed, it would become headline news, something like some conglomerate's heiress eating hamburgers downtown. Just the thought of it was utterly mortifying. And if the family found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would they face severe scolding, but their freedom might also be restricted afterward. At this thought, the two tossed their food into a nearby trash bin and approached the photographer, intending to force him to delete the photos. The photographer was a portly middle-aged man with a bloated figure, a bald head, and a phone in his hand. His appearance alone made him seem like anything but decent. Stepping up to him, Jiayan said sternly, "Sir, please delete those photos, or we'll have no choice but to call the police." Photos? What photos? The man pretended not to understand, but the panic in his eyes betrayed his lie. "The ones you secretly took of us while we were eating just now. Please delete them immediately." Zhao Yan continued. "I wasn't. I was just taking pictures of the scenery. Don't be so narcissistic," the guy immediately said. Hearing this, the two girls choked with anger. This guy clearly took sneaky photos yet still claimed he didn't. He even had the nerve to call them narcissistic? That's utterly shameless. "You shameless fat pig." Xianying immediately charged forward, raising her delicate hand to snatch the phone from the man's grasp. Startled, the man hastily retreated before darting into a narrow alleyway. Without a second thought, Xianying prepared to give chase but was stopped by Zhao Yan beside her. "Don't chase after it, it's too dangerous." Zhao Yan shook her head in dissuasion. "But the photo. Our safety is more important. If I chase after them, what if there are accomplices in the alley? That would be terrible. Hey, why are you guys here?" At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, and Su Cheng appeared before them pushing his bicycle. Seeing Su Cheng, both their expressions froze momentarily before turning awkward. After all, the person they'd been tailing was now right in front of them. "We're just out shopping." Zhao Yan gave a forced chuckle and said, "Really?" Su Cheng asked suspiciously. Truth be told, running into the two of them here had surprised him greatly. Normally, shouldn't you be at school club activities at this time? Did they leave early? And these two were actually wearing their school uniforms. He usually didn't dare wear this uniform himself, since it was far too eye-catching, let alone them. He had just gone to the electric bike store intending to buy one, only to find out he needed a license to ride it on the road. Left with no choice, he settled for a bicycle with a rear seat instead. But just as he was about to head home, he ran into Xianying and Zhao Yan, both of whom looked like they were in some kind of trouble. "Are you guys okay?" Xianying huffed angrily as she spoke, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yan cut in. "We just ate fast food at the diner, but we're still hungry. You know this area well, any recommendations?" As she spoke, she secretly pinched Xianying's waist beside her. Ouch! Startled by the sudden pain, Xianying gasped aloud but quickly understood the gesture's intent and wisely shut her mouth. Zhao Yan didn't want to trouble Su Cheng. Besides, the person had already run off. Mentioning it now would only add unnecessary worries. Su Cheng immediately sensed something was wrong. Their reactions clearly seemed like an attempt to hide something. "Aren't we classmates?" Su Cheng's expression turned serious as she stared at the two and questioned them. Chapter 29, Classmates should help each other. Yes. Shouldn't classmates help each other out? That's right. So, you encountered a peeping Tom? Su Cheng asked. After some deliberation, he guessed the troubles the two might have encountered. Back when he used to wear his school uniform, people would often secretly take photos of him, let alone these two beauties standing before him now. "You?" Zhao Yan was startled by this, never expecting Su Cheng's mind to be so sharp. She had actually guessed it outright. "How did you know?" Xianying's expression was even more telling, her shock exposing the truth without a word. Seeing their reactions, Su Cheng's heart sank instantly. She turned to look at Zhao Yan, whose eyes flickered nervously, even lowering her head in guilt, unable to meet Su Cheng's gaze. "All right, fine." Zhao Yan took a deep breath, then raised her head to look at Su Cheng. "Someone just secretly took photos of us eating. It was a greasy fat pig. Not only did they sneak photos of us, but they also denied it and called us narcissistic. It's just disgusting." Xianying said furiously, her gaze fixed on the alley entrance where the person had just fled. "I got it. Watch my bike for me." With those words, Su Cheng parked the bicycle in front of the two and immediately turned to chase toward the alley. He couldn't just stand by while someone bullied his classmate. "Wait up!" Zhao Yan hurriedly spoke up. They had originally come to protect Su Cheng, but now they were only causing trouble for her. She grabbed Su Cheng's arm and said solemnly, "It's just a secretly taken photo of you eating, nothing serious really happened." Su Cheng paused slightly in her steps before turning her head to say, "If photos like this were to circulate, the impact on you all would definitely be terrible." "It's all right." Zhao Yan waved her hand lightly. "Please don't worry, I wouldn't do anything I'm not confident about," he solemnly assured her. "But," Xianying looked at Zhao Yan and then at Sucheng, "then I'll go with you?" Sucheng froze for a moment before shaking his head. "No need, just wait here for me, I'll be right back." His tone carried firm resolve, leaving no room for debate. At this moment, Both women could see a formidable side of him. It was the first time they had witnessed such dominant strength in Su Chang.
This made them realize Su Chang's determination to protect them, just as they wanted to protect him.
This mutual sense of protection filled their hearts with warmth. They had originally feared Su Chang might distance himself even if he didn't dislike them. After all, they had previously exchanged harsh words, but they never expected him to still want to protect them. This left them with mixed feelings, both grateful and somewhat guilty. His unwavering resolve to protect them also awakened them from their self-recrimination.
I'll wait for you to come back.
A strange glint flickered in Xianying's eyes as she raised her small fist and waved it. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan showed a gentle expression, nodding slightly with a soft The eyes of the two girls were filled with trust. Seeing that they believed him, a smile couldn't help but surface on Su Chang's face. Then, under their eager gazes, he quickly left.
Su Chang, go get him. You've got to teach him a lesson. As she watched Su Chang's retreating figure, Xianying couldn't help but shout out.
Her voice was clear and melodious, like a lark's song, so pleasant that it drew the attention of many people nearby. Zhao Yan glanced around upon hearing this, her delicate face flushing red with embarrassment as she stood rooted to the spot, utterly at a loss for what to do. Su Chang ran through the alley and crossed several blocks before finally spotting a panting, overweight middle-aged man in front of a store. Drenched in sweat with his clothes clinging to him, the man kept glancing around nervously. Anyone could tell he'd just been fleeing from someone.
No surprise, this was clearly the stalker. But there were too many people around.
Seeing this man, Su Chang approached with an expressionless face, her footsteps slowing as she gradually drew near him. The man suddenly sensed someone standing beside him, shuddering in fright before realizing it was just a teenager.
He immediately relaxed and asked, "Who are you? What's the matter? Kid, have a smoke first."
As she spoke, Su Chang took out a cigarette and offered one to him, asking warmly.
With his words, not only passers-by but even the convenience store clerk cast astonished glances his way. A student-looking youngster calling a man in his 30s little buddy? The scene appeared utterly ridiculous no matter how you looked at it. "What did you just call me?" At that moment, the middle-aged obese man was momentarily stunned upon hearing Su Chang's form of address, then quickly regained his composure, his face burning with anger as he demanded an explanation. Just as the crowd prepared to watch the spectacle, anticipating the middle-aged man lecturing the young lad, the boy's face unexpectedly broke into a smile as he cheerfully said, "Do me this favor." Then, an even more ridiculous scene unfolded as the overweight middle-aged man actually adopted a groveling posture. After accepting the cigarette and taking a puff, he lowered his head and said, "You can just call me Xiaobi-san, little nobody." His attitude and response stunned passers-by, who couldn't help but stop in their tracks, gaping at the spectacle in astonishment. A grown man actually kowtowing to a student? Just call him a little runt then? Does this person have no dignity at all? They could hardly believe their eyes. Is this guy out of his mind? Even the boss behind him was baffled by the middle-aged fat man's attitude. He couldn't figure out what kind of act this was. Why did the young man look like some big shot, while this fat guy behaved like a groveling servant? What's going on? Just as everyone was utterly confused, Su Chang spoke again, "Come with me." Yes, brother, take your time." With that, the overweight middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way, putting on the demeanor of a servant. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. It was just too ridiculous. Holy shit, this young guy. The convenience store owner rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "Could this be a young master from a prominent family?" In the alleyway, "Hand me your phone." Su Chang issued the command. "Yes, sir." The obese middle-aged man with half a cigarette dangling from his lips hurriedly handed his phone to Su Chang, then bowed his head in a posture of deference. Password, 6666. After unlocking the screen, Su Chang opened the photo album only to find not just Zhao Yan's photos, but also a large collection of vulgar and obscene images. His brows furrowed as fury surged through his chest. After permanently deleting Zhao Yan and the other girl's photos, he slammed the phone directly onto the man's face with a sharp smack. The phone struck his nose, causing blood to instantly gush out. But controlled by the cigarettes, he remained unresponsive and incapable of resistance. "Now take your phone and run to the police station to turn yourself in. Confess every single thing you've done clearly." "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Then he stood up, picked up his phone, and strode to the police station entrance with a cigarette in his mouth. The moment he stepped inside, all the officers inside rose to their feet, staring at him with stern expressions. Because he was still bleeding, it was obvious at a glance that he was injured and had been beaten. "Sir, what happened to you?" One of the officers approached and inquired. Yet he took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and then, holding the cigarette in one hand and his phone in the other, raised them both overhead as he waved at all the officers. "All eyes on me, I've got an announcement to make." Hearing his words, the officers indeed turned their eyes toward him. They all stared at him intently, afraid of missing any important news. "I'm a pervert, I'm into underage girls, and I'm gay." The middle-aged man suddenly spoke up, shouting at the top of his lungs. His yell stunned the entire room. Look, these are all the photos I secretly took along with the chat records of me blackmailing people using those photos. Still roaring, the middle-aged man then held his phone up for everyone to see, as if afraid the officers wouldn't believe him, displaying the evidence clearly on the screen. Yet the officers remained utterly bewildered, having never encountered such an audacious surrender in all their years of service, so they momentarily failed to react or take immediate action. Suddenly, the cigarette between his fingers vanished completely, and he returned to normal. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I raising both hands? Why are there police officers? I'm not in front of the convenience store? At that very moment, a series of questions flashed through his mind, but before he could even lower his hands, 3 or 4 police officers grabbed him and hauled him into an interrogation room. Their movements were so swift that he was taken away without even having a chance to struggle. Watching from outside, Su Cheng felt nothing but deep frustration at this moment. What's going on here? I didn't ask him to pull such a stunt. Chapter 30, Their Respective Fridays. Did Su Cheng buy this just now? Xianing stood in front of a bicycle, examining it left and right but found no signs of damage. The wheels looked brand new, clearly purchased not long ago. An ordinary black bicycle with a rear seat. Zhao Yan nodded lightly, looking at the bicycle before her as she spoke. Bicycles are not only low-carbon and environmentally friendly, but also provide exercise. Most importantly, they're very convenient, perfect for students commuting to school. Do you know how to ride one? Xianing asked with curiosity. I rode when I was younger. Zhao Yan finished speaking and then asked in surprise, you mean you don't know how to ride a bike? No. Xianing shook her head dejectedly. My mom said it could damage the spine, joints, and things like that. Hearing Xian Ying's words, Zhao Yan was momentarily speechless. Seeing the disappointed expression on her face, Zhao Yan quickly comforted her. When Su Cheng gets back later, we can ask him to teach you how to ride a bike next time. Xianing finally looked up at Zhao Yan, her eyes brightening as she asked, really? Of course. Su Cheng is very kind. Zhao Yan smiled. Hearing Zhao Yan's words, Xianing also showed a hint of a smile, then she began to admire Su Cheng's bicycle. Don't you think it would be romantic if couples used this to commute to school together? It can't carry passengers. Gee, then why is there a rear seat? Under 12 is allowed. I see. Did you tell your family about this? I said I'd have dinner at your place. What about you? I said the same thing to you. The two girls were chatting intermittently when suddenly, Su Cheng returned. Classmate Su Cheng, you're finally back. Xianing happily rushed toward him, then carefully examined Su Cheng from head to toe, left and right. Only after confirming he wasn't injured did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everything alright? Are you okay? Zhao Yan asked Su Cheng with concern in her eyes. The two weren't concerned about the outcome, but rather whether Su Cheng had been injured. I'm fine. I was chasing a voyeur on the road earlier when I happened to be spotted by a patrolling officer, so we were both taken to the police station to give statements. Su Cheng explained with a cheerful smile. Then I explained the situation to the police, and they let me go. What about him? Xianing asked, while Zhao Yan beside her also looked at him. Probably gonna end up in jail. His phone was full of secretly taken photos of others. Su Cheng shrugged, then turned to Xianing, and in cases like this, the police will check his home or workplace for other electronic devices to see if there are more photos. Not only would he lose his job over something like this, but his social reputation would be completely ruined too. Serves you right. You brought this upon yourself, utterly pitiless. Xianing snorted coldly, her face still brimming with resentment. Su Cheng, I really appreciate your help with this matter. Thank you, Zhao Yan replied. I didn't really help much, it was all thanks to the police officers. Su Cheng rubbed the back of his head and said awkwardly, don't be modest. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have been caught by the police. Xianing said with a serious expression. No, I really didn't help much at all. Su Cheng walked up to his car, took a glance, and then said, okay, if there's nothing else, I'll head off first. I still have things to do. Aside from being classmates, he had no other connection with these two girls, and the gap in their status made it impossible to hold any meaningful conversation. Staying any longer would only lead to awkwardness. Be careful on your way. Zhao Yan spoke up. Yeah, bye-bye. Su Cheng waved at them and then left. Did you just let him go like that? Xianing, standing nearby, seemed displeased. Pouting, she said, I wanted to chat with him a bit more. Forget it, just let him go. Zhao Yan said earnestly, haven't you realized you two have absolutely no common topics? This kind of awkward small talk only gets more uncomfortable, and he might even feel pressured, who knows, he could end up running away. What should we do now? Xianing frowned at the words, her face crestfallen. Zhao Yan looked at her and then let out a sigh. Though this girl was willful by nature, she knew the child's heart was truly tender, only putting on a tough front when it came to certain matters. Zhao Yan pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, why not try getting to know him slowly? We might discover many shining qualities in him. In truth, she had already started learning about Su Cheng earlier, but Xianing hadn't. She didn't intend to tell Xianing,
Because understanding someone only gains deeper meaning when you personally make the effort to know them, not when others introduce or point things out. Alright, it seems we still have some way to go before he truly accepts us as good friends. Xianying nodded, clenching her small fists with determination as she declared, but I'll do my best.
Seeing Xianying's expression, Zhaoyan smiled and said, yeah, let's do our best together. Let's head home too. Zhaoyan took out her phone, checked the time, and spoke up. Aren't you going to keep following him? The security at his apartment is decent. Ilya can't get in. What about tomorrow? Later I'll ask him about his weekend plans. If he goes out, do we continue? Right, we can't give Alya any opportunity.
Su Chang rode his bicycle home at a leisurely pace, recalling how the two girls had shown him such thoughtful care moments ago.
A warm smile appeared on his face.
After all, the feeling of being cared for is truly wonderful.
However, his expression soon turned gloomy again.
Recalling the awkward scene between him and those two, he had no idea how to converse with the wealthy young lady, making it impossible for them to ever become friends. After all, people from two different worlds. Soon, he rode his bike back to the apartment, and the first thing he did was head to the underground parking lot, intending to tear off the A4 paper he had just pasted up. Without an electric bike, there was no need for a parking spot anymore. His bicycle could be taken up the elevator and stored at home, so he decided to remove the A4 paper marking his parking space, making it easier for others in the apartment complex to park there. Since it's not in use anyway, it would be better to let other residents take advantage of it, that way we'd be making the most of things. He was not a stingy person. Su Chang parked his car at the entrance of the parking lot and then ran down the stairs. But when he reached his parking spot, he froze in disbelief, because the luxury car was still parked there.
Could it be they didn't move it because something came up?
With this doubt in mind, he approached the support pillar to take down the A4 paper. But the next second, his entire body stiffened. The car's rear end was positioned differently now than before. This could only mean one thing: someone had moved the car but ultimately parked it back in this very spot. And anyone who wasn't blind couldn't have possibly missed the markings on the A4 paper taped to the pillar, so he was certain that person had done it on purpose.
It could even be called outright provocation. His face instantly turned ashen. Very well, you've successfully caught the attention of a transmigrator.
Gritting his teeth, he dialed the property management's number.
Beep beep. Soon, the call connected. I'm the owner of parking space 65.
Why did that person move their car and then park in my spot again?
Su Chen interrogated the property management.
Please wait a moment, we'll notify the car owner to come and handle this right away.
Before long, the car owner arrived, a middle-aged man in a suit.
When he noticed Su Chang, he paused slightly before teasing, little kid, don't tell me you're the one asking me to move my car?
It's me, move your car now.
Su Chang said with obvious displeasure.
The car owner smirked and said, well now, where are your parents? I'm telling you for the last time, move your stuff away.
Su Chang frowned and said with a serious expression.
The car owner snorted dismissively upon hearing this and laughed. Kid, where's your car then? Su Chang gestured toward the outside with his thumb, impatient. Hurry up, will you? Alright.
With evident reluctance, the car owner got into his vehicle, parked it in the adjacent empty space, then stepped out to wait. He was determined to see just how impressive this fresh out-of-school brat's car could be, daring to repeatedly ask him to move his vehicle like that. The next second, he was dumbfounded. The little kid came riding over slowly on a bicycle, moving at a snail's pace.
You stopped just to park a damn bike? At this moment, the car owner felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Just a bicycle? And he even parked in such an unusual parking spot? You have to understand that a parking spot costs over 200,000 yuan. It's precisely because he couldn't bear to buy one that he's been sneaking into those unsold spots. And he's been doing this for 2 years with this particular spot. Today he was naturally upset upon learning that his parking spot had been sold. With so many vacant spots still available, why did they have to pick the very one he'd been using for 2 years? What a terrible waste. Especially nowadays, when even bicycles have become playthings that people can park inside their homes. The bastard actually stopped in a parking space on purpose? He instantly felt blood rushing to his head, itching to throw this damn bicycle away, because he felt an unprecedented humiliation. But his rationality told him he wasn't in the right, so he suppressed his anger and stood there glaring helplessly. Su Chang rode his bicycle to his parking spot, leisurely locked it up, then slightly raised his head to look down at the car owner with an air of superiority. His haughty, arrogant demeanor was so provocative it nearly made the car owner cough up 3 liters of blood. Ah, that feels good. Su Chang felt a surge of satisfaction, especially seeing the car owner's expression as if he'd swallowed dung. It was indescribably gratifying.
This was the consequence of provoking him. He'd rather park his bicycle than let this old bastard use it.
Night. A luxury residential area. Inside a villa.
Xianying lay sprawled across her bed in a girlishly decorated bedroom, clad in pink pajamas. Her fair little feet swayed idly as she held a tablet in both hands, the picture of leisure, yet her expression seemed somewhat troubled. because her tablet screen was displaying the question needed to answer before entering Su Cheng's moments.
The question was, what is my dream? How would I know that? Xuaning's face showed a troubled expression. She could tell that Su Cheng didn't seem very warm towards her and even appeared quite rejecting, which stirred up her competitive spirit.
She decided then and there that she must make Su Cheng become her good friend. And today, Zhao Yin told her that to become friends, you must first understand each other.
So she decided to search online to learn about Su Cheng's preferences, hobbies, and personality.
It was only now that she realized she didn't even have the qualification to access his posts, which made her feel somewhat defeated. But Xianing wasn't one to admit defeat easily, so she opened Zhao Yan's chat window to seek her advice.
Xianing, Sister Yan, what do I need to do to see Su Cheng's posts? A few minutes later, amidst Xian Ying's anticipation, a message notification popped up. Zhao Yan, I don't know. Xianing, how could even you not know? Disappointed expression JPG. Zhao Yan, how could I possibly know? Speechless expression JPG. Zhao Yan, might as well go ask him directly. Xianing, alright then. Zhao Yan, let me know when you find out too. Xianing, no way, if you wanna know, go ask her yourself. I'm not doing it. Sticking out tongue emoji JPG. Exiting the chat window, Xianing found Su Cheng's conversation box.
After a moment's hesitation, she typed out a single character and sent it.
Xianing, you there? A few minutes later, a message popped up. Su Cheng, here. Xianing, what are you doing?
Su Cheng, I'm in the second bush on the top lane of Summoner's Rift. Xianing stared at the message on her screen, momentarily stunned.
Then her mind flooded with question marks. What on earth was Summoner's Rift? And why was he hiding in a bush again? Xianing was completely baffled. Xianing didn't understand, so she asked Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan likewise didn't comprehend.
However, Zhao Yan asked a male classmate, who told her this was a game map from a computer game. As it turned out, the two of them worked for a long time before realizing Su Cheng was playing a computer game.
12 o'clock. G Family Mansion. After a long and busy day, Hizuki Mai finally had some time to herself. From 12 o'clock to 5 in the morning.
Only these 5 hours belonged to her, the rest were all work time.
For a certain person, even the Jews would weep seeing such high-intensity daily labor.
Yet she had never questioned this point. For her, who had lived as a pure servant since birth, this was simply her everyday reality. Lying in bed now, she used to need to watch relaxing little videos or mindlessly entertaining trashy novels to relieve her exhaustion. But tonight, she was holding her smartphone, opening a chat window with someone, and slowly typing. Her originally numb and cold face now subconsciously displayed a hint of warmth.
Lu Qingyue, Jr., are you asleep yet? Su Cheng, not yet. Lu Qingyue, then what are you up to? Su Cheng, camping their fountain. Lu, playing games again. Hands on hips JPG. Su Cheng, tomorrow's Saturday, so let's play a bit longer. Senior, you should get some rest early. Lu Qingyue, alright, but you should rest early too. Good night. Su Cheng, I'll go to sleep after this round. Good night.
Ji Yuewu put down her phone with a faint smile, then turned over and closed her eyes, drifting into dreams.
What a boo-hoo.
Seeing the 0 to 20 score displayed on her computer screen, Cornelia couldn't hold back her tears. She genuinely couldn't understand what she'd done to deserve this. The teammates who used to verbally abuse her had now become enemy junglers on the opposing team. That alone would have been bad enough, but what made it worse was how they exclusively targeted her. The moment she stepped out of the fountain, her screen would immediately turn grayscale.
Teammate A, do you have some kind of feud with him? Teammate B, seriously, why did you have to provoke him? Cornelia looked at her teammate's remarks and felt even more wronged.
Her crying intensified, tears streaming down her face as if they cost nothing. Having previously studied trash-talking techniques to redeem her past humiliation, she found herself matched against them as enemies this time. Without an all-chat function, the skills she'd learned were utterly useless.
Damn it!
Cornelia scrunched up her face in frustration, crying silently while inwardly cursing him with all her might. She swore to herself, the next time they were matched together, she would make absolute sure to ruin him.
Absolutely. Chapter 31, Classmate Su Cheng doesn't know how to curse. Saturday. It was a wonderful holiday.
Despite playing games late into the night, Su Cheng still woke up early, because he had a rather packed schedule today.
After all, it was a brand new day,
so his confession count was refreshed. Not wanting to waste today's quota, he decided to visit the international mall to scout for potential confession targets while picking up some supplies. In the afternoon, he still had to attend the class gathering. Zhao Yan had contacted him last night, saying today's afternoon gathering would assemble at the school gate. He hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. After all, he would be spending the next 3 years with these classmates, so maintaining some degree of interaction was necessary.
Su Cheng leaned against the elevator, closing his eyes as he contemplated his next steps.
There are still 13 cigarettes left. Moreover, he would be joining the archery club on Monday, though he wasn't sure how much it would cost, so he needed to prepare in advance.
Ding dong, the elevator arrived.
Su Chang stepped out of the elevator and headed toward the parking lot, ready to ride his bike over. For him, every penny saved counted, and besides, riding a bicycle was quite enjoyable. The bike he bought yesterday was pretty cheap, just a few hundred yuan. Although he could have bought something better, his gaze was glued to the dust-covered bicycle in the corner because his intuition told him this bicycle would become his most important companion. After all, this was the intuition of a transmigrator. Though he really wanted to mock the protagonist's shopping instincts that worked equally well at high-end auctions and roadside stalls, but he still instinctively believed it, feeling this bicycle must be extraordinary. A heaven-rank artifact, my ass. Fine, truth be told, he'd just gone for the cheap option. Soon, he arrived at the parking lot, but when he located his parking space, the sight before him nearly made him lose control of his emotions. His bicycle was carelessly thrown aside on the ground, yet his parking spot remained occupied by that black luxury car. After all this time since transmigrating, this was the first time he'd felt such anger. He couldn't help but rub his temples to calm himself. Having regained his composure, he walked over. He picked up the bicycle and inspected it. He noticed that his newly purchased bicycle already had scratches. The other party had deliberately and roughly thrown his bike down as revenge for what happened yesterday. It's him! At that moment, 4 or 5 people came down at the parking lot entrance, one of whom was the car owner from yesterday, and he roared with a fierce and menacing expression on his face. He appeared to have been waiting for Su Chang to show up all along. What right do you have to occupy public resources with your bicycle? A triumphant smile played on his face, as if victory was already assured. He had contacted other residents who hadn't purchased parking spots the night before, preparing to collectively condemn Su Chang for hogging resources without putting them to proper use. He'd done his homework. This kid was the only one in his family. A country bumpkin kid alone in a city like Yanqing fears nothing more than trouble. A little intimidation is enough to scare him into submission, forcing him to swallow his pride, and that's how he'd score a free parking spot. Even if the guy flies into a humiliated rage, it doesn't matter, his crew outnumbers him. If the fool actually dares to throw hands, he'll just drop to the ground and call the cops. No matter how justified the other guy is, striking first makes him the villain, and that's the perfect chance to extort some cash. This was the perfect revenge plan he had devised. To this end, he had specially treated several homeowners who also didn't have parking spaces to dinner and drinks last night, pouring out his grievances, which promptly stirred their discontent as well. After all, this matter also concerned their own interests. Even if there was no reason, matters involving their interests naturally united them against a common foe. Whose child are you? How can you be so ill-mannered? One of the women pointed at Su Chang's nose and screamed, her face full of rage. What are we car owners supposed to do? What a rude person. The homeowners all started shouting at once, talking over each other. Yeah, if everyone acted like you, wouldn't the parking lot be in complete chaos? That's right, can't you be less selfish? They all criticized Su Chang in unison. Do you even know this kind of behavior is illegal? At that moment, the car owner from yesterday also pointed at him, attempting to intimidate Su Chang. Su Chang remained silent. A surge of inexplicable fury shot straight to his head, but precisely because he'd never encountered anything so repulsive, it triggered his instincts, warning him something was off. Paradoxically, this realization chilled his temper instead. He began scrutinizing the other party's expression, speculating about their mental gymnastics. Soon, the car owner's motives crystallized in his mind. This is my parking spot, even if I just leave a pair of shoes here, it's none of your business. Su Chang retorted without hesitation. You. The car owner from yesterday froze for a moment, never expecting this kid to dare say such words in this situation. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it, do you think you can just park wherever you want and make it disgusting for others? Bikes can be parked anywhere, yet you insist on wasting resources and causing us to get parking tickets outside, is that it? You son of a bitch. If you're not using it, why not leave it for someone who actually needs it? This isn't about where you parked your bike, we're talking about you deliberately trying to provoke us. Fortunately, several other property owners were even more shameless than him and spoke up one after another, all indignant as if Su Chang had committed some unforgivable crime. My child, I know you're new to society and might not understand some things, we can overlook that. But listen to this auntie's advice. At that moment, the middle-aged woman put on an expression of genuine concern for Su Chang and earnestly advised him. Just park your bicycle in the corner of the parking lot. There's really no need to take up a parking space. Just apologize and let it go, and be more careful in the future. At this point, everyone was staring coldly at Su Chang. See if he'll compromise. Especially that car owner from yesterday, his face full of anticipation, but what he didn't expect was Su Chang curling her lips in even deeper disdain. That statement of yours reaches record-setting levels of shamelessness. With undisguised irritation, Su Chang jabbed a finger at the middle-aged woman's face. Yes, I'm talking to you, you old hag. Who the hell are you trying to fool playing nice? I find you disgusting. What exactly are you going to do about it? He could only counter those who bully others with their power by being even more bullying with power than them. Everyone was stunned by his words, never expecting Su Cheng to be so audacious in the face of so many people. How can someone who looks so fair and clean-spoken say such things? Call your parents. I want to see who raised you to be like this. The woman rolled up her sleeves to teach Su Cheng a lesson, but thankfully some nearby people held her back. I'm talking about you filial piety-obsessed dog. Have you lived all these years just to become a dog? Su Cheng showed no fear at all. Instead, he pointed rudely at the car owner from yesterday and said, "What the hell do you think you are? You brought a few dogs over and thought you could play the dog barks when its master is favored game? Even elementary school kids wouldn't fall for such a stupid trick. Holy shit, today I'm definitely gonna teach you some fucking manners, you little bastard." The driver immediately flew into a rage, rolling up his sleeves as he charged forward. "Don't act rashly." One of them quickly stepped in to stop him. "You see how furious the dog is. Do you really think you alone can stop a full-grown, aggressive dog?" Su Cheng pointed at the young man blocking the car owner, hands on her hips, looking at him with undisguised contempt. Then she continued, "He wouldn't dare come over, just putting on an act. Let go of that leash, and let's see if this dog and his master dare take a single step forward." Su Cheng then turned her verbal assault on the crowd. "Too poor to buy a parking space, so you'll try any shady trick to freeload? I'm actually embarrassed for you people, utterly shameless. What's next? Planning to mooch coffins when you die too? Disgusting." With those scathing remarks, Su Cheng had masterfully roasted every single one of them. Filial piety, classic rage, peak desperation, a verbal spectacle of pure brilliance. There's no doubt that the internet applies the same monumental three-word milestone standards from online to reality as well. People like this usually lead miserable lives, biased, quick-tempered, forming a set of flawed judgment criteria. Thus, with Su Cheng's few words, the others also grew visibly furious, directing a torrent of curses at him. The nastier the better, all sorts of foul language and obscenities. Especially that middle-aged woman kept yelling with her head raised, her voice hoarse and filled with bone-chilling hatred. She even jumped up while cursing, as if she were just one step away from summoning deities to banish Su Cheng. Yet no one dared to lay a hand on him, because legally speaking, the moment they resorted to violence, the situation would take on a completely different nature. "What's wrong? Now that no one's holding you back, you damned mongrel, didn't you want to throw hands?" Su Cheng raised his middle finger and beckoned the car owner from yesterday with a look of utter disdain on his face. "Damn it, you little brat, you're downright asking for it. I'm gonna make sure you learn your lesson today." He had completely lost his temper, throwing all pretense of decorum and dignity to the wind. As long as he could teach Su Cheng a lesson, nothing else mattered to him. Seeing this, Su Cheng took several steps back in apparent fright, saying, "I know you're upset, but please calm down, let's talk this through rationally." Hearing this, everyone thought he had backed down, and their faces visibly relaxed. The car owner, however, remained rooted to the spot, glaring at him with undisguised fury. Apologize to us. Scared now? You must apologize, and make amends properly. Compensation for emotional distress." However, Su Cheng's next words shattered everyone's illusions completely. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the crowd, he looked down upon them with arrogance, enunciating each word slowly. "Listen to me, you're all just tragicomic poets." At the apartment main entrance, two meticulously disguised girls kept gazing intently, one clearly perplexed. They'd witnessed Su Cheng descend into the parking garage long ago without resurfacing, now noticing crowds rushing toward the underground lot. Why hasn't she come back up yet? Wearing a face mask and baseball cap, Xianing grew increasingly worried and finally voiced her concern to Zhao Yan beside her. Zhao Yan, similarly dressed beside her, frowned slightly upon hearing her words but remained silent, continuing to wait with an unchanged, calm expression. The two had dressed this way to protect Su Cheng after learning she would be going out that morning. Though they had changed outfits, their extraordinary aura remained evident. The masks and caps couldn't conceal their aristocratic bearing, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Yet the two paid no mind, simply standing by the entrance, waiting for Su Cheng to emerge. Just then, a voice crackled over the walkie-talkie in the security booth at the gate. A heated dispute between residents over parking spaces has broken out in the lot, requesting immediate backup. Hearing this news from the security office left Xianing and Zhao Yan momentarily stunned. There was a conflict between property owners in the parking lot? Zhao Yan's expression subtly changed upon hearing the news, her heart giving an involuntary jolt. Meanwhile, everyone in the security office rushed toward the basement, leaving only an elderly guard manning the entrance. "Let's hurry over there." Xianing immediately grabbed Zhao Yan's arm and hastily pulled her toward the parking lot before the elderly man could react. The two of them sprinted all the way and soon arrived at the underground parking lot. Since it was Saturday, they found a large crowd had already gathered in the parking lot to witness the spectacle. Squeezing their way through, they spotted Su Cheng at a glance, surrounded by a mob of people shouting angrily at her. The scene was utterly chaotic. Seeing Su Cheng surrounded by so many people, Zhao Yan's expression turned somewhat displeased. Fortunately, the property management and security personnel arrived promptly to separate the crowd, otherwise Su Chang would surely have suffered.
What's going on here? Zhao Yan and Xianing approached and asked the onlookers.
A young man, seeing it was two girls, immediately pointed inside and explained, I just got off the car when I noticed a group of people chasing and cursing at that boy, and the insults kept escalating. From what I gathered, it seems the kid bought a parking spot but only parked his bicycle there, which angered others.
What business is it of theirs what he parks in his own paid parking space? Xianing widened her eyes in disbelief and huffed angrily upon hearing this. Probably picking on him because he looked young and vulnerable. The young man shook his head with a look of disdain, clearly disgusted by such matters. As the two women watched the group still hurling curses at Su Chang even while restrained by security and property management, a surge of anger rose within them. Especially seeing Su Chang standing there alone with her head lowered, it reminded them of how she had been last time when they scolded her. Enduring others' insults without uttering a word, it was evident Su Chang embodied upbringing, quality, and civility combined, a good child who didn't even know how to curse. This sight made their hearts ache all the more, wishing they could tear those people apart with their bare hands. He clearly did nothing wrong. Why should he take their insults? Why doesn't he fight back?
Xianing said indignantly, tears almost streaming down her face, as she made a move to rush forward and defend Su Chang.
Calm down.
Zhao Yan quickly stopped Xianing and dissuaded her, let's wait and see how the property management handles it first.
I can't stay calm.
Xianing stomped her foot in frustration. She simply couldn't stand such injustice, and Su Chang's pitiful, helpless appearance only fueled her sense of righteous indignation. She watched Su Chang's solitary figure, her beautiful eyes brimming with intense fury. How can someone be so disgusting?
Zhao Yan looked at the furious Xianing, her expression equally grim.
She could naturally understand the anger burning in Xianing's heart. However, if they went outside now, not only would they expose the fact that they'd been tailing Su Chang, but it wouldn't accomplish anything useful anyway.
Better calm down and think of a way to teach these people a lesson. I have a way to teach them a lesson.
She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the anger in her heart, and calmly spoke while pulling Xianing aside to observe the situation from afar.
What way?
I just saw the property staff making eyes at those people cursing Su Chang.
Their handling definitely won't favor Su Chang. As long as we record it and send it to Wangguan Zone, that'll be enough.
Meanwhile, Su Chang remained standing motionless in place, enduring the crowd's verbal abuse without the slightest change of expression, as if she couldn't hear anything at all.
Kid, look at you, why did you have to park just one bicycle here? You're just asking to be disliked for no reason.
One of the lead property staff sighed while looking at Su Chang, just apologize to them first.
I guarantee nobody will park in your spot after you buy a car. So I have to apologize for parking my own stuff in my own parking space? Now that's not quite the right way to put it. Setting aside the facts.
The property manager was just preparing to continue educating Su Chang when she suddenly raised her head and gave a slight nod. Su Chang had just witnessed this same person interacting with yesterday's car owner when they first arrived. They both glanced at their phones in turn. They even exchanged glances when they met at close range.
No surprise, there must be something going on between them.
Thinking this, he crooked his finger, signaling him to lean his ear closer. The property manager's heart leapt with joy at the sight. Assuming Su Chang was too embarrassed to speak in front of so many people,
he hastily leaned in closer, offering his ear.
So Su Chang slowly enunciated word by word, whispering affectionately into his ear, "Go fuck yourself." Upon hearing this, the property manager's face instantly paled with shock as he immediately glanced at the crowd around him. Now he understood why all those homeowners who clearly had no valid grievance were so furious.
Who the hell could withstand this? Chapter 32, Su Chang's Revenge.
Before Su Chang could react, she leaned in closer to his ear and whispered, "What you just said to me, along with your actions, clearly violated the property parking management contract by failing to fulfill your management obligations.
I've already recorded it on my phone. I wonder how much the breach penalty will be."
"You." The property manager glanced at the phone in Su Chang's hand and immediately turned pale, overwhelmed with regret. He had assumed the young woman would be easy to fool, but now he had run into someone who wasn't backing down. With the video evidence, there was no way to deny it. This was serious trouble. What did Su Chang say to him? Xianing in the crowd noticed the property manager's drastic change in expression and turned to Zhao Yan, who was filming with her phone, with a puzzled look. "I don't know, but it's obvious that this property manager is extremely irresponsible. Seeing Su Chang as young and easy to bully, he even chose to shield these homeowners.
It's truly infuriating."
Zhao Yan frowned, her gaze filled with disgust as she watched the property manager, yet she refrained from acting impulsively and continued to record the scene with her phone.
But Su Chang was clearly in the right. She must have taken bribes. How could people be like this?
Xianing didn't understand. If she hadn't followed Su Chang today, she might have gone her whole life without encountering something like this.
Why? How could someone sink to such despicable depths? Her moral compass couldn't reconcile with this utterly unethical behavior that defied all notions of right and wrong. These people are textbook examples of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. You'll notice how they suddenly start preaching about reason, laws, and procedures whenever they encounter someone more powerful, just to protect themselves. Zhao Yan continued with an icy expression, so they do understand principles, they simply pursue outcomes most favorable to themselves. To protect their unreasonable interests, they can disregard morality and deliberately harm others. Zhao Yan's face was filled with indignation. Hearing this, Xianing observed Zhao Yan's expression and gradually realized the world wasn't as ideal as she had imagined. She nodded in understanding, while simultaneously developing an intense loathing for such people. Secretly, she resolved never to associate with them in the future. Actually, for ordinary people like Su Chang, life is like passing through checkpoint after checkpoint. Each hurdle seems insurmountable, yet they overcome them one by one. At this point, she gazed at Su Chang's retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with complexity and heartache. Then she turned to Xianing with a self-deprecating smile. We're the lucky ones, born with the game already won. Those from poverty are doomed to suffer hardships and humiliation from the start. Su Chang has faced reality, knowing resistance is futile, that he can't afford the consequences of any reckless impulse. That's why he stays silent, enduring their bullying. Maybe he's long grown accustomed to it. We just happened to witness it this time. Hearing this, Xianing couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Her sympathy for Sucheng deepened. Never had she imagined that Sucheng could endure so much with such resilience, choosing not to argue despite everything. Though of the same age, Su Chang had nothing, not even the privilege to be willful. Yet she, born into wealth, had never encountered true hardship or adversity growing up. By comparison, the girl felt as if she had been lifted high only to be brutally dashed to the ground, leaving behind an aching hollowness in her heart. Today she had merely followed Su Chang, never expecting to receive such a vivid real-world lesson, one the school would never teach. The impact on her heart was immense. Alright, I've got something to attend to, so I'll head out first. Su Cheng cast a glance at the awkwardly frozen property team leader. Not bothering to waste any more words, he turned and walked toward his bicycle. Truth be told, he hadn't actually recorded anything, it was just a bluff to intimidate the property manager. Where do you think you're going, you little beast? Seeing Su Chang leaving, the middle-aged woman rushed forward to block his path, shrieking, "Apologize. Right now." However, Su Chang merely turned her head and cast an indifferent glance at her. That look made her feel scorned, trembling with rage to the point where she nearly lunged forward to tear Su Chang apart. Fortunately, the property manager and security promptly arrived and restrained the woman. Only then did Su Chang leisurely ride away on her bicycle. Although Su Chang didn't apologize, everyone present now believed he had compromised. Because he didn't persist about his parking space being taken but instead turned and left, choosing to avoid the situation, the issue remained unresolved. His parking space was still occupied by others, and his actions were tantamount to silently permitting anyone to use it. That kid's still too young. Someone in the crowd sighed and shook their head as they said this. No, it's not about age. The main issue is his overly timid personality. If this continues, he's bound to suffer serious consequences sooner or later. Sigh. A heavy sigh fell over the crowd as everyone sank into silence. Deep down, they all knew this wasn't the young man's fault, yet no one wanted to get involved. Upon hearing these words, Xianing burned with fury. She couldn't comprehend how these people could be so indifferent. Had any of them stepped forward to help Su Chang, things would never have escalated this far. Watching them stand by with cold detachment only stoked the flames of anger raging within her. Fortunately, Zhao Yan pulled her away, otherwise she really wouldn't have been able to control herself. As for the driver who occupied Su Chang's parking space, a triumphant smile appeared on his face as he gloated inwardly. Humph, try to mess with me? Let go of me. I want that little brat to get on his knees and apologize. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman restrained by the security guards couldn't break free from the young guard's grip, screaming in unwilling resentment. The property manager's face was a mix of emotions, for he had been threatened, even blackmailed by the other party. This made him wary of acting recklessly, knowing full well this matter was far from over, because this kid wasn't nearly as simple as they appeared on the surface. Su Chang rode his bicycle out of the apartment gate, not to flee, but rather to launch a fierce counterattack. Only through such a ruthless counterattack could he clear his mind, otherwise, his heart would forever remain stifled and unhappy. There was absolutely no way he would let this slide, so staying in the parking lot would only be inviting trouble, because he knew that even if he had reason on his side, no one would stand up for him. Yet he was unafraid, for he had already prepared himself. He is actually a principled and reasonable person, but once he encounters someone who is unreasonable and unscrupulous, he will instantly abandon all the moral and legal constraints that bind him, becoming even more unscrupulous himself. Chapter 33, Is Su Chang out of her mind? Driver, please follow that black bicycle up ahead slowly. Inside a taxi, two girls sat in the back seat. Xianing pointed at Su Chang's cycling figure in the distance and instructed the driver in front. Young lady, this won't do, it's an illegal act. The female driver turned her head in surprise to look at these two women who had covered themselves up tightly,
her face showing clear disapproval as she spoke. The two women couldn't help feeling somewhat intimidated as they gazed at this beautiful yet icy woman whose jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her shoulders.
Gee, is that the female driver? Let's get out of the car. Sit down. What's wrong with female drivers? Stop being sexist. Fine, driver. See that man ahead?
He's my boyfriend, and I suspect he's cheating.
Could you help me out?
Zhao Yan put on a tearful expression as she spoke to the driver.
Ha, cheating? Why didn't you say so earlier? I despise disloyal men the most. Hearing this, the female driver's pretty face instantly lit up with excitement.
Clearly very interested, she immediately nodded in agreement. Then she started the engine and drove straight after Su Cheng's bicycle, saying while driving, "Don't worry, I'll follow him closely without him even noticing."
Me?
I used to be a private investigator before. Hearing the female driver's words, Zhao Yan and Xianying first chuckled, then exchanged glances with delighted expressions before speaking in unison. "Sister, we're counting on you then." That big sister call instantly made her head swell with pride.
She waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "No big deal.
I can even help you analyze whether he's really cheating. I know men inside out, just watch his movements later and it'll be crystal clear."
So pro! Xianying immediately complimented. "Wow, sis is amazing."
Zhao Yan immediately clasped her hands together, gazing at the other person with worshipful admiration, as if they were some kind of deity. The actions of the two girls further greatly satisfied her vanity, and the expression on her face grew even more smug, the corners of her mouth curling upward. But after more than 10 minutes, when the car stopped, her triumphant expression suddenly froze, replaced by an intense look of shock and astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O. She was left utterly speechless for a long moment, her entire face contorting in an instant, as if someone had gripped her by the throat in humiliation.
"Sis, what's wrong?" Zhao Yan noticed something was off and asked with concern. "Little girl, is your boyfriend mentally ill?" Only then did the female driver snap back to reality, though her face remained extremely grim. She spoke rapidly, as if in great urgency, desperately seeking an answer.
Hearing this, Zhao Yan and Xianying were momentarily stunned, then simultaneously turned to look at each other with equally bewildered expressions. Due to the angle, they hadn't seen what Su Cheng had done, so they had no idea what the driver was referring to.
"No, what's wrong?"
The two girls shook their heads and then turned their gazes toward the driver, as if hoping to find answers in his expression.
"Then tell me, why did he ride a bicycle to park in a high-end parking lot? Do you know it costs 100 yuan per hour here? He could have just parked by the roadside."
The female driver looked at the two of them with a face full of confusion, while extending her arm to point toward the parking lot.
Would a normal person even do something like that?
Even the wealthiest individuals carefully calculate their parking time in the garage, let alone someone just parking a bicycle. There's no way he'd be this brazen.
What kind of idiot does this?
Zhao Yan and Xianying were stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then burst into laughter, with Xianying soon clutching her stomach in uncontrollable giggles. Upon hearing this, they immediately understood Su Cheng's intention. Since the parking space was occupied, he could park outside and later present the receipt for reimbursement from the person who took his spot.
This was a clever way to seek revenge.
They hadn't expected Su Cheng to choose to fight back, which delighted and comforted them because it proved she wasn't weak but rather responsible. Moreover, she hadn't let hatred blind her and instead chose a method of revenge that was both legal and ingenious.
The two couldn't help but view Su Cheng in a new light. "Can you tell me the real reason behind all this?"
The female driver, seeing that the two women knew but were ignoring him, grew anxious and urged them with a mix of worry and curiosity. Now her entire being was consumed by the thirst for knowledge. She desperately wanted to know the whole story immediately so she could analyze it and salvage her dignity.
"Well,"
Zhao Yan pondered for a moment, then thought telling this person might actually be helpful. Thus, she began, "Sis, here's what happened." Then, she told the taxi driver about Su Cheng's parking lot incident in detail. The driver's expression kept changing, growing more and more excited, until she couldn't help but slap her thigh and exclaim, "So that's how it is. What a great way to get revenge." Hearing the female driver's praise, both Zhao Yan and Xianying were extremely delighted. Clearly, complimenting Su Cheng made them happier than being praised themselves.
No surprise, he's going to buy a lock next. The female driver, eager to save face, came to this realization with visible excitement flashing across her face. Without waiting for Zhao Yan and the other woman to respond, she immediately drove towards the nearest hardware store. No wonder he parked his bicycle there. He intended to use his own car to block the space occupied by the vehicle that had taken his spot, preventing the offending car from moving freely. By locking his own car in place, even if the other party called the police, they'd only receive a verbal reprimand at most. They might even claim that the other party took their parking spot, leaving them no choice but to park in front of their own space only to then present the parking receipt to the police with the demand that the other party reimburse the fee. I have to say, this is a brilliant idea. The two girls nodded, then gazed out the window with eager anticipation. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Su Cheng indeed walked into the hardware store.
Holding a U-lock in his hand, he slowly made his way back to his apartment, while they followed him all the way to the entrance of the building. Since they weren't residents, they couldn't enter and could only wait for Su Chang at the main entrance.
An hour later. Why hasn't he come out yet? Xianying turned to Zhao Yan, whispering anxiously with her heart pounding uncontrollably, could he have been caught? After all, she knew Su Chang had planned to lock someone else's bike. What if he got caught? What would they do then? Zhao Yan also furrowed her brows, her heart equally filled with worry. But she forced herself to appear composed and shook her head slightly, signaling Xianying to calm down. It'll be fine. The driver shook his head and said calmly, locking your own car again. Before she could finish speaking, Xianying exclaimed excitedly, he's out, he's out. Hearing this, the female driver quickly turned to look. The apartment door swung open. A figure emerged, but now viewed head-on, the female driver's face showed a flicker of surprise. She hadn't expected someone so young to devise such a brilliant solution. That's quite a clever thought. Not easy for someone so young to come up with such a trick. She secretly nodded to herself, thinking, I might be able to use this myself someday. Alright, to avoid being noticed, let's head to the paid parking spot we used earlier. The driver anticipated again. Zhao Yan and Xianying nodded in response. Then the three quickly drove off, heading towards the parking spot. Soon they arrived near the parking space. After waiting a full hour, Su Chang finally came strolling along slowly. The entire way, Su Chang kept her head down staring at her phone, her gestures suggesting she was hanging up calls repeatedly. No doubt about it, it must be the car owner calling her non-stop. Someone urgently needs the ride, but they're stuck because of this. The driver looked at Su Chang and analyzed with absolute certainty. Serves you right. What a satisfying triumph. Xianying and Zhao Yan immediately spoke up, their faces alight with exhilaration as if they themselves had personally crushed the car owner beneath their feet. He's coming out with the receipt, let's go back. The driver predicted again. Got it. Xianying and Zhao Yan quickly sat up straight and turned their heads away. Soon, at the apartment entrance, they saw Su Chang calmly walking towards the parking lot when Zhao Yan suddenly spoke up, that'll do. How much in total? No need, I also learned a lot today, consider this one free. The female driver casually waved her hand. Oh, how embarrassing is this? Don't need to pay. The driver waved his hand, then couldn't help sighing. Never expected your boyfriend to be so young. Probably just over 18 years old, yet already owns his own car. How enviable. Gee, ha. The two girls were taken aback for a moment, and Xianying asked doubtfully, Master, he doesn't have a driver's license yet. What? The driver was shocked and suddenly half rose from his seat, turning to stare at Zhao Yan with disbelief. So you mean, he doesn't have his own motor vehicle? Yeah, what's the matter? Zhao Yan asked in confusion. Oh no, there might still be time to stop his foolishness. The driver shouted, urging them to get out of the car quickly to chase after and stop Su Chang. What happened? What's wrong? Seeing the driver like this, the two women immediately sensed something amiss and quickly asked. Locking someone else's car is a serious offense, even if it's parked in his own spot. The female driver hurriedly explained, get out of the car quickly. There might still be time to stop him. If the owner who took his parking spot is someone formidable, then forcibly starting the locked car would result in all damages being charged to your boyfriend, including various fees like compensation for lost work time, and ultimately he could even be detained for the crime of intentional destruction of property. The woman driver continued with a grave and serious expression as she explained. Chapter 34, Su Chang Strikes Back, the Final Move. What? How could this be? Hearing this, Xianying and Zhao Yan were both stunned, then the two girls hastily pushed open the car doors to get out. But the moment they stepped out, a message came over the walkie-talkie in the security booth, chilling all three hearts to the core. A property owner has maliciously damaged another's vehicle, behavior too egregious to ignore. Property management is currently urgently handling the situation, but both homeowner parties are engaging in extremely heated negotiations with numerous onlookers. Immediate backup required to maintain scene order. Hearing this, Zhao Yan and Xianying felt as if lightning had struck them, standing frozen in place. We're doomed. They exchanged a glance, the same thought flashing through their minds. This had gone way too far now, and Su Chang might really end up in jail. Right now, we need to get inside, quickly. Seeing there was only an old man dozing in the security booth, the driver shouted at the two girls and then swiftly dashed toward the parking lot by himself. What should we do? Don't be afraid, there's still a way. As long as we offer enough money, we can settle this privately. As they ran, Zhao Yan hurriedly replied. Xianying's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Oh right, you're right. As long as we come up with enough money, we can settle privately. Then he won't have to go to juvenile detention. A private settlement would be perfect. Soon, the three of them arrived at the parking lot and quickly headed toward the deeper section. Sure enough, a luxury car with its front left wheel completely wrecked stood abandoned in the middle of the road. At that moment, a large crowd had gathered around, and some had already taken out their phones to record the scene, ready to expose the incident. As for Su Chang, he stood beside the luxury car,
watching it all unfold, seemingly under immense pressure.
500,000. Otherwise, I'll call the police right now and have you arrested.
Zhao Yan and Xianing reached the crowd and immediately noticed the car owner shouting loudly, his tone brimming with arrogance and his face plastered with smugness.
Ha! I knew you little bastard was no good.
The two men scowled and turned to see an elderly woman standing beside the car owner, roaring with laughter.
She clearly took immense pleasure in witnessing such an incident.
This situation made them grit their teeth in frustration.
Let's not talk about this right now.
Su Chang held out a receipt that had suddenly appeared in their hand, speaking calmly to the furious car owner.
What is this?
The car owner said. You took my parking spot, forcing me to park outside and incur parking fees.
Su Chang replied indifferently, reimburse me first, then we'll talk.
Oof. Hearing this, the car owner's face twisted into a vicious expression as he sneered, fine, just compensate me 500,000 yuan later then.
Ah,
at this point, this is the only way to salvage some dignity. The female driver beside the two girls let out a helpless sigh upon hearing this.
Stubborn as a dead duck, you little bastard'll pay for this any minute now.
The middle-aged woman sneered even more venomously at the sight, spitting contemptuously between her words. That kid is indeed still too young now that they've got him firmly by the weak spot. I'm afraid his prospects look grim.
Exactly.
That was so impulsive, acting without considering the consequences at all.
Now his life is ruined.
The onlookers around the two girls started whispering and pointing at Su Chang. Zhao Yan and Xianing both turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly, but Zhao Yan spoke up, it's fine, I have over 1 million yuan in pocket money. I also have several 100,000. We can combine our money.
Xianing chimed in as well.
They were originally here to protect Su Chang, but now Su Chang must be feeling utterly hopeless.
How could an ordinary person possibly come up with 500,000? So they decided, this 500,000 yuan, they're the ones paying for it. Holy shit! The driver next to him was instantly shocked. Over 1 million in pocket money? What kind of family is that?
Holy shit, holy fucking shit. Xianing and Zhao Yan froze upon hearing this, unsure how to respond. They could only look at the driver with grateful eyes. Suddenly, a property owner beside Su Chang spoke up, occupying the parking space was indeed your fault.
You should be the one to reimburse it. Why is he speaking up for Su Chang? Xianing asked in confusion.
After all, this person had just openly sided with the car owner, showing clear bias against Su Chang. Not kicking someone when they're down would have been good enough, yet now he's actually defending Su Chang.
Who knows?
Zhao Yan shook her head, indicating she had no idea. Oof. Upon hearing this, the car owner nodded and took the receipt. But the moment he looked at it, his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, this must be a fake receipt.
How could it possibly be 38,000? I'll call the police right now.
No, my car has been parked outside for a year. Su Chang pulled out her phone, displayed the payment QR code, her face flushed scarlet. Nearly in tears from desperation, she shouted helplessly, don't you dare call the police. I'm just 20,000 short of the full 500k. If I can't complete it now, I literally can't pay you back.
Just give me 470k directly then. Absolutely not.
You said 500k, so I'm giving you exactly 500k. What if you try to weasel out of repayment later?
Today we have so many witnesses who can testify.
Bullshit. The whole neighborhood knows you're wrong today, but not a single person has spoken up for me from start to finish.
What if you threaten me again later?
As these words fell, the two girls noticed the surrounding crowd erupting in murmurs. Several onlookers' faces turned alternately pale and red, whether from overwhelming shame or the pangs of conscience. And Su Chang's retreating figure grew increasingly solitary, exuding profound sadness and despair.
Just give it to him already. Yes. Some people spoke up, including the leading homeowner. As expected, they're all rich second-generation kids.
The female driver looked at Su Chang, then glanced at the two girls beside her and couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan and Xianing felt deeply sorrowful, yet a wave of relief also washed over their hearts. Since Su Chang has it, then it's best if they don't have to intervene. After all, once they step in, Su Chang would owe them an enormous favor, making future interactions even more awkward. Though they had no idea where an ordinary person like him got 500,000 from. But most likely it was from the incident when Eddie's father gifted him the apartment. There might have been a check inside too.
Sure, no problem.
Seeing Su Chang, who had been so domineering earlier, now wearing a pleading expression, the car owner immediately nodded in agreement.
There's no way Su Chang can escape now. We've got witnesses and solid evidence. This is a society governed by law. If he doesn't comply, we'll just send him to prison. Does he really think he can overturn heaven itself?
Besides, he genuinely seemed to still have threatening intentions just moments ago. Feeling somewhat guilty about being exposed, he fished out his phone and scanned the payment code to transfer the money.
XXX has received 38,000 yuan.
Soon, he transferred the money into Su Chang's bank account and then looked up, saying to her, alright, now transfer your 500,000 yuan to me, and we'll consider this matter settled.
Otherwise, I'll report it to the police.
At that moment, his heart was racing with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly. A free 500,000 yuan, this truly felt like manna from heaven. You know, even the most expensive car repairs would only cost around 10,000 yuan. This morning, when he saw his car had been locked, he was as thrilled as if he'd won the lottery. He hadn't expected this young man to be so naive, foolish enough to do something this stupid, so he pretended not to notice and started the car directly, all for this very moment. Still too hot-headed, acting without thinking of the consequences. Too reckless, too impulsive. Some of the onlookers in the crowd shook their heads at Su Chang. But there's no other way, this constitutes malicious damage to others' property. If he doesn't pay, the kid might face up to 3 years of detention. Hey brat, what are you staring at? Pay up already. On the contrary, when the middle-aged woman saw Su Chang refusing to pay, she immediately urged impatiently, looking even more delighted than if she were the one receiving the money. I really want to slap this bitch hard across the face twice. The female driver, who was an outsider watching this scene, gritted her teeth in fury. Needless to say, Zhao Yan and the other girl were growing increasingly grim-faced, their eyes flashing with anger. I get it now. Beside the car, Su Chang bit her lip resentfully, her face filled with humiliation as she began fumbling for her phone in her pocket. But after searching for a long while, what he pulled out left everyone dumbfounded. He actually took out a handful of sunflower seeds and, without a word, started cracking and eating them. His actions completely infuriated both the car owner and the middle-aged woman, leaving them visibly fuming. The car owner roared, "You little brat, stop playing games. Pay up now, or I'll call the police right this second." Su Chang, leisurely munching on seeds, waved his hand dismissively and said, "You're seriously being ridiculous. Go ahead, call him, you psycho." As she spoke, she spat out melon seed shells, her face filled with disgust. This attitude sent the middle-aged woman and the car owner into a rage. They would have come to blows if not for the security guards holding them back. He'd rather settle it officially than compromise, refusing to give the other party even the slightest advantage. Seeing this, the female driver turned to Zhao Yan and sighed with genuine admiration. I have to say, your boyfriend is a tough nut to crack. He even used his own circumstances to drag the other party down, costing them 38,000 in the end. Zhao Yan and Xianing were initially puzzled, but upon hearing the female driver's explanation, their eyes welled up with tears. Even so, he didn't want the other party to gain any advantage. He even sought to discuss them. At this moment, both women realized Su Chang was trying to protect what remained of his dignity, which was why they knew intervening now by offering money might only make Su Chang feel even more humiliated, because this was his final counterattack. Yet even after realizing this, Xianing's face still flushed crimson. She still wanted to go pay for Su Chang's debt, to prevent him from going to jail. Fortunately, Zhao Yan held her back, shaking her head at her. Respect his choice. When the time comes, I'll help him hire the best lawyer in Yancheng, and get my father to intervene. Damn, you've got some balls. Call the police. I'm calling the police right now. On the contrary, the middle-aged woman directly took out her phone and dialed the emergency number. The car owner quickly realized and instinctively tried to stop him, but was already too late. Hello, police? This is the underground parking lot at XX apartment in XX district. Someone here is maliciously damaging property worth over 500,000. Chapter 35, Su Chang's Unfathomable Powers. The middle-aged woman hung up with a smug expression and glared at Su Chang, saying, "You little bastard, just wait. The police are coming soon, you're in for it now." Sigh. Zhao Yan and the other two girls couldn't help but sigh inwardly, knowing the situation was completely beyond salvaging. But this was Su Chang's own choice. Oh. On the contrary, Su Chang cheerfully continued cracking sunflower seeds, seemingly not worried about any impending trouble. Seeing her put up such a tough front only made the three girls feel an inexplicable pang of heartache. Over 10 minutes later, under everyone's watchful eyes, 7 or 8 police officers arrived at the parking lot entrance. The moment they entered, the middle-aged woman immediately pointed at the damaged part of the car and shouted, "Officers, look at this." After saying this, she pointed at Su Chang. "It's this little bastard who did it. Madam, I'm giving you a serious warning, watch your language." One of the officers frowned and spoke sternly, clearly displeased by such defamatory words. "I'm only telling the truth." The middle-aged woman immediately spoke up, then pointed at Su Chang and said to the police officer, "Arrest him, hurry up and arrest him." However, the police ignored her and instead followed procedure by conducting an on-site investigation, questioning the parties involved, then asking Su Chang. But Su Chang, munching on sunflower seeds, shook her head to indicate she knew nothing about it. "Ha, everyone quick. Look, she actually won't admit it." The middle-aged woman burst into laughter when she saw Su Chang shake his head. Zhao Yan and the other two women, along with everyone else, looked at Su Chang with puzzled expressions, unable to understand why. But they didn't say anything. "What's wrong with you? Just confess already, kid. Stop doing foolish things. With a good attitude, your sentence might even be reduced." Yeah, your sentence might actually be reduced. Just admit it already. Everyone around Su Chang urged him relentlessly.
Yet the female driver frowned in contemplation instead. Zhao Yan and Xianing both turned toward her, hoping their chauffeur could unravel whatever bewilderments haunted them. They had been following Su Cheng all along, so naturally they knew the real situation better than anyone else. At that moment, a few more police officers arrived at the entrance. After carefully observing the crowd at the scene, they fixed their gazes on the middle-aged woman in unison. After whispering something to the other officers, several of them began walking toward her. "What are you doing? Grab him!" The auntie, seeing the police approaching her, suddenly roared. Several police officers approached her, directly presenting their badges and uttering words that astonished everyone present. According to apartment surveillance footage, you are suspected of the crime of intentionally damaging others' property. Please come with us to assist in the investigation and cooperate with our work. What the hell? No way. So it was that old hag who did it. What the hell is going on here? At the police officer's words, the onlookers gasped in unison, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. I can't believe what I just heard. This is utterly unbelievable. Both the chauffeur and Zhao Yan looked as if their jaws could drop to the floor, their eyes wide with shock. They seemed to have seen a ghost. How is this possible? What on earth happened? Why did it turn out like this? What's the real story behind this? What on earth is going on? After all, the three of them had been following Su Cheng the entire time, so now they've reached the point of outright questioning their own existence. Their minds were racing so intensely it felt like their CPUs were about to overheat. But still, I just couldn't figure it out. What the hell is this all about? What on earth did Su Cheng do? This is just too bizarre. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Upon hearing this, the car owner was even more dumbfounded. He instinctively pinched his own arm, and only after feeling the pain did he dare believe this was all real. The middle-aged woman stood dumbfounded, then cried out in disbelief, I didn't do it. You're wronging me. We've already gathered conclusive evidence. You must come with us for questioning now. A police officer said coldly. You're talking nonsense. It's clearly this punk who deliberately damaged the car. The middle-aged woman shoved the police officer away and shouted, You're fake cops, you must be fake cops. Madam, watch your language. We're law enforcement, here's our credentials. A young male officer held up his badge as he spoke sternly. Help! These people are impersonating officers, they're framing me. The middle-aged woman put on a domineering and unreasonable attitude, pushing aside another police officer before sprawling on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Come on, hit me if you dare, go ahead, beat me to death. When the Real police arrive, you'll definitely be arrested. Several officers instantly subdued the woman, pinning her to the ground before restraining her hands and feet with handcuffs to prevent the crazed woman from thrashing about. Meanwhile, Su Cheng had already leisurely made his way into the crowd, casually chewing on sunflower seeds while bystanders stared at him as if he were a ghost. His chosen spot happened to be right beside Zhao Yan and the other two women, causing the latter pair to immediately duck their heads in fear of being recognized by Su Cheng. With her head lowered, Xianing suddenly heard Su Cheng's voice beside her. This person clearly has dementia, yet insists on calling the police and even claims I did it. How ridiculous. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into murmurs and clamor. A single thought arose simultaneously in the minds of all onlookers, so this old woman has dementia? But that can't be. Zhao Yan and the driver beside him shook their heads simultaneously. After all, the car lock was identical to the one Su Cheng had just bought. Want some sunflower seeds? At that very moment, as Xianing hung her small head low, Su Cheng's voice suddenly came from beside her, and even a fair-skinned hand holding melon seeds extended into her line of sight. Startled by the sudden gesture, she shook her head hastily to decline the offer. Oh! Hearing this, the driver turned to look at Su Cheng beside him, only to see him bowing repeatedly with the gleeful demeanor of a spectator eating melon seeds. You little bastard! You actually dared to have people impersonate police officers? You've got some nerve, you AAAH. The middle-aged woman suddenly began screaming on the ground. Someone call the police for me. Arrest these fake cops. Yet no one reacted at all. Su Cheng, on the other hand, put on a completely innocent expression and said, Auntie, how could you deliberately damage someone else's car? You. As he spoke, he spat a melon seed shell into his palm, then turned to the auntie with a look of childlike innocence. The auntie was trembling with anger. Seeing this, the driver beside her couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. By the way, you could ask the car owner for forgiveness. I think you must have been so angry at me earlier that you got confused and thought this was my car. Su Cheng pointed at the car and spoke. Upon hearing this, some people immediately had an epiphany. However, Zhao Yan and the other two didn't see it that way. This lock had clearly been personally purchased by Su Cheng. Get her to the hospital first. One of the police officers spoke up. Why go to the hospital? I don't have Alzheimer's. The surveillance footage shows you swallowed the lock keys. One of the policemen showed her the surveillance footage on a tablet. At these words, the onlookers collectively gasped, and they still claimed she didn't have dementia? That's impossible. I would never do something so foolish. The woman kept shouting, vehemently denying everything.
but the moment she saw herself on the surveillance footage, her face instantly turned pale.
Auntie, since you're so close with the car owner, can't you just talk to him and sort this out?
Just then, the clever Su Cheng adopted a thoughtful expression before speaking again.
Yes, Xiao Chen, hurry up and explain to the police.
The car owner, whom he referred to as Little Chen, was currently speaking with the police. Upon hearing this remark, his body visibly trembled, and he hastily turned his head away, pretending he hadn't heard a thing.
The middle-aged woman flew into a rage, screaming, "You ungrateful wretch!
It's all your fault for occupying someone else's parking space. This wouldn't have happened otherwise. You damned bastard, you purposely made us gang up on this little beast together. It's all your fault, all your fault. Shameless piece of trash, I hope you die a horrible death." As his words hung in the air, the basement fell into silence again. Although everyone secretly knew the truth, laying such matters bare like this,
it's completely different. Don't listen to this senile old woman's nonsense, she's crazy. Look what this lunatic did to my car.
Xiao Chen panicked and hurriedly explained.
Everyone knows what you've been up to, still won't admit it, you bastard. I'm going to report you for rape, report you for rape. You raped me. Police, come arrest him right now. You really aren't picky.
Su Cheng suddenly spoke up.
Ha ha, disgusting. TCH.
As Su Cheng spoke, people around them burst into mocking laughter, some even wearing expressions of disdain and revulsion.
What nonsense are you spouting? You're a damn 60-something old hag, who the hell would want to rape you?
I'm warning you to watch your mouth, or I'll sue you for slander. The voices surrounding Xiao Chen instantly flushed his face crimson. Pointing furiously at the middle-aged woman, he spat out the words between gritted teeth. Yesterday you called me sweetheart, today you call me an old hag. The woman continued her furious tirade. What a brilliant move, the enemy is exposed while allies remain undecided, using others to fight your battles without expending your own strength. The driver glanced back at Su Cheng cracking sunflower seeds, silently observing.
He appears to be an innocent young man,
but in truth, he's a cunning old fox hiding his claws. From this incident, it's clear, the blade is sharp enough, the wielder steady, yet tension already simmers between steel and hand. Su Orange discovered the conflicting interests between the knife and the man, then used words to stoke their conflict. Without lifting a finger, he orchestrated Xiao Chen's social downfall, and in the end, both the knife and the man were left battered while he reaped the benefits.
He effortlessly pocketed 36,000.
Beyond his intellect, the key was his unfathomable, almost supernatural ability. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out.
Why would something so bizarre happen?
If Su Cheng had bribed this older woman, the cost would have been far too great. Yet judging by the auntie's reaction just now, she was completely unaware of it. Not even an award-winning actor could pull off such a performance, let alone this obviously low-intelligence middle-aged woman. Did he exploit this woman's dementia episode? But this completely defies logic. How could anyone predict or control that? Is he some kind of immortal or supernatural being? How on earth did he manage to get this older woman to lock the car, and even swallow the keys? In the end, even the police couldn't find any trace of him. The driver was now caught in a mental storm, scenes flashing through her mind one after another. But her thoughts couldn't have been more chaotic. Xian Ying and Zhao Yan remained with their heads bowed, unusually quiet, but their hearts were in turmoil, as if a massive boulder had crashed onto them, leaving them breathless. If their previous revenge had brought them joy and satisfaction, then now, knowing the full truth, they felt only terror. Especially when they had furiously berated Su Cheng earlier, and she had simply lowered her head in silence, just like before.
Looking back now, perhaps at that time. At this thought, Zhao Yan felt more relief than anything. Good thing she apologized, otherwise she might have been toyed to death by this seemingly harmless young man. The unknown always brings fear and dread.
Just as their hearts were in turmoil, Su Cheng's words drifted softly into their ears. Now I know why the lock at the door vanished in the time it took me to use the restroom. Turns out this senile old man stole it. With these words, they noticed Su Cheng had left and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously raising their heads. After Su Cheng departed from the spot, before leaving, he glanced at the one called Xiao Chun, who seemed to sense his gaze. The moment their eyes met, Su Cheng silently mouthed 3 words with his lips. Don't rush it. Xiao Chen's face instantly changed, a look of panic flashing in his eyes as he involuntarily took a few steps back, instinctively hiding behind the police officer. At first, he had consoled himself by dismissing it as the old woman's dementia acting up, but now he seemed to suddenly realize something. The property manager, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel terror creeping in. He knew if Su Cheng decided to retaliate against him. At this thought, the property team leader was seized with panic.
He could only hope his earlier attempts to appease Su Cheng would calm her anger and prevent any consequences. That explains it. So the lock was stolen by that crazy woman. Still, it's good that Su Cheng is alright.
Yes, that's great. Seeing Su Cheng had left, the 2 girls raised their heads. Recalling the words she had spoken before departing, their faces suddenly brightened with understanding, breaking into joyful smiles. However, the driver beside him didn't think so. The scent of perfume on the two women was unusually intense and distinctive. Anyone who had encountered it before would recognize it immediately. So that remark Su Chung just made was clearly aimed at these two girls, yet they actually took it seriously.
But she didn't intend to point it out. Hadn't she seen how these two sighed in relief and smiled? Wasn't this outcome just perfect? Unfortunately, those who bullied Su Chang before got off scot-free.
Xianing sighed with regret, and that awful property management too. I really wish they could all be arrested together.
Don't worry, this matter isn't over yet. What do you mean? Let Wang Guansong's fury rage on a little longer.
Zhao Yan flashed a sly smile. None of those who bullied Su Cheng this time will get away with it.
Chapter 36, Off to Confess. Morning. A certain villa district. Inside the esports room. Lin Xin, cover me with suppressing fire. I am covering you. F***ck your mother, you can't even set up a gun properly.
Four teenagers were sitting in front of a row of computer screens, playing some game. One of them cursed angrily at the boy next to him. The other two were instantly frightened into silence by his tone.
Whatever, let's switch to another game.
Wang Guansong sighed as he looked at the teen wiped out on the screen.
Alright, what should we play then? Lin Xin asked puzzledly. League, I'm one win away from ranking up.
Wang Guansong tilted his head towards the three on his right and declared solemnly, I'm locking in my 100% win rate. Jin, go ahead and pick your signature champs.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. The three boys nodded. Soon after selecting his champion, Wang Guansong shouted towards outside the room, Han Long.
Coming. Bro Song, you looking for me?
A bespectacled young man walked through the door. With his gentle and modest demeanor, he looked every bit the refined scholar.
Rank up match. Wang Guansong rose immediately from his gaming chair, his intention clear as day. Alright, leave it to me.
Han Long nodded and then took Wang Guansong's seat, starting to control the hero in his hands. And Wang Guansong sat right next to him, looking every bit the advisor.
Bro Song, what do you think about this move?
Han Long turned his head to look at Wang Guansong beside him and asked, while the screen displayed his double kill scene.
Although you performed well in that skirmish, I don't acknowledge it. A few minutes later,
Han Long, his hero left with just a sliver of health, counter-killed an enemy hero once more, then turned again to look at Wang Guansong.
Wang Guansong shook his head, his expression turning serious.
Even though you solo-killed him, if you can't tell me where the enemy jungler is, I'll have to give you a 0.
The enemy jungler is top lane. Han Long looked at Wang Guansong with anticipation, waiting for praise. However, Wang Guansong just lowered his head and started playing with his phone, pretending not to see, instantly plunging Han Long's mood to rock bottom.
Indeed, winning approval from the negatively dispositioned Song Ji was harder than ascending to heaven. At this moment, Wang Guansong looked at the two messages on his phone, and his expression instantly darkened because the messages had been sent by Zhao Yan, the class disciplinary committee member. Having spent the entire morning gaming, he hadn't checked his messages promptly. Seeing this now, Wang Guansong immediately felt his anger rising. Especially in the video, his former deskmate Su Chung stood alone, being accused by numerous people. This made him extremely uncomfortable, especially since the property manager actually said, when you buy a car in the future, I guarantee no one will take your parking spot again.
Is this something a property manager should say? Not only was there no basic fair treatment,
instead, they blatantly told Su Cheng that the parking space would only belong to him if he bought the car.
This was unacceptable to Wang Guansong,
and he felt utterly humiliated. The worst part was that his classmates had sent it to him, making him feel he might never lift his head in class again.
Employees from his own family going to bully his classmates? Absolutely outrageous.
Especially since he had previously claimed he'd protect Su Cheng. Now his face has been thoroughly smacked. How could he ever show his face in class again after this?
Wang Guansong grew angrier the more he thought about it.
With a loud smack, he slammed his hand on the computer desk, startling the other four so badly they all jerked around to look at him, bewildered by his furious expression.
Keep playing your game.
Wang Guansong muttered something under his breath before rushing to his bedroom to boot up his private computer.
Slap, slip, slap, slip, slap. On his personal Weibo homepage, he angrily pounded the keyboard, swiftly typing out a line of text. F********ing hell. The property management at XX Apartments is the most disgusting I've ever seen, and it's our own damn company. Incredible. After finishing the edit, he immediately clicked send without hesitation, not caring what kind of reaction this Weibo post might trigger. He could no longer hold back.
All he knew was that he needed to vent his rage and unleash all the resentment pent up in his heart.
10 some minutes later, his phone suddenly rang.
Wang Guansong hastily grabbed it and answered without even looking. Fuck your mother.
What the hell are you doing?
A woman's voice came through the phone, tinged with anger and displeasure.
Sis, why is it you? Upon hearing this, Wang Guansong's face stiffened as he hastily reined in his emotions. Why are you calling? Are you out of your mind? The girl's tone across from him remained full of reproach. Wang Wansong apologized with a hint of grievance in his heart. Sorry, sis. Whatever, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. If you keep running your mouth like this again, I'll show you what hardship really means. Starting next month, your allowance will be cut to just 10,000 yen. Let's see how you handle that. Ah, no way, how am I supposed to live on 10,000 yuan? Poof. The woman across from him let out a cold laugh before speaking again. Has your Weibo been hacked again? No, it's because the property management at XX Apartments bullied my classmate. I'll send you the video later. Oh, and the classmate in the video will be joining the archery club on Monday. Wang Guansong hurriedly explained, afraid that his sister might dock his allowance since she was the one who managed his pocket money. It's that child named Su Chang, right? By the way, delete that Weibo post first and send me the video. The woman's tone softened considerably. Now that she understood the reason, she could see why her brother was so upset. Oh, okay. Wang Guansong responded affirmatively, hanging up the phone before sending the video and Zhao Yan's original message to his sister. A few minutes later. This bully is absolutely despicable. Such behavior must be dealt with severely. His sister sent this message after watching the video, then immediately called him back. Don't bother deleting the Weibo post. Handle this matter yourself. If father asks, I'll explain it to him. After saying that, she hung up the phone again. After hanging up on his sister, Wang Wansong began waiting for another call. Ding-a-ling. Suddenly, the phone on the table suddenly rang again. Wang Wansong immediately picked up the phone and answered it. This time he remembered to let the other person speak first. Young master, I wonder if there was any dissatisfaction with the property management at XX Apartments. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize to you. A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone, speaking respectfully as he apologized. Fuck your mother. Wang Guansong scored twice, this time he got it right. SEC. Second young master, let's talk this through. Hearing Wang Guansong's profanity, the man on the phone immediately begged for mercy. Wang Guansong took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, then recounted precisely what had happened to the man on the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, this was our mistake. We sincerely hope you can forgive us. Hearing this, the man on the other end of the line panicked and immediately began apologizing profusely. You seem to have mistaken the person you should be apologizing to. Wang Guansong angrily exclaimed, you've completely disgraced me. I'll personally visit property owner Su to apologize and dismiss whoever breached the contract. The man on the other end said anxiously. Is that all you've got to say? What do you need us to do? These owners must have no shame, shamelessly hogging my classmate's parking spot. I'll make sure they never get to freeload again. Wang Guansong roared angrily, then shouted again, I'm giving you until the end of today, install will stops on every unsold and unrented parking space. This must be at least 60 parking spaces. Is there a problem? The homeowners will have a fierce dispute with us. The man on the other end of the phone laughed bitterly and said, we have no control over this. Can't manage it? Then what about the grievance of my classmate? When he needed you, not only did you fail to handle the matter fairly, but you also kicked him when he was down. Is this your so-called management style? Wang Guansong roared angrily, transfer all these empty parking spaces under my classmate's name right now. Only when those shameless car owners earn my classmate's forgiveness can they be unlocked. An apartment. Residential complex park. Hey, did you hear? Old Lady Wu from Building 3 got Alzheimer's. What kind of disease is that? Sounds so fancy. It's just senile dementia. No way. Just yesterday she was playing mahjong with us. How could someone so sharp get dementia? An old woman immediately looked incredulous upon hearing this. I heard she actually padlocked someone's luxury car, and when the owner drove off unaware, it caused serious damage to the vehicle. She got arrested by the police in the end, and let me tell you, one elderly woman leaned in conspiratorially toward another granny and whispered, rumor has it she was the one who called the police herself. Later, surveillance footage showed she'd actually swallowed the key. No way? Of course it's true, and I even heard that the car owner raped her, which made her so furious and hell-bent on revenge that she completely lost her head. That's why she did it. What? How could someone be so shameless as to take advantage of a 60-year-old woman? Another elderly woman widened her eyes in shock, then exclaimed indignantly, who is the owner of that car? This is outright depraved. Shook, keep your voice down. Walls have ears. The old woman nervously glanced around before whispering, it's Chin Daming from Unit 305, Building 3 in our neighborhood. I've even heard he prefers older women, going so far as to say outrageous things like women are like fine wine. The older they get, the richer the flavor. So that's why he always looks at me with such lecherous eyes. He's been coveting our aging bodies all along. What a sin. The old woman looked furious, then suddenly thought of something. Did the police arrest him? No, I heard Granny Wu has Alzheimer's, so the police thought she was just rambling. The matter was dropped just like that. That's letting him off too lightly, far too lightly. Such scum deserves to be chopped into 1,000 pieces. He should be shot. Alright, I'll head home to cook first. Don't go blabbing about this everywhere.
If Chin Daming hears about it, you'd better watch out for your old age,
the elderly lady warned. Don't worry, you know what kind of person I am. I can absolutely keep my lips sealed.
The tight-lipped old lady patted her chest in assurance.
I believe you, after all, we're not the type to gossip idly.
The old lady then left the park to head home for dinner, leaving behind the other old woman muttering to herself, what a terrible sin. Suddenly, she stood up, glanced around, and quickly spotted another newly relocated old lady in a small pavilion nearby.
She walked over and began whispering in her ear, have you heard? Su Chang's home.
After finishing his meal, Su Chang was sitting in the living room resting, holding a water glass in one hand while gripping his phone with the other, staring at the screen. His fingers kept swiping across the phone screen. But the very next second, as soon as he took a sip of water, before he could swallow it, he suddenly spat it out with a pfft sound. Because he saw Wang Guansong's tweet trashing his apartment's property management.
And this tweet was even trending.
Flustered, he fumbled for tissues to wipe his pants and clothes, muttering under his breath, history does indeed repeat itself in strikingly similar ways.
But he wasn't surprised,
because he had seen Zhao Yan and Xianying in the apartment that morning.
The question marks above their heads were practically blinding. He couldn't ignore them even if he tried. No surprise there. It was these two who told Wang Guansong about this morning's incident, hence the Weibo post. Though he wasn't sure why these two women had appeared in his apartment, judging by their attire and reactions, they clearly hadn't wanted to be discovered, so he pretended not to notice anything. However, he speculated that these two women were most likely here for him, but as for what specifically they wanted, he couldn't figure it out yet. There were still 12 cigarettes left. The stalker had used up one before, and that old lady this morning had taken another. This morning his revenge was brilliantly successful. That poisonous woman will probably spend the rest of her life either confined at home under her family's control or sent to a mental hospital. That Mr. Chen, the car owner, ended up gaining nothing. Instead, he faced social annihilation and was scammed out of 38,000 yuan. He wasn't afraid that the car owner might later report him for fraud. As for why?
Because the receipt is genuine, not forged by him. He entered the paid parking lot and took advantage of the staff's toilet break to secretly raise the parking fee by 100 million times. In the end, the total charge came to 38,000, which he actually paid via QR code.
Did he break the law? Not at all. He didn't benefit in the slightest.
It was all because the toll system malfunctioned. But success doesn't mean resolution. Some drivers who previously bullied him still got off scot-free. So his revenge was only just beginning. However, since there was a class gathering this afternoon, he needed to express his gratitude to Zhao Yan, the two girls, and Wang Guansong. This Weibo post clearly helped him vent his frustration. The leading property manager probably ended up in a miserable situation.
Su Chang tidied up a bit and then left home, heading towards the parking lot.
Now, no one dared to occupy his parking space anymore. After all, whoever occupies it would have to bear exorbitant parking fees. At this moment, his beloved bicycle was parked right in the center of his parking spot.
Almost forgot.
Su Chang walked to the bicycle, frowned immediately upon seeing the scratches on it.
But he probably isn't at home right now. Better go in the evening.
After some thought, he decided to go bother that car owner again tonight. So he got on his bicycle and headed straight for the downtown mall. He had a confession target to find.
Couldn't let today's confession quota go to waste.
Chapter 37. Something's off about this girl.
Times Square.
This was a skyscraper located on the bustling central street of Yanqing, with the entire building spanning 5 floors. The foot traffic was enormous. Its interior offered exorbitantly priced, luxurious, and refined goods, a dazzling array of various high-end brands.
Su Chen rode his bicycle leisurely to the entrance of the shopping mall.
His gaze rested on the mall's towering facade before he dismounted and walked toward it. This was his first time stepping into such a plaza. Before, he would never have come here.
This is a mismatch between self-identity and what the luxury store represents.
As someone who was an orphan struggling in poverty for 2 lifetimes, it was only natural to feel inferior deep down. This runs bone deep, something that wouldn't change even with wealth. Fortunately, he's now a system owner.
Such inferiority naturally doesn't exist anymore. In fact, he now harbors an intense sense of superiority within.
Entering the mall, the place was bustling with people.
All sorts of figures were coming and going within the shopping center. Su Cheng kept scanning his surroundings without glancing sideways.
A few minutes later, he took the elevator to the 2nd floor, only to once again fail to spot the target he sought. Countless women dressed, carried themselves, and even looked exactly like legendary rich young misses, yet not a single question mark floated above their heads.
He's currently outside a cafe on the 2nd floor, watching 6 lavishly dressed women taking turns posing for photos with a dessert. Some high society ladies. Su Chang let out a sigh. This made him realize that no matter where you go, there's never a shortage of women who dress themselves up to appear sophisticated. Not on the 3rd floor, nor on the 4th floor, not on the 5th floor either. Ah, school really is paradise after all. Su Chen let out a sigh and headed towards the 6th floor.
But the moment he stepped onto the 5th floor, he froze in place. There, with her back to him, a long-haired girl in a white dress was playing with a claw machine, mostly because there was a huge question mark floating above her head. Suppressing his excitement and delight, Su Cheng pretended he also wanted to try the claw machine, walking over to the one next to hers to observe the girl up close. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was instantly stunned. Even though he'd encountered all sorts of beauties at school, this raven-haired beauty with long straight hair was simply dazzling. A cascade of glossy black hair draped over her shoulders. Her hairstyle was the classic Heim cut. She stood about 165 centimeters tall. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, with skin so pale and flawless it resembled fine mutton fat jade carved into a work of art. Her striking jet black eyes were fixed intently on the claw machine prizes, framed by long, curling lashes. An elegant straight nose, cherry red lips, and a delicate oval face completed this exquisite portrait. Her looks could rival Ji Qingyi's. No, she's more perfect than Ji Qingyi. Her ample bosom threatened to burst the seams of her dress. Yet her demeanor seemed utterly delicate. She looked like easy prey. As for why? Because this girl's eyes were red from failing to grab the plushie she wanted, looking utterly pitiful. More importantly, she's not from his school. After all, with her level of beauty, I've never seen or heard of her before. Great, confess and run away after getting rejected. But just to be safe, he first needed to make this girl dislike, even loathe him. It wasn't that he was narcissistic, but what if the other party actually agreed? It's worth noting that when confessing, one must never obscure their face. He still remembered how he'd worn a mask during his first confession and received no reward for it. With this thought, he suddenly moved closer to the girl. The girl didn't seem to notice his approach, still nervously maneuvering the claw in an attempt to grab that pink stuffed bear among the dolls. Just as she was about to joyfully win the prize, Su Chen whistled and suddenly reached out to give the claw machine a push. In an instant, the teddy bear clipped by the claw fell back into the pile of plushies. Ah! The girl let out a soft exclamation, then instinctively turned her head to glance at Su Cheng. For a solid few seconds, Su Cheng had been pretending innocence the whole time, tilting her head to the other side while even whistling nonchalantly. Just when he thought he'd be met with fury and accusations, the actual outcome left him utterly dumbfounded. The girl didn't reproach him, nor did she even get angry. Instead, she gave him a kind smile before lowering her head dejectedly. Then, she took out another coin and dropped it into the slot, starting to operate the claw machine again. Su Cheng observed her reaction, feeling his guilt grow thicker. It was as if he'd committed some unforgivable sin, but at this point he was already in too deep. He could only maintain an innocent expression and continue watching the girl play the crane game. Soon, the girl's face lit up with joy again as she clutched the pink teddy bear once more. But soon, her expression darkened once again. This time, before Su Cheng could make a move, the toy dropped on its own. The girl patted her pockets only to find she had no coins left, so she hung her head and walked away. Let me do it. Su Cheng looked as if he couldn't bear to watch any longer and was about to pick up food for her. The girl raised her head, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Can you? Her voice was sweet and soft, as if carrying magic that made people involuntarily intoxicated. Of course. Su Cheng nodded emphatically. Please. The girl parted her rosy lips slightly. Then she stepped aside. Su Cheng immediately stepped forward, pulled out a handful of coins from his pocket, stuffed them in, then grabbed the claw and began maneuvering it toward the pink plush toy. 1, 2, 3. Su Cheng moved at lightning speed, attempting 7 or 8 grabs within a minute, yet stubbornly failing to catch a single one. The girl stood quietly beside him, watching intently. Her expression would flicker with excitement whenever Su Cheng seemed close to success, then dim with disappointment when he missed. After over a dozen attempts, Su Cheng finally managed to snag the pink plush toy, waving it triumphantly in front of her. The girl gazed at him with adoration, her cheeks flushed with a faint pink glow. Thank you, Su. The girl was about to express her gratitude, but Su Cheng looked at her with a strange expression and interrupted. What for? She gazed expectantly at the stuffed bear in his hands, her meaning clear. This one's mine, I want it myself. No way I'm giving it to you. Su Cheng hugged the plushie tightly in her arms, looking as if she was afraid the girl would snatch it away. Seeing this, the girl's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she didn't say anything, just turned around quietly and left. Gee, wait. Su Cheng immediately became anxious at the sight. This girl simply wasn't following the usual script at all. The girl paused in her tracks and turned around, gazing at him with a puzzled expression. Why don't you ask me why I'm doing this? Su Cheng wondered. This girl is really abnormal. She wouldn't even get angry? You must have your reasons for doing this. The girl gently shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to know. I actually did all this to get your attention. Su Cheng suddenly stepped in front of the girl, speaking in an extremely solemn tone. Then you've already succeeded. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Su Cheng with an expression of pure innocence and kindness. Do you not hate me? Su Cheng asked.
I kinda hate this feeling. I think your beauty is worthy of someone as handsome as me, so I want to pursue you. Su Cheng's voice was soft, yet resolutely firm. I'm sorry, my stance doesn't allow me to be in a relationship. The girl still wore an expression of complete detachment. Okay, goodbye. Su Cheng stuffed the doll straight into her arms, then vanished in the blink of an eye. The girl was left standing there with a bewildered expression, staring blankly. She lowered her head to look at the pink doll in her hand, and only then did a trace of confusion appear on her face. Chapter 38, The Student Council President Steps into the Extraordinary. Ding! Confession failed. Character information loading. Target, Lee/Lee lives. Intelligence, 9. Charm, 9. Stamina, 8. Status, 22nd Student Council President of Yenpei Private High School. System description, Li Zhu, born into a political family, an all-around beauty. Kind, delicate, easygoing, pure, beautiful, shy, and adorable. With an angelic personality, flawless and impeccable appearance, unmatched intelligence and extraordinary talent, possessing an enviably perfect figure that inspires both admiration and envy. System description, Li Zhu. She knows exactly what's required as the student council president, so during school hours, she chooses to conceal her vulnerable side behind a silver mask. The moment she puts on the mask, her personality becomes exceptionally resolute, displaying strong leadership, decisive problem-solving, adaptability in interpersonal relationships, and sharp judgment. She embodies absolute justice and is uncompromisingly serious. To uphold this principle of absolute justice, she can make critical decisions at certain pivotal moments, decisions that often signify the crumbling of her inner world. Danger level, S. No relationship history, declaration option available. If rejected, receive 1 reward. For A rank or above targets, getting rejected once daily thereafter grants a lottery chance. Question mark. When Su Cheng was filled with questions, he would fall into a strange mix of emotions. Bewilderment, guilt, self-blame, along with some confusion, bewilderment, and other emotions. His facial expression kept changing as he stood dumbfounded in the mall restroom, lost in thought. It was clear that this character information had struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him completely at a loss. Student Council President? Student Council President? What the dash? Is this some kind of sick joke? That gentle, meek, and kind-looking girl from earlier was actually the student council president, revered, admired, and respected by all the teachers and students in the school. Not only that, but she was also hailed as this world's protagonist, a once-in-a-thousand-years perfect individual? After reading this system notification, his head grew feverish, feeling as if his entire brain had been bombarded by this news. He even experienced a dizzying sensation. This was simply too shocking. But as he calmed down, an even more intense emotion welled up in his heart. That was guilt. Previously, the student council president had gone so far as to antagonize the school board for his sake. It could be said she genuinely admired the student council president. But just now, he actually bullied the student council president. What a despicable act. His conscience felt thoroughly trampled upon. At this point, all I can do is try to make it up to her later. Su Cheng muttered to himself, a glint of determination in his eyes. He knew there was no other choice. Ding! Random item reward has been issued to the system space. Please check your inventory. What's the reward for this S rank? Hearing the system notification, Su Cheng held his breath and mentally checked the item list. Ding! Ring Pommel Saber Ghost Blade. Effect, Visual Impact. System, when the effect is activated, it enables both your body and clothing to bend light, thereby achieving invisibility. System, journeying afar to the mortal realm like a fleeting vision, unseen once the ghost blade is drawn. This. Su Cheng's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. It felt as though his entire worldview had been overturned. This is invisibility, you know. The previous cigarettes were indeed overpowered, but they were consumables. Once used up, you'd turn back into an ordinary person. But this prop before him was completely different. It not only possessed invisibility functionality but was also not a consumable item. This meant he had acquired superpowers, and invisibility at that. How could he possibly remain calm? Su Cheng's mind was in complete turmoil at this moment. This was something beyond his wildest dreams. This was real, flawless superpower. Superpowers. This is simply too exhilarating. Su Cheng couldn't find words to describe his inner feelings. All he knew was that his heart was pounding uncontrollably, his entire body trembling with an excitement that defied verbal description. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've stepped into the extraordinary. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Cheng's entire expression froze. Extraordinary? This meant he was no longer an ordinary person, but someone who possessed abilities surpassing those of common folk. At this moment, his desire could no longer be concealed. He was nearly driven to madness, as he could no longer suppress the excitement surging within him, provoking an intense impulse in his heart. This wasn't his fault, it was human instinct. Driven by this primal urge, he was on the verge of losing all self-control.
Impatiently, he retrieved the ghostly blade and examined it intently, though the hand gripping the knife trembled uncontrollably. He had seen this knife before in a museum. He remembered. The ring pommel saber is also known as the Han sword.
It's the ancestral form of Chinese combat blades.
It was the most advanced and lethal close-quarters cold weapon in the world at that time, and a weapon of extraordinary significance in human history. To some extent, it could be said that this blade dealt a devastating blow to the alien tribes, driving the northern tribes westward in migration and forcing the southern tribes into submission. It's no exaggeration to say this saber's combat achievements severed the destiny of the alien nations, making it the pinnacle blade of Huaxia civilization during that era.
Just as its current wielder's possession of this blade now exerts overwhelming influence over ordinary people.
Dimensionality reduction strike.
Moreover, this blade was extraordinarily beautiful and imposing.
Approximately 1 meter in total length and about 8 centimeters in width, it was a straight-edged steel sword, thick at the spine and thin at the edge. The hilt's pommel was shaped like a flattened ring, bound with dark red, cloth-like cords within the loop. Hiss! Su Cheng instinctively touched the blade's edge with his fingers and felt only an icy coldness, as if it could pierce through steel plates, a bone-chilling sensation that left him shuddering. He raised the sword and brandished it once. Under the light, it gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding a chilling sense of icy sharpness. In short, it was a weapon that perfectly balanced hardness and softness. He felt that with just a single-handed grip and a bit of clever force in his strike, he could finish off the enemy.
Right, let's test the invisibility effect.
Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Cheng steadied his breathing and suddenly thought, activate stealth. Then he stared intently at the hand gripping the sword hilt, his entire body taut with tension.
Suddenly,
the tip of the blade emitted a barely perceptible glimmer before gradually fading until, like the sword's edge abruptly breaking off, it vanished completely. But before he could think too much, the blade disappeared, then the hilt, followed by his entire right hand and arm, until finally his whole body vanished. Holy shit! Even with mental preparation, he was still caught off guard for a moment. Because he couldn't see his own body, he could only rely on his control and the tactile sensation of holding the sword in his hand to confirm that he had merely turned invisible, not vanished entirely. With this thought, he suddenly gripped the sword, stood up from the toilet seat, and took a few steps forward. The next moment, a loud bang erupted, followed immediately by his pained howl.
Ouch, that hurts.
Su Cheng slipped and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. This made him realize how habitual the brain can be, because the body was no longer visible.
His mind couldn't formulate a judgment.
Moreover, with his vision compromised, he couldn't gauge the position of his toes, causing him to slip on water and fall hard onto the ground.
Seems I still need more practice to fully master this.
Su Cheng sighed as he returned Phantom Blade to his system storage, instantly reverting to normal. Straightening his clothes, he prepared to head home for more training.
Chapter 39, Su Cheng wants to avenge her beloved car. Afternoon. Phew.
In an apartment, the sound of heavy breathing echoed through the living room, yet something felt strangely amiss.
The entire living room was completely empty, yet the voice had unmistakably come from there. Suddenly,
with a smack sound, the noise was crisp, exactly like the sound of someone chopping a watermelon.
This scene felt incredibly eerie, yet something even more bizarre occurred.
The large watermelon on the coffee table was suddenly split cleanly in half and not a single drop of juice spilled from either section. One could only imagine how razor-sharp the blade must have been.
Bang!
The sound came again, followed by yet another repetition.
Bang, bang, bang.
A perfectly ripe greenhouse watermelon dutifully shattered itself into 8 neat segments. Then, one of the watermelon slices floated up into the air, only to suddenly lose a chunk as the sound of someone munching on it echoed through the room. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have surely pissed themselves on the spot. It was downright creepy.
Alright.
Su Cheng suddenly appeared beside the coffee table, still holding a slice of watermelon that he was about to put into his mouth. He was none other than Su Cheng, who had rushed home eagerly just moments ago to try out his newfound invisibility powers.
After over an hour of practice, he had finally mastered this invisibility ability with complete proficiency. Moreover, during this hour, he successfully adapted to the desire amplification brought by the invisibility ability. Currently, he doesn't feel the slightest bit excited anymore. As for why? Because upon calm reflection, he realized this invisibility power brought more harm than good.
In today's modern society filled with infrared surveillance and thermal imaging everywhere, to be frank, invisibility isn't that formidable an ability.
And the performance isn't all that great either.
At present, it brings him no benefits whatsoever, the sole advantage being that when danger comes, he can turn invisible and run.
As for using the invisibility ability to commit illegal acts, stealing or robbing,
he never had that idea from the beginning, as it was the most idiotic way to use it.
Moreover, he wouldn't do anything illegal or criminal.
If he really wanted to make money from invisibility in the future, he might as well become a magician or journalist. Of course, he also conjured up that strange idea all men entertain.
That would be sneaking into the women's bathroom as a doctor.
As a kind-hearted young man, of course he should give others physical examinations. This idea naturally dissipated in an instant. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't abuse his invisibility powers, so he resolved to maintain reverence for nature, laws, and social norms at all times. However, when dealing with unscrupulous people, he naturally becomes even more unscrupulous himself.
Maybe I'll take a nap before going to the class reunion. Realizing this suddenly, Su Chung hurriedly rose from the sofa. Then he checked the time. It's 3 o'clock now, meet at the school gate at 5.
Which means he still has time to grab some sleep. With this thought, he headed toward his bedroom. After entering the bedroom, he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest, only to open them again almost immediately. The sunlight was so dazzling it kept him awake. With no other choice, he got up to close the curtains, but his gaze instinctively drifted to the view outside. There he spotted his nemesis returning. Then, he suddenly manifested a demonic blade, his lips curling into a delighted yet cruel smile. He wants to avenge his partner.
Damn it, what a lousy day.
Chen Daming had just walked into the apartment, his face dark as he cursed under his breath. Originally planning to extort others, now he's the one getting extorted instead, completely and utterly frustrated. Moreover, his car broke down, and he didn't even gain any advantage from it. Instead, he was left without a car for quite some time afterwards. Fortunately, the 38,000 yuan can be recovered just by reporting to the police. Even better, that little bastard can be sent to jail. However, as the saying goes, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. He actually tried to use this to threaten Su Chang, so they didn't call the police. Earlier when he followed them to give his statement, he learned that old lady Wu's mental breakdown was caused by prolonged rage. This situation didn't constitute criminal liability at all, and the other party only offered to pay for his car repairs. They refused to compensate for anything else, to the point where old lady Wu even caused a scene at the police station. The officers could do nothing about her behavior, so he had no choice but to admit his bad luck.
He's back? Hurry, let's get away from him. Run, he's looking this way. He's staring at me, help.
A group of old women screamed in unison, scattering in panic as they fled.
Oh my god, hurry up, let's go. My back, someone help me up. Don't rape me, don't rape me.
A group of old women frantically ran into other buildings, screaming incessantly for fear of losing their virtue in their twilight years, vanishing in the blink of an eye.
Who would rape you old hags? Chen Daming shouted furiously. Damn that old hag Wu.
But he also knew it was old lady Wu's nonsense this morning that caused him to be misunderstood.
This filled Chen Daming's heart with resentment while fueling his anger even further.
Fortunately, it was probably only these old ladies who would believe Granny Wu's crazy claims. But just then, several women approached him head-on. The moment they saw Chen Daming, they all screamed in terror, covered their chests, and hurriedly backed away.
What's going on? Why would you all believe that too? Chen Daming roared, feeling utterly wronged.
But the women ignored him, they just kept covering their chests as they scrambled away in panic. And from the looks of it, it seemed as if some great terror was chasing them from behind. He walked on for a while longer when he encountered a few middle-aged men around his age, people he usually exchanged pleasantries with occasionally. But upon seeing him, they all avoided him as if he were the plague.
This made him realize he needed to find a new environment. Otherwise, everyone would surely keep ostracizing and gossiping about him endlessly. Fortunately, since it was a company-assigned apartment, he lived there alone.
Soon, he arrived at his front door, took out his keys, opened the door, and entered. After entering, he went to the bathroom to wash his face, then took the receipt and sat on the sofa, pondering how to maximize the benefits of the fake receipt in his hand. He knew full well that Su Chung didn't own a car at all, let alone paying a year's parking fees. Utter nonsense. At that time, he had desperately wanted to get his hands on the 500,000, which was why he transferred those 38,000. Now that he had calmed down, of course he'd make that punk pay back every last penny with interest. Damn it, he even dared to threaten me before leaving. When this thought crossed his mind, he instantly felt the fire in his heart blazing even fiercer. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking at the door snapped him out of his thoughts. Who's there? He got up and went to open the door. Yet there was unexpectedly no one at the door. This time, he froze. Could I be losing my mind from anger too? But he soon shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as he turned back to the living room, the knocking sound came again. Could there really be someone? His heart tightened, but he still set down the receipt in his hand and approached the door, peering through the peephole. There's nobody there at all, what's going on? At this moment, Chen Daming felt his head spinning slightly. He didn't understand what was happening to him or why he was having such illusions. Is someone playing a prank? With this thought, he flung open the door and shouted from the threshold, enough is enough, damn it. Bam! He angrily slammed the door shut, then grabbed a rolling pin from the kitchen and stood guard by the entrance, waiting for the knocking to sound again. However, this time no knocking came, and no one stood at the door. Instead, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. This clenched his heart tight, convincing him the prankster had returned.
Footsteps drew nearer, his hand gripping both the doorknob and a rolling pin. Bang!
At last, his door was knocked on again, and this time without the slightest hesitation, he pulled it straight open. Only to find that she had already vanished without a trace, yet without hesitation, he rushed downstairs, but failed to catch up.
Running faster than a rabbit,
Chen Daming gritted his teeth in fury. He walked up to his house again and noticed his front door wasn't properly shut but slightly ajar. He pushed open the half-closed door and stepped inside.
He probably won't dare to pull any more pranks, he thought to himself.
As it turned out, the moment he stepped inside, he sensed something was off. The room was pitch black. This shocked him greatly, as he distinctly remembered leaving his curtains open.
Was that person just now running upstairs? Did they manage to get into the house while I was coming down? What a bold one you are.
I'd like to see just how rampant you really are. With that, he grabbed a kitchen knife for courage and began searching the entire house for any suspicious targets. He searched diligently all around, even checking under the bed, but found no one.
Yet strangely, he had the illusion that someone in the room was watching him.
This illusion sent shivers down his spine.
Have I also lost my temper? He couldn't help but curse himself inwardly.
Then he put the kitchen knife back in its place and went to the balcony to draw the curtains.
Suddenly,
at the very moment he pulled the curtains shut, a chilling gust of wind swept past, brushing against his face and sending an uncomfortable shiver down his spine.
Goosebumps prickled across his skin.
He hugged his arms tightly and shivered. He was about to head to the bedroom to grab a coat when suddenly, there was a loud crash. His living room plunged into darkness once more. His expression froze, then stiffened, until his entire face was etched with terror.
"Fuck!" he shouted, because his curtains had fallen down again, plunging the entire room into darkness.
At that moment, he was so terrified that he broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning deathly pale. To know that it's impossible for the curtains to fall due to wind or other factors if they were securely fixed, the only remaining cause must be human intervention. Yet he had just scoured the entire room and found no one there.
Crash! Just as his mind went blank, the teacup on the table seemed pushed by some unseen force, then fell to the ground, shattering into scattered fragments. Ah!
Chen Daming let out a loud cry, then rushed into the bedroom at top speed and locked the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he panted heavily, his heart filled with lingering fear. Right now, all he felt was an icy chill throughout his body, as if he'd been thrown into a freezing cavern.
Yes, call the police.
He snapped back to reality, his hands trembling as he clutched his phone, ready to dial the emergency number.
Bang!
Suddenly, a muffled knock sounded at his bedroom door, startling him so badly that his legs went weak. His body buckled, and he collapsed to the floor.
Bang!
Then another dull thud followed, striking like a hammer straight into his heart. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest, his phone clattered to the ground, and his pants soaked through without him even realizing it. His entire body just kept trembling uncontrollably.
Thump thump thump, thump 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 thump, bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. With each dull thud resounding, his heartbeat grew increasingly frantic. "Fuck your mother," he shouted loudly.
Perhaps it was because the peak of fear turns to rage, or perhaps reason told him that ghosts didn't exist in this world at all. So he suddenly stood up, grabbed the ashtray from the nightstand with a snarl twisting his face, and charged toward the door. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into an angry demon. Bang! He slammed the door violently, and it swung open, then he lunged straight out. But he grasped at nothing, his hands came up empty. His anger began to fade, replaced once more by deep terror. No longer able to control the overwhelming fear in his heart, he fell to his knees and began desperately pleading to the empty space around him in the living room.
"Let me go, please, let me go." Yet the living room remained silent, with no response whatsoever, making him increasingly uneasy.
Eventually, he suddenly remembered something and hastily took the jade guanine pendant hanging around his neck, placing it in his palm before pressing his hands together in prayer.
"Please, Bodhisattva, protect me."
He closed his eyes and began to pray fervently. Little did he know, his prayer would only make things worse.
Clang!
Another faint sound followed, and Chen Daming's heart sank as he reopened his eyes. What he saw next would become a scene he could never forget for the rest of his life. A kitchen knife was seen floating in midair, then, as if endowed with sight, it shot straight towards him.
Clearly, this ghost detests Buddhism. Ah!
At this moment, roaring with all his might, his will to survive burning fiercely, he somehow forced his weak and trembling legs to move, narrowly evading the deadly strike. But this scared him out of his wits. Then, as if with eyes of its own, the kitchen knife came attacking at him again, and once more he dodged the assault. By then, fear had already filled his heart, his mind was utterly muddled, and he found himself completely incapable of coherent thought.
He could do nothing but frantically sprint toward the main door. Fortunately, when heaven closes one door, it opens another. He managed to escape, tumbling down the stairs while shouting desperately, "Help! Help! Help!" After running out of the building,
At the parking lot entrance, he spotted over a dozen property staff, each uniformly holding yellow and black parking locks. The moment they saw him, they halted before encircling him methodically.
What happened?
A young man about 1.7 meters tall asked. He shouted in terror with a panicked expression, "Call the police." Everyone froze in shock, and then, the crowd suddenly sensed a strange odor hanging in the air. They all lowered their heads simultaneously to look at Chen Daming's crotch, only to find a large wet patch, their expressions instantly turning strange.
Ah, who peed in my pants?
Noticing the crowd's eyes persistently darting toward his groin, Chen Daming hurriedly looked down, sniffed, and instinctively blurted out. Chapter 40, Those who cross a time traveler meet a bad end.
Mr. Chen, may I ask what difficulties you're encountering?
At that moment, a middle-aged man who appeared to be some sort of supervisor emerged from the crowd. But there was no warmth in his expression, because he knew this Chen Daming was the very troublemaker who'd forced them to spend the entire afternoon installing parking locks in the basement, even causing conflicts with other property owners.
There's a ghost. Call the police quickly. I'm scared to death, I don't dare go back inside.
Chen Daming stammered nervously.
A ghost? Too scared to go back?
All the property staff wore puzzled expressions.
Looking like you've seen a ghost in broad daylight? Even pissed your pants from fright?
Mr. Chen, please don't joke about this, it could negatively impact our community's reputation. The leader forced an insincere smile before adding, if this isn't an illegal matter, kindly refrain from wasting public resources.
Do I look like I'm joking with you?
Chen Daming pointed at the tip of his nose and shouted accusingly, there really is a ghost.
If you don't believe me, go check my house.
Xiao Wang, Xiao Tang, go investigate his place. The leader turned his head and said sternly with a serious expression.
Ha?
The two property staff members instantly paled. You could tell Chen Daming's pale face wasn't an act, especially with his pants still damp in the crotch area.
This man had even abandoned dignity to come running out.
If this was a joke, the price paid was far too steep.
Shouldn't we make a trip to Mr. Chen's house?
The leading man frowned immediately when he saw the two of them standing still. As a materialist, he didn't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, thinking instead that the other party had figured out they were trying to reserve the parking spot and had come over deliberately to cause trouble.
Oh, okay, we're going right now.
The two immediately responded in unison, let's go, Mr. Chen.
I'm not going.
The door on the second floor is open, go take a look yourselves.
Chen Daming refused outright. The two staff members exchanged glances before finally nodding.
Left with no choice, they steeled themselves and headed toward Chen Daming's home.
Mr. Chen, we'll continue with our work now.
If you need any assistance, feel free to call us anytime. With that, the team leader led the property staff toward the parking lot.
Wait, I'm coming with you.
Chen Daming saw the team leader and the others leave and hurried to follow. But after just 2 steps, he realized his legs had gone weak, and before he knew it, he had collapsed to the ground. Don't mind him, he must be on something. Maybe we should just call the police.
Another person chimed in.
The leader shook his head, no need. No matter what happens in this apartment, we can't let people call the police claiming it's haunted. By 7 p.m. tonight, we must lock all unsold parking spaces. But what about those who occupy parking spaces and refuse to move their cars? They called a tow truck.
When is the tow truck coming?
Almost there.
That Mr. Su was really loaded, buying up all the remaining parking spots.
Only because those freeloader neighbors forced his hand. Now those parking spot moochers will have to use the paid lot outside.
Either that or get ticketed every single day. Gotta say though, this feels pretty damn satisfying.
It does feel good, those people totally deserve it.
But what if they all start making trouble together?
These are all Mr. Su's parking spaces.
What's wrong with him locking his own spots? That makes sense.
They walked and chatted their way to the parking lot.
Chen Daming lay on the ground, watching the distant property management team gradually walk away. Help me, don't go.
At this moment, he was already exhausted on the ground. Various aftereffects left his entire body weak without an ounce of strength left.
It's Chen Daming, why is he lying on the ground? Look at his pants. Wow, such a grown man actually wet himself. That's quite the output.
Even my dog lifts his leg to avoid getting it on himself.
Who'd have thought he wouldn't know better?
What a disgraceful sight. Just then, a group of women passed by. Spotting him, they began pointing and whispering among themselves. Some even covered their mouths with tissues, their expressions twisting into looks of disgust and contempt. At that moment, Chen Daming's face flushed crimson with shame as he recovered from his fright. He wished he could burrow into the ground and disappear. Never had he imagined that as a man successful in his career, he would end up in such an utterly humiliating predicament.
This left him utterly mortified. He would probably never forget this scene for the rest of his life. No way, I'm taking a picture and posting it in the neighborhood group chat.
Just then, a woman who had previously clashed with her suddenly pulled out her phone.
No photos allowed. Take a picture and I'll kill you. Chen Daming was furious to discover one of the women actually pulling out her phone to take photos. I'll take photos if I want. Never thought you bastard would end up like this.
The woman snapped a picture with her phone, then screamed to the skies, "Everyone come look." Chen Daming pissed his pants. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding buildings erupted with the sound of windows being thrown open, and soon dozens of windows were flung wide. The apartment residents uniformly began to gather for a spectacle. At this moment, everyone's gaze. Chen Daming felt as if the sky was falling and the earth splitting apart, overwhelmed by a deep sense of humiliation that made him wish for death. When had he ever suffered such humiliation since childhood? Yet today, he endured the utmost disgrace. Everyone, look closely at his crotch area. You're asking for death. Chen Daming summoned strength from somewhere, struggled to his feet, and lunged at the woman with flailing arms. Ah, help! Chen Daming is attacking someone. Chen Daming wants to silence a witness in broad daylight. The woman turned pale with fright at the sight of Chen Daming charging at her like a madman. Letting out a shrill scream, she stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. I'll tear your mouth to shreds. Chen Daming roared as he dashed forward. But the next moment, he inexplicably tripped over flat ground, falling flat on his face. By the time he got up, he was completely dazed, his face covered in blood, having even lost a tooth. However, upon standing, he suddenly realized something. Gone was his previous anger, replaced entirely by terror. He plopped back onto the ground, staring at the flat surface, then began scrambling backward with his hands. That sense of terror returned, because he had just clearly felt something trip him up. This time, he didn't dare act recklessly anymore. He realized something in the house was still following him. He could only feel himself on the verge of madness, endlessly kowtowing as he repeated over and over, I was wrong, I won't dare again, I shouldn't have provoked you. Spare me, I beg you, please, let me go. What's wrong with him? Crazy? Did you hit your head or something? It's none of my business, he tripped on his own. The auntie who had just taken photos was also dumbfounded, unsure what exactly had happened. Right now, Chen Daming had no mood to pay attention to what others were saying, he could only keep kowtowing repeatedly. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. The two property management staff who had just visited his home walked over. Seeing him in such a state, they looked astonished and instinctively tugged at his sleeve. Ah! Chen Daming stared at them in terror, his face turning deathly pale. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? One of the property staff asked with some confusion. There's a ghost. Chen Daming said tremblingly. It was you who tripped over nothing, yet you're blaming ghosts. What kind of excuse is that? How shameless can you be to still make excuses? The elderly lady nearby, seeing property management arrive, regained her courage. Mr. Chen, we went to check your apartment and found nothing unusual except for a broken glass. One of the property staff said to him. Help me up first. Chen Daming looked at the two men and spoke. So, the two of them helped Chen Daming up. As he stood there unsteadily, he looked around and realized the crowd had gathered only to gawk and point at the spectacle. So, he decided to leave this godforsaken place. But I need to go home and retrieve my valuables first. Just keep holding me like this and help me get home to grab some things. He looked at the property management staff and spoke. The property staff nodded. Immediately, the two men suppressed their discomfort from the strange odor and hurried toward Chen Daming's home. They arrived at Chen Daming's doorstep and were about to let go when Chen suddenly grabbed their arms, shouting, You keep supporting me, help me to my bedroom. Fine. The two had no choice but to lift him up again and look ahead. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with someone touching him, the ghost wouldn't dare appear. But in the very next instant, Chen Daming suddenly felt something brush against his cheek. His eyes darted to the right, only to see the gleaming blade of a kitchen knife materializing out of thin air, already dangerously close to his neck. Ah! He was scared out of his wits, letting out a blood-curdling scream that pierced the heavens, then broke free from both men's grasp and stumbled into the kitchen to grab a fruit knife. The two property managers were also startled, though by Chen Daming's scream rather than anything else. By the time they regained their senses and saw Chen Daming now clutching a fruit knife, their faces turned ashen with terror. Mr. Chen, don't be rash, don't do anything reckless. Put down your weapon now. The two shouted hurriedly while slowly retreating backward, fearing they might provoke this lunatic. There's a ghost. There really is a ghost. You've got to believe me. Chen Daming gripped the hilt of his blade while stepping back, his face drenched in cold sweat and his forehead beating with nervous perspiration as he spoke. His mind kept replaying the scene from moments ago, how he had nearly had a kitchen knife pressed against his neck out of thin air. Mr. Chen, please believe us. Don't be afraid. The two property managers hurried to reassure him, but Chen Daming had already spiraled into frenzy. Chen Daming looked at the two property staff and said, Call the police. Please, I'm begging you. Hearing his words, the two property staff exchanged glances. Eventually, one of them stepped forward and said, Mr. Chen, please calm down. You're not in the right state of mind right now. But before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Daming saw a kitchen knife suddenly materialize in midair behind the two men's heads. Look, there's a knife right between your heads, he shouted. Chen Daming was so frightened that he cried out loudly. The two property management staff were also startled by his words. They turned to look but saw nothing, then turned back to Chen Daming with puzzled expressions.
It's real. I'm not lying to you, it's disappeared again. Please believe me? I'm begging you, help me. Please, I beg you, help me. Call the police quickly.
Chen Daming kept pleading, looking at the two property management staff with tears welling up in his eyes. The two exchanged glances, and one of them nodded before pulling out his phone, but instead of dialing the emergency number, he called the nearby psychiatric hospital.
After all, dealing with someone having a mental breakdown requires professionals. We're calling the authorities now. Please calm down and put the knife down first.
Another property staff member spread his hands open, crouching slightly as he tried to persuade Chen Daming.
Okay, hurry up and call them now.
Chen Daming nodded hurriedly, looking at the fruit knife in his hand. His body trembled as he panted heavily, slowly crouching down to place the knife on the ground. The next second, the kitchen knife inexplicably appeared floating in the air right behind the two property managers.
Ah!
Chen Daming let out a terrified scream and grabbed the fruit knife again. It's above your heads now. This made their hearts tighten once more, because they realized Chen Daming was indeed looking at the space above their heads, yet when they turned around, they found absolutely nothing. They finally realized that Chen Daming might be hallucinating or something similar.
Let me go, I beg you.
Chen Daming was crying, but still holding the knife. It seemed this knife was the only thing that could bring him a sliver of security. At least in this moment, fear still dominated his heart, yet he clung to the fruit knife with a death grip, as if grasping a lifeline. The standoff dragged on for over 10 minutes until suddenly, several figures in white coats appeared at the door, carrying medical kits and equipment. The newcomers were psychiatrists and several burly male nurses built like tanks. The moment they saw Chen Daming's state, they froze in shock. His disheveled hair was streaked with crimson blood, tear stains marked his cheeks, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this person was already agitated to the point of violent tendencies.
What are you doing?
I was told the police were called. Why are doctors here instead?
Chen Daming pointed angrily at the two white-coated figures and shouted. Sir, you are currently a patient. Please cooperate with your treatment, it will help alleviate your suffering. I'm not sick.
Chen Daming shrieked as he dodged the approaching whitecoats, panic flashing in his eyes. Because he knew that if these doctors took him away, his life resume would be branded with a mental illness label, no company would ever hire him again.
That's why he absolutely wouldn't let them lay a finger on him.
He wanted to run, but found his legs weak and powerless, completely unable to stand up. Sir, please calm down.
Getting agitated won't do any good for your recovery. We're only trying to help you.
One of the white-coated figures said.
Stay back, don't come any closer.
Chen Daming kept retreating while gripping the fruit knife tightly, screaming hysterically as he backed away, terrified of letting them touch his body.
Suddenly, a kitchen knife appeared out of thin air behind the crowd of medical staff. The knife hovered right above their heads, this time even making a slashing motion. The sight instantly sent chills down his spine, leaving his face pale and his body limp. His legs went numb, rendering him completely unable to stand. There's a ghost, look.
Before he could finish speaking, the blade vanished again in an instant.
Trying to ambush me? You still claim you're not sick? I'm not mentally ill, I'm not sick. There's really a ghost here, please believe me.
Chen Daming kept shouting while retreating, but several burly male nurses quickly pinned him to the ground and then collectively lifted him onto a stretcher, binding him securely.
Throughout this, he didn't resist, because he knew struggling might result in being injected with sedatives. But the outcome wasn't what he'd hoped for.
That damned scalpel appeared abruptly in his field of vision again, filling his face with terror. Instinctively, he began thrashing violently, so fiercely that even the 4 brawny men carrying him felt the strain.
Hurry, increase the dosage. He's about to break free. Haloperidol, chlorpromazine, promethazine. Understood.
Several nurses immediately pulled out syringes and injected the medications into his muscles. The effect was soon evident. Chen Daming gradually calmed down, his eyes closing and mouth slackening as he stopped resisting.
On the balcony of the neighboring building,
Su Chang watched the psychiatric hospital vehicle drive away, his face expressionless, yet he was absent-mindedly playing with a kitchen knife in his hand, one that kept vanishing and reappearing out of thin air. This time, he had utilized both his system's spatial storage ability and invisibility.
And this Chen Daming would become mentally ill even if he wasn't originally.
Because injecting certain psychiatric drugs into a non-mentally ill person can inhibit their cerebrum, leading to symptoms such as drowsiness, mental sluggishness, and fatigue. He had given this man a chance. He deliberately had the security guard lock the bicycle in the most conspicuous spot. Yet despite clearly noticing the lock, the man still insisted on starting the vehicle. It clearly seems they're out to get him, no holds barred. Naturally, he wouldn't show any mercy either.
Chapter 41, Trickster Classmate Su Chang, a fee-charging parking lot. What? He paid 38,000.
The 2 girls at the parking management desk looked utterly shocked, clearly not expecting Su Chang to actually fork over 38,000. These two girls were none other than Zhao Yan and Xianing. Prompted by the driver's warning that Su Chang might encounter further trouble, they had rushed over in haste to turn the fake receipt into a real one. Even before this, they had used their family connections to reach the highest-ranking official in charge of this parking lot. But surprisingly, Su Chang actually paid the $38,000. Before coming here, they thought that woman had simply made a foolish decision in a fit of anger. Su Chang was completely unaware of all this, but judging from this incident alone, it was clearly all meticulously planned by him. What normal person would possibly pay an outrageous parking fee of $38,000? This implies that Su Chang had foreseen all the subsequent troubles. He even anticipated the vehicle would get damaged when parking initially. Thus, this also means he predicted in advance that the auntie would clamp the car, though no one knows how he managed to do it. Probably only Su Chang himself holds the answer. At this moment, the shock in both girls' hearts was beyond words. Outside the paid parking lot. So how did he get that woman to lock the car without her knowing? Yeah, unless he can predict the future or hypnotize people? I don't know either, it completely defies logic. A sophisticated woman in the driver's seat narrowed her eyes slightly, an unusual glint flashing deep within them. But cunning, masterful at reading people, unfathomable as ghosts and gods, that's my assessment of him. Sure enough, no one who got into Yancheng Private Academy is an easy mark. Beside him, Zhao Yan with her golden hair cascading over her shoulders lifted her head, her gaze shimmering with complexity. Since there was no one following her anymore, she dropped her disguise. Today, she dressed in a cool but not tacky style, a sweet, spicy, and edgy gal look. But this is... Xianying hesitated, her expression complex as if struggling to say something difficult. Today she wasn't wearing her school uniform but a black dress, her usual long bangs pinned up to reveal a flawless white neck, looking pure and adorable. No wonder, so you're from Yancheng Private School. The female driver exclaimed, then teased Zhao Yan, he can't be your boyfriend, right? Hearing this, both girls' delicate faces simultaneously flushed red. Zhao Yan lowered her head in silent speechlessness, yet the expression on her face told the female driver that it indeed wasn't so. How did you know? Zhao Yan lifted her head and asked the female driver in confusion. The female driver explained, you don't understand him at all. Hearing this, Zhao Yan and Xianing exchanged glances. Indeed, they didn't understand him at all. They had wanted to protect Su Chang before. Thinking back now, that notion seems truly naive. Looking at it now, Su Chang isn't just capable, she's downright cunning. Not bullying others would already be a blessing, why would she ever need their help? Connecting the dots from past events, everything suddenly began to make sense. Why would Senior G condescend to personally invite someone to join the club? And what about Eddie's father's handwritten letter? This is clearly an attitude of recruitment and ingratiation. It seems Senior G had long investigated Su Chang and recognized his extraordinary nature. Hurry, get in the car. Suddenly, the female driver glanced behind her and urgently shouted at the two of them. Zhao Yan and Xianing snapped back to reality and instinctively looked backward. They shouldn't have looked upon seeing what was behind them. Sheer panic instantly flashed across both their faces. In the distance, Su Chang was riding a bicycle, wobbling towards them at a leisurely pace. What are you standing there for? Move it! The female driver urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Oh, right. Seeing this, Zhao Yan and Xianing couldn't care less about decorum or politeness. They quickly pulled open the car door and scrambled inside. Phew, good thing they didn't notice. The female driver wiped the sweat from her forehead and spoke with lingering fear. Hearing her words, Zhao Yan and Xianing also let out sighs of relief. Did he enter the parking lot? What did he go in for? Maybe to get back the 38,000? Ha! Zhao Yan and Xianing looked puzzled upon hearing this. Zhao Yan spoke up, but won't all our previous efforts be wasted if we take it out now? If they report this to the police, then the money Su Chang gets could be treated as fraud. Maybe he reached some agreement with the car owner? The female driver frowned, then suddenly shook her head. No, there's no reason he would reach a settlement agreement. Nor would he do something so foolish. This is vengeance after all. And students at your school wouldn't be short of money either. What was he really going there for? Zhao Yan frowned, her curiosity growing stronger. Then there's only one possibility left now. The female driver spoke while glancing at the two women, Zhao Yan and her companion. Zhao Yan slightly furrowed her brows, while Xianing nodded, both waiting for her to continue. This means Chen Daming won't call the police. The female driver spoke with a trace of grimness in her eyes. Then how did he manage that? Not reaching an agreement but still managing to prevent the other party from calling the police? Have you forgotten about the auntie who locked the car incident? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan and Xianing both wore solemn expressions and fell into deep thought. But there's another possibility. The female driver continued, of course, this is just hypothetical, but if he had done something while we were away just now. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his neck in a beheading gesture. Ah! Zhao Yan and Xianing both shivered at these words. How could this be? It can't be. The two girls spoke almost in unison, neither able to accept this answer.
This is simply unbelievable, utterly absurd. Su Chang suddenly becoming a murderer, how can this be acceptable? Go to his apartment and make some inquiries.
After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yan said to the female driver,
Okay, I'll drive you there right now.
Hearing this, the female driver also wore a grave expression as she started the car and headed towards Su Cheng's apartment. They didn't dare delay any longer, they had to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible.
What? Gone mad? Lost your mind? Even taken away by the mental hospital?
At this moment, upon hearing the news, both girls sank into unprecedented contemplation. The car was enveloped in an eerie silence. Zhao Yan and Xianying exchanged glances, neither speaking a word.
After what seemed like an eternity, Zhao Yan was the first to break the silence, asking in a trembling voice, "Are you sure about this?" Upon hearing this, the female driver also fell silent for a moment before nodding. I checked with security, saw it with my own eyes. Zhao Yan and Xianying fell silent again. Chapter 42, The Exploding Boy's classmate Su Chang. If he finds out that we know about his secret, would he silence us permanently?
Xianying still seemed dazed as she murmured these words.
Didn't we agree to come protect Su Chang? How did it end up like this?
Right now she knows too many secrets and inside information, so she feels her safety is threatened. She even imagined a scenario where one night, Su Chang suddenly appeared behind her, his voice hoarse and low as he said, "Sorry.
You know too much. Stop letting your imagination run wild. Su Chang isn't a bad person."
Zhao Yan patted her shoulder and spoke gently, her voice filled with comfort. After all, she had investigated Su Chang's background and knew his past. Xianying let out a bitter laugh, her tone tinged with loneliness. But the fact that such a person is our classmate makes me feel a little scared.
He. Zhao Yan smiled gently. Don't be afraid.
He's just doing something he considers worthwhile.
Have you forgotten how he helped us chase the peeping Tom last time?
That proves he's a kind and gentle person with a sense of justice who cares about us.
He would never harm us.
As she spoke, Zhao Yan patted Xianying's shoulder, then looked out the window. Hearing this, Xianying could only take a deep breath, push aside the ominous premonition, and nod. But at this moment, the image of Su Chang as a smiling, innocent young man vanished completely from both girls' minds, replaced by a vengeful boy with magical abilities. Oh no, I forgot I invited him to our class gathering this afternoon under that pretense. Suddenly, Zhao Yan remembered and immediately spoke up. Hearing this, Xianying also remembered, feeling somewhat uneasy in her heart. Actually, he had already spotted you guys in the apartment long ago.
Suddenly, the female driver spoke up. Ah! Xianying's eyes welled up with tears instantly. What am I going to do now? From what you're saying, he helped you as well? Instead of answering Xianying, the female driver turned to look at Zhao Yan and asked, Yes, tell me in detail.
Soon, Zhao Yan told the female driver about the incident with the voyeur and even recounted everything that happened at school in detail.
Don't be afraid.
Honestly, if I were you, I'd feel secretly delighted. Don't you think it's incredibly cool to have someone who plays dumb but possesses immense strength when it matters most, stepping forward to protect you when the moment calls for it?
Doesn't that give you an overwhelming sense of security?
As she spoke, the driver even blinked twice at Xianying, and it's a secret only the two of you share.
Zhao Yan nodded thoughtfully, showing her agreement.
Xianying was taken aback for a moment before understanding.
That might be true, but we know his secret now.
And worse, he already knows we were following him. Your school wronged him, yet he didn't react at all. Instead, he even went after the voyeur for you. That alone proves he's someone with strong morals, clear-cut principles, and a firm distinction between right and wrong. As she spoke, the pretty female driver's face flashed with deep envy. If I'd had a classmate like him back in my school days, I would have clung to him every single day.
But the problem is, we know his secret now.
Xianying was on the verge of tears, as the female driver kept dodging her questions.
Oh my, how silly can you be? He clearly recognized you this morning, so why didn't he acknowledge you? The female driver looked exasperated as if disappointed by someone's failure to live up to expectations.
She continued, It's because he saw that you didn't acknowledge him, so he didn't acknowledge you either. But what I'm trying to say is, he knows that we know his secret now.
Xianying anxiously urged once again. Oh dear, you're utterly clueless, isn't it obvious? He recognized you all but still carried out his revenge in the afternoon. What does that tell you? The female driver glared at him with a look that clearly said, Are you an idiot?
Xianying stamped her feet in frustration.
This proves that he doesn't realize we know about his situation. Quite the confession maniac, huh?
Zhao Yan said with a faint smile playing on her lips as she explained.
Huh?
Xianying was taken aback for a moment before coming to her senses.
As long as we keep this buried in our hearts, who would ever know?
Let's just pretend nothing happened, he'll still be our classmate Su Chang.
Zhao Yan continued. Besides, didn't you invite him on behalf of the class?
You can explain later that the class gathering was cancelled, and happened to come find him to express your apology and gratitude for last time. Then you could have a meal together, watch a movie, chat and such.
The female driver suggested. Right, don't you want to become friends with him? This is a great opportunity.
Zhao Yan looked at Xianing and encouraged her, who knows, you might even get the answer to his homepage password question out of him.
Alright then.
Xianing gritted her teeth. In the end, there was no other choice.
Alright, you two get off here. Just wait for him at the apartment, the female driver suggested.
Hearing this, Zhao Yan and Xianing nodded and immediately got out of the car.
By the way, if you ever need a ride or run into any trouble in the future, you can call me. Got it.
Thanks for your help this time, Sister Qin.
Zhao Yan and Xianing spoke in unison.
During their earlier conversation, they had learned that the female driver's name was Yi Ruiqin, who was slightly over 20 years old this year. This time, Sister Qin not only refused to take their money but even offered advice and helped them resolve the situation, so Zhao Yan and Xianing were extremely grateful to her.
You're really too polite. Between us, there's no need for such formalities. Alright, I'll head off first. Make sure to keep an eye on this treasure of a boy, alright?
Just teasing you, Yi Ruiqin said with a chuckle before driving off.
Zhao Yan watched the car fade into the distance, a faint smile appearing on her face as she murmured, treasure boy? Explosive boy seems more like it.
Xianing pouted angrily on the side, speaking irritably.
That actually fits quite well.
Zhao Yan nodded, unable to suppress her laughter as she chuckled. When it's not exploding, everything remains peaceful, but once it detonates, it creates tidal waves of shock, catching people off guard and delivering near-catastrophic blows.
Meishem, let's go in. Zhao Yan and Xianing then walked through the apartment gate.
The security guard stationed in the booth by the roadside barrier froze at the sight of them.
Almost immediately, one stepped forward and asked, "May I ask which resident these two lovely ladies are here to see?"
He stared at Zhao Yan and Xianing with undisguised astonishment, silently marveling at their striking beauty.
Even in plain clothes, their radiance was unmistakable, especially the innate noble aura they carried, which made others feel almost unworthy in their presence.
Zhao Yan said with a smile, "We're here to see someone." As she spoke, she took out her student ID from her bag and handed it to the other party.
After registering, the two walked openly into the neighborhood.
Due to their good looks and unfamiliar faces, they drew quite a few gazes along the way, but the two of them remained calm, ignoring the stares from others, and walked toward the building where Su Chang lived.
I've already messaged Su Chang. What did you send?
Wait for him downstairs at his place.
Chapter 43, The Remarkably Powerful Su Chang. Outside Su Chang's apartment. Isn't there a convenience store nearby?
Xianing rubbed her tummy while glancing around restlessly. Her stomach was growling with hunger since she hadn't eaten all noon.
Just bear with it a little longer. We'll go eat with Su Chang later, Zhao Yan said seriously. After all, they were waiting for Su Chang, so it wasn't convenient to wander off. What if Su Chang came back and couldn't find them? Alright, then I'll just have to grin and bear it for now. Xianing spoke. Gulp gulp.
Suddenly, a strange sound reached Xian Ying's ears, but she soon realized it wasn't hers, so she turned to look at Zhao Yan beside her.
Alright, go find something nearby to fill your stomach. I'll wait here.
Zhao Yan had no choice but to speak up, because she was starving too, though missing one meal wouldn't normally matter much. But all that running around this morning had really drained her energy, and it was midday now. Waiting any longer without food would easily leave her feeling unwell.
Upon hearing Zhao Yan's words, Xianing quickly replied, alright, I understand. I'll go buy it right away.
With that, she walked off into the distance. Eventually, near the parking lot, she spotted a property manager. After inquiring, she learned there was a convenience store nearby. The store wasn't too far from the neighborhood where Su Chang lived. Upon entering, she noticed only one frail-looking young man with glasses at the cashier. Seeing her enter, the cashier looked up slightly stunned before greeting, welcome, welcome. The cashier wore a professional smile on her face, one of their essential skills. Yet for some reason, Xianing felt there was something insincere about the cashier's smile, and those eyes kept wandering over her body as if trying to see through her clothes.
How can I help you today? He continued speaking with a smile.
Xianing felt a creeping sense of unease upon hearing this, so she hurried toward the shelves while saying, no need to trouble yourself, I'll just grab something quickly.
Oh,
the cashier responded, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xianing. Seeing her actions made Xianing increasingly uncomfortable, as if this person suspected him of being a thief. So Xianing planned to just quickly buy something and leave, but at that moment she failed to notice the cashier suddenly standing up and walking toward her.
Ah!
Turning her head, Xianing was instantly startled. The cashier suddenly started organizing items on the shelf next to her for no apparent reason, then looked at her with an apologetic expression. Sorry, I was just tidying up the shelves. Xianing broke out in a cold sweat at her temples, thinking, this person is definitely suspicious. So she silently placed her items on the counter, just wanting to check out and leave as quickly as possible. She really didn't want to stay in this place a moment longer.
Please wait a moment. The cashier began tallying up the items with practiced ease. Excuse me, miss, but it seems you've forgotten something?
Suddenly, the cashier stopped what they were doing and looked up at Xianing with a peculiar tone.
Forgotten something? Xianing asked in confusion. The cashier smiled. Miss, you seem very nervous, perhaps feeling guilty? Why should I feel guilty? Are you crazy? Xianying retorted, widening her eyes. Miss, I just saw you secretly putting something in your bag. I bet you're feeling very guilty right now, because I'm about to call the police. The cashier gazed at her with an indifferent expression, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't take anything at all. Don't you dare make false accusations. Xianying, she angrily shouted back. What's in your bag then? The cashier's voice suddenly turned stern. What business is it of yours? If you dare accuse me falsely again, I'll sue you for slander. Xianying was furious with shame. Although she had never done it, being falsely accused was an infuriating matter. I'm asking you one more time, what's in your bag? The cashier's tone suddenly turned sharp, her eyes fixed intently on the girl as if to warn her if she didn't come clean immediately, the police would be called without hesitation. What's it to you? Xianying certainly wasn't one to back down either. In no time, she was locked in a heated argument with the cashier. Look at you, with a face like a monkey's, don't tell me you spotted a banana in my bag? Good, very good. Hearing Xianying's words, the cashier suddenly burst into laughter, stealing and still acting so righteous. Ha! As she spoke, she took out her phone with the obvious intention of making a call. Is calling all you know how to do? Xianying wore an unyielding expression as she prepared to retrieve her phone from her bag, determined to contact the best lawyer available to sue the cashier for defamation. But the very next second, as she opened her bag, her face instantly paled with shock, because there was inexplicably a chocolate bar in her bag. So much so that she instinctively poked at it in disbelief. Yes, it was definitely chocolate. She wasn't seeing things. How could this be? Did it accidentally fall into my bag just now? At this moment, Xianying was momentarily flustered. Why is this chocolate in my bag? Can someone please tell me what's going on? Why on earth is there chocolate in my bag? Was it this bastard who just did it? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Seeing the panic look on Xianying's face, the cashier curled his lips into a sinister smile. Since you have nothing left to say, I'll just call the police directly. Go ahead and call. I dare you to forfeit your job right now. Let's see how many heads you have to bear the full brunt of my fury. Xianying shouted angrily, there are surveillance cameras, aren't there? Just check the footage and you'll know. The cameras were just down for a few minutes, that's why I was staring at you the whole time. Now they're working again, and you can't escape. It's all recorded on camera. The cashier continued, when the time comes, I'll post this surveillance footage online for everyone to see your brazen and despicable act of shoplifting. Xianying's face instantly turned ashen. She was being threatened. If an edited version of the video was uploaded online, even if the incident wasn't serious, it would still cause considerable trouble afterward. The power of public opinion is terrifying. If trolls were to maliciously steer the narrative online, most netizens would just go with the flow. Eventually, the rumors would reach schools and families. Even if everyone who knows her is aware she didn't steal anything, the damage would still be devastating. Being troublesome and being afraid are entirely different matters. The matter reached her family. She would only have her freedom restricted. What's wrong? Don't know what to do now, do you? Seeing Xianying frozen in place, the cashier flashed an evil grin. Now that I've got dirt on you, you'd better cooperate nicely. Go ahead and call the police. Call them right now. Like I'm scared of you. Xianying knew this was absolutely non-negotiable, so gritting her teeth, she screamed at the cashier. Little girl, I'm serious. The cashier maintained that indifferent smile. I'll upload this surveillance footage online right now. Let everyone see how even pretty girls can be thieves. This will definitely become a viral video and hot topic. At this point, he suddenly leaned in close to Xianying, his lecherous eyes staring intently at her chest as he whispered, such a pretty little girl must have a great figure too. Just let Big Brother have a feel, and we'll call it even. Seeing the cashier's gaze, Xianying was instantly frightened out of her wits. Hugging her chest protectively, she frantically backed away while glaring at him with wary eyes, shouting, just try laying a finger on me. If you don't agree, then I'll post it online. The cashier seemed unfazed by Xianying's warning. He took out his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, then pointed the screen toward her. I've already made a copy. I'll count to 3. If you don't comply, I'll carry out my threat. Once this goes online, your reputation will be ruined. You. Seeing the cashier's expression, Xianying immediately pulled out her phone to contact someone. She wanted this person to spend the rest of their life behind bars. 3. At this moment, the cashier began counting down, and Xianying was already somewhat at a loss. 2. At this moment, the cashier began counting down. 1. The instant his voice trailed off, he actually extended a paw like a dog's in an attempt to grab Xianying. However, an abrupt change occurred when 2 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the store, though no one knew exactly when they'd arrived. You've come at the perfect time, this woman stole. The cashier noticed someone entering and quickly withdrew his hand while shouting to the 2 outsiders, but his words trailed off as he froze mid-sentence. Because in his line of vision, a figure kept growing larger, followed by the sensation of immense impact slamming him against the wall. Bang!
The cashier slammed heavily against the wall. Ah! The cashier's cry of pain rang out. This scene unfolded too quickly. Neither Xianing nor Zhao Yan, who had just entered, had time to react. Xianing and Zhao Yan, who had been furious moments ago, stood dumbfounded as they watched Su Cheng straddle the cashier, punch after punch raining down on his face like a relentless storm. The cashier's glasses shattered under the barrage, shards slicing into Su Cheng's fists. Even as blood smeared his knuckles, Su Cheng showed no sign of stopping, his expression chillingly blank as he drove his fists with terrifying force into the bridge of the man's nose. Aya. The cashier's agonized screams filled the air, his face grotesquely contorted. Fresh crimson splattered in violent bursts, like blooming red plum blossoms against the floor. The two girls stood frozen in place, their hearts pounding even faster and their breathing growing ragged as they watched the scene unfold. They even forgot to stop Su Cheng, simply witnessing as she wildly swung her fists, striking the cashier's face with brutal force. As pampered young ladies, they had never witnessed such violent scenes before. A wave of heat surged to their heads, their hearts raced, and their breaths became erratic. For a moment, they were utterly at a loss. Don't you think it's incredibly cool having someone beside you who plays humble but shocks everyone by unleashing immense power when it matters most, standing up for you? Doesn't that make you feel super safe? At that moment, for some inexplicable reason, the two girls suddenly recalled those words Sister Qin had once said to them. Their hearts began pounding fiercely once again. Chapter 44, Classmate Su Cheng always has a way. No, please stop, help me. The cashier kept begging for mercy. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yan nearby grew extremely worried. Judging by the cashier's miserable condition, the injuries must be at least minor or worse. Even if they hire the best lawyers afterward, they still can't escape criminal responsibility. Yet Su Cheng was willing to violently beat someone at the cost of severely damaging his own value, all for Xianing. This scene truly shocked Zhao Yan. After all, the Su Cheng she remembered was an extremely calm and rational young man, even far-sighted with exceptional intelligence. But the current Su Cheng seemed to have gone mad, completely devoid of reason, single-mindedly focused on pummeling others without the slightest regard for his future situation or consequences. Thinking this, Zhao Yan turned her gaze to the rotating Xianing beside her. At this glance, Zhao Yan was instantly stunned, because Xian Ying's eyes were now sparkling brilliantly, watching Su Cheng's frenzied and violent movements with an inexplicable excitement and agitation. What on earth was going on? Isn't she worried about Su Cheng's safety later? A strange premonition suddenly arose in her heart. This kind of unconditional favoritism that disregards right and wrong and is willing to sacrifice one's own interests, coupled with the strong sense of security Su Cheng gave her at her most desperate and helpless moment. So, does this mean she's fallen for Su Cheng? At this thought, Zhao Yan suddenly felt a pang of unease, so she cast another glance at Xianing. At this moment, Xianing was gazing at Su Cheng with an infatuated look, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. This instantly confirmed Zhao Yan's suspicions. She's already fallen for him, for heaven's sake. Wait, why am I even worrying about this right now? Isn't the more urgent matter right now stopping Su Cheng? Su Cheng! Zhao Yan hurried over to pull Su Cheng away, trying to drag him off the cashier. You'll face legal consequences if you kill him. Don't worry, I never act without certainty. Su Cheng gasped in agreement and then started frantically punching the cashier again. Zhao Yan froze upon hearing this. He had said the exact same thing last time while chasing the paparazzo. Recalling today's events, perhaps Su Cheng really might handle things exceptionally well and successfully suppress the matter? However, even so, she still felt the need to give him a warning. At this thought, Zhao Yan hastily said to Su Cheng, no matter what you do, you must consider the consequences. Su Cheng didn't respond. Instead, she unleashed a deliberate strike fist, leaving Zhao Yan utterly dumbfounded. Spare me, please, I beg you. The cashier was completely defenseless against Su Cheng's blows, howling in pain to no avail. He had no strength left to resist and eventually collapsed unconscious. You guys go ahead, I'll handle this. Su Cheng stood up from the cashier whose face was already bruised and bloodied, casually shaking the blood off his fist as he spoke to the two girls. But your hand. Xianing suddenly stepped in front of Su Cheng, her clear, bright eyes fixed intently on him, a trace of pleading visible in their depths. Give me 10 minutes to clean up. Su Cheng shook his head. His face was covered in blood, yet he wore an eerily calm expression, as if he had merely completed some trivial chore. Oh, okay, alright. Zhao Yan, finally snapping back to reality, dragged Xianing out of the convenience store. The blood-drenched Su Cheng was radiating far too much intimidating pressure right now, so the two hurried outside, their hearts still racing like startled deer. Once they had left, Su Cheng suddenly pulled down the rolling shutter door. He was so cool just now, did you see that? Xianing said somewhat shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart as if the distance between her and Su Cheng had suddenly narrowed by a great deal. Sigh. Zhao Yan rubbed her temples with a headache and said, your focus is really strange. He was clearly trying to hurt someone just now. Zhao Yan sighed heavily before continuing, if someone calls the police, Su Cheng could get detained. then we'd really be in trouble. Ah! Hearing these words, Xianing finally snapped out of it. They had been so immersed in that wonderful atmosphere that they hadn't realized it until now, and suddenly became aware. Her heart filled with urgency as she quickly asked, "What should we do now?" Zhao Yan looked at Xian Ying's near-teary anxious expression and couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking to herself how falling for someone could really slow down one's reflexes. "Don't worry, Su Cheng explicitly said he has a way. All we need to do is wait." "That's right, he just said we don't need to worry." Xian Ying finally calmed down a little upon hearing these words, her smile returning as a faint blush appeared on her face, making her look utterly captivating. "Do you like him now?" Noticing Xian Ying's expression, Zhao Yan couldn't resist teasing her. "Nonsense. Of course not." Xian Ying hastily waved her hands and flatly denied, "I'm just grateful, yes, just grateful." Seeing this, Zhao Yan was already certain in her heart. Based on Xian Ying's reaction, she had basically confirmed her suspicions. This is a classic case of trying to cover up but only drawing more attention. Just as the two were chatting, a police car suddenly pulled up nearby, and a middle-aged man in uniform stepped out. Both women were instantly startled. They hadn't expected the police to arrive so quickly. Who on earth called the police? Wasn't there anyone else besides them just now? Could that scumbag have secretly called the police while Su Cheng was talking to them? Seeing the police officer, Zhao Yan's heart trembled uncontrollably. She immediately lowered her head, not daring to look up. He went to the building where Su Cheng lives. Xian Ying spoke in a low voice, but was secretly observing the police officer. It seems this officer just happened to pass by. Zhao Yan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Don't panic, and don't look at the rolling shutter door. I'll call Su Cheng now and tell him not to come out yet." "Okay, good. Hurry up then." Xian Ying nodded, but her heart remained extremely uneasy. Su Cheng gazed at the unconscious cashier lying in a pool of blood, his expression terrifyingly dark. Hearing those words from the store entrance had filled him with extraordinary fury and shock. His classmate came looking for him, only to encounter such an incident. He could never forgive this person's actions. If anything truly happened to Xian Ying, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. This was quite literally the most furious moment of his entire existence. And so, he acted on impulse. But it's not a big problem. As a transmigrator, he has countless ways to deal with the aftermath. Killing someone directly in front of his classmates would only make things worse. So, Su Cheng chose to knock the guy out first, then find a way to evade legal consequences. He planned to slowly torture this person to death later. He wanted him to suffer a fate worse than death. But first, he had to make him taste the bitterness of being controlled, living in fear day after day. He retrieved a rope from the system space and tightly bound the scoundrel's arms and legs. Then, he picked up a bottle of mineral water nearby and poured it over the bastard's face. Ugh, that hurts. The scumbag was splashed awake, his bleary eyes opening to meet Su Cheng's frosty gaze. Suddenly remembering something, he began struggling to get up. But being tied up rendered me completely immobile, so I could only keep kicking helplessly. Su Cheng grabbed his hair and yanked hard, making him howl in pain again. "Ah, what are you doing? This is a crime," the scumbag shouted, but his mouth was covered by Su Cheng, rendering him mute. "A crime?" Su Cheng sneered and said, "Who knew you even understood the word crime?" With that, he delivered a series of smooth, rapid punches to the man's stomach, twisting his face in pain once more. "Ugh, ugh," the scumbag writhed in pain. "What the hell do you want? Are you trying to kill me? Why don't you take a guess?" Su Cheng stood up and stomped on the scumbag's right hand with all her might. An excruciating pain shot through his arm, forcing an involuntary scream from his lips. "Ah, my hand, my fucking hand," the scumbag shouted, sweat already breaking out on his face, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "No noise, or else." Su Cheng cast a vicious glance at the scumbag's crotch, frightening him into immediate silence. He could only endure the excruciating pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as bean-sized droplets fell to the ground. "Done?" Su Cheng asked disdainfully, her voice dripping with infinite mockery and disgust. "Next, you just need to answer a few simple questions for me." Okay, the scumbag nodded repeatedly. As she spoke, Su Cheng pulled her foot back, and the scumbag instantly felt his entire body go limp, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Have you ever done anything illegal?" "I never break the law." "That girl really stole something. You can check the surveillance footage." The scumbag gasped, sweat pouring down his forehead. After speaking, he met the other's icy gaze and couldn't help but shudder, his heart pounding wildly. Su Cheng immediately kicked the scumbag in the stomach upon hearing this. "Ah!" This time the scumbag didn't try to tough it out. He screamed in pain, curling up on the ground and writhing in agony. His facial features contorted grotesquely together, making an exceptionally ugly sight. "I'll ask one last time, what illegal activities have you committed?" Su Cheng questioned coldly. No, I didn't do anything. I'm also a victim." The scumbag grew pale as he spoke, his whole body trembling with fear. "Still playing tough, huh? Seems like you've done this quite a few times. As she spoke, Su Chang suddenly pulled out a phone from her pocket. When the scumbag saw the phone in her hand, his eyes widened in shock, his face filled with terror.
Because this was his phone. How could this be? How could this happen? The bastard's mind went blank in an instant, thrown into complete chaos.
He had never imagined the mobile phone would end up in his hands. But he soon realized that as long as he didn't say it, no one in this world could possibly know. Seeing this reaction from the other party, Su Chang already understood there must be secrets in this person's phone, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such astonishment. And the lock screen password is a custom long password. It requires both letters and numbers.
Would a normal person really set their lock screen password like this? Phone password?
Su Chang asked, her expression utterly unremarkable.
No way! The scum shouted loudly and shook his head desperately.
Then Su Chang mercilessly beat him up again, but the more this scum was beaten, the tougher his mouth became. He could even take the insults, adopting an attitude of rather be shattered jade than intactile, which infuriated Su Chang to no end.
You think I'm helpless just because you refuse to talk? What the hell can you do? Taking it to Flash will just wipe everything.
The scumbag suddenly revealed a ferocious grin, as if he had already decided to smash the broken pot completely and throw all caution to the wind.
What if I said I'd hand this phone over to the police?
Su Chang asked with a smile, but her tone was utterly icy.
Damn brat, stop daydreaming.
The scumbag burst into laughter, completely unfazed by Su Chang's threats. Watching Su Chang get frustrated even gave him an inexplicable sense of pleasure. While the criminal investigation department could intervene, they'd need to be involved in an actual case investigation first. As long as he doesn't say it, no one can ever know.
Idiot!
Su Chang cursed, immediately throwing her phone at that scumbag's head.
Throwing a tantrum now?
The bastard's head was bleeding as he looked at Su Chang, his eyes filled with insane hatred. But the next second, he froze, because Su Chang suddenly took out a cigarette and said, "Do me a favor." With a snap, Su Chang stuffed the cigarette into the other man's mouth.
Then, he untied him. Write down the password on paper. Su Chang commanded.
Yes. The scumbag hastily complied.
The surveillance hard drive has been formatted. Su Chang continued giving instructions. I'll do it right away. After speaking, the scumbag followed Su Chang's directions and began the operation.
Soon after the formatting was complete, he stood smoking a cigarette while waiting for Su Chang's next command.
Tie yourself up.
Yes. The bastard hurried over, then realized he couldn't possibly bind himself, so he looked pleadingly at Su Chang, who eventually helped tie him up. Then he lay tightly bound on the ground and smiled happily while saying, "Thank you, big bro." His face was severely distorted and covered in blood, making him look exceptionally grotesque.
You're welcome,
Su Lang said coldly, then unlocked and started browsing through his phone's contents.
Soon, the cigarette in his mouth was completely gone.
Hey, wait, who are you?
Ouch, that hurts.
The cashier suddenly regained consciousness, only to find his entire body aching. As he struggled, he looked down and realized he'd been tied up. Standing before him was an unfamiliar young man gazing down with an amused smile.
What's going on?
Terrified, the cashier found himself completely speechless. He only remembered threatening a girl when suddenly a figure appeared at the door, then everything went black. When he woke up, he found himself tied up by this youth.
See what this is?
Su Chang suddenly swiped his phone screen and showed it to the cashier. The moment the cashier saw the content displayed on the phone screen, his face instantly turned pale. Because this phone was his, and it had been unlocked, all sorts of shady dealings were exposed, enough to land him a life sentence.
This can't be possible?
The cashier's face was filled with disbelief, but facts were facts.
How did you know the password?
Terrified, the cashier stuttered out the question.
What do you think will happen if I show these to the police?
Su Chang asked with a smile, but to the cashier, his words sounded like a demon's hypnotic incantation, sending a shiver down his spine.
No, don't. Please, I'll do anything.
The cashier quickly begged for mercy, his face filled with terror.
Chapter 45, Classmate Su Chang doesn't know how to entertain guests. The cops are here again.
Xianying noticed the policeman coming down from upstairs and said with a panicked expression,
"Don't panic, just pretend you know nothing. If nothing goes wrong, that policeman will leave."
Zhao Yan held her phone, gazing at the screen as she spoke to Xianying.
Did he reply to you?
No. Zhao Yan shook her head. She was extremely worried right now, fearing that Su Chang might appear at any moment. After all, Su Chang had been completely covered in blood just moments ago, his entire appearance in complete disarray. If the police were to discover him in such a state, they would undoubtedly subject him to intense questioning.
That cop isn't leaving, he's actually staying in the car. This is bad, what should we do?
Xianying looked frantic with worry.
Suddenly, clang,
the shutter door emitted a crisp sound.
Both women's expressions changed dramatically in an instant.
Immediately afterward, Zhao Yan suddenly dashed toward the rolling shutter door, but it was already too late.
Clatter clatter.
The shutter door opened, revealing Su Chang standing at the entrance, now cleaned up and presentable. He then turned around and pulled the door shut again. Zhao Yan let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this and prepared to step forward.
Xianying also tried to keep up. I've been waiting for you forever.
But the two girls had barely taken a few steps when they heard the policeman's voice calling from behind them.
Their hearts instantly sank.
Rooted to the spot, they turned back with stiff expressions. Sure enough, the officer had already gotten out of his car and was walking straight toward Su Chang.
Su Chang!
The officer shouted loudly. He looked somewhat agitated.
Gee, Officer Chen? Su Chang looked at the approaching police officer with a surprised expression.
The officer appeared to be in his early 30s, with a burly build and an imposing presence in his uniform. He was holding a badge, an envelope, and a certificate in his hands.
And who are these two?
The officer turned to Zhao Yan and Xianying as he asked.
Classmate.
Su Chang replied hastily.
Then I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to deliver your prize money.
The police officer strode forward quickly, wearing an excited smile. The two girls stared blankly upon hearing this, completely baffled by the situation. Why on earth were they delivering Su Chang's prize money like this?
What's wrong with this world? Does punching someone not only not get you arrested, but actually earn you a reward? This is just too surreal, isn't it?
Yet, the two girls instinctively chose to remain where they were, not wanting to interrupt the conversation between the other two.
Still, their curiosity burned fiercely within them. Officer Chen, I really appreciate your help.
Su Chang realized what was happening. The bounty for reporting those two wanted criminals had come through.
No trouble at all, just doing my job. Officer Chen waved his hand and said, Here, put this on.
And hold this against your chest so I can take a photo for documentation. He then handed Su Chang a white mask and a red placard.
Oh, we have to take photos too? Su Chang took the items with a visibly troubled expression.
Glancing at the two curious girls beside him, he couldn't help but want to refuse.
He disliked being conspicuous. Of course we'll take photos. Last time we couldn't interfere with your studies as an excuse, so we didn't make a big fuss with a press conference. Officer Chen said earnestly, but this kind of thing absolutely must be published in the newspapers. All right. Su Chang put on the mask, then raised the red placard to chest level. Tisk.
Only then did the two women beside him clearly see the words on the red sign, and they immediately gasped in shock.
Yancheng Online wanted criminal reporting reward. 50,000. 50,000 yuan in full. Su Cheng's side hustle is absolutely mind-blowing. Zhao Yan exclaimed in astonishment.
Yeah, this is seriously incredible. Xianying gushed with stars in her eyes, full of praise. Her gaze never left Su Chang during this time, her heart pounding incessantly.
What was his name again? A bounty hunter?
However, after a moment's thought, the two girls realized it wasn't strange for this to happen to Su Chang. After all, even more outrageous incidents had occurred today, so reporting two fugitives seemed rather unremarkable in comparison. However, the two girls were increasingly impressed by Su Chang, realizing that this guy simply defied ordinary description.
He usually acted more low-key than anyone else.
Had they not followed Su Chang today, they might never have discovered a celestial being hidden in their own class.
Soon, the police finished taking photos and left.
As Su Chang walked toward them, Zhao Yan immediately straightened her posture. Xianying's face turned slightly red, and she seemed at a loss. At that moment, she felt excitement, even her heartbeat quickening, a sensation she had never experienced before. It made her nervous yet thrilled, as if there were a little deer running wild in her heart.
Xianying, I'm really sorry.
I never expected such a thing to happen near my house.
Su Chang stepped forward to apologize. No need to apologize, this has nothing to do with you at all.
Xianying flusteredly replied in a panic upon hearing this.
Either way, you're all here for me.
Su Chang's face showed a hint of guilt.
Su Chang, please don't shoulder all the responsibility yourself. This really isn't your fault at all. Moreover, you've already taught him a lesson, we couldn't be more grateful.
Zhao Yan quickly chimed in beside them upon seeing this. She didn't want Su Chang bearing any pressure over this either.
Why yeah.
Xianying also nodded repeatedly, her face flushed with bashfulness, though her heart brimmed with sweetness. After all, Su Chang had just flown into a rage for the sake of beauty, beating that fellow viciously. How could she not be grateful to Su Chang? It was, after all, the legendary hero rescuing the damsel in distress. If you don't mind, please come to my home for a short rest. Seeing the girls in such a state, Su Chang discarded all pretense and directly extended his invitation. After all, his home was right above them. It wouldn't be right to keep people standing downstairs, so it'd be better to continue their conversation indoors. Zhao Yan and Xianying were momentarily taken aback by the invitation, but without further ceremony, they followed Su Chang into his home. Since this was their first time entering a boy's home and Su Chang's at that, both girls immediately felt a wave of nervousness. Xianying, in particular, seemed torn between discomfort and curiosity, her eyes darting around as if eager to explore every corner of Su Chang's residence.
Su Chang's home was simple.
Though rather small, it had all the essentials and was kept extremely clean, not a speck of dust in sight.
What would you like to drink? Just water is fine. Please make yourself at home. That green tea bitch. Xian, What about you? I'll have green tea too. Alright.
Su Cheng ushered them to the sofa before turning toward the kitchen, while the two girls exchanged glances and began unabashedly surveying every corner of Su Cheng's home.
Look, it's Su Cheng's bedroom. Xian Ying's eyes landed on Su Cheng's bedroom, and she immediately exclaimed excitedly. No way, how can you just barge into someone else's bedroom like that?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly intervened.
She certainly didn't want Xian Ying to do such a thing. Oh, right, I'm sorry.
Xian Ying also realized her recklessness and immediately apologized profusely. She had gotten too excited and curious in the moment, instinctively wanting to enter Su Cheng's bedroom to take a look around. Soon, Su Cheng emerged with 2 cups of hot tea and coasters after brewing them, placing them before the 2 visitors. Here you go, classmates.
Please enjoy some tea. Thank you.
Zhao Yan and Xian Ying both took the teacups, their faces flushing slightly. They had expected something like juice, but it turned out to be actual tea.
This only made them more nervous. Why would a student serve tea to classmates of the same grade? That's just too weird. Normally, shouldn't it be snacks and drinks?
Hungry and thirsty, the 2 girls stared at the fragrant green tea, secretly grumbling in their hearts. Then they watched as Su Cheng turned to the fridge, took out a cold drink, and gulped it down noisily. Seeing this scene, the 2 girls licked their lips, their eyes glinting with resentment. Then, both instinctively took a sip of hot tea, instantly scalding their mouths until tears welled up as they stuck out their little pink tongues.
It hurts. Too hot.
The 2 girls couldn't help but let out small exclamations, then simultaneously glanced at Su Cheng, only to see her still drinking with apparent relish.
By the way, would you like some watermelon?
Right at that moment, Su Cheng spotted the watermelon in the fridge and immediately asked.
And no thank you.
Xian Ying quickly shook her head at the words, then added, just tea is enough.
Though Zhao Yan's heart longed unbearably, she too shook her head with restraint. She realized Su Cheng truly stood out. Wouldn't it be simpler to just bring it over directly? Since when do hosts ask their guests whether they want to eat or not? Sigh. Su Cheng let out a sigh.
There wasn't anything at home suitable for entertaining guests, and he had no idea how to host classmates anyway,
so I could only imitate adults and serve tea.
Moreover, as wealthy young ladies, they surely wouldn't care for snacks. His snacks were all high-calorie foods like bread, biscuits, chocolate, and such. The only fruit he had was watermelon, and they actually didn't like it. Indeed, there was a stark difference between the rich and him. At this thought, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the watermelon in the fridge, wondering if turning it into juice might make it seem a bit more upscale.
The watermelons this season must be really sweet, right?
Seeing Su Cheng head back to the kitchen again, the 2 girls unconsciously licked their dry, fragrant lips, their eyes filled with disappointment. Zhao Yan and Xian Ying exchanged a glance, then lowered their eyes to gaze at the teacups in their hands, continuously blowing on the tea in an attempt to cool it down and quench their thirst.
A few minutes later. Here, since you both don't seem to enjoy tea, why not try some watermelon juice instead?
Suddenly, Su Cheng brought out 2 glasses of watermelon juice and placed them in front of the 2 girls, handing 1 glass to each of them.
You've really gone out of your way for me. Thank you.
Zhao Yan and Xian Ying's eyes subconsciously lit up, yet they maintained their composure as they accepted the drinks. Taking a delicate sip, an instant wave of refreshing coolness rushed down their throats, leaving them utterly blissful. They couldn't help but mentally award Su Cheng 32 gold stars. What a considerate and genuinely kind man he was. Zhao Yan took another sip, licking her crimson lips before raising her head with a trace of concern on her face. By the way, Su Cheng, about that convenience store clerk just now. Though she knew Su Cheng had already handled it, she had to ask. Not inquiring at all might arouse Su Cheng's suspicion instead. Xian Ying held the watermelon juice with both small hands and raised her little head, curiously staring at Su Cheng while pricking up her ears. Su Cheng pondered briefly before saying, I found numerous threatening and intimidating messages on his phone, along with many unspeakable photos and videos. At this point, he suddenly pretended to pull out a phone from his pants pocket and continued, this is his phone.
Truly scum. Someone like him deserves to be thrown in jail. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, both girls immediately became furious, with Xian Ying even trembling with rage.
Zhao Yan's face showed anger as she spoke up. So you're...
Because I acted on impulse, I couldn't report it to the police immediately. If I had called them, they would have hauled me into the station too. So I had no choice but to fight fire with fire, to make him lose sleep for a while before sending him to prison when summer break comes. Su Cheng explained.
In truth, he'd finish off this scumbag in a few days. Naturally, this wasn't something he could share with the 2 girls.
As someone who has already died once,
his mentality naturally can't be the same as ordinary people's.
He couldn't forgive such vile actions and motivations. He's no saint. Moreover, the law is far too lenient towards such individuals.
So he would make him die in constant oscillation between despair and hope. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan finally found one thing she could understand and nodded. Then she suddenly added, but what if the enemy is driven to desperate actions? That would be terrible. I copied the phone's contents right in front of him, making multiple copies and sending them to timed upload ports. There's no way he can escape my grasp. This was the simplest and most brute force method I could think of. Su Cheng finished speaking, glanced at the two girls, and then said, "By the way, thank you both for this morning's incident." He pointed at the two women and told them to inform Wang Wansong. On their way to the store together, Zhao Yan had just explained to him that the class meeting was cancelled. She and the others had come specifically that morning to apologize for wrongly accusing him the last time. We're classmates for 3 years after all, helping each other is only natural. Zhao Yan immediately shook her head, wearing an understanding expression. Xianying also nodded like a pecking chick. Yes, helping each other is what we should do. No, I'll remember this kindness. If you ever need my help in the future, please tell me, I'll do whatever I can. Su Cheng said earnestly. Zhao Yan and Xianying exchanged glances before asking in unison, really? Having said that, both subconsciously blushed and lowered their heads. Girls, what can I help you with? Su Cheng noticed the strange expressions on the two girls' faces and asked with confusion. Zhao Yan and Xianying couldn't help but exchange glances at his words, their faces turning even more bashful. Well then, you. The two girls stammered for a long while but ultimately couldn't get the words out. How about you treat us to a movie, and we'll treat you to dinner as an apology for last time. In the end, Zhao Yan finally blurted it out in one breath, then lifted her head again, gazing expectantly at Su Cheng. Yeah, now we're even. Xianying nodded in agreement beside them, her cheeks flushing red as if waiting for Su Cheng's response. Watch a movie? Hearing this, Su Cheng appeared somewhat surprised. Could it be that Su Cheng doesn't want to go with us? Xianying said with a pitiful expression after hearing this. No, I just never been to a movie theater before. Su Cheng explained awkwardly. He had never stepped foot in a movie theater in his entire life, and he couldn't understand why those two girls specifically wanted him to treat them to a movie. Could it be that these two rich young ladies had never been to one either, so they wanted him to take them there? Great! Xianying clapped her hands excitedly upon hearing this, then suddenly grabbed Zhao Yan's arm. Secretly, she was actually delighted that Su Cheng had never been to the cinema, because it meant he'd never gone on dates with other girls. Today, or? Su Cheng asked in confusion. Seeing Xianying so excited, he pretty much figured it out in his heart. They probably didn't want him to feel burdened, so they just came up with a random excuse. After all, wealthy people like them must surely have private theaters at home. Understanding this, he didn't feel surprised anymore. Now, let's go there directly. Chapter 46, Classmate Su Cheng is always so insecure. Movie theater. Screening room. Two girls are sitting in the movie theater, one holding a tub of popcorn, the other clutching the popcorn bucket. However, the expressions of the two girls appeared rather stiff, their minds racing with thoughts, which instead made them seem utterly bewildered and confused. The thrilling movie content completely failed to capture their attention. What a miscalculation. Zhao Yan thought to herself, showing clear regret on her face. Xianying looked even more miserable, her entire being exuding an aura of dejection and gloom. She couldn't understand why such a thing had happened. For the first time, he had someone he liked, and it was also their first time going to the movies together, with his lifelong best friend by their side. Three joys overlapped, and this triple joy brought forth even more happiness. I should have already attained a dreamlike moment of happiness, yet, why did everything turn out like this? Xianying, the movie's starting. Zhao Yan naturally understood her frustration, so she extended her delicate hand and patted Xianying's shoulder to prompt her. Xianying turned her head at Zhao Yan's words, forcing a faint smile onto her face, yet the smile appeared utterly lifeless, betraying how deeply upset she still was. As for why it turned out this way? Because Su Cheng had indeed only invited them to watch a movie. I only bought 2 tickets. The clock rewound to an hour earlier. The three of them walked together toward the movie theater. Su Cheng walked in the middle, with Zhao Yan on her left and Xianying on her right. Zhao Yan maintained a perfect distance from him, but Xianying kept bumping into Su Cheng from time to time. Su Cheng wasn't a fool either, he could naturally tell that Xianying might have a poor sense of direction, so he deliberately kept his distance from her. As for liking him, dream on, as if the daughter of a major shipbuilding conglomerate would ever fancy a pauper like him from the slums, especially with what happened today. Moreover, his interactions with the two girls were limited to school, and today was merely their attempt to make up for wrongly accusing him before. He figured after watching the movie and having dinner, he wouldn't know those two girls anything anymore. From then on, they'd go their separate ways. You're so courageous to actually report a wanted criminal. On the way, Xianying beside him suddenly spoke up, her eyes fixed intently on Su Cheng as if gazing upon a rare and precious treasure, sparkling with an adoring light. Su Cheng was momentarily stunned by her words. He turned to look at Xianying, finding her wide-eyed gaze fixed on him, which made him feel rather peculiar inside. Actually, I just happened to pass by and recognize the situation, then called the police. There was no real danger at all. Xianing suddenly clasped her hands behind her back, overtook Su Chang, then dramatically spread her arms wide and turned to face him with an exaggerated look of admiration.
But even so, it seems incredibly amazing to me, she declared.
As she spoke, she continued gazing at Su Chang with undisguised admiration. Hearing this, Su Chang could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Seeing this, Zhao Yan's lips twitched at the corner. She knew perfectly well that Su Chang preferred to keep a low profile, yet she deliberately praised him in front of everyone. Wasn't this just meant to embarrass him? This tactic might work wonders on their classmates, but launching such an offensive against someone like Su Chang was a bad idea. If they pushed too hard, he would definitely start avoiding them in the future, and that would be counterproductive.
Sure enough,
the next second, when Xianing noticed Su Chang falling silent, her face instantly flashed with regret and disappointment.
But this didn't defeat her. Instead, she changed the subject.
What kind of girls do you like? At this moment, Xianing tilted her head slightly, leaning forward to the left, revealing her fair collarbone, her glistening, beautiful eyes fixed unblinkingly on Su Chang.
This is the 8-degree magic angle.
Right now, her cuteness is skyrocketing by 30% compared to usual. Beside them, Zhao Yan was immediately startled. She hadn't expected Xianing to directly unleash her ultimate move.
Whenever she used this move on a boy, without fail, he would be instantly bewitched by her adorable appearance and blurt out the word cute. Then she would press her advantage and follow up by asking, "Do you think I'm cute?" Xianying's tactic was ruthlessly effective, so much so that no ordinary man could ever force her to deploy it.
If Su Chang answered cute later, he would somehow, yet inevitably, end up confessing his feelings to Xianing. At this thought, Zhao Yan looked solemnly at Su Chang, eagerly awaiting his response.
Ahem. But to Zhao Yan's surprise, Su Chang coughed lightly and said, "Maturity and gentleness."
His words instantly froze Xianying's expression, her mouth hanging open in shock as her eyes filled with utter disbelief. She stood frozen in place.
Maturity and gentleness. Maturity and gentleness. Maturity and gentleness. Heartbroken, Xianying trailed behind the two like an injured puppy. Su Chang had just said he didn't like her type. We're almost at the cinema. Noticing this, Zhao Yan reminded them.
But for some reason, she instinctively straightened her back, making her voluptuous figure even more pronounced, her mature charm instantly radiating.
Yet Su Chang paid no attention to the two, silently lowering her head instead.
Because for a moment just now, he had almost changed his standards for choosing a partner, a thought that sent cold sweat running down his back. This was a matter of principle. He had very nearly let the word cute slip out just now.
How could this not shock him?
He swallowed the astringent, metallic, salty taste from accidentally biting his tongue, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his emotions slightly.
It seems I should stay away from people more charming than me in the future. Su Chang secretly made up his mind.
Xianing had merely teased him in a classmate-like manner, yet he almost couldn't handle it. And so, the three of them made their way to the cinema, each lost in their own thoughts. Along the way, they drew countless gazes. After all, it was a rare sight to see one man accompanied by two stunningly beautiful girls, a scene that would inevitably turn heads. Some men in particular look at Su Chang with eyes raging with jealousy, as if they wished they could take her place, a textbook case of envy causing their personalities to split. The sensation of being stared at while walking made Su Chang feel extremely uncomfortable, stirring some indescribable emotion in her heart. But the two women seemed accustomed to it, showing no discomfort at all, periodically glancing his way with their gazes. Fortunately, no cliched or melodramatic scenarios played out, like some hoodlum trying to hit on you, or someone's purse getting snatched, or two girl suitors suddenly popping up and using you as a shield. As expected, such things only exist in novels. This couldn't help but evoke a sigh in Su Chang's heart. After arriving at the cinema, the trio chose their movie and then headed toward the concessions area. They still had to wait an hour before the movie started. This is the largest cinema in the entire Flame City, offering not just movie screenings but also a variety of additional premium services for patrons to choose from. Facilities include a cafe, bar, lounge, dessert station, as well as Chinese and Western restaurants. Moreover, the cinema features 100% full coverage Dolby Atmos sound systems. In short, it was an extraordinarily high-end place. Excellent, just as I expected from the man I've set my sights on. Xianying watched Su Chang's retreating figure, having already regained her composure. As a high-quality young woman, she was confident she could bend Su Chang's preference her way. If all else failed, she could mature herself. Besides, what came next was the main event. She couldn't afford to mess it up again. She could find a chance not to talk during dinner later, and even during the movie, she could pretend to sleep, then lean her head against Su Chang to secretly and greedily recharge her Su Chang energy without anyone noticing. At this thought, Xianying's eyes brimmed with mischief, as if she could already see herself leaning against him. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she pressed her hands against her burning face. Zhao Yan couldn't help but shake her head at the sight, sighing internally, "Your bad intentions are written all over your face." Noticing Xianing standing there in a complete daze, Su Chang turned to her curiously and asked, "What's wrong?"
No, you go ahead and buy the tickets.
Make sure there's seats next to each other. I'll go to the third floor with her, we'll wait for you at the restaurant. Xianing quickly composed herself, suppressing her love-struck expression, and pretended to be composed as she glanced at Su Chang.
Let's secure our seats first and text you the location later. Alright, no problem.
Su Chang nodded, then turned to Zhao Yan and gave her a nod as well before heading toward the ticket booth.
So expensive.
When she arrived at the ticket counter, Su Cheng couldn't help but click her tongue at the price and exclaimed.
Standard seat, 300. VIP seats reach up to 599. This price could make ordinary salaried workers balk, let alone Su Chang. I'll take 2 of these VIP side-by-side seats, please. Su Cheng pointed at one of the posters and said to the ticket seller. Since it was an expression of gratitude, naturally it had to be of the highest standard. Besides, both being daughters of wealthy families, he naturally wanted to provide them with the best service. But why only buy 2? Because he wasn't narcissistic enough to think the 2 girls actually wanted to watch movies with him. So he didn't want to embarrass himself by overstaying his welcome. They just didn't want to feel guilty about rejecting him, so he couldn't afford to be tactless. If someone they knew happened to see them together, his mere presence might unjustly damage their reputations. Thank you.
After paying and receiving his seat card, Su Cheng thanked them and prepared to go look for Zhao Yan and Xianing.
On the elevator,
he took out his phone and began searching for Western dining etiquette precautions.
Because there's a Western restaurant in the leisure area. He had never eaten there before, so he needed to be fully prepared to avoid embarrassing the 2 girls. But if he were going alone, he'd definitely just go whatever way felt most comfortable. He wouldn't just eat a few pieces of rare steak if it felt comfortable, he might even gnaw on a live cow bathed in the first rays of morning sunlight. Fork in the left hand, knife in the right, no lemon water. Su Chang silently memorized the instructions and soon had them down pat, then began searching for the 2 girls as Zhao Yan had indicated. Soon after, he found them both seated on the sofa outside, touching up their makeup. You're here. Seeing Su Chang approaching, Zhao Yan quickly rose to her feet. As she spoke, she extended a slender, fair index finger to gesture toward the empty seat beside her. Su Chang froze in surprise, while Xianing, brimming with excitement, grabbed his arm and practically shoved him into the inner seat at the dining table. Su Chang was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why this woman was being so affectionate. Doesn't she know about the boundaries between men and women? Or is she like this with everyone? At least it wasn't a Western restaurant, that's something to be thankful for. I'll sit here, Xianing said as she took the seat across from Su Chang. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan frowned slightly, thinking, has she changed? Because by all accounts, she should have sat on this side instead. After hesitating momentarily, Zhao Yan quickly adjusted the confusion in her heart and directly sat down beside Su Chang. Order whatever you like. After Xianing sat down, she opened the menu, then stood up while leaning forward with both hands to pass it to Su Chang. The key point was that she didn't cover her chest. That's too bold. Zhao Yan stood by, utterly shocked at what she saw. I see, Xianing actually gave up on the cute assault tactic and instead chose to play mind games with Su Chang. If Su Chang stared straight at Xianying's chest, then Xianing might cover it with her hand and retort, what are you looking at? Finally, she pretended to cry and said something like, how am I supposed to get married in the future because of this? In the end, Su Chang had no choice but to step forward to comfort and apologize. Xianying's move was truly brilliant. She had no idea where Xianing had learned such a trick from. Did she just look it up online while in the bathroom? Not only ingenious but also practical, it's practically a divine skill. Would Su Chang fall for it then? With this thought, Zhao Yan turned to look at Su Chang, wanting to see the expression in her eyes, to check whether Su Chang had been hooked. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Su Chang's gaze wasn't directed at Xianying at all, instead, it was fixed on the menu, his pupils slightly dilating as his expression revealed astonishment. Clearly, he felt profoundly shocked by what appeared on the menu. It's so expensive. Poor bastard Su Chen couldn't help but gasp when he saw the prices. He subconsciously took the menu and began scrutinizing it carefully, flipping through page after page. The prices on these menus made his head spin. As Xianing noticed that Su Chang hadn't glanced at her even once throughout, she sighed in relief but also felt a hint of disappointment, thinking to herself, just as I thought, this man truly stands apart. She had just searched online for this approach, seeing how others successfully grasped their happiness using this method. The internet also stated that catching happiness requires playing by certain rules. A well-behaved girl without any tricks can only watch helplessly as the person she likes is taken away by a bad woman. So she decided that from now on, she would take the initiative just like those sisters online. In the end, gritting her teeth and throwing caution to the wind, she decided to try this method after all. She also wanted to have her own love. I'm not picky, you guys order. Su Chang, after poring over the entire menu, handed it back to Xianing who had just sat down, speaking with an awkward expression. Even the cheapest vegetable dish cost over 100 yuan. Although they were treating, Su Chang felt mounting pressure and was somewhat at a loss.
and inwardly vowed never to go out with the children of wealthy families again, no matter what.
Let me order then.
Zhao Yan noticed Su Chang's awkwardness and, smiling, took the menu from her hands. Su Chang like this is actually a bit adorable.
Xianying sat to the side, stealthily observing with quiet admiration. What about you?
Zhao Yan checked a few items on the menu before handing it to Xianying, then passed the conversational initiative to her.
Xianying took the menu and ordered 3 different drinks, coconut juice, milk, and orange juice. Could this be yet another trick?
Zhao Yan conjectured in her heart. Soon, the dishes and drinks were all served, each arranged neatly in perfect order.
It's unclear whether Zhao Yan was being considerate of his feelings, but the dishes she ordered weren't extravagant, just ordinary homestyle cooking. This is what you call maturity and gentleness.
Seeing this, Su Chang silently admired Zhao Yan's thoughtfulness. Noticing Su Chang's subtly appreciative glance earlier, Zhao Yan smiled faintly to herself, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her lips.
But in an instant, her smile disappeared. Chapter 47, Su Chang only knows how to eat. I'm going to the restroom.
Xianying suddenly stood up, tugging at Zhao Yan's sleeve as she passed by.
Zhao Yan immediately understood and stood up as well. I'll go with you.
2 girls walked one after another toward the restroom.
Go ahead.
Zhao Yan paused before the bathroom mirror, calmly adjusting her makeup as she spoke in an indifferent tone.
No, I just wanted to wash my hands.
Xianying shook her head, then walked over to the sink and began rinsing her hands gently under the faucet. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan continued adjusting her makeup.
Throughout this entire process, neither woman spoke a single word to the other. Alright, I'm heading back.
After washing her hands, Xianying turned around without waiting for her and quickly walked away.
So you just wanted to switch seats with me?
Zhao Yan remained standing in front of the sink, quietly watching Xianying's retreating figure as she thought to herself. After Xianying left, Zhao Yan leisurely emerged from in front of the mirror, her face wearing a faint, barely there smile. When she returned, sure enough, she found that the seat she had originally occupied had been taken by Xianying.
Hurry up and sit down, let's eat.
Seeing Zhao Yan return, Xianying quickly invited her good sister to take a seat. Hearing this, Zhao Yan sat down opposite Su Chang and began eating.
Had their seating positions been switched?
Sensing the faint physical contact from Xianying beside him, Su Chang somewhat awkwardly picked up a mouthful of greens with his chopsticks and placed them in his bowl.
Here's your orange juice.
Xianying pushed the orange juice toward Su Chang, then suddenly said, actually, maybe you should drink milk instead.
Oh, thanks, anything's fine.
Su Chang nodded, then lowered her head to eat, looking thoroughly focused on her meal.
Then you should have the milk. I prefer orange juice. Xianying's face flushed slightly as she took back the orange juice and placed the milk beside Su Chang. Seeing this, Zhao Yan already understood the intention in her heart. The milk had already been drunk by Xianying, though Su Chang was unaware of it. As for the orange juice, Su Chang's orange. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. It's both a confession of love and an indirect kiss. Zhao Yan couldn't help but give Xianying a mental thumbs up. Who would have thought that usually silly, cute and indecisive Xianying would be so uniquely gifted when it came to snatching men? Seeing that Su Chang hadn't touched her milk, Xianying grew anxious and quickly picked up the glass, placing it in front of Su Chang while asking, "Don't you like milk?" Of course I do.
Su Chang glanced at the milk upon hearing this, then picked it up without hesitation. But Su Chang's movements were extremely slow, and during this delay, both girls' gazes turned toward him. Zhao Yan's eyes filled with scrutiny, while Xianying's brimmed with anticipation and nervousness. Seeing both of them staring at him, Su Chang felt utterly uncomfortable.
He placed the milk on the table and asked with a frown, "Is there something on my face?" No.
The 2 girls instinctively turned their heads and spoke in unison.
Oh.
Su Chang nodded and stopped pressing the matter, burying herself in her work once more. Seeing that he wasn't drinking more milk, Zhao Yan felt an inexplicable sense of relief for some reason. Xianying felt a wave of disappointment in her heart. She shot a reproachful glance at her good sister, then looked at Su Chang again. In the end, she could only swallow her disappointment silently, lowering her head to focus on picking at her rice. So the 3 of them ate in silence, with no one speaking a word. Su Chang never touched the milk the entire time. The 2 women ate with remarkable elegance, merely taking a few symbolic bites before dabbing their lips with napkins and setting down their chopsticks. They then pulled out their phones, though the corners of their eyes remained fixed on Su Chang. In fact, the 2 girls were starving and hadn't eaten nearly enough. But to maintain the image of having a small appetite, he could only pretend to be full. Before long, Su Chang's lips were smeared with oil as she began searching for a tissue, but there wasn't a single one in sight. Here you go. Zhao Yan extended her hand, holding a pristine white tissue.
Thank you. Su Chang smiled. You're welcome, no need to thank me. Zhao Yan nodded slightly and said.
Her speech was neither fast nor slow, neither rushed nor impatient, just like an elegant and noble princess. Why are you so skilled at this?
Xianying, holding a tissue, looked at her bestie with utter disbelief. That was the tissue she had secretly taken just moments ago.
Her attention had been entirely focused on Su Chang, waiting for her to finish eating so she could thoughtfully offer a tissue. Yet unexpectedly, Zhao Yan had beaten her to it. This sudden realization made something dawn on her. No, there's no way Sister Yan could be that kind of person. She's always treated me like a younger sister, giving in to me in everything. Xianing shook her head. The thought made her want to slap herself. How could she doubt Sister Yan like this? It must have just been a coincidence, nothing more. Soon, the meal ended, and the trio left the restaurant, heading toward the cinema area. After arriving at the movie-watching area, Su Cheng took out 2 seat tickets and handed them to the 2 girls. Are they adjacent seats? Xianing checked her own seat number, then glanced at Zhao Yan's number beside her. 2 and 3. That is to say, Su Cheng must be either 1 or 4. Only one of them could sit with Su Cheng. Right, Su Cheng said with a smile. About time now. Zhao Yan nodded, glanced at her wristwatch, and subconsciously swept her peripheral vision towards Xianing's number. You guys go ahead, I'm heading to the restroom. Su Cheng spoke up. Let's go. Xianing nodded and took the lead in stepping out of the screening room, with Zhao Yan following closely behind. And so, the two sat down together, each with their own hidden agendas. Their gazes met briefly before they both looked away, lowering their heads. As time passed and it grew later, the screening room gradually filled with more people, yet the 2 girls' attention remained fixed on the seats beside them. Soon enough, a woman suddenly took the empty seat beside Zhao Yan, making her frown slightly as she thought, such misfortune. Xianing, seeing this, couldn't hide her delight and secretly rejoiced. As expected, I'm the lucky one. Yet at that very moment, a young girl unexpectedly sat down beside her. Witnessing this scene, the smile instantly froze on Xianying's face, her beautiful eyes flickering with confusion and disbelief. Why? What does this mean? How dare you take Su Cheng's place? But Xianying quickly composed herself, forcing a smile as she prepared to explain that the seat was already taken and asked the other girl to find another spot. Yet before she could speak, Zhao Yan beside her reached out and blocked her path. Yan Jie? Xianying looked at Zhao Yan in confusion, unable to understand why she'd suddenly stopped her or what this intervention meant. Look! Zhao Yan took out her phone and tilted the screen towards Xianying's direction. The display clearly showed her chat history with Su Cheng. I have something to do, so I'll wait for you guys outside. Xianying's face blanched as she witnessed the scene, her eyes filled with shock. She glanced at Zhao Yan, then at the young girl beside her, overwhelmed by a tumult of mixed emotions. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of loss and defeat surged in Xianying's heart. Chapter 48, Classmate Su Cheng encounters another tsundere. When the 2 girls exited the screening room after watching the movie, it was already around 9 p.m. Xianying's face was full of weariness and dejection. Seeing this, Zhao Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, poor child. Has he already gone home? Standing at the cinema entrance, Xianying glanced around but couldn't spot that familiar figure. Her eyes reddened slightly as she spoke. She's probably already gone back. Zhao Yan checked her phone and noticed Su Cheng hadn't replied to her message. Pocketing her phone, she turned to Xianying and said, Did she? Xianying gave a dazed response, muttering indistinctly as if oblivious to what Zhao Yan had just said. Seeing her distraught appearance, Zhao Yan couldn't help but feel sympathy, yet she could only choose to remain silent. Let's go home. Xianying took a deep breath. Though she felt the urge to cry, she didn't want to lose face in front of Zhao Yan. Suppressing her emotions, she whispered softly to her. MHM. Zhao Yan nodded and took out her phone again, ready to dial Mei Qin's number, whom she had met earlier that day. A gust of cold wind swept through. The chill made Xianying, dressed only in a dress, shiver uncontrollably. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Beside her, Zhao Yan also felt the sudden cold and immediately moved to take off her coat to drape over Xianying's shoulders. Just as she reached out, Zhao Yan froze, because, unnoticed by anyone, a figure had appeared behind Xianying and was already placing their own coat over her shoulders. Xianying felt a wave of warmth and instinctively turned her head. When she clearly saw the person's face, her delicate cheeks immediately flushed crimson, her eyes dodging, too shy to meet his gaze. Thank you. She stammered out the words, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. If not for the natural sweetness of her tone, it would have been utterly impossible for anyone to hear. No need. The person approaching was Su Cheng. Seeing Xianying looking rather cold, he instinctively wanted to offer her some help. MHM. Xianying nodded shyly, not daring to meet his gaze for fear he might notice her peculiar state, yet she clung tightly to her jacket as if guarding it from being snatched away. In her heart, ripples stirred, ceaselessly leaping. At this moment, she felt immensely sweet, happy, excited, and even an indescribable sense of security. Are you guys heading back now? Su Cheng asked. Just those past 2 hours. He had gone elsewhere to purchase some food and stored it in his system space, only now managing to return. Since the 2 women had come looking for him, he naturally wanted to see them home safely with his own eyes before feeling at ease. Yeah, called a car, heading back now. Zhao Yan glanced at the coat on Xianying and nodded slightly as she spoke.
Then let me walk you to the car. Su Chang nodded in agreement.
Xianying didn't speak, merely tightening her grip on the coat draped over her shoulders as if clutching it for dear life. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, as though restraining something.
Yes, restraining the urge to take a sniff. Su Chang, we'll be counting on you then. Zhao Yan addressed Su Chang directly. She glanced at Xianying's demeanor and secretly sighed, fully aware of the reason behind her current state. Disappointment, delight, unease, and that uncontrollable excitement.
And so, the three of them waited awkwardly until a taxi arrived.
Then we'll be going first, Zhao Yan said to Su Chang.
Okay, good, see you, Su Chang said with a smile.
See you on Monday.
Zhao Yan finished speaking and pulled Xianying into the taxi. I'll wash it and return it to you on Monday. Xianying suddenly turned her head and spoke up.
Su Chang froze for a moment, then smiled and said, alright, see you next week. As the car started, he waved his hand and watched the two leave. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that the driver was looking at him strangely, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Never thought rich people would take taxis too.
Su Chang shook his head with a sigh, then walked toward his apartment. But as he passed through the villa district, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, ready to take a different route, because he spotted a blonde twin-tailed girl in white thigh-high socks standing at the villa's entrance. She seemed to be searching for something, her expression visibly furious, even stomping her feet in anger.
It was actually kind of cute when you looked at it.
But Su Chang would only admire such a girl from afar, never intending to approach her.
Classmate Su Chang.
Yet unexpectedly, the girl seemed to have spotted him, her face lighting up with delight as she eagerly called out to him. Su Chang froze upon hearing this, forced to halt his steps while thinking to himself, what a hassle.
Miss Siduk, may I ask what this is about?
As the girl slowly approached him, Su Chang assumed a deliberately icy demeanor and inquired. The girl, seeing Su Chang's attitude, immediately placed her hands on her hips and frowned.
Su Chang, my name is William Henri Cornelia, not some Siducky. Such behavior is utterly rude.
Hearing Su Chang call her Siducky, Cornelia grew angry, puffing her cheeks and glaring at him in annoyance.
Alright then, Miss Cornelia, was there something you needed? Su Chang asked impatiently. Our relationship isn't familiar enough for you to address me that way, is it? Cornelia pouted and asked somewhat discontentedly.
Su Chang couldn't help but feel helpless upon hearing this, so he had no choice but to ask, then how should I address you?
You can call me classmate William,
Cornelia said with a serious expression.
Alright, William, do we have something to talk about? There's something I'd like to ask of you. Hearing this, Cornelia quickly nodded and said, the kids from your neighborhood keep stealing my takeout, it's really infuriating. Could you talk to their parents about it? Why are you giving in to me? Because I think you're really dependable, Su Chang, and you're the only person I know here, plus you just happen to live in that complex too. Me? Reliable? Su Chang was stunned. Yes, Cornelia nodded. Su Chang pointed at herself in disbelief. A confession maniac? Reliable? Are you sure? You're not. I saw the campus paper on Friday, I know you were being forced into this. After saying this, Cornelia turned to Su Chang, her beautiful eyes brimming with hope. Hearing this, Su Chang was momentarily stunned before realizing the reputation of confession maniac had been pinned on Eddie by their classmates. Alright. Su Chin felt it really wasn't such a big deal, so he nodded in agreement. Thank you so much, really. Cornelia said happily upon hearing this, then took out a box of cookies from her pocket and offered it to Su Chen. This is all I have on me. Please take it as my thanks. Su Chen gave Cornelia a somewhat surprised look and didn't reach out to take the cookies. Just take it if it's given to you. Cornelia's face turned red, clearly feeling extremely embarrassed about giving cookies to a boy, so she urged him. There's no need for cookies, it was just a small favor. Su Chung shook his head and continued, so, do you know whose child stole your takeout? I. Upon hearing this, Cornelia froze, the hand holding the biscuit stiffening instantly. And looks? Cornelia shook her head. Attire? Cornelia shook her head again. Truly worthy of a 4.5 IQ. Su Chung shook his head speechlessly at the sight, genuinely at a loss for how to criticize the fool before him. Then what should we do? Cornelia grew anxious, her beautiful eyes darting about as if desperately seeking Su Cheng's attention. Su Cheng fell silent upon hearing this, looking at her with an expression that said, I feel sorry for your stupidity. At this moment, Cornelia noticed the strange look in Su Cheng's eyes and asked nervously, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Su Cheng shook his head, casually slipping a hand into his back pocket before pretending to pull out a bottle of 8 walnuts beverage and handing it to Cornelia. Here, take this, he said. Ha! Cornelia instinctively caught it, glanced at the bottle, then asked puzzled, why are you giving me a drink? Never mind, go check the surveillance or tell me after you've gotten a clearer look. I've got things to do heading home first. Su Cheng waved her hand and said, Ha! Cornelia was a bit baffled, but she instinctively nodded before looking down at the 8 walnuts milk and biscuits in her hand. Muttering to herself, she wondered, how did he know I hadn't eaten dinner yet? Chapter 49, Su Cheng's Fox Borrowing the Tiger's Might.
After parting ways with Cornelia, Su Cheng headed straight back to his apartment complex. Yet the moment he reached the main entrance, he noticed something unusual. Only one old security guard remained at the entrance. The other security guards were nowhere to be seen.
Moreover, the residential complex was unusually noisy. At a glance, many vehicles were parked haphazardly everywhere, and the area was bustling with commotion. It looked just like a downtown market. Su Cheng frowned, sensing something unusual, and retreated to the guard booth by the entrance to ask the elderly watchman, "Uncle, what's going on in the complex?" The homeowners started a huge uproar over parking space issues. This time it's really serious. The old man cited his words, looking at Su Cheng with the exasperation of failing to turn iron into steel, then said earnestly, "Some residents who don't buy parking spots usually just mooch off others, but now that the spots have been bought and locked by others, denying them use, they actually have the nerve to come complain. The sheer audacity is unbelievable. So that's how it is." Hearing the old man's words, Su Cheng understood. It seemed there was someone in the neighborhood whose parking spot had also been taken, just like his, and who then, with deep pockets straight up bought all the spots and locked them, refusing to let those freeloaders use them anymore. That's freaking awesome, this guy. Su Cheng couldn't help but marvel in his heart. If he had the money to pull something like this, he'd definitely do it too. After all, this kind of behavior feels absolutely exhilarating. Get your thrill first, then sell it at a premium price. A surefire win. While this behavior might feel satisfying, it's highly likely to provoke strong public backlash. Most people wouldn't dare try this in such a neighborhood, since parking spaces are strictly limited to one per resident. This violates the property management regulations, which clearly state each household can only purchase one space. Now one person's bought up all the parking spaces, regardless of who they are. This will cause widespread outrage. The property management will inevitably face lawsuits, ultimately losing more than they gain. Awesome but stupid. Su Cheng thought to himself, then swiped his resident card and entered the neighborhood. Soon, he arrived at the most crowded spot, pulling out sunflower seeds to enjoy the show while also wondering who could be this stubborn. His eyes fell upon a gathering of property managers and residents, a clamorous scene where some kind of argument was clearly underway. The security guards were still restraining the more agitated homeowners. Are you still claiming your property management isn't trying to jack up prices? Yeah, like one person would actually buy dozens of parking spots. Just because they saw we didn't buy a parking spot, they couldn't stomach it, so they decided to try and extort money from us. The property management law clearly states that each household can only purchase one parking space, and now you're telling me someone bought all the spots. This matter requires an explanation, otherwise we'll file a complaint against you. That's right, we can report you. Unlock the parking space now and we'll let it slide. Otherwise we'll take you to court and make you pay compensation. These were the same people who had previously insulted Su Cheng. They began cursing while shouting and posturing aggressively toward the property management, trying to intimidate them into submission. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman pointed at a property manager and yelled, "You worthless property management people. It's bad enough you collect such high fees every year yet never do anything useful, but now you dare bully us homeowners? Listen here, once we leak this to the media, you're finished. We'll sue you into the ground. That's right, sue them into the ground. We'll sue them into oblivion." The group of property owners shouted in unison, their momentum overwhelming. Seeing this, Su Cheng, who was munching on melon seeds, immediately felt a thrill of amusement. He hadn't expected to encounter such a scene. So he glanced left and right before boldly declaring, "Shameless." The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd instantly fell silent, with many turning their gazes toward him. Some people recognized Su Cheng immediately upon seeing him and pointed at him, exclaiming, "That's the guy who bought up all the parking spots." Su Cheng froze. Turns out, I'm the idiot? No fucking way, I didn't even buy this shit. However, yet another person suddenly pointed at Su Cheng and shouted, "That's him. That's Su Cheng right there." Soon, the entire crowd swarmed around Su Cheng, completely encircling him. Fortunately, the property management and security personnel shielded him, preventing the onlookers from getting too close. Facing all these accusatory questions and angry glares, Su Cheng could only crack some more sunflower seeds, wearing an utterly bewildered and innocent expression. "Was it you who bought up all the parking spots, leaving none for the rest of us?" A man with slicked back hair glared at him, demanding an answer. He just took his parking spot for a little while this morning, and now he's being so petty, taking revenge on all of us. Suddenly, one of the people who had cursed Su Cheng before started shouting loudly, "We will definitely get the media involved to expose people like you who act recklessly just because your parents are rich." A crowd of people indignantly accused Su Cheng. There were about 30 people, some even bringing their families. Without exception, all of them hadn't purchased parking spaces, and Su Cheng had infringed upon their interests. "Hurry up and unlock that parking space, or we'll call the police." "Yes, you broke the law. Everyone can only buy one, so why can he buy dozens? Isn't that unfair, everyone?" "Yes,
The crowd erupted in an instant, everyone glaring fiercely at Su Chang with eyes full of wrath, as if they'd immediately rush over to beat him up should he refuse to free up the parking space.
Wait, everyone, listen to me. Quiet down first.
Su Chang spat out some melon seed shells, then raised her hand to press down in a gesture for the crowd to quiet down, putting on the airs of a leader. Then he looked around, scanning his surroundings, before cracking sunflower seeds again without saying a word.
Because he had already realized what was going on. An eerie silence instantly hung in the air. What do you mean? Provoking us? I'll give you 1 minute to hurry up and unlock them all.
Su Chang's action completely infuriated the group surrounding him, all glaring at him in anger.
Alright, everyone calm down.
At this moment, a property manager spoke up sharply, then walked over to Su Chang's side. With a stern expression, he addressed the crowd. Mr. Su Chang actually hasn't purchased a parking space.
As his words landed, an immediate uproar ensued. Some people looked at him in astonishment and asked, "What? No parking space purchased? Then why did you claim that these dozens of spaces all belong to him?"
One homeowner questioned sharply, their tone filled with suspicion. The property manager nodded and said, "The parking spaces were invested in and built by the developer, so the developer has the right to dispose of their usage rights."
What does that mean? Explain it plainly.
I don't care, get that parking lock removed right now.
Otherwise you'll have to reimburse me for every parking ticket I get from now on.
The owners are starting to raise objections again. The person in charge spoke with patience. These parking spaces were gifted to Mr. Su Chang by the developer, which is completely legal behavior.
What? Impossible. Yida actually gave the parking spot to this brat. Who is the developer? It's Yida, a Fortune Global 500 company. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Nobody could believe Yida had actually given over 50 parking spaces to some kid? This was simply unbelievable. What nonsense! How could that be? No matter how you verify this matter, the results will show that we simply followed the developer's procedures and committed no acts of favoritism or bending the law. The person in charge spoke up, then took out a contract and handed it to the group, saying, "After you see this contract, you'll know I haven't deceived anyone. This is the contract. If anyone doubts it, they're welcome to check the records themselves."
Seeing the contract produced by the person in charge, the crowd's expressions varied, but one thing they could be certain of: that the contract was undoubtedly genuine, given the official red seal displayed right there. If it were fake, that would constitute fraud. Over 50 parking spaces combined would amount to several million, not to mention the official seal of Yida Group. Thus, Su Chang had legally acquired 50 parking spaces. Previously, they could still make trouble using the one household, one property rule as an excuse. But now it turns out this was actually a gift from the developer, completely legitimate. Most crucially, it was a gift from Yida Group. This revealed Su Chang's background, making some people even consider keeping their distance. After all, while many property owners here might be well off, they're still just ordinary people. No matter how wealthy they are, they couldn't possibly compare to a behemoth like Yida Group.
Offending Su Chang would be tantamount to antagonizing this corporate giant.
Especially those few who had scolded Su Chang earlier that morning were now filled with regret. Had they known this brat was backed by Yida, they wouldn't have dared approach even if beaten to death. Because with just a little pressure from Yida, not only their jobs but even the entire company could go bankrupt. This colossus of a conglomerate was utterly beyond the reach of ordinary employees like them.
You, and you, and you too.
Su Chang suddenly extended a finger, pointing at them one by name. Each of them had insulted him previously, and the three named individuals couldn't help but tremble violently.
Chapter 50 Saturday's End.
It's those three, otherwise this wouldn't have happened today.
Doesn't that make it clear why the parking space was locked? Su Chang sneered and said, "It's precisely because these three stole my parking spot that you all couldn't find one to use."
Upon hearing this, the homeowners' brows furrowed involuntarily as they turned to stare at the trio. Some even raised their voices sharply. "How shameless can you be, stealing from a child?
Ugh, what a scumbag. Shameless to the core. Disgusting. How could anyone stoop so low?" We. The three of them exchanged glances but couldn't refute it. Was this incident my fault? Su Chang spoke again. "You're not wrong. Yes, they were the ones who started the fight." "That's right, he was the one who started it." "Exactly, they were the ones who bullied you first.
If it weren't for them, today's incident would never have happened." The homeowners all started talking at once, uniformly blaming these three individuals. The tone shifted abruptly. Where moments ago they'd been criticizing Su Chang, now all faults were being pinned on this trio.
Mastering the art of borrowing authority through intimidation. Though the prerequisite is having a wealthy second-generation classmate to begin with. The three instantly flushed crimson to their necks, ultimately unable to endure the crowd's accusations and insults, turning on their heels to leave. Su Chang watched the three figures retreat into the distance, a faint sneer curling at the corners of her lips. "Su Chang, this was really all a misunderstanding. It's those bastards' fault. It's got nothing to do with us." "Yeah, it was those bastards. You can't blame us, we never offended you." "Su Chang, Don't you worry, we'll definitely help you get your revenge. Yeah, we'll all help you settle the score. All the property owners were trying to curry favor with Su Chang like sycophants. Thank you all so much. Su Chang showed a grateful expression. What about the parking space? Could you unlock it? Otherwise we won't have anywhere to park. Yes, you'd get a ticket every day. Big brother, we chased those bad guys away. At this moment, all the homeowners without parking spaces begged Su Chang one after another, hoping he'd restore the parking spaces to their original state. A child even started pleading on his father's behalf. You should know parking spaces can't be rented or bought now. All the parking spaces are in Su Chang's hands. If he doesn't restore the parking spaces, the daily parking fees outside would cost at least dozens of yuan, and not parking in paid lots would risk fines. These were major issues. Su Chang pretended to deliberate for a long while but stubbornly remained silent. This drove the homeowners frantic, and they began urgently pressing Su Chang again, hoping he'd quickly unlock the parking spaces. Mr. Su Chang. At that moment, the property manager spoke up. He walked over to Su Chang and said in a low voice, the previous property manager has been dealt with severely by us. Here is the liquidated damages, we're compensating you according to regulations. With that, the property manager pulled out a wad of bills from his pocket and placed them in front of Su Chang, his face full of apology. Oh, Su Chang glanced at the banknote and nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I won't pursue the matter with him anymore. Hearing Su Chang's words, the property manager finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said to her, then I'll get back to work. If you need any further assistance in the future, don't hesitate to call me. With that, the property manager left. But the security guards and ordinary property staff did not leave. The other homeowners, seeing the usually scarce property management leaders showing such respect to Su Chang, became even more convinced that his background was extraordinary, each secretly speculating about his identity. Mr. Su, should we restore your parking space now? Yes, indeed. I really can't leave this car here any longer. Yeah, I've got so many things to take care of. If we keep delaying like this, it'll affect tomorrow's work. After seeing the property manager leave, the residents started chattering all at once. I think you all seem to be misunderstanding one thing. Su Chang wore a baffled expression and continued, what does your lack of parking spaces have to do with me? With that, he turned to leave. Hold on. How can you be like this? You're being dishonest. The homeowners, seeing Su Chang about to leave, hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Su Chang halted in her tracks, breaking promises? What exactly did I promise you? Ridiculous. You. The group of homeowners fell silent at once, at a loss for how to refute. Don't leave. You can't go. The homeowners cried out urgently. Su Chang turned a deaf ear and walked straight ahead. He hadn't forgotten their previous indifference toward him. Thus, he repaid them with equal coldness. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that was the creed by which he lived. Since you have so many parking spaces, couldn't you sell some of them? Yes. Su Chang, I want to buy one too. Fine, we'll buy it, alright? The group of homeowners, seeing Su Chang determined to leave, anxiously called out to stop her. Not having a parking space would greatly impact daily life, especially for families who could endure having to park outside the neighborhood every single time. Hearing this, Su Chang stopped walking. He glanced at the gathered homeowners, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Sure, anyone can buy except those three who just ran away. It'll still be at the original price, just handle it through the property management office. He'd been waiting for this exact moment. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Upon hearing these words, the group of homeowners was overjoyed. They immediately surrounded the property management, eagerly pushing forward to purchase the parking spaces. Seeing this, Su Chang casually strolled toward her apartment as if taking a leisurely walk. He wouldn't encourage these people's bad habit of freeloading parking spaces, but since they wanted to purchase it, obviously he'd have to soften his stance. After all, Wang Guansong was just helping him vent his anger. He wasn't naive enough to think the other would actually gift him the parking space. Given that Wang Guansong had withstood parental pressure to help him vent his anger this time, that was already exceptionally loyal of him, so he couldn't hog the parking space, or he'd only make his classmates feel awkward. Passing by the convenience store near the apartment, Su Chang looked at the closed door and muttered to himself, guess they went to the hospital. Even so, he'd already decided in his heart to visit the cashier for fun the moment they recovered from their illness. Phew, I'm exhausted. After arriving home, Su Chang collapsed onto the sofa and immediately felt completely drained. So many things have happened these past 2 days, and the mental strain has been overwhelming. Just now, as he lay down to rest for a bit, he suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't help but gasp sharply. Su Chang retrieved a can of 8 walnuts from his system space and chugged it down. Since he didn't particularly enjoy eating nuts, he had taken the opportunity while the girls were watching a movie to buy several cartons of 8 walnuts and store them in his system space. For an ordinary person like him who studies intensely, this is the only luxury nutritional product he can afford. Chapter 51, Weekend Ends. Host, Su Chang. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 7. Stamina, 5.
System description: you possess extraordinary power, but only a little.
Status, first year class 2 student, Yen City International Private Academy. Wealth, 340,200 yen coins.
Shindaming, 38,000, bounty, 50,000, property compensation, 8,000.
System skills, none. System items, face cigarettes/11, demon blade. Weekend, evening, Su Chang's home.
Since his confession count had been refreshed, Su Chang went to the mall again in the morning, attempting to find someone to confess to.
But unfortunately, he didn't encounter anyone.
So Su Chang had no choice but to leave disappointed and head to the mental hospital.
There, he excitedly sought out Shindaming, scaring him so badly that the nurses had to pin him to the ground and increase his medication dosage. Only then did Su Chang leave, thoroughly satisfied.
2 B-level threats, and 2 S-level threats.
Sitting at his desk with his chin propped on his hands, Su Chang pondered aloud, the student council president's threat level? With school starting tomorrow, he began summarizing everything.
B tier, Hoshino Mirai, Aria. The danger levels of these two remain unclear, with absolutely no leads whatsoever.
S tier, Kisakio, Ri-Su.
These two are even more formidable, offering even fewer clues. In fact, we actually owe them a debt of gratitude.
Ji Qingyi helped him see through Eddie's disguise. Li Xuansu expelled Eddie's father from the board of directors. After going through so much,
if there's one thing that has changed about Su Chang now, it's that his personality has undergone a complete transformation. He used to be overwhelmed by the so-called system's dangers, but now he remains calm and composed. In fact, if Ji Qingyi and Li Zhuanyo stood before him now, he'd undoubtedly confess without hesitation to claim the rewards.
Because he now possesses the ability to turn invisible, that's his confidence. Forget it, let's go for a run.
After pondering for half a day without reaching any conclusions, Su Chen decided to go exercise to improve his physical fitness. He changed into his workout clothes, put on his headphones, and strode out of the neighborhood gate with vigorous steps. The evening breeze in Yanqing was cool and pleasant, making it the perfect time for a night run. His physique was robust, and his pace was swift. After running 5 kilometers, he arrived at an open grassy field. Then he came to a stop.
This feeling is absolutely fantastic.
Su Chang stood in place stretching his body. Though somewhat exhausted after completing his routine, he felt remarkably refreshed and in high spirits. Before with 4 stamina, running 5 kilometers was out of the question. Even a short jog would leave me utterly exhausted. But now with 5 stamina, I can run a full 5 kilometers without stopping.
Stamina stats. Su Chang now understood that what he needed most was stamina. Only with sufficiently high stamina could he ensure his own safety.
Especially yesterday when he was fighting, after hitting someone repeatedly, they still wouldn't pass out, which infuriated him.
What kind of dimensional traveler hits people without any strength?
After stretching a bit, Su Chang prepared to head home for a bath and an early night, looking forward to sweet dreams. He needed to join the archery club after school tomorrow. Since he didn't know the club's activity rules and requirements, he had to make sure his mental state was properly adjusted.
Let's take a different route today.
Su Chang glanced at the villa district on his left, remembering that Connie, and then turned toward the right direction. But then, a small figure suddenly dashed out from around the corner, crashing straight toward him. Su Chang instinctively dodged to the side. He took a quick glance and noticed the child was clutching what looked like a takeout package, seemingly being chased by someone.
Good dogs don't block the path.
That childish voice rang out beside him.
Su Chang's face darkened upon hearing this. The hell we gonna take this?
So he lifted his foot and delivered a savage kick straight to his ass.
Yo!
The childish voice let out a piercing scream, rolling several times on the ground as the contents in its hands scattered everywhere, the takeout packaging splitting open upon impact, leaving a complete mess.
It hurts so much.
The little boy covered his butt with his hands, crying out in pain while rubbing his sore bottom.
Su Chang, TCH.
With a disdainful sneer, she turned and walked away.
What's wrong with the kid? So what if the strong bullies the weak? Transmigrators shall not be insulted. Tap tap.
Just as he was about to turn the corner, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears again, making the corners of his lips curl into an amused smile.
Well, looks like there's an accomplice. Fighting one was the same as fighting two, might as well teach them both a lesson.
So, Su Chang stopped in his tracks and leaned against the wall, waiting, ready to deliver a kick before making a quick getaway. Soon, a petite and delicate figure appeared in his line of sight, startling him so much that he hastily withdrew his foot.
Thief, stop right there.
Cornelia didn't notice Su Chang at all, her attention entirely focused on the little boy who had just scrambled to his feet on the ground.
Wow!
The kid let out a surprised cry, then quickly scrambled up and scurried into a dog hole ahead.
Damn it!
Without another word, Cornelia followed right after, squeezing into the dog hole. Except, her upper body got stuck inside while her butt remained outside, completely unable to wiggle through no matter how she tried. Her adorable white-stockinged legs flailed helplessly in the air.
This left Su Chung utterly dumbfounded. He had never witnessed anything so idiotic and brain-dead before.
A scene that should only exist in the two-dimensional world actually unfolded right before his eyes, leaving him somewhat unable to believe it. Fortunately, Cornelia managed to rescue herself by crawling back out, which secretly eased his mind.
Su Chung, what are you doing here?
Cornelia turned her head just in time to see Su Chung hiding by the wall.
Nothing, just taking a stroll. Su Chung looked slightly embarrassed. Don't tell me, you saw everything just now?
Cornelia suddenly realized something, her small face flushing bright red. Su Chang nodded without speaking. That kid stole my takeout again just now. This time I caught him, but I couldn't outrun him. Cornelia explained somewhat aggrievedly, her eyes growing moist as she spoke. It's all because you made me remember what that kid looks like, otherwise, none of this would have happened today.
As she spoke, tears of regret and humiliation unexpectedly spilled down her cheeks.
I won't tell anyone about you crawling through the dog hole.
Su Chung obviously knew exactly what this tsundere was so concerned about. Really?
Hearing this, Cornelia's eyes lit up, and she immediately wiped away her tears.
Really? Truly?
Su Chang had no choice but to play along with her words.
Well then, from now on I'll permit you to call me Cornelia.
Cornelia lifted her small face and spoke with utmost seriousness.
Cornelia?
Su Chung froze for a moment, not quite understanding the relevance of this address.
What difference does a name make anyway? How absurd. Cornelia responded, her large eyes seeming to speak volumes. Su Chen couldn't withstand her gaze and changed the subject. Then did you remember what he looked like?
No, he ran too fast, I couldn't remember at all.
Cornelia shook her head. Then next time, why don't you order an egg tart with extra spicy insanity inside? Su Cheng suggested. But wouldn't that be going too far?
Cornelia hesitated for a moment, then shook her head.
That's your dinner on the floor, isn't it? He let you go hungry, yet you're still showing him mercy? Su Cheng looked at the pile of desserts scattered across the floor and spoke.
But this would still be illegal.
Your mom's a lawyer, isn't she? Su Cheng looked at Cornelia with surprise upon hearing this. Cornelia was startled and asked, how did you know?
You're quite popular at school, everyone knows.
But what does this have to do with my mommy?
Cornelia blinked her eyes and looked at him curiously. Su Cheng explained, this is called pre-installed defense measures, a form of self-defense. It's not illegal, just teaching him a lesson so he won't dare steal from others again.
Oh, I understand. Cornelia nodded with partial understanding, then took a deep breath and said, thank you.
Su Chang glanced at her, then pulled out another bottle of 8 walnuts from his pocket and placed it in her hand, saying, eat properly.
I get it.
Cornelia responded instinctively, then lowered her head to look at the 8 walnuts drink in her hand. Although there were professional maids and drivers at home, she chose to order takeout because the meals prepared were all nutritional diet food. Moreover, her parents were rarely home throughout the year. She didn't quite understand why Su Chang had given her this beverage again, but she could feel a sense of being cared for, which warmed her heart. But this feeling lasted less than a second before her next words doused him with cold water, instantly chilling his heart to the core.
Eating this stuff every day? No wonder you can't even squeeze through a dog hole.
Su Chang suddenly crouched down, picked up the scattered food off the ground, and threw it into the trash bin while unable to resist muttering her complaint aloud.
TCH, none of your business.
Cornelia's face flushed crimson as she stamped her foot in indignation, shouting angrily before bouncing away in retreat. Within moments, she had vanished from Su Chang's sight.
Chapter 52, This woman plays too well. Monday, 6:30 a.m.
Su Chang got up from bed and sat there for a few minutes before picking up his phone to check it. Last night on the weekend, he had chatted with Shenying and Zhao Yan about some topics on their phones. Things like what gifts they hoped for on birthdays, who they planned to spend Valentine's Day with this year, what they did over the weekend, and even questions about homepage passwords.
This made him feel a bit strange. Was this how classmates normally chatted after exchanging contact information?
Su Chang couldn't quite figure out how to describe this mode of interaction. It was simply very strange, and he found himself at a loss for words, if forced to characterize it. He felt the two girls were being somewhat excessively enthusiastic. They kept joking with him intermittently and occasionally making playful remarks, which left him slightly uncomfortable and embarrassed, to the point where he even began entertaining the illusion that perhaps they liked him. But this thought was immediately crushed the moment it surfaced.
How could that be possible?
Although his looks were decent enough and his physique was now in good shape, he wasn't the dazzling type on campus, and what's more, he was just an ordinary student without any notable background.
What about him could possibly attract the attention of two girls? Hitting the cashier? Move them? Come on, that's super barbaric. What kind of girl these days would like a brute? Report a wanted criminal?
Anyone who sees him would choose to report it. This has nothing to do with bravery, there are benefits to gain, after all. Su Chung shook his head to rid his mind of those chaotic thoughts, then found his school uniform. This Western-style uniform is incredibly uncomfortable to wear, and what's more, you have to tie a necktie. It took him a full 15 minutes just to learn how to tie a necktie properly. Though the fabric was top tier, wearing it felt incredibly uncomfortable. Aside from looking handsome, he felt utterly useless in it.
It wasn't even as comfortable as the blue and white school uniform from his past life. Maybe this is a case of a wild boar not being used to fine grains. After quickly finishing breakfast, he went to the parking lot, found his bicycle, and rode off. Along the way, he noticed that previously unsold parking spaces had all been taken, with cars filling nearly every spot. It seems they only change when their interests are threatened, he thought to himself, then pedaled his bicycle out of the apartment complex. Su Shueti. Just as he passed the bus stop, a familiar voice rang in his ears. He stopped his bike and turned to look back, only to see a short-haired girl stepping off the bus, waving her arm at him. It was Lu Qingyue, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days. Her hair reached just above the middle of her neck, and when she ran over, the flowing short locks looked ethereally graceful. What's this hairstyle called again? The little sister cut? First love bob? Su Cheng didn't understand. Lu Qingyue was dressed in her school uniform, with unchanging knee-high socks beneath her black pleated skirt. Upon closer inspection, one might notice how the stockings slightly squeezed the soft flesh of her thighs. At the collar of her top, she'd tied a red bow, which made her look exceptionally cute and radiant. Junior Su, long time no see. Good morning. Lu Qingyue jogged over, her delicate face adorned with a brilliant smile that appeared extraordinarily sweet, the kind that could instantly lift anyone's spirits at first glance. A particularly unique and refreshing scent emanating from Lu Qingyue washed over him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Good morning, Senior Lu. Su Cheng nodded with a smile while his gentlemanly gaze swept over Lu Qingyue's figure before finally lingering on her long, slender legs clad in stockings. These were legs of the worth playing with for 10 years caliber, perfect for pedaling a tricycle. Well, it seems Junior has grown bolder in just a few days apart. Lu Qingyue appeared to notice Su Cheng's gaze, gave her shapely leg a little shake, then fixed her eyes on him. Su Cheng hastily averted his gaze, pretending nothing had happened. Once more, a delicate fragrance wafted through his senses. Eventually, he turned his head to glance at Lu Qingyue and instinctively changed the subject. Senior, you smell so nice. Lu Qingyue paused briefly before raising her hand and waving it in front of Su Cheng's face. Underclassman, she said, did you catch that? I smell it. Su Cheng nodded and said, but I didn't put on any perfume at all. She looked puzzled, then placed her index finger on her lips, adopting a thoughtful expression. I understand now, the book says it's because of genetic compatibility that our destined partner emits a certain scent. Lu Qingyue suddenly leaned closer to Su Cheng, sniffed carefully, and whispered softly, you smell really nice too, Junior. Su Cheng was startled and instinctively stepped back with his bike, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks as he looked at Lu Qingyue and said, Senior Lu, stop joking around. This woman was absolutely terrifying. She's way too good at this. Being with her, there's no guarantee you won't inexplicably fall for her later. Su Cheng couldn't help feeling a trace of fear in his heart. Lu Qingyue blinked her eyes, then smiled, Junior Su, you're blushing. As she spoke, she took 2 more steps forward with a laugh, then pressed down her skirt and sat sideways on Su Cheng's bike, asking, can you give your senior a ride? Since they had chatted over the weekend, Su Cheng informed Lu Qingyue that she would no longer take the bus and would ride her bike to school instead. And so, Su Cheng's bicycle rear seat finally welcomed its first beautiful maiden. Hold on tight then. With a push of the pedal, Su Cheng set the bicycle in motion, heading forward. Junior, are you joining the club today? Yes. Are there any things I should be aware of? Su Cheng replied. Let me think. Lu Qingyue murmured pensively as she spoke. Su Cheng remained silent, quietly driving while inwardly debating whether to confess her feelings to Lu Qingyue. That question mark hovering above them made his heart itch with curiosity, especially since he'd already wasted one attempt yesterday. But he was also afraid that Lu Qingyue might agree his emotions were thoroughly tangled. After some thought, he decided to give up. When you go to the club building's 3rd floor to find the Kudo Club manager, just don't go to the 2nd floor. Lu Qingyue suddenly spoke up. Why? Upon hearing her words, Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. Because the seniors have graduated, some clubs won't be able to gather 5 members this year and may face disbandment. They're resorting to any means necessary to recruit new members. Lu Qingyue continued, who knows, Junior might end up encountering some strange troubles if he goes in. Okay, got it. Su Cheng nodded. This is actually my first time riding a bicycle. It feels really nice. Lu Qingyue suddenly spoke up again, watching passers-by on the roadside as some occasionally cast envious glances at them. Oh, Senior hasn't ridden a bicycle before? Su Cheng asked with mild surprise. That's right, Lu Qingyue continued. Because of my childhood dance training, my parents absolutely forbade me from riding anything that might ruin my leg posture. So I've always walked or taken buses since I was little. I see. Su Cheng responded somewhat vaguely. Can you give me a ride to school from now on, Junior? Lu Qingyue gazed at Su Cheng,
her beautiful eyes sparkling with light.
That shouldn't be a problem, since we're going the same way anyway.
Su Chang had no objections.
Amazing, Junior, I really like you so much.
Lu Qingyue grabbed Su Chang's waist and pressed herself against his back, shouting excitedly.
Let go, I'm driving.
Su Chang was startled by the sudden hug and nearly failed to brake in time. Fortunately, he managed to control himself in time. Lu Qingyue quickly released Su Chang, her face flickering with apology as she said, "So sorry, I didn't mean to. I just got too happy for a moment and couldn't help myself."
Meanwhile,
not far from Su Chang, inside a luxury car, a young girl stared at Su Chang and Lu Qingyue in the distance. Her silver teeth were gritted, her fists clenched so tightly they creaked, her adorable face filled with fury.
Damn it, I haven't even sat there yet. You took the ride and now you dare to hug Su Chang? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Bad woman.
Xianying gritted her teeth angrily, clenching her fists before her chest as if she wanted nothing more than to devour Lu Qingyue alive.
Young miss, what's wrong with you?
The driver in the driver's seat was terrified when he saw Xianying's condition.
It's fine, just drop me off at XX apartments next time.
Xianying's nose tingled with sorrow as tears rolled down uncontrollably, dripping onto the car seat cushion and staining it with tiny wet patches.
Understood, young mistress.
The driver quickly replied with respect.
Chapter 53, Su Chang doesn't want to be a popular kid.
After bidding farewell to Lu Qingyue at the school gate, Su Chang parked his beloved car in the parking lot and headed toward the classroom building.
Good morning. Good morning. Morning. Long time no see. What did you do over the weekend? Let me tell you, this time.
Walking along, he encountered female students in pleated skirts and all sorts of cute socks, as well as other male students who exchanged greetings around him, making his originally calm mood grow even steadier. Because none of those greetings were meant for him. This made Su Chang breathe a sigh of relief. He just wanted to remain unnoticed.
Morning. But just as he was walking indoors, a girl approached and greeted him. Her expressionless face left him momentarily dazed. Why did this girl before him feel strangely familiar? It must be a female classmate. Good morning. So Su Chang responded politely, then changed into indoor shoes and headed towards the classroom. Good morning, Su Chang. He hadn't even stepped into the classroom when he heard a clear, alluring voice behind him. He turned around. It was none other than Zhao Yan, gazing at him with a radiant smile. Morning. Seeing her, Su Chang couldn't help but flash a faint smile, responding with a nod and a smile of his own. Zhao Yan tilted her head and scrutinized him carefully. Su Chang, your smile is really quite charming. Su Chang dreaded receiving compliments the most. So when Zhao Yan lavished him with praise, he immediately felt as if facing a formidable foe and hurriedly returned the obligatory flattery. You have a beautiful smile yourself, Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan blinked her eyes and said, You flatter me. I was just telling the truth. Please smile more in the future. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Su Chang couldn't help but cough lightly twice to disguise his embarrassment. Not daring to stay any longer with Zhao Yan, Su Chang quickly changed the subject by asking, I'm heading back to class. Mei-chem, let's go in together. Zhao Yan smiled and spoke, then walked side by side with Su Chang. Good morning, Su Chang. Good morning, Zhao Yan. Along the way, the two kept running into classmates who greeted them both, then looked at Su Chang with curiosity in their eyes, as if puzzled why Su Chang would be with Zhao Yan and walking so closely side by side. After all, even classmates usually maintain a certain distance between genders. Su Chang. A familiar voice came from behind the two. Just then, Xianying came running over while calling out his name. Then she squeezed herself between the two of them and said to Su Chang, You're early today. Zhao Yan stood to the side, arms crossed, watching Xianying with keen interest as she noticed several intriguing details, most notably that Xianying had changed her stockings, swapping the white knee-highs for black tights. Her eyelids were lightly dusted with subtle eyeshadow. Her breasts had grown notably larger, appearing even more perky and prominent. This scene made Zhao Yan's expression turn utterly peculiar, as if she were struggling between laughter and restraint. Good morning, Xianying. Su Chang didn't notice Xianying's change in demeanor, still maintaining her gentle smile on her face. Ah! Xianying suddenly exclaimed as if remembering something, then slapped her forehead and said, Oh dear, I forgot to bring your clothes, my memory's terrible. Su Chang, how about I return them to you tomorrow instead? Zhao Yan rolled her eyes upon hearing this. This wasn't forgetfulness at all, but clearly a deliberate attempt to avoid returning the clothes to Su Chang. These past few days, Xianying has been treating Su Chang's jacket like a treasure, unwilling to put it down for even a moment, even hugging it while sleeping. Okay. Su Chang didn't think much about it and agreed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the three of them then headed toward the classroom. Su Chang, hurry over here. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, one of the male students clustered in the back row suddenly brightened up, stood up, and waved enthusiastically at him. Wang Guan-song. And this particular group happened to be one of the campus's popular circles. Su Chang noticed and signaled to the two girls behind him before walking over. Su Chang. As soon as he approached Wang Guan-song's side,
Guansung eagerly grasped his arm and said apologetically, I'm really sorry about this whole mess. My property management company has caused you trouble, but I've already given them a good scolding.
I promise the service quality will improve from now on. No, it's me who should be thanking you.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to vent this pent-up frustration. Hearing Wang Guansong's words, Su Cheng felt a warm sensation in her heart.
Let's skip the formalities, this was entirely my mistake.
Yeah, now the whole country knows your property management is the worst nationwide.
Xianying suddenly interjected, provoking uproarious laughter from the entire class. Because of Wang Guansong's Weibo post lambasting his own property management company, now not only the entire school but the whole country knows about it.
Oh, this. Upon hearing this, Wang Guansong immediately scratched the back of his head in embarrassment.
Haha Wang Guansong, I actually think you did quite well. Yeah. The whole class followed along with the enthusiasm.
Seeing this, Su Cheng returned to his seat. Zhao Yan and Xianing noticed Su Cheng sitting down and also returned to their seats, though their eyes kept wandering over to him.
Come on, Su Cheng, let me introduce you.
Wang Guansong said excitedly, addressing the two boys beside him. Hearing this, Su Cheng raised her head to look. This guy here is Chai Hao, from the class next door.
He usually likes to stay at home reading by manga.
Wang Guansong suddenly heard a guy beside him speak up. This guy seemed rather shy and quite handsome, but the next second his face turned bright red as he hurriedly explained, I do like reading comics, but I definitely don't read them on Baika.
I'm really not that kind of person, you have to believe me. So it's ex-comic heaven then? No way.
At Wang Guansong's blunt introduction, the male students present all exchanged knowing smiles, while Zhao Yan and Xianing looked puzzled, not quite understanding what Baika was. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised to see this, he hadn't expected a rich kid to be into that sort of thing. Nodding at Chai Hao with an I get it expression, he replied, yeah, hi. Relieved by this response, Chai Hao extended his right hand towards Su Cheng and said, I'm Chai Hao, you can call me Ahao. Hearing this, Su Cheng also reached out and shook Chai Hao's proffered hand. He understood that this was Wang Guansong inviting him to join their group.
It was a very kind gesture.
Now that a week of school had passed, all groups had already formed. Integrating into an established group was extremely difficult. But the truth was, he didn't want to fit in. He was accustomed to being alone, and his financial situation didn't support mingling with the wealthy kids.
Yet he couldn't outright refuse Wang Guansong's kindness either. No need for introductions, we're in the same class. The boy next to Wang Guansong looked quite sunny. He glanced at Chai Hao, then at Su Cheng, and spoke. Yes, I know. Su Cheng nodded upon hearing this. He remembered this person was named Takano. In Su Cheng's memory, Gao Yi was a very lively and somewhat humorous person who always loved bantering with the other guys in class, which is why he stood out in her mind. After the introductions, the group started chatting casually, mostly about games, stuff like items, equipment, and how someone had spent tens of thousands without getting the character they wanted. Su Cheng stood by like a husky that had somehow wandered into a pack of wolves, his eyebrows twitching uncontrollably. Because he never spends money on games.
Whenever they discussed technical issues, he could always chip in with some insights.
Let me tell you guys, on my way to school earlier, I ran into Senior Gu. If only I'd been a bit braver, I might have actually made friends with her. Wang Guansong seemed to sense Su Cheng's demeanor and suddenly switched to a topic most adolescent boys would find irresistible. Open up your perspective. Takano spoke up. It's impossible.
All those well-connected guys in our department have tried pursuing Senior Gu, but she ignored every one of them. Honestly, just being her friend is enough for me, it's already something worth bragging about.
Wang Guansong shot him an annoyed look.
But personally, I think Senior G is even more beautiful than Senior Gu.
It's just that Senior G has this intimidating aura and comes across as really cold. No, Senior Gu is the absolute best. Nonsense, Senior G is. Chai Hao suddenly turned to Su Cheng. By the way, doesn't student Su Cheng have some connection with Senior G?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention instantly shifted to Su Cheng. The two girls who had been observing Su Cheng also stared at him intently, and even the expressionless girl sitting on the right turned her head to look at him. This inevitably reminded them of how Ji Qingyi had personally visited the classroom last week to invite Su Cheng to join the club.
So they all gazed at Su Cheng with curiosity.
Seeing this, Su Cheng had no choice but to reply honestly, actually, I don't know why she invited me to join the club either.
I see. Who do you think is the most beautiful girl in school? Chai Hao suddenly grinned at Su Cheng.
Hearing this, Su Cheng's face paled slightly, unsure how to respond to this question.
Gritting her teeth, she answered truthfully, actually, I think it's the student council president. Oh, student council president. I knew it. Wait, the student council president.
Chai Hao suddenly exclaimed, startling the entire class before all eyes turned to him.
Damn it, Chai Hao, keep your voice down. This isn't something you should be shouting about. Wang Guansong hurriedly covered his mouth. Chai Hao gave an apologetic glance at the rest of the class before suddenly whispering, have you seen the student council president's face beneath the mask? Describe it to us quickly. Wang Guansong couldn't wait and spoke urgently. Exactly. Takano was also gazing at Su Chang with great excitement. Just tell us.
Wang Guansong suddenly stood up and leaned over Su Chang's desk, the three of them encircling her. This made Zhao Yan and Xianing frown upon seeing it. Has no one in the school ever seen the student council president's true appearance? Su Chang realized this and immediately told a brazen lie without blushing. I heard the whole school supports her, so she must be the most beautiful. After all, even if he told the truth, these three wouldn't believe him anyway. The dignified and stern student council president is actually delicate and adorable, extremely sweet-natured, approachable and gentle, still plays crane games, loves pink teddy bears, even got bullied by him. Who would believe that? You could say that. I thought you'd seen it before. Got all excited for nothing. Hearing this, the three of them shook their heads regretfully and left Su Chang's seat one after another. Su Chang secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, he had phrased it quite diplomatically earlier, otherwise the truth would have come out. Chapter 54, The Student Council President's Gaze. Morning classes ended. Lunch break. Let's go eat together. Seeing Su Chang about to leave, Wang Guansong quickly blocked his path and said this to him. That won't be necessary. Su Chang slightly shook her head, declining Wang Guansong's invitation. My treat. Really, there's no need. Su Chang hastily refused. He already owed people favors and didn't want to owe any more. Come on, we're friends. No need to be so formal. Takano hastily interjected upon hearing this. You said you play games too. How about grabbing a bite first, then heading to the esports club for a few rounds together? As he spoke, Wang Guansong suddenly threw a coquettish glance at Su Chang. Su Chang couldn't help but show a troubled expression upon hearing this. Ahem. At that moment, Zhao Yan and Xianing, both girls, stood behind them and coughed lightly at some point, interrupting the conversation. Don't go corrupting your classmates. Su Chang is a nap enthusiast. The two girls stood on either side of Su Chang, casting wary and slightly hostile glances at Wang Guansong, as if afraid he might lead Su Chang astray. Seeing this, Wang Guansong realized Zhao Yan and Xianing had misunderstood him. With a pained expression, he quickly clarified, That's not what I meant, I just wanted to invite him for lunch to swap gaming tips. Since when are you two Su Chang's girlfriends? Mind your own business. Takano's face darkened with displeasure upon hearing this. Zhao Yan and Xianing froze at Takano's words, their faces flushing red before shooting him a glare. But just as they were about to speak, their words were cut off by voices coming from the corridor outside. Good afternoon, President. A group of people outside called out in unison, their voices filled with respect and reverence. Soon after, a girl wearing a school uniform and a silver mask passed by the classroom. Holding documents in hand, she walked steadily and unhurriedly, step by step. Wherever she passed, without exception, everyone lowered their heads, feeling genuine admiration for her from the depths of their hearts. Her silver-white mask lent her an air of mystery as she gave only a slight nod without speaking. Yet even so, the sheer intensity of her presence radiated an awe-inspiring authority that commanded respect without wrath. Though dressed in the same uniform, her overwhelming aura set her distinctly apart, making others dare only to gaze upwards in reverence, not with profane thoughts. Notably, she wore the exceedingly rare white hakama trousers. Though white typically symbolizes cuteness and purity, it somehow conveyed a sacred and solemn aura instead, further accentuating her extraordinary presence. Greetings, President. Greetings, President. The two girls beside her instantly regained their composure, their faces filled with reverence as they bowed deeply toward the silver-masked young woman. The admiring and worshipful gaze in their eyes was utterly unmistakable. Hello, President. Wang Guansong and Chai Hao promptly followed suit with bows, then cautiously echoed the greeting. The silver-masked girl turned around, her face covering revealing only eyes that swept across the floor before finally settling on Su Chang. At this moment, Su Chang's entire body stiffened as if an invisible giant hand had seized his soul. Majestic, sacred, dominant, with an overwhelming aura. If not for the system's character information prompt, he would never have been able to associate the girl he saw at the mall last time with the person before him now. This was simply worlds apart. Yet it was precisely this woman who granted him the power of invisibility. Ha! Only after seeing the club president leave did the nearby individuals finally let out sighs of relief. I can't believe we ran into the student council president today. It's my first time seeing her too. Wang Guansong and Chai Hao's faces lit up with excitement. Does the student council president rarely come to school? Realizing something, Su Chang looked at Wang Guansong and Chai Hao's excited expressions and couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's very rare. Upon hearing this, Chai Hao immediately said, Student Su Chang probably isn't very familiar with the student council president, right? Beside her, Zhao Yan also nodded in agreement. Su Chang nodded. Our school has produced all kinds of student council presidents before, model students with textbook perfect personalities, power-abusing presidents who played the tyrant, even ones who held their seats purely through family connections, but she's the only one who genuinely fought solely for students' rights.
As Zhao Yan spoke, her face showed clear admiration and reverence. The most outstanding student council president in history deserves to be called the protagonist without a doubt. Well-earned reputation, the embodiment of justice.
And what's more, he's an extreme perfectionist, someone who can quickly master anything to perfection in a short amount of time. At this moment, Xianying also chimed in agreement.
Hearing this, Su Cheng felt utterly bewildered. Perfect to the extreme? Able to master anything quickly and flawlessly? Then who was that idiot who spent his entire budget at the claw machine in the mall last time? Is the student council president's unknown side actually gentle and adorable? This peculiar trait, this sense of disparity. Not gonna lie, that's actually a pretty great point. Su Cheng couldn't help but fall deep into contemplation. Su Cheng? What are you thinking about?
Chai Hao's voice rang beside my ears.
Nothing.
Su Cheng regained his composure, glanced at Gao Yu with a smile, then turned to the two girls and said, "You go handle your tasks. I brought my own lunchbox today, it'd be a waste not to eat it." Having said this, he strode out of the classroom, leaving the two girls along with Chai Hao and Wang Guansong standing there watching him depart.
Please don't pester Su Cheng anymore, okay? Can't you see how uncomfortable you're making him?
Xianying stared coldly at Wang Guansong, her eyes narrowed into slits.
We just wanted to invite him for a meal, not bully him. Why are you glaring at me like that?
Wang Guansong felt unnerved by her stare and quickly averted his gaze.
Exactly. Eating together is the first step in male friendship. What would you girls know about it? Chai Hao retorted.
A single meal of yours could cover his food expenses for an entire month.
Zhao Yan couldn't help shaking her head as she spoke. He doesn't even have to pay for it. We're the ones who invited you. Have you ever considered his feelings? Receiving your kindness for nothing with no way to repay it, don't you find such an unequal relationship uncomfortable?
But he does. With that, Zhao Yan took Xianying by the hand and walked out of the classroom, leaving only Wang Guansong and Chai Hao standing there utterly dumbfounded.
So we were just being sentimental for no reason?
Jiano scratched his head and replied somewhat sheepishly. Wang Guansong also nodded, but quickly came to his senses. Now that we know, we just need to be more careful in the future.
Chapter 55 Su Cheng is going to receive system punishment spicy. I can't find him. After leaving the teaching building, Xianying began searching everywhere for Su Cheng's figure, but unfortunately, she didn't see him, and I even made a bento today, hoping to eat it together with him.
Xianying muttered, her tone tinged with disappointment.
Oh, is that a lunchbox in your bag? Zhao Yan looked surprised as she glanced at Xianying's crossbody bag. Ah, yes, I forgot to give it to him earlier.
Xianying nodded and said, "It's a thank you lunchbox I made for him after he helped teach that scumbag a lesson last time." After speaking, she glanced reluctantly at her handbag again and sighed. "Never mind, let's eat it today."
You made it yourself? Yeah, I spent all weekend learning and finally perfected it at night. Zhao Yan's expression froze upon hearing this.
It's so competitive these days. She's actually secretly learning new skills,
and then wants to amaze everyone.
At this moment, Zhao Yan felt a deep sense of crisis, as she suddenly realized her sense of superiority in other aspects no longer existed.
Xianying knew Su Cheng liked maturity and began changing herself.
She even took bridal courses in advance for Su Cheng. She used to find it amusing when Xianying deliberately acted mature, but now she couldn't laugh about it anymore.
Wow, then I'm really lucky. I must taste it and see how it is. Zhao Yan quickly reacted and linked arms with Xianying, saying, "Yeah, let's go back and eat. There's quite a portion, enough for both of us." Hearing this, Xianying nodded and similarly linked arms with Zhao Yan as they walked toward the classroom building. On a quiet lawn somewhere on campus,
Su Chen stood on the steps, gazing down at the grassy lawn beneath him. Then he surveyed his surroundings to make sure there were no surveillance cameras or people around before taking a blanket out from the system space. He walked over to the lawn, spread it out on the ground, then took out a thermos and some bread to start munching. He originally planned to go to the rooftop, but then remembered there was an unresolved B-level trouble waiting there, so he just picked a quiet spot around the school to have his meal and take a midday nap. While munching on his bread, he began planning today's confession target. Now he couldn't make his confession in front of everyone anymore. This was an extremely troublesome situation. The class helped him shed the title of confession maniac. He couldn't just snatch it back and put it on again, could he? Putting it back on would only turn the whole class into accomplices to framing Eddie in a malicious act. That would tarnish the entire class's reputation, so he couldn't confess in public. Su Cheng frowned, took another bite of bread, and pondered over a way to confess. Just like that, the bread was quickly devoured. Su Cheng picked up the glass thermos from the ground, opened it, took a few sips, screwed the cap back on, and then resumed his pondering. Even if no one else is around, the person I confess to might still go around talking about it. After a long while, he murmured to himself, his tone full of frustration. Then he placed his hand on his chin and lightly tapped it, only to accidentally touch some bread crumbs instead. So, he reached into his pocket to fish out a tissue. His hand froze mid-air, because in his line of sight, a pale and delicate little hand had suddenly appeared, also holding out a tissue.
"Oh, thanks,"
Soo-chung unconsciously replied, then took it and wiped his face. But after just one wipe, he suddenly realized something, his pupils sharply contracting as he turned to look beside him. There, seated next to him, was a raven-haired girl with straight long hair, intently reading a book with her head lowered.
"Su Chang, Sigma, degree. Holy crap, when did you appear?" he exclaimed in shock, instinctively scrambling backward. "What the hell, is this a ghost? You're the one who wields the ghost blade. This is where I usually rest, and now you've taken it over."
The girl with long black hair lifted her head, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, though her expression remained utterly blank, devoid of any emotion. Her tone was equally mechanical, as if this was how she would respond regardless of the situation.
"Acheron Forcefield," Su Chang blurted out without thinking. "Please do not confuse me with fictional anime characters."
The long-haired girl in black slightly furrowed her brows, seeming somewhat displeased.
"Then how come I didn't notice your arrival at all?" Su Chang couldn't help but feel guilty.
He had just taken something out from the system space and had even been talking to himself. The long straight-haired girl remained silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. "You were thinking too deeply, so you didn't notice my arrival."
"I mean, is there a possibility that your presence is just too unnoticeable?"
Student Su Chang, let me reiterate one last time, please don't associate me with anime characters.
"There are fundamental differences between her and me."
The long black-haired girl noticeably grew impatient as she placed her book down. Her eyes lowered slightly, and her voice turned icy as she pointed outside the school.
"There are often large trucks passing by over there. With luck, you might just get reborn into the 2D world to find your waifu."
Seeing that his words had provoked her, Su Chang quickly apologized and stood up. "Actually, I was just a bit curious, nothing more."
"Sorry about that.
My facial nerves have lost the ability to control my muscles, that's why I can't show any expressions."
"Do you understand now?"
The raven-haired girl gazed at Su Chang, her eyes still icy, but her tone was slightly softer than before. "I'm sorry, I was reckless." Su Chang immediately lowered his head and apologized.
"No need to apologize, I did startle you just now."
The long-haired girl with dark locks noticed Su Chang's soft demeanor and immediately dropped her icy tone, reverting to the same detached neutrality from before.
"Are you into anime?"
Su Chang couldn't help but look up at the girl with long, straight black hair. He remembered that the girl was the one who had greeted him that morning. He initially thought she was a classmate, but no one matching her description could be found in his class.
This was the first time he'd encountered a female two-dimensional character.
Thanks to her, I've gained some understanding. Hearing this, a flicker of melancholy passed through the girl's eyes. Clearly, it was because she'd often been told she resembled an anime character that she'd been forced to learn about the world of two-dimensional characters. Seeing this, Su Chang hastily apologized with earnest sincerity. "I'm sorry." He felt deeply ashamed inside. His behavior of finding amusement in someone else's injury had been truly despicable.
"No need to apologize."
Her voice was flat as she spoke, then she continued flipping through the pages of her book, appearing for all the world like a literary maiden. Su Chang glanced at the top of the girl's head, where a large question mark also hovered.
He thought that as long as his confession failed, the other character's information would inevitably appear.
And this girl clearly disliked him intensely.
"Can we talk?"
Su Chang suddenly blurted out these words, then glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one else present, he carefully remained seated.
"Go ahead."
The girl placed a bookmark between the pages, closed the book, and looked up at Su Chang.
"Do we know each other?"
Su Chang recalled her greeting him that morning and how she just addressed him directly as classmate Su Chang, leaving him puzzled.
Could she have recognized him from the newspaper? After all, he was a former confession maniac.
Acquainted. The girl frowned, clearly puzzled by the question.
"If someone confessed to you, would you tell others everywhere after rejecting them?" This was the method Su Chang had devised: research first, confess later. "Not a chance." Her reply was curt and to the point. "What if someone you barely know suddenly confesses their feelings to you, would you agree?" "Of course not." Hearing this, Su Chang's heart leaped with joy. He stood up, bent slightly at the waist with one hand behind his back, and extended his other hand toward her. "I like you. Please go out with me." Yet as soon as he finished speaking, an intense sense of foreboding surged through his heart. Just as expected, the expressionless girl calmly rose to her feet, brushed the dust from her skirt, and advanced step by step toward Su Chang. And once again, his pupils dilated wildly in shock. "You..." Before he could finish speaking, the girl had already extended her slender, delicate hand and gently grasped Su Chang's palm. At that moment, Su Chang felt his entire body freeze in place. "All right." The black-haired, straight-haired girl held Su Chang's hand, her lips moving slightly as she softly uttered 3 words. Su Chang was utterly petrified, standing frozen in place as if struck by lightning. But this wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was when the system notification suddenly blared out. "Ding! Confession successful. Reward for victory, punishment for defeat, an eternal and unchanging principle. System penalty arriving in 5 minutes. Countdown begins. Chapter 56, even so, classmate Su Chang remains polite. W.I. Su Chang gazed at the raven-haired girl with complete bewilderment. They clearly had no prior connection whatsoever. Are girls these days that easy? She even touched his delicate little hands. Wait, that's not what we should be focusing on right now. System punishment. At this thought, Su Chen's face instantly twisted in panic as he hastily withdrew his hand. His voice trembled as he said, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. That's not important. Since we're already a couple, how can that not be important? How casual can you possibly be, huh? The long-haired girl with dark hair narrowed her eyes slightly upon hearing this and replied in an even tone, though I don't know what motivation drives you to confess, I must ask you, please refrain from doing anything that would bring shame upon our entire class. Hearing these words, Su Chang realized this girl had just overheard his muttering to himself. Did she agree to his confession just for the sake of their class? Are you in the same class as me? The black-haired, straight-haired girl nodded in response. I got it. I have something to take care of, so I'll head out first. Su Chang gave a firm nod, then hastily left the spot without even taking the blanket or water cup with her. Watching Su Chang's hurried departure, the long-haired girl turned her gaze to the abandoned water cup and blanket on the ground before reaching down to pick them up. Why is there punishment for a successful confession? Damn system, it didn't even give a warning in advance. At this moment, as Su Chang listened to the countdown drawing nearer, his anxiety escalated rapidly. He began running faster and faster, desperate to find a place devoid of people and surveillance. The only spot without cameras was that secluded corner where he had rested earlier. With the system's punishment arriving in 5 minutes, he had to reach a completely isolated hiding place within that time frame. He had no idea what the system punishment was. Moreover, he couldn't use the ghost blade to turn invisible now, because the moment he took it out, he'd be caught on surveillance cameras. While panicking in his heart, he completely failed to notice 2 figures standing under a tree ahead. And what's more, they were both girls. One had short hair, the other wore her long locks cascading down her shoulders. Both wore extraordinarily cold expressions. The short-haired girl was bowing her head, whispering something to the long-haired girl beside her. Moreover, the short-haired girl carried herself with utmost deference, while the long-haired one remained impassive, exuding an icy aura as if she were a block of frigid ice. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the 2 girls simultaneously lifted their gazes towards Su Chang. Then they caught sight of Su Chang running over from the corner. Both pairs of eyes simultaneously lingered on Su Chang's face. The short-haired girl's pupils slightly constricted before she abruptly hid behind a nearby tree, while the long-haired girl continued staring at Su Chang without the slightest flicker of emotion crossing her face. Damn, why are there people here too? Su Chang screamed inwardly, but when he got a clear look at the long-haired girl's face, he momentarily froze in shock, though his body kept running on instinct. Ji Qingyi. The name suited her perfectly. Pure and unsullied righteousness, the virtue of icy purity, etiquette, bearing, aspiration, the name Qingyi was embodied in her to perfection. And this person had even helped him before. If it weren't for her in the Eddie incident, he might have already dropped out of school. Hello, Senior G. Just as he was about to pass by Ji Qingyi. Goodbye, Senior G. Then, just as he was about to pass by Ji Qingyi, he politely greeted her, but this politeness was only minimal. Ji Qingyi whispered 4 barely audible words, hollow courtesy and shallow etiquette. Mississippi. Lu Qingyue waited until Su Chang had walked away before slowly emerging from behind the tree in the shadows. Watching Su Chang's retreating figure, her eyes flickered with a puzzled glow. 107, 106, 105. The rooftop. Hearing the countdown of less than 3 minutes, Su Chang's heartbeat violently accelerated as he quickened his pace. He had to get there as fast as possible. He absolutely couldn't afford to miss even a single second. So he deliberately pretended to take a mask out of his pocket and put it on. After all, if someone recognized him while running across campus and insisted on following, he'd be done for. 10, 9, 8, bang. He forcefully pushed open the rooftop door. The moment the rooftop door opened, a gust of wind rushed in, swirling up dust and dirt from the ground. Fortunately, thankfully, there was no one on the rooftop. Huff, huff. He closed the rooftop door, then leaned his body against it, slowly sliding down to the ground. Penalty commences. Penalty confirmed. You are foolish and lack precise thinking. And their physical enjoyments are also vastly unequal. Punishment, animal realm. Host, please savor the taste of being a beast. You're the damn beast, your whole family. How could Su Chang tolerate being called a beast by the system? So he swore outright, but before he could finish speaking, bang, a thick white smoke billowed out. Then he felt his entire body undergoing changes as his stature kept shrinking. Not only that, but he also felt his clothes disappearing, replaced by furry hair with a white belly, while his hands gradually turned black and flattened. Wings, damn it all, did I fucking turn into an animal?
Su Cheng's face filled with horror at this sight. He tried to run away but discovered both his legs had turned into claws. Then he stumbled and fell flat on his belly against the ground, desperately flapping his wings but unable to get back up.
Random creature appearance determined. Bird, penguin, time, 10 minutes. Add 10 minutes each time you are discovered by a human. If discovered by the 10th person, you will be condemned to the animal realm for eternity.
Note, if discovered by someone who previously rejected you and they retaliate, leaving them heartbroken and devastated, you may receive a random reward once.
That scared me to death. A penguin doing rotating breakdancing on its stomach let out a sigh of relief. How could you tell me a penguin could leave someone heartbroken and crestfallen?
Just wield a ghost blade invisibly for 10 minutes.
But that's assuming I can get up.
So it recalled scenes from nature documentaries it had watched before, continuously flapping its wings against the ground.
Flap flap flap.
A strange sound echoed out, then suddenly its core muscles engaged, and it instantly sprang upright.
Truly, I am the best.
It stood back up and contacted the system space, wanting to become invisible.
Just 10 minutes?
That could hardly stump him.
Just find a corner to hide for 10 minutes. Clang.
The crisp sound of a sword falling to the ground rang out.
Ha! The penguin looked at its wings bewildered, then at the ghost blade on the ground. Absolutely no way to hold it.
The moment it emerged from the system space, the blade slipped from its wing and fell to the ground, leaving the penguin utterly embarrassed as it instinctively tried to bend down and pick it up. But its wings were too short, and anyway, how exactly do you pick something up with wings?
He isn't a monkey. Could only shift the demon blade's position slightly. Right, use your mouth.
Thinking of something, it quickly bent down and picked up the demon blade with its beak just as it was about to touch it. It then froze in horror as the rooftop door suddenly swung open.
In walked a girl wearing a shoulder badge labeled Disciplinary Committee.
She paused at the sight of the penguin on the rooftop, then wore an expression of utter disbelief, and it still maintained the posture of clutching the demon blade. With both eyes positioned on either side of its head granting binocular vision, it naturally spotted this young girl. At that moment, they stared at each other wide-eyed, and the atmosphere fell into dead silence.
Chapter 57. Su Cheng is actually the crown prince. Penguin.
The girl covered her mouth with one hand, pointed at the penguin with the other, and asked with a voice trembling in shock. She couldn't believe a creature that lived in Antarctica was now standing on the school rooftop.
Am I seeing things?
Mirai Hoshino instinctively rubbed her eyes, but when she opened them again, the penguin suddenly lifted one foot, then the other, wobbling unsteadily as it turned around only to lower its head and face away from her.
It's true, so adorable. Watching the penguin's retreating figure, Hoshino Mirai couldn't help but swallow hard, her heartbeat quickening as she felt utterly captivated by its cuteness. Meow.
The penguin suddenly made a sound, leaving Hoshino Mirai momentarily stunned.
A penguin that can meow?
Hoshino Mirai widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at the penguin. Yet the penguin ignored her, continuing to sway its body while making strange noises again.
Bow wow. A penguin that can bark? Is this for real? Hoshino Mirai couldn't help doubting whether she was dreaming. This penguin could both meow like a cat and bark like a dog. This isn't scientifically possible. But regardless, she had already completely fallen for it. Although penguins don't attack humans, you might still get hurt if you approach them recklessly. So it's best not to approach or touch them carelessly. Thus, I must capture this beautiful moment. With that thought, she pulled out her phone, only to freeze as soon as she had it out because the penguin, which had been facing away, suddenly turned its head and stared straight at her phone screen. At that moment, Hoshino Mirai felt as if she'd been struck by electricity and hurriedly stashed the phone behind her back. The penguin glanced at the phone, then back at Hoshino Mirai. It spread its wings, slowly opened its flat beak, and uttered a bizarre question. Do you top up Q coins? ? Hoshino Mirai froze momentarily, unable to process what had just happened. She thought she must have misheard. Yet when she looked more carefully, she saw the penguin's lips moving distinctly. Want to top up your QQ coins? ? I must have heard wrong. How could a penguin talk? Before she could finish, her words caught in her throat, and her face filled with terror. Because in that very moment, the mood abruptly shifted. I'm asking if you want to top up Q coins. Hoshino Mirai stared blankly at the penguin, an uncontrollable sense of panic welling up inside her. The probability of a human being killed by a penguin was absolutely not zero, and the probability of her being killed by this penguin before her eyes was absolutely 100%. Because this damn penguin was actually wielding a knife in its beak and walking straight toward her. Want to top up? I'll top it up. I'll recharge it. Is that not enough? Hoshino Mirai instinctively stepped back a few paces, but the penguin immediately gave chase, causing her to retreat continuously. No, I still need to open an S membership. As the penguin drew nearer and continued spouting bold words, she was so startled that she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. The penguin pounced on her, pinning her down. The penguin's feet pressed against her stomach, and its face was now less than 10 centimeters away from hers. Her nostrils even caught the faint breath of the penguin.
The breath was light, as gentle as a feather brushing across her cheek.
This confirmed it wasn't some remote-controlled or voice-activated toy.
Hoshino Mirai's entire body stiffened, her heart pounding wildly as she stared helplessly into the penguin's eyes. She wanted to escape, but the penguin's body pressed down tightly, and she was scared.
This was a penguin that could speak human language. The critical thing was it was also holding a gleaming knife in its beak. If she struggled, what if it accidentally slashed her? Just as she was at a loss, the penguin suddenly stopped advancing. Hoshino Mirai couldn't help but sigh in relief. While her heart was filled with immense shock, she uttered a trembling voice of disbelief. You can actually talk. How can you talk? Aren't you a penguin?
The penguin placed the knife in its mouth on the ground beside it. I was cursed by a wicked person and transformed into what I am now.
Hoshino Mirai let out a sigh of relief, but then suddenly realized something and exclaimed in shock, a curse? Yes.
The penguin jumped down from her body and continued wobbling forward until it reached the fence. With its back to her, it tilted its head at a 40-degree angle toward the sky. Once, I was actually a prince. Its voice was filled with sorrow, thick with anger and resentment, and its lonely silhouette only emphasized its desolation.
Hearing these oddly familiar words, Hoshino Mirai suddenly felt dizzy. Unable to help herself, she instinctively blurted out, "What a bizarre fairy tale setup." The penguin's back stiffened for a moment before gradually returning to normal as it continued walking forward, leaving her with only its retreating figure. Are there any penguins in this world who talk like I do? No. Isn't that proof enough?
Having said that, this is just too cliched. Hoshino Mirai covered her forehead, at a loss for words to describe her current emotions, then spoke again. So, following the plot, do I have to kiss you for you to return to normal? And just at that moment, the penguin suddenly turned around, tilting its head as it gazed at her. That look gave her the same vibe as watching a ridiculous sand sculpture.
Can you stop presumptuously casting yourself as the princess?
The penguin spoke with undisguised disdain before turning away and marching forward again, looking thoroughly terrified that Mirai Hoshino might try to kiss it.
Ha! Mirai Hoshino was utterly bewildered. It knew about that setting too? No wonder you're looking at me like I'm an idiot. Wait a minute, what gives you the right as a penguin to look down on me? Hoshino Mirai was somewhat frantic. Was this penguin actually discriminating against her?
Actually, I've been waiting for a destined person to help lift the curse on me, which is why I've been waiting all this time.
And now, since you're that destined person, that's why I'm willing to speak with you.
The penguin slowly spoke, its voice filled with sorrow and despair, like an aged elder recounting his tale. If you are unwilling to help me, I will vanish into the vastness of the world.
So you are my only hope, will you help me? I will repay your kindness afterward.
Hoshino Mirai swallowed hard as she listened to the penguin's words.
If it's not kissing you, then how am I supposed to help?
The penguin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned around. With its round, bulging white belly puffed out and its beak upturned, it flapped its tiny wings as it waddled slowly and unsteadily towards her, swaying from side to side. This scene utterly melted her heart, making her swallow hard, but the next second she couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
Ha 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 ha, because, thud, the penguin tripped on flat ground and fell face first.
All the coolness and mystique it had just cultivated vanished instantly. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing myself to death. Hoshino Mirai crouched on the ground, holding her stomach as she burst into laughter.
Penguins have it tough, every step's a struggle. Stop laughing.
The penguin sprang up from the ground and lunged at Hoshino Mirai in a fit of humiliated rage.
However, its snail-like speed gave Hoshino Mirai ample time to prepare.
As the penguin charged, she quickly scrambled to her feet and dodged to the side of the door.
The penguin ended up crashing onto empty air, collapsing back onto the floor once more.
Though it bounced up again indignantly, this made it realize it could never outrun the girl before it, forcing it to finally give up the struggle.
Ahahaha. Hoshino Mirai couldn't help but find the penguin's reaction increasingly amusing. Ahem, ahem. Suddenly coughing twice, the penguin changed the subject. Would you be willing to help me?
Hoshino Mirai stroked her chin thoughtfully before replying. That wouldn't be a problem.
Tell me, how exactly do you want me to help?
The penguin came over upon hearing her words, fixing its gaze on Hoshino Mirai with crystal clear eyes like black gemstones as it said earnestly, "Give me money.
I need to top up Q coins." It even stretched out one flipper, adopting the posture of demanding payment. Hoshino Mirai was momentarily stunned. Q coins? What on earth is that? It's what could set me free, but requires human currency to purchase, it explained.
The penguin said matter-of-factly.
Fine, how much do you want?
Hoshino Mirai took out her wallet from her skirt and asked in confusion.
The penguin was taken aback. Aren't you afraid I might have some ulterior motives? I'm not afraid. Okay, then that's settled. Got it.
Hoshino Mirai took out one bill from her allowance and placed it on the wings. The penguin tucked the money against its waist, then slowly picked up the demon blade again. Carrying it on its back, it said solemnly, "Oh beautiful and kind maiden, I'm truly grateful for your generosity.
Why haven't you turned into a prince yet?" Hoshino Mirai looked somewhat bewildered and instinctively pressed further with her question.
In modern society, the status of a royal prince no longer exists.
The penguin sighed, such relics of bygone eras only bring calamity to people. Hoshino Mirai felt an ominous premonition rise in her heart and urgently pressed. What do you mean?
The penguin gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, its tone somber and weathered. For centuries now, you're the only one who's ever been willing to give me money. The penguin turned around and shook its head. Originally, if I took your money, you would turn into a penguin while I would regain my human form. But your kindness moved me, it made me realize I should also go to the place I truly belong.
Wait, were you just trying to hurt me? Don't worry about the details. I almost turned into a penguin, and I'm not supposed to care? Cough cough.
After coughing, the penguin turned around again and said solemnly, so kind people shouldn't have such an ending. At this moment, for some reason, Hoshino Mirai looked at the penguin's back and seemed to see a solitary soul imprisoned in this cute, petite body for centuries, only being released now.
Forget about recharging this QB.
Just as Hoshino Mirai was still trying to comprehend the situation,
poof!
A puff of white smoke erupted, followed by Hoshino Mirai's pupils contracting violently as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Her entire body froze stiffly in place. The penguin figure had vanished, replaced instead by the back view of a male figure now standing before her. Unable to discern his clothing or features clearly through the smoke, yet judging by his tall, robust stature, his bearing must be extraordinarily exceptional. Especially with the sword gripped in his hand, he appeared exceptionally cold and solemn, exuding an aura of deadly seriousness. Then, a powerful and vigorous voice slowly resonated. To atone for my previous wicked thoughts, I shall use my remaining strength to protect you for a while.
After I vanish into the heavens, please remember that I once existed.
Hoshino Mirai stared blankly at the man's back before her, feeling as though his entire body was enveloped in a transparent radiance, a sacred, ethereal glow that seemed detached from the mortal world, rendering him untouchable and pure.
Wait, stop!
Hoshino Mirai suddenly realized the figure was beginning to disperse and shouted desperately, trying to salvage something. But it was already too late. The person had vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed at all. Hoshino Mirai stood rooted to the spot, completely motionless. After a long while, she suddenly snapped back to reality and looked down at the banknote on the ground.
She picked up the still warm banknote from the ground in a daze and stared at it blankly, lost in thought.
After some time, she carefully tucked the banknote into her pocket and walked away, turning back 3 times with every step. But distracted by the sight of his handsome face, she accidentally missed a step on the staircase. Just as she was about to plummet straight down, she let out a terrified scream. But at that moment, she suddenly felt a powerful hand grasp her shoulder, steadying her balance.
Thanks.
Hoshino Mirai instinctively turned to express gratitude, but the words caught in her throat, refusing to come out,
because there was absolutely no one behind her.
And she had been absolutely certain just moments ago that someone had grabbed her shoulders, which suddenly reminded Hoshino Mirai of the Penguin Prince's earlier words, I will use my last vestiges of strength to protect you for a while.
Is this your protection?
A faint, half-smile curled at the corners of Hoshino Mirai's lips as she gently stroked the banknotes in her pocket, feeling nothing but emptiness in her heart. Little sis, so this is where you've been. A boy suddenly rushed to Mirai Hoshino's side, plopping down on the steps next to her and panting heavily, huff, huff.
I'm exhausted. Bro, what's wrong? A strained smile appeared at the corner of Mirai Hoshino's lips. The student council president matter is settled. Hoshino Kazuki's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, next week we can join the election campaign. He had practically worn himself out running around these past few days for his younger sister's sake, pulling strings everywhere just for this single opportunity. Yet, to his complete surprise, his little sister didn't show any sign of joy. Instead, she hung her head slightly and murmured weakly, oh really? Was it his protection again? Penguin Prince.
Hoshino Mirai couldn't help but touch the banknotes hidden in her skirt again, a faint curve lifting the corner of her lips, something bitter, something self-deprecating. Because she knew, this was the Emperor Penguin's final act of grace bestowed upon her with his remaining strength.
Hoshino Kazuki looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong? This is a good thing. Why aren't you happy?
Hoshino Kazuki called out to his younger sister but got no response, so he continued in bewilderment, little sis, weren't you looking forward to having a day like this? Hoshino Mirai shook her head at his words, it's nothing, brother.
I'm just in a bit of a bad mood today. I'll head back to class first.
With that, she hurried downstairs, leaving Hoshino Kazuki staring blankly at her departing figure, utterly at a loss.
Chapter 58. Miss Su Cheng only wants to fleece the sheep. Rooftop. Ding. Reward issued. What could it be? On the rooftop chair, Su Cheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows excitedly upon hearing the system notification. Originally, he hadn't planned on obtaining this reward, but this Hoshino Mirai actually wanted to record him. How could this be allowed? If this got posted on social media and seen by 10 people, wouldn't he be completely ruined?
So he acted without hesitation.
The Path of Beasts. One-time skill. Effect, transformation, metamorphosis. Duration, 20 minutes.
System, you can randomly transform into birds in the sky, beasts on the ground, dragons in the water, or even beings that spread across the sea, land, and air. System, with this skill, from now on, you can turn into an animal whenever you want. Well, he's got system skills now. But this skill, what the hell? Su Cheng's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. This is completely a useless skill. And system, could you at least have some manners? The risks of this skill were just too great. He absolutely dared not use it. If you could specify the transformation, that'd be a great skill, but the catch is it's completely random. What if you're unlucky and turn into a dog, a pig, or even a rat? Wouldn't that just make you a total clown? Su Cheng rolled her eyes in frustration and decided to treat this ability as useless and ignore it. Let's head back to the classroom. He glanced at the time and realized there were still 10 minutes before class. He casually brushed off non-existent dust from his pants before heading toward the door. As he walked, he mentally calculated how much money joining the club would cost that afternoon. The moment he remembered his entire savings amounted to just 300,000 yen, a wave of melancholy washed over him. After all, club fees had to be paid every semester. 6 consecutive semesters in total. Thinking about it this way, his 300,000 was just a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, he no longer had to worry about rent, otherwise he would have been even more depressed. As he was pondering how to make quick money, he noticed a couple arguing ahead. "Xiaomei, wait for me." A young man was chasing after a girl, who looked thoroughly annoyed as she shook off his arm. He recognized that couple. They were like him, students who transferred into this school midway. The girl's name was Chen Meier, and the boy's name was Zhao Feifei. They all came from small towns, their family backgrounds were quite ordinary, yet their academic performances were among the very best. The two had liked each other since junior high, studying and keeping each other accountable before finally getting into the school together. They also often showed affection openly, deeply in love. It was truly the envy of others. He still remembered how ambitious and spirited the young man had appeared when they first met, full of promise for the future. Yet in less than 2 weeks, the confidence and arrogance had completely vanished from the boy's face, replaced by a disheveled appearance. One could even describe him as utterly dejected and walking on eggshells. Back then, the girl's eyes had been full of this very boy, but now her face was painted with nothing but disdain, impatience, and disgust, as if she couldn't bear to be near him another second. She already saw him as nothing more than dead weight. Su Cheng could understand, after all, they were both just ordinary people. In this school where the shackles of hierarchy leave one gasping for breath. It's not about academic excellence, but rather about one's background. This is a place where even the cheapest meal in the cafeteria costs several hundred. How could an ordinary person endure this? All his classmates came from wealthy families. How could an ordinary person ever fit in? It seems this couple has come to terms with reality. The man realized hard work is utterly meaningless at this school. The confidence his grades once gave him has vanished, leaving only self-doubt. And the woman grasped that becoming a phoenix merely requires perching on the right branch, no further effort needed. Not to mention them, even Su Cheng, who had a system, felt immense pressure. He owed several people favors, but there was simply no way to repay them. Su Cheng sighed and silently headed toward the classroom. Even if everyone in the class is extremely kind and warm toward him, genuine friendship that crosses class boundaries simply cannot exist. Perfectly matched, this idiom fits the situation precisely. Whether in friendship or romance, only when standing on the same level can one feel truly comfortable and at ease. Just as Wang Wansong tried to show him kindness this morning, he never missed an opportunity to assert dominance through his material superiority. How could they possibly get along? Thus, he knew his limits. When circles differed, he wouldn't force his way in. Su Cheng. The moment he stepped into the classroom, Wang Wansong noticed him. But with his words, the gazes of the entire class fell upon him. Su Cheng had no choice but to brace herself and nod before taking her seat. I just played a few rounds with them online. You wouldn't believe how terrible those two were. They made me lose 3 matches in a row. Wang Guansong in the back seat chuckled and added, "By the way, what rank are you?" "Rank? Really?" Su Cheng feigned confusion as she asked in return, to prove he was just as unreliable and make the other back off. However, upon hearing this, Wang Guansong's eyes widened instantly with excitement, his face alight with fervor. "Looks like you haven't done your placement matches yet. Next time, I'll carry you through them and get you straight into gold. How about that?" It seemed this matter gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Just as Su Cheng was about to pull the same old trick again, he suddenly noticed a figure standing by his desk. Though startled internally, he maintained a calm facade as he turned to look. At the sight of the person, he froze completely. It was the girl with long black hair from the lawn earlier. Her expression remained as calm as still water, and her gaze at Su Cheng carried no ripples of emotion. "This is what you dropped just now. Here you go." As she spoke, the long-haired girl placed the neatly folded blanket and glass water bottle from her hands onto Su Cheng's desk. Only then did Su Cheng remember, in her earlier hurry, she'd forgotten to pack up these items left on the lawn. The girl had kindly picked it up and was returning it to him.
He forced a dry laugh and hastily tried to express his gratitude, but before he could finish, the long black-haired girl had already turned and walked away. And the entire class, having witnessed this scene, immediately began whispering and discussing among themselves. Zhao Yan in the front row twirled strands of her golden hair around her fingers, glancing alternately between the black-haired girl and Su Cheng with a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Xianing abruptly stood up and strode directly toward the raven-haired girl. Clearly she recognized the dark-haired girl and wanted to get answers from her. I never thought you'd spend lunchtime with Li Guanqi. The backseat occupant, Wang Guansong, seeing this, leaned over his desk, approached Su Cheng quietly, and whispered in a hushed tone. Yet the astonishment in his voice was unmistakable. Li Guanqi? Hearing this, Su Cheng glanced at the long black-haired girl who was speaking to Xianing, then turned back to him and shook her head. I just left something behind, and she picked it up for me. Don't let your imagination run wild. Is that all? Yes. So you don't know her? I don't know you. Then let me tell you. Upon hearing this, Wang Guansong sighed regretfully but continued, she's the daughter of the chairman of a large professional grade A publishing house. A represents national level, B represents provincial level, everything else is uniformly grade C. You can imagine how impressive this background is. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively turned to glance at the girl with long black straight hair again, thinking to himself, as expected, there isn't a single ordinary person in this class. Normally, she never communicates with others, not even the class monitor can easily approach her. That's why I was so surprised just now. After speaking, Wang Guansong quickly withdrew his head and went back to sleeping on the desk. At this moment, Su Cheng's feelings were somewhat complicated, but the emotion didn't last long. He began gathering the blanket and insulated glass cup from his desk. Just as he stuffed the blanket into the desk drawer, a small note unexpectedly fell out, causing his pupils to constrict violently. He quickly hid it in the palm of his hand, then glanced around nonchalantly. Then his gaze met with that of the long black-haired girl in the corner. By now, Xianing had already left, and it seemed she had also noticed Su Cheng's gaze. She turned her head to glance at him before quietly returning to her book. He continued to observe Li Guanqi. Her profile was beautiful, delicate features, long eyelashes, a tall and straight nose, small rosy lips, and smooth, fair skin. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. But this girl gave off the impression of being easily overlooked, despite being a textbook beautiful girl. Her lower half was clad in opaque black pantyhose. He's a conservative. Though she never interacted with her classmates and even seemed somewhat averse to them, she was surprisingly concerned about the class's reputation and honor. What kind of personality is this? Su Cheng shook his head, then looked down at the small slip of paper in his palm. He didn't think it was anything like a love letter. However, it's highly likely to be a warning or reminder not to take actions that might harm the class's interests. But no matter what, he still had to read it. But the moment he looked, his pupils immediately dilated with shock. Then his hands began trembling uncontrollably, his breaths came in short gasps, and he felt his heart pounding violently against his ribs, thud thud thud, as if threatening to burst right out of his chest. His eyes remained locked onto the handwritten words on the small note. Written in pencil, the delicate yet refined handwriting possessed such cultured elegance that one might easily mistake it for the work of a master calligrapher. I may not understand your hobbies, but you can come to me anytime. I'll give you the harshest rejection and the sternest reprimand. Please be sure to keep the promise you made to me before. Upon reading these words, he froze momentarily, took several deep breaths, and then slowly raised his head. His gaze shifted to Li Guanqi sitting in the corner. She happened to look up at the same time. Their gazes collided in that instant. Li Guanqi nodded imperceptibly, a movement barely a few millimeters in amplitude, yet Su Cheng clearly caught it. He struggled to suppress the excitement in his heart, striving to maintain a composed demeanor as he lowered his head to gaze at the desk. The impact of those words just spoken was simply too overwhelming. From Li Guanqi's background and appearance, he could confidently judge her as A-class or S-class, whereas A-class targets could be pursued repeatedly without restrictions. This means, he can confess to Li Guanqi every day, earning at least an A-grade reward daily, treating the system rewards like fleecing wool. Su Cheng felt an indescribable exhilaration in his heart. Hell yeah! When he teamed up with Li Guanqi for Duo Q, they absolutely slaughtered the competition. He was responsible for frenziedly confessing, while she specialized in looting the spoils. The girl assumed he had masochistic tendencies. He had initially regretted exhausting today's quota of confessions, but now his heart brimmed with anticipation instead. And so he decided, same place, same time tomorrow. Continue. This lifted his spirits, bringing an involuntary smile to his lips. But this fleeting joy was abruptly cut short by an unexpected chime. The moment the bell rang, his heart sank immediately, because the afternoon was equestrian class. It is a sport that requires full-body coordination, where one must continuously think and make judgments while practicing horseback riding. It greatly trains students' overall coordination and sense of balance. It also enhances temperament, intelligence, emotional quotient, and physical endurance,
making it an important physical education class. The curriculum includes knowledge of etiquette, horse care, and more. Besides the teacher, senior students also attended the class together. They worked in pairs.
The mentor-apprentice model, collaborative tutoring, mutual exchange, and reciprocal advancement. But for Su Chang, he despised this course tremendously. He had never been exposed to it before, unlike his classmates who had experience since childhood. Some even considered horseback riding their hobby. Let's go change. Wang Guansong tugged at Su Chang's arm to remind her. For this class, there was naturally specialized gear, leg guards, knee pads, and a helmet. The school had issued them at the start of the semester. Su Chang nodded, and soon Takano joined them. The three headed to the locker room together. What grade are these students having class with us today? Along the way, Wang Guansong inquired. Second grade, class 1. Takano chimed in from the side. Class 1, grade 2? Wang Guansong froze momentarily, then sank into thought before suddenly remembering something. That's Senior G's class. Su Chang paused upon hearing this. Senior G? Will she be joining our team too? Su Chang asked curiously. He couldn't understand how such an ice-cold woman could possibly get along with others. Won't happen. Takano shrugged, offering neither confirmation nor denial. Su Chang pressed further. Doesn't she have to attend classes? If you were a two-time national champion in mounted archery, you'd definitely dislike these dull and meaningless courses too. Wang Guansong replied with a smile. Moreover, when she's present, the teachers actually get nervous, which reduces their teaching effectiveness. So normally, she doesn't come. Sometimes, even the teachers consult her when they have questions. Takano nodded. I've heard that too. When she's around, the teachers tread on thin ice, nervously fearing they might make a mistake. Su Chang lowered her head at those words. He's practically the ceiling of student hierarchy. Two-time consecutive national champion? Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Su Chang felt as if something had sharply pierced her heart. He hadn't even learned horseback riding or archery yet. She's already a national champion at our age. If only she were in class 2 to 3. Yeah. Wang Guansong and Takano both sighed. What's up with class 3? Su Chang couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked. Takano explained upon hearing this. Senior Gu, you see, Senior Gu actually attends classes and even teams up with girls from our class. You can secretly admire Senior Gu's beauty and heroic demeanor. As he spoke, a hint of shyness surfaced on his face. She's a perfect person, practically every guy's dream girl. I truly can't imagine what kind of man could possibly be worthy of her. Is it really that exaggerated? Su Chang asked doubtfully. Keep in mind these two are both rich second-generation heirs. It's not about whether it's an exaggeration or not, but rather something purely. Wang Guansong seemed at a loss for words at this point, so he reached out and patted Su Chang's shoulder, saying, well, you'll understand when you see it for yourself someday. Seems like an S-class. Gotta find a chance to dig into that. Su Chang silently calculated in his mind. His only concern was the rewards. Everyone knew S-rank rewards were absolutely legendary items, definitely not some scam gear that turns you into livestock.